Welcome back to the Encore Audio YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. Well, tonight I've got some Joe and Charlie here. I found these cassette sets that I've had for some time, and I've already transferred them and digitized them to MP3s, and I'm going to make MP4s and upload them. So let me know if you like Joe and Charlie. If you want to hear more, I have a few more sets back in the wings, and I want you to have a good day if you want to.
Thank you. My name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic. And it's truly by God's grace and the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous and the program of Alcoholics Anonymous that comes from a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm sober today, and for that I'm very, very thankful. And I would like to read the preamble. My sponsor, first sponsor, Franklin, he called it the purpose of AA. Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that they may solve their common problem to help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for AA membership. We're self-supporting through our own contributions. AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Does not wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober and to help other alcoholics achieve sobriety. Thank you very much. And before we get underway here, I'd like to thank Ken and the committee for all the hard work they've done putting this thing together last year. It takes an awful lot of effort from a lot of people, and thank you very much for them. But most especially, I thank each and every one of you for being here, because this would be a lousy meeting this afternoon. It's just Charlie and I can tell you that. We need each other, and I'm glad you're here. I want to read a little thing that I have here before I introduce Charlie. It's a story about a man who's flying in a hot air balloon, and he realizes he's lost. He reduces his height and spots a man down below. He lowers the balloon further and shouts, "Excuse me, can you help me? I promised a friend I'd meet him half hour ago, but I don't know where I am." The man below says, "Yes, you are in a hot air balloon, hovering approximately 30 feet above this field. You're at a latitude of 42 degrees north and a longitude of 80 degrees west. Now, you must be a sponsor," says the balloonist. He said, "I am," replies the man, "but how did you know?" "Well," says the balloonist, "everything you've told me is technically correct, but I have no idea what to make of your information, and the fact is I'm still lost." The man below says, "Well, you must be a sponsee." "I am," he says, "I am," replies the balloonist, "but how did you know?" "Well," says the man, "you don't know where you are or where you're going. You have made a promise of which you have no idea how to keep, and you expect me to solve your problem. The fact is, you're in the exact same position you were before we met, but somehow it's my fault." And now I introduce my friend Charlie P. and sponsor Charlie P.
Hi, everybody. My name is Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found through the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 12,363 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. You guys really, really do look great. Quite a turnout for Thursday afternoon. Joe leaned over here a while ago and he said, "Charlie, isn't this the best looking bunch of sick people you've seen in a long time?" And I said, "Yeah, it certainly is, certainly is. We're glad to be here. We always like to come to Sacramento. You know, you guys make us feel welcome when we're here. We always have a good time and we always enjoy ourselves." And as we start in one of these sessions on the Big Book, we always like to first make the statement, we do not consider ourselves to be the gurus of the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous. We don't consider ourselves to be the experts on anything at all. We're just two old drunks, met together several years ago, found we have a mutual interest in the Big Book. We've studied together for quite some time. And hopefully we've learned a few things about it. And those few things we've learned about it, we just love to be able to share them with other people. We do not attempt to speak for AA as a whole, and you are most certainly free to agree or disagree with anything that we say as you see fit throughout the entire weekend. In fact, if you hear us saying things that can't be reconciled with what's in the big book, we suggest you just don't pay any attention to those things. And we'll try to keep most of our comments centered on the big book itself. We also are fully aware that the mind will only absorb what the rear end will stand. And in looking at your program, you'll notice that some of these sessions do become quite long. And if you feel the need to get up and move around during one of these sessions, please feel free to do so. That's not going to bother us at all. If you feel the need to go back and get a cup of coffee or go out and smoke a cigarette, please feel free to do that. That's not going to bother us at all. Or if you feel the need to go get rid of a cup of coffee, please feel free to do that. That's not going to bother us at all either. Our book tells us we are meant to be joyous, happy, and free. Joe and I love to have fun. We love to laugh. We love to cut up. We love to tell jokes. From time to time, we'll probably stop whatever we're doing, tell a little joke, just get some humor started. And if we tell a joke and it isn't funny, we'll go ahead and laugh anyhow. It'll make you feel better, make us feel better, and make the one next to you feel better too. And I think if we can approach this weekend and the studies we're going to have with the idea that not only are we going to try to learn something about our literature, about the big book, the 12 and 12, and etc., but we're going to have a good time while we're doing it, then I think we're all in for a good, fun weekend. We're going to enjoy it, and we certainly hope that you will too. And I always start our big book study with a little joke, a little story that is so appropriate for we alcoholics. And it's the story about a brain surgeon. This guy had developed a way to replace the entire brain in its complete entirety. You know, they've been doing it with other organs of the body. He found a way to transplant the brain. And this guy went to see the brain surgeon, and he said, "Doctor," he said, "I'm getting old. My brain don't work like it used to. I can't remember things. I can't figure things out. Do you think you might be able to do something to help me?" And the surgeon said, "Well, let's give you a good physical examination first, and we'll see what kind of shape your body's in. And then we'll see about the brain transplant." So he gave him a good physical exam, and he said, "Oh, yeah, your body's in great shape." He said, "I believe I could transplant a brain in your head, and everything would work out just fine." And the old man said, "Well, what do you have to offer?" And the surgeon said, "Well, let's go up in the display room, and I'll show you what we have in stock at the present time." Went up in a display room, and he said, "Now, in this case over here, I have the brains of an attorney." And he said, "I could transplant this in your head, and it'll cost you $20,000. Everything will be great." The old man said, "Well, do you have anything else to offer?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, in this case over here, I have the brains of a doctor." Said, "I could transplant this in your head. Everything would be great. Cost you $40,000. And the old man said, "Well, do you have anything else?" And he said, "Oh, yeah. In this case over here, I have the brains of an alcoholic." He said, "I could transplant this in your head. Everything will be great. It'll cost you $100,000. And the old man said, "Well, I can't figure this deal out. $20,000 for the attorney's brain, $40,000 for the doctor's brain, and $100,000 for an alcoholic brain?" The surgeon said, "Well, hell yes, man. It's brand new. It's never been used before." So, I think most of us will go to the grave with about 50,000 miles left on the original warranty that we probably never did get around to using it. If we're going to talk about the big book, which of course we are this weekend, it's always good to continue talking about the history of the book. And John did a great job a while ago. And we want to talk also just a little bit about the history of the book, because if we can really see some of the things that went behind the writing of the book, and see some of the things that Bill and Bob and that first 100 had to do in order to recover, talk a little bit about that. It's going to make it easier to understand the book itself. So what we like to do is go immediately to the forward to the second edition, and we go to the last paragraph on that page, and let's look at just a little bit of the history behind the book.
That's Roman numeral page 15, XV. And there's a little formula that Bill uses in all of his writings, not only in the big book, but anything that he writes. If you can accept this and understand this, why it helps you understand all of Bill's writings. He does the same things over and over and over. The first thing he does is he describes the problem. He'll tell us what the problem is. He'll give us a solution to that problem. Then he'll give us a practical program of action to implement the solution that he just described. He does that over and over and over again. So keeping that in mind when you're reading things written by Bill, you can understand a lot more about it. But the last paragraph on page Roman numeral 15, he said the spark that was to flare into the first AA group was struck at Akron, Ohio in June 1935 during a talk between a New York stockbroker and an Akron physician.
Now, we know this New York stockbroker to be this fellow named Bill Wilson. I think we're treating Bill pretty good when we call him a New York stockbroker. He really was a New York City stock speculator. He made his living out of selling fast talking to slow thinking people. We don't want to take anything away from Bill. He was a great man. But we all need to realize that he's a real alcoholic, just like all the rest of us. And understanding that, it makes it easier to understand the book because Bill is the primary author of the book. The Akron physician is this fellow named Dr. Bob Smith.
Now, 6 months earlier, the broker had been relieved of his drink obsession by a sudden spiritual experience following a meeting with an alcoholic friend who'd been in contact with the Oxford groups of that day.
A little later on, when we get into Bill's story, we're going to see where this alcoholic friend, a fellow named Ebby Thatcher, came to visit with Bill in Bill's kitchen in the latter part of November of 1934. And he sat down with Bill, and he gave Bill what turned out to be two vital pieces of information. He said, Bill, people like you and I, who have become absolutely powerless over alcohol, if we're going to recover from that condition, we're going to have the aid of a power greater than ourselves. And he said, I've been attending meetings with a group of people called the Oxford Groupers, and they told me that if I could have a vital spiritual experience, that during that vital spiritual experience I would find a power greater than human power, and I would be able to recover from alcoholism. He said they also outlined for me a practical program of action. And they guaranteed me if I would follow that program of action, I would find a power greater than human power, I would have the spiritual experience, and I would be able to recover from alcoholism. And he said, look at me, Bill. It's been 2 months since I've had a drink. And this made quite an impression on Bill, because Bill knew about Ebby, and he knew how Ebby drank. And he knew that if Ebby was staying sober, some power greater than human power had to be working in Ebby's life. In essence, what Ebby gave Bill was first the solution to alcoholism, the finding of the power greater than human power through the vital spiritual experience, and he gave him the program of action necessary in order to be able to find that solution. So two of the things that Bill needed and had to know came to him from Ebby Thatcher through the Oxford groups.
He'd also been greatly helped by the late Dr. William B. Silkworth, a New York specialist in alcoholism, who is now counted no less than a medical saint by AA members, and whose story of the early days of our society appears in the next pages. From this doctor, the broker learned the grave nature of alcoholism. Also, when we get into Bill's story, we're going to see where he was placed in the town's hospital in the summer of 1933 to be withdrawn from alcohol by Dr. Silkworth. And after his mind cleared a bit to where he could hear and understand things, Dr. Silkworth sat down with him and began to explain to Bill his ideas about this thing called alcoholism. And he said, Bill, I do not believe that alcoholism is a matter of willpower. I do not believe that it's moral character. And he said, I don't think sin's got anything to do with it. He said, I really believe that people like you are suffering from an illness.
And he said it's a very peculiar illness because it's a twofold illness. He said it's an illness of the body as well as an illness of the mind. And he said, it's been my experience with people like you, and through that experience I've come to believe that you guys are suffering from what we call an allergy to alcohol. He said, whenever you put alcohol into your system, something happens to you that doesn't happen to normal people. He said, I believe that when you put any alcohol whatsoever into your body, it produces an actual physical craving that demands more of the same. And he said that physical craving is so strong that it's impossible for you to have a drink or two and then stop drinking. After you once start, that craving is so strong, it overcomes your ability to control the amount you're going to take, and you end up drunk every time, over and over and over. He said, also, I believe people like you have developed what we call an obsession of the mind. He said an obsession of the mind is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. He said an obsession of the mind is an idea that is so strong it can make you believe something that's not true. And he said the great obsession of every alcoholic is someday, somehow, we're going to be able to beat the game. Someday, somehow, we'll be able to find a way to drink and not get drunk. And he said that obsession is so strong, it'll make you believe that it's okay to drink. And based on the idea that this time it's going to be different, this time I'm not going to get drunk, you'll take a drink of alcohol. And that will trigger the allergy, and you'll end up drunk again over and over and over. He said you can no longer safely drink because of the body, nor can you keep from drinking because of the mind. And he said if you can't drink and you can't stay sober, then you've become absolutely powerless over alcohol. And for the first time in his life, Bill Wilson understood what his problem was. You see, he always thought it was weak will. He always thought it was moral character. He always thought it was sin. Why would he not? That's what everybody had told him up until that time. But when Dr. Silkworth explained to him his ideas about the allergy and obsession, for the first time, Bill understood what his problem really was. And he said to himself, now that I know what's wrong with me, I won't have to drink anymore. Self-knowledge will fix it. We know that shortly after that, when Bill left that town's hospital, it wasn't too long before his mind told him it's okay to drink. And Bill took a drink and triggered the allergy, drank for almost a full year. In the summer of 1934, he was back in the town's hospital for withdrawal from alcohol again. So self-knowledge didn't do him any good. This time, Dr. Silkworth pronounced him incurable and told Bill's wife, Lois, unless you hire a bodyguard to protect this guy, or unless you lock him up somewhere, he's either going to die during DTs or he's going to become absolutely insane. And Bill said he overheard that, and he said fear sobered him up for a bit. He left the town's hospital on Armistice Day, 1934. His mind told him it was okay to drink. He took a drink, triggered the allergy, and couldn't stop drinking. It is only when Abby came to see him in the latter part of November that Bill not only knew the problem, but now he knew the solution, and he knew the program of action necessary to recover from alcoholism. And based on these three pieces of information, we'll see in Bill's story when and how he recovered from alcoholism.
Abby began to take Bill to the Oxford group meetings. And our book says, though he could not accept all the tenets of the Oxford group, he was convinced of the need of moral inventory, confession of personality defects, restitution to those harmed, helpfulness to others, and the necessity of, belief in, and dependence upon God, which were the tenets of the Oxford group, which later on Bill expanded some of those into the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And one of the things that Bill liked about the Oxford movement was that helping other people that had the same problem that you did. Bill really liked that. So Bill set about to help a lot of other people to get sober. He would go down in the gutters, and he'd sing those people up out of the gutters and take them to those Oxford group meetings. He would go into the bars and pull them off the bar stool and take them to most of them didn't want to go. But Bill was taking them anyhow. And it was helping him stay sober, you see. And after about 6 months of this activity, he went to Lois one night and said, Lois, nobody seems to want what I have. She said, yeah, I know that, Bill. Said, but you're staying sober. So why don't you go talk to Dr. Silkworth and see what he has to say? So he went to talk to Dr. Silkworth. Said, Dr. Silkworth, I've been trying to help these people stay sober, and none of them seem to want what I have. And he said, yeah, I've heard about some of those shenanigans you're pulling out there on the streets with those drunks. They tell me about it. He said, why don't you do for them what I did for you? Why don't you talk to them about the illness of alcoholism? Explain to them, like I did with you on 3 occasions, about the physical allergy and the obsession of the mind. And maybe if they will accept that information, then you can talk to them about your great spiritual experience.
He said, Bill, every alcoholic I know has 2 questions. Number 1, why can't I drink without getting drunk like I used to? And number 2, why can't I stay sober now that I want to? And he said, if you will explain the exact nature of the illness, the physical allergy of the body, the obsession of the mind, you'll get their attention. And he said, after you get their attention, then you can talk to them about spirituality. But first, make sure they understand what the problem really is.
He said, now prior to his journey to Akron, the broker had worked hard with many alcoholics on the theory that only an alcoholic could help an alcoholic. But he succeeded only in keeping sober himself. Bill was staying sober, trying to help other people stay sober. He knew that. The broker had gone to Akron on a business venture, which had collapsed, leaving him greatly in fear that he might drink again. He suddenly realized that in order to save himself, he must carry his message to another alcoholic. That alcoholic turned out to be the Akron physician. Bill went to New York to engage in a proxy fight to take over this really, he called it a plum of a company called the Akron Tool and Machine Company. And they were doing business with all the 3 big tire manufacturers of that time. It was a real nice piece of business. And Bill was engaging in a proxy fight to take over that company. And had he won that proxy fight, he would have been set on his feet financially. Lois would have gotten out of that department store she was working in for $30 a week, supporting him and all the other drunks. So he was really interested in doing that. But the proxy fight failed. And now he's back in his hotel room in the Mayflower Hotel. I can just see Bill pacing back and forth. He didn't have enough money to pay his hotel bill. He didn't have enough money to really get drunk on. And he was wondering what he was going to do. What am I going to do? Sad and depressed, upset because proxy fight fell through, which he knew he was going to make. He just didn't know what he was going to do. Desperate. He heard the tinkle of the glasses in the bar. And this is a real miracle for me. He thought, well, maybe I'll go in there and strike up a conversation. He said, no, if I do that, I'll take a drink. He said, I remember those drunks back in New York when I was working with drunks. I felt better and I didn't want to drink. Maybe I ought to find me another drunk to work with. And I think about that situation quite a bit. And it's like this. If it was up to me, do I go in the bar and have a drink, or do I go help a drunk? I'm afraid you guys wouldn't be here. Because I'd have been in that bar drinking as sure as heck. But there's one of those little miracles. We talk about seconds and inches in AA. And there it was right there. He made the decision to go help some drunks. He got on the phone, got him some nickels, and got on the phone and began to call people up, asking if they knew of a drunk. The church directory, I've been there, I've seen that. The church directory going down the list of all those people wanted to know that they knew of a drunk that he could help. Finally, he got down there toward the end. And we always say in AA, God's grace is sufficient. He's about to run out of nickels. He got down there toward the end, and he got a hold of Walter Tunks. And he called him up and said, look, I'm a rum hound from New York, and I desperately need a drunk to talk to try to help me stay sober. And Walter Tunks said, well, I don't know of any drunks, but I know someone who does know. Her name is Henrietta Seiberling. She was a member of the Oxford group. And he gave her her number, and he called her up and said, I'm a rum hound from New York, and I need somebody to help me to stay sober. I need a drunk to talk to you. Do you know of any? She said, yes, I do. As a matter of fact, just this week we prayed at our Oxford group meeting that we'd find a solution for Dr. Bob's problem. And she considered this the solution, the answer to their prayer. Come on over. She called up Ann Smith and said, Ann, we've got this fellow in New York, an answer to our prayers. He seemed to have a solution for alcoholism. Bring old Dr. Bob over here and we'll have him talk with this fellow. She said, well, I can't bring him over there today. You know, it's Mother's Day, and he brought in this potted plant. set it on the table, and I'm afraid he's potted underneath the table. So they made a date for the next day at 5 o'clock. And the next morning, Dr. Bob wakes up, hungover, feeling bad, She said, Dr. Bob, we're going to go over and see Henrietta this afternoon and talk to a fellow from New York who seems to have a solution for alcoholism. And he said, I'm not going. I feel too bad. I'm not going. She said, oh, yeah, you are. And you know how that goes. He said, I'm not going. She said, oh, yes, you are. I'm not. Well, finally he said, all right, I'll go over there and I'll say 15 minutes. That's it. No more. I feel so bad. So they went over there at 5 o'clock and to meet for 15 minutes, no more. And later on, we find that Bill and Bob sat there and talked for more than 5 hours. And later on in some of his writings, he said, this is the first man that I'd ever met that really knew what he was talking about when it come to talking about alcoholism. He explained to him the nature of the illness of alcoholism.
Bill was surprised to find out that Dr. Bob was already a member of the Oxford groups. He already knew the solution, the need for the power greater than human power. He already knew the program of action, but he'd never been able to apply it in his life to the depth necessary to recover, because you see, he didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought alcoholism was a matter of willpower. He thought it was a matter of moral character and sin. Why would he not? That's what everybody had told him up until that point. But when Bill sat down with him, he did something he had never done before in trying to work with other alcoholics. He did talk to Dr. Bob about Dr. Bob's drinking. He said, let me tell you about my drinking. And he began to share his own experiences. And he began to talk about the fact that every time he took a drink, he would be unable to stop drinking. And he would end up drunk and sick every time. He said, I'd go in a bar just to have 1 or 2 drinks. And I may not get home that evening or the next evening or the next week. Dr. Bob said, my God, man, that's what's been happening to me. And Bill said, well, there's a doctor in New York City named Dr. Silkworth who explained to me that this is a physical allergy of the body. And because of that allergy, our body reacts differently than normal people. And alcohol produces a physical craving in our body, and it's impossible for us to stop after we once started. He talked about the obsession of the mind. He said, man, I've got all kinds of willpower. I've always been able to do anything that I want to do, but when it comes to alcohol, willpower seems to be non-existent. He said, I would swear off drinking one morning, and I might find myself in a bar that afternoon asking myself, how in the hell did I get here this time? And Dr. Bob said, my God, man, that's what's been happening to me. And Bill said, well, this same little doctor explained to me that this is an obsession of the mind. And because of that obsession of the mind, we cannot keep from drinking, period. And he said, I found out that I was absolutely powerless over alcohol. That if I couldn't drink without getting drunk and couldn't stay sober, then I'm certainly powerless over alcohol. And for the first time, Dr. Bob understood his problem. And the book says, this physician had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but had failed. But when the broker gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with a willingness he had never before been able to muster. He sobered never to drink again up to the moment of his death in 1950. This seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another, as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated a strenuous work one alcoholic with another was vital to permanent recovery, the two things that our whole fellowship are founded upon. You know, one alcoholic can affect another as no non-alcoholic could. And also, it shows that working with another alcoholic is vital for our own recovery. You know, Bill didn't go to see Dr. Bob to sober up Dr. Bob. Bill went to see Dr. Bob to keep Bill Wilson from drinking. And thank God Bill stayed sober and Dr. Bob did sober up. Hence, the two men set to work almost frantically upon alcoholics arriving in the ward of the Akron City Hospital. Their very first case, a desperate one, recovered immediately and became AA number 3.
It's Bill Dotson, the lawyer. You've seen that picture around the AA rooms of the man on the side of the bed. That kind of depicts Bill and Bob sitting there talking to Bill Dotson. And they sat down with Bill Dotson. A little bit later, I'm going to get into that, I'm sorry. But this ward of the Akron City Hospital, Bill and Bob was sitting one night at their home over there. And Dr. Bob said, Bill, if we're going to do this thing, we better get busy. He said, get busy doing what? He said, well, you said helping drunks would help us, and we need to get busy. He said, well, I don't know any drunks here in Akron, do you? And he said, well, no, not really, but I know the head nurse down at the Akron City Hospital. Surely she'll know of a drunk. So he called up the head nurse and said, do you have a drunk at the hospital that me and this fellow could come down and visit? And this fellow seemed to have a solution for alcoholism. And she said, well, Dr. Bob, have you tried this solution on yourself? She was quite aware of his drinking, although he didn't think so. So, oh, yeah, she said, I've got a corker here, blacked the eyes of a couple of guys, a couple of nurses already, and he's a corker. We got him strapped down in the ward. And some of y'all who are older, you know about a ward in a hospital. That's where at the end of the hallway they put some screens around people who can't afford to be in the hospital in a private room or semi-private room. They call them the ward. And if it looked like you're going to die, they'll take you off the ward and put you in a private room so you can die with a little dignity. So he said, well, take this fellow off the ward and put him in a private room. Well, they put Bill Dotson in a private room, and he was quite aware of this thing, I'm going to die. So Bill and Bob went down there and sat down with him and began to talk to him. And this time they didn't talk to him about Bill Dotson's drinking. They sat down and talked about their own drinking. And he began to identify, this identification process. He began to identify. I said, yes, I drink just like you fellas. I do the same thing you guys do. You guys really do know about this drinking business, don't you? And he became AA number 3. The next day, he sitting there, and his wife come in and said, honey, he said, get my clothes. I'm getting out of here, and I'm going to do what those two fellas did. I'm going to go do what they did. They're staying sober, and I want to stay sober too. He never had another drink.
Now, this makes 3 guys there in the summer of 1935. All 3 of them have recovered from alcoholism, and all 3 of them know and have done certain things. They all 3 know what the problem is. They all 3 know what the solution is. And all 3 of them had applied the program of action and recovered from alcoholism. Now, our book tells us this work at Akron continued through the summer of 1935. There were many failures, but there was an occasional heartening success. We look back at that particular period of time. These guys really didn't have any idea what they were doing. They would try different things, and if it worked, they would retain it, and if it didn't work, they would get rid of it and discard it and try something else. And they did many, many things during the summer of 1935 trying to help other alcoholics. One of Dr. Bob's favorite things was to fill them up with sauerkraut juice mixed with honey. The sauerkraut juice had vitamins and things in it he knew the body needed, and the honey made it possible for him to drink the damn stuff, And every once in a while, one of these guys would fall over dead. And I almost see Bill turn to Bob and say, oh, hell, let's don't do that again. Let's try something different next time. We give Bill and Bob and the first 100 credit. But sometimes I think we need to stop and give credit to those that they failed with. They probably learned more from their failures than they did for their successes. When the broker returned to New York in the fall of 1935, the first AA group had actually been formed, though no one realized it at the time. Getting close to the fall of the year, and Bill began to say, I need to go back to New York City. Lois is back there working in that department store. I need to get back there and start making a little money and get my life in order. And he left behind him just a few individuals that were sober that were actually members of the Oxford group. There was no AA at that time. Now, the Oxford groupers always had a problem with the alcoholics. The Oxford groupers, they were more interested in helping out the more elite members of society.
That trickle-down thing.
Yeah, like maybe help out the mayor, and maybe help out the governor, and maybe help out the president. They were really not into this idea of sobering up drunks. Besides the drunks would go to the Oxford group meetings, and they would smoke cigarettes and drink coffee and drop ashes on the floor, and tell dirty jokes. So the Oxford groupers were not too crazy about the alcoholics. The alcoholics were not too crazy about the Oxford groupers because they kept speaking in religious terms that the alcoholics didn't like. And they had a thing called the Four Absolutes, where you were to practice absolute love, absolute honesty, absolute purity, and absolute unselfishness. The drunks were having a hell of a time being absolute anything except drunks. So to separate themselves from the regular Oxford groupers, they called themselves the drunk squad of the Oxford group. That's what Bill left behind him in 1935. By late 1937, the number of members having substantial sobriety time behind them was sufficient to convince the membership that a new light had entered the dark world of the alcoholic. You see, a second small group had promptly taken shape at New York. When Bill went back there, he began to apply there what he had tried with Dr. Bob, and he began to talk to people about the problem first. And so sure enough, some people began to sober up. Another little group had started up in Cleveland, Ohio. Besides, there were scattered alcoholics who had picked up the basic ideas in Akron or New York and were trying to form AA groups in other cities. So now we're into the summertime of 1937.
They began to see that a new light had entered the dark world of the alcoholic. They began to think maybe, possibly, they had a solution for this thing called alcoholism, but just beginning to see that it was working that way. Bill went back to Akron after some time, and they counted the heads in Akron and New York for those people that they knew were staying sober. There was something around 40 people. And they began to think, well, what are we going to do with this thing now? The message was never to keep it to themselves. The idea was to share it with other people. And how best to do that was the beginning of the idea. What are we going to do with this thing now that we have this solution to alcoholism? Well, it says it was now time the struggling Zeus thought to place their message and unique experience before the world. They had a meeting one night, one of the first group conscious meetings at the home of T. Henry Williams and his wife Clarice, who had dedicated their home to spiritual movements. And they had that meeting that night, and there were some 18 people there. And they made 3 decisions that night. One decision they was going to make was they needed hospitals, stretching all the way across the U.S. and Canada. Every city we should have a hospital for alcoholics.
Dr. Bob was probably going to be the head doctor.
Yeah. And they said, well, we need people to hire and train and call them missionaries who will go out and spread themselves all the way around the country and Canada, carrying this message of these recovery centers so people would come to the recovery center and to get sober in these recovery centers. And I suppose Bill was going to be the head missionary, from what I could tell. And by the way, they didn't have any money, but they were sure talking a lot about doing all this.
See, we're right in the midst of the Depression now. Nobody's got a dime.
Yeah.
But we can certainly see the grandiose ideas of we alcoholics.
Yeah. Another thought came to them and said, well, what we really need to do is to publish a book. And by the way, there was a time before television, and books were very, very popular then in those days. Some of you new people don't know this, but there was time before television. And books were very good and very prosperous. They could make good money on them. They thought they'd write that book, get money to fund the hospitals and the missionaries, and everything would be wonderful. So besides that, their little message that they were carrying from word of mouth, one to the other, was getting garbled and embellished a little bit. That means lying about, how we sometimes do that. And they said, before we ruin and water this message down, we better write it down in the black and white for the future of people to come along. And they agreed to do that. So this determination bore fruit in the spring of 1939 by the publication of this volume, that one over there. The membership had then reached about 100 men and women. After they wrote the book, or the first couple of chapters, they decided, well, now that we have this book, now that we have this book written, well, we need to, that happens once in a while. Now that we got this book written, we need to name the book. And if you're going to have a book, you got to name it. John went over some of that earlier. We're going to call it The Way Out. Found there's 12 or 13 titles called The Way Out. Somebody said, well, let's call it Comes the Dawn. Now that sounds like a pretty good name for a book, Comes the Dawn. Somebody else said, let's call it 100 Men. Now, boy, doesn't that sound good, guys? 100 men, yay. But then a woman joined the group. Well, they couldn't call it 100 men and a woman, so they discarded that. Bill said, let's call it the Bill W. movement, and they discarded that after about 5 minutes. And this is a story that I heard about somebody had brought a nut to the meeting that night from a nut house, and he was kind of drooling a little Thorazine or something like that, and sitting over in the corner and mumbling around. And finally he said, Anonymous Alcoholics, Alcoholics Anonymous. Mumbled that off. And that kind of took hold. And I said, yeah, we'll call this Alcoholics Anonymous. And so I think that's rather apropos, don't you? There's a nut from a nut house named Alcoholics Anonymous. So the very first Alcoholics Anonymous that the world had ever known was a book entitled Alcoholics Anonymous. And from it, in that book, they described how the first 100 men and women recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body to show us precisely how they have recovered is the main purpose of this book. So the very first AA that the world has ever known was a book called Alcoholics Anonymous.
Now, the fledgling society, which had been nameless, now began to call themselves Alcoholics Anonymous from the title of the book. So in 1939, just like today, we have 2 Alcoholics Anonymouses. One of them is a book that contains the story of how the first 100 recovered from alcoholism. And it gives the same information that first 100 had to have. It tells us what the problem is. It tells us what the solution is. And it gives us the program of action necessary to find that solution. Now that is in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. The other is a fellowship of men and women, 100 at that time, who had done those things that the book said to do, because it was from their knowledge and their experience that the book was written. So in 1939, there was no difference between the program in the book and the program in the fellowship. Those in the fellowship had practiced the program in the book. Now, the book began to go out across the country. And part of the great growth of AA came from the book itself. Because the first person out here in California got a copy of this book, read it, studied it, did what it said to do, and recovered from alcoholism and started an AA group. The first one in Texas did the same thing. The first one in Wyoming, the first one in Florida, the first one all over the country got a copy of the book, read it, studied, did what it said, recovered from alcoholism, and started an AA meeting. Now, as AA began to get bigger and bigger and bigger, they began to notice something that the first 100 really didn't have. They began to notice the great strength and power that comes from large numbers of people gathering together who have recovered from the same problem. Tremendous amount of power amongst a fellowship of people that have all had the same common problem. And as time went by, people began to question the need for the severity of the program in the book. And they began to say such things as, do we really need to turn our entire will and life over to the care of God as we understood Him? Couldn't we just give Him the alcohol and we'll keep the rest? Do we really have to share all of our life story with God and another human being? God already knows about it, and it's nobody else's business. Do we need to try to get rid of all of our character defects? Hell, how will we make a living if we get rid of all of our character defects? You mean we've got to make amends to all those people we've harmed, even though they harmed us too? And you begin to hear such things as, well, maybe we don't need to do everything that it says to do to the level that it says to do it. Maybe we can take what we want and leave the rest in the book and everything will be okay. And immediately the program in the fellowship began to become watered down. Then came the great advent of the treatment centers. Now, please do not misunderstand this. We have nothing against treatment centers. They serve a very useful purpose. But in order for a treatment center, in most cases, to charge the amount of money that they charge, in most treatment centers, they're going to have to talk about a lot of things other than just the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. And the people from the treatment centers then begin to come into AA. And we begin to hear terminology in AA that we'd never heard before. You know, we begin to hear about chemical dependency. We begin to hear about dual dependency. We begin to hear about polyaddiction. We begin to hear about dysfunctional sex. We begin to hear about significant others. And people in AA begin to discuss those things rather than the program in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. And as time went by, the program and the fellowship got weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. Now, the number of people involved got bigger, but the fellowship got weaker and weaker and weaker until even today. You know, you go into some AA meetings, and if they didn't read the preamble before the meeting, you wouldn't know you were in an AA meeting, because they talk about everything except alcoholism and recovery therefrom. They don't want to talk about the significant others and the dysfunctional sex and all the various other different things. We call those group depression meetings. You know, they talk about everything except alcoholism and recovery therefrom. So what we're going to do this weekend, we're not going to talk about the program and the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous at all, because it varies from group to group to group, from state to state to state, from country to country to country. What we're going to talk about is the program in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, which has never been changed from the time it appeared in April of 1939. And thank God we see more and more and more groups moving back into the program contained in the book Alcoholics Anonymous rather than the program that they've been using throughout the fellowship all over the world to a certain extent. Joe?
One of the things I've noticed in AA from one side of this country to the other, and that is that people are looking for solutions. We know the problem. I know how to drink. Do you? Those of you who have lived with us, you know about drinking too, don't you? What we need to know is about staying sober and living sober and applying these things to our life. I need solutions, not problems. You know, in Roman numeral page 19 of this book, that's XIX, the last line, it says, while the internal difficulties of our adolescent period were being ironed out, public acceptance of AA grew by leaps and bounds. For this, there were two principal reasons: the large number of recoveries and reunited homes. These made their impressions everywhere. Of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, 50% got sober at once and remained that way. 25% sobered up after some relapses. Among the remainder, those who stayed on with AA showed improvement. Other thousands came to a few AA meetings at first decided they didn't want the program, but great numbers of these, about 2 out of 3, began to return as time passed. I don't know about your math, but my math says that's 75% ultimately. And I don't think in my area, I don't know about your area, we can't even fantasize about 75%. Can't fantasize or talk about 50%. Not even 25%. We may be less than 5%. And I think the main reason for that decline in recoveries is primarily we've watered the program down. And we've going into all these other discussion matters, and the recovery rate has decreased in value. Now, 1958, Bill Wilson wrote this little pamphlet here, and I think everybody in AA ought to read it and be familiar with it. He discusses many things, 1958, and it's called Problems Other Than Alcohol by Bill Wilson. I didn't write it, neither did Charlie. Bill Wilson wrote it. And on the third page, right here, I'm going to read what he said. He said, sobriety, freedom from alcohol, through the teaching and practice of the 12 steps, is the sole purpose of an AA group. What did that say? I have to read that again. Sobriety, freedom from alcohol through the teaching and practice of the 12 steps is the sole purpose of an AA group. It is the only purpose, is to stay sober and help other people achieve sobriety through the practice and teaching of the 12 steps. That's what an AA group's purpose is, nothing else. Now, he said that. And I believe, and I know this to be a fact in my own experience, if we get back to practicing the teaching of the 12 steps in our group, the recovery rate will go up. Probably never get up as high as 75%, but certainly improve our own sobriety and those other people who come into AA. Now, we're through preaching for the weekend. I'm not going to preach no more.
No preaching no more.
That's it. I hope you don't believe that.
Now, how did this mess come about that we found ourselves in? You know, a lot of the old-timers like to blame this problem on the newcomer. And they say, well, the newcomer comes in here and they want to talk about everything except alcoholism. And we can't identify with those new people, and we're just going to stay home. Now, when an old-timer does that, then they've abdicated their responsibility for AA. They've turned it over to the sickest of the sickest, who are the newcomers, and then they stand back and say, look at what those guys are doing to our AA. No, it's not the newcomer's fault. The newcomer comes into AA, they talk about whatever it is they know to talk about. And if they come out of a treatment center, they're going to have some language that is really not a part of AA. And I think it's up to the old-timer to stand up and say, look, that stuff you learned out there is probably good information, but has nothing to do with AA. Here's the AA program. And we start talking about the program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous and help them be able to work this program so that they can recover from alcoholism also. And that's our responsibility. That's not the responsibility of the new person. And I'm like Joe, we travel around the country enough to see where groups have gone back to the basics, back to the fundamental program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. Then many, many people are beginning to recover more so than what they have been here lately. And I think really we're talking about sponsorship. And I heard John during his session, out at the end of it, say that's one of the things we're lacking in AA is real sponsorship. Somewhere we got the idea that if we pick a fellow up and take him to an AA meeting, we're sponsoring him. Hell, anybody can do that. A taxi driver can do that. You know, those who have recovered from alcoholism through the program of Alcoholics Anonymous can help the next person recover from alcoholism through the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, which brings up the word teaching. And one of the pet phrases I heard for years at AA is, well, you can't teach. Well, I don't know why you can't teach. Teaching is nothing more than transference of information from one mind or a group of minds through the written word or some other means to the mind of another human being. Mm-hmm. And that person then, their knowledge has been increased. We all teach every day. We're all being taught every day. And those of us that have been able to recover from alcoholism through our program can certainly teach and help the next person recover. We can't make them do it. We can't force them to do it, but we can certainly help them to do so. And that's what real sponsorship is. And thank God our fellowship is moving back into that. We see it more and more and more all around the country, everywhere we go. People coming to us today are desperately looking for solutions to their problem. And if they don't understand the solution, if they don't know the solution, and they don't have people to help them with a solution, then they're not going to recover from alcoholism. And we're going to challenge each one of you this weekend that when you leave here this weekend to go back to your home group and see how closely your home group is teaching and practicing the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous based upon the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. And if your home group isn't doing that, then we suggest you might try to talk them into it. Or maybe even start another group. You know, this thing really does work.
You know, we all have problems other than alcohol, and I did too. But those problems that I have other than alcohol are reserved for me and my sponsor on a one-on-one basis. There's a lot of things I don't talk about in an AA group because there's people of the opposite sex there, and I respect them too much to talk about some of the things that I need to talk to my sponsor about. That's where I can get down to the nitty-gritty and talk with my sponsor one-on-one. A lot of those things I don't need to be talking about in open forum with a bunch of people, men and women. One-on-one, back and forth to my sponsor.
Okay, now that we know a little bit about the history of the book, let's go look at the table of contents. And let's see if our book isn't laid out in just exactly the same sequence that Bill and Bob and the first 100 had to follow in order to be able to recover from alcoholism. We're going to put a picture up here on the screen, and you've got some handout sheets now that will match what we have up here on the screen. If you're way back in the back, you may not be able to see the screen too good, but you've got the picture in front of you in your handout sheets. And I'll ask one of these fellows right over there by that projector to reach up there and hit that thing. Yeah, good.
It says Big Book Goals is the one we want to put on. You know, you look at the table of contents, and if you're like me, I mean, I was in a printing business all my life, and I printed books like this, published books like this. I was a publisher. And I've sat in many, many meetings about books and the nomenclature of a book and how they're laid out and why they're this way and why they're that way. It never dawned on me when I come to AA. I must have had a little brain damage. But when I come to AA, it never dawned on me that this book was laid out in any particular fashion. The way I thought was a bunch of old drunks wrote it, so what would they know about a book? Well, come to find out, somebody had an awful lot of knowledge about how to lay out a book. For instance, this book has 3 basic goals in it. The first goal of this textbook is to tell us what the problem is. That's the first thing we need to know. That's the first thing Bill needed to know. Well, what is this problem? And we learn from the doctor's opinion and Bill's story about the problem. That's what the goal 1 of the problem is. The doctor's opinion and Bill's story. So we can identify with another human being about the problem. The second goal is the solution. Once we see and understand the problem, then we need a solution for it. See, Bill knew what the problem was, but he didn't have a solution for it. And Dr. Silkworth didn't have a solution for it either, other than just don't drink. But here, he gives us a solution. In chapter 2, he says there's a solution. He describes that. And he knew that we weren't going to like that solution any more than he did. Remember, he was aghast at the solution that Debbie brought him. He knew we were going to be aghast also. So he wrote down chapter 3 more about alcoholism, more about what might happen to us unless we accept the solution that was described. And he knew the solution had to do about God and the talk of God. He knew we were going to be just like him. So he wrote down a chapter called We Agnostics to help us get over some of those old ideas that we brought into here. Gnostic means knowledge, by the way. You put the ag in front of it, means without. Those are us who are without knowledge. It's what the chapter We Agnostics are about. Or at least the knowledge that I had was that of a 7-year-old boy when I got here. Because I got big enough that I told them if I ever got big enough they couldn't catch me, I wasn't going to church anymore. So when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the spiritual knowledge of a 7-year-old boy. So I needed some other knowledge. So he gave that to me in the chapter We Agnostic. And the third goal is the action necessary for recovery. And chapter 5, how it works. It begins with step 3, by the way, which means they took the doctor's opinion, the first 4 chapters do steps 1 and 2. And then chapter 6 called into action. Now this is not into thinking, it's into action. Action is a magic word in Alcoholics Anonymous. And then once we've had this spiritual experience and once we've recovered from alcoholism, it says chapter 7, working with others. So this book is laid out in a specific manner to bring about certain ideas. 1 chapter leading to the next, 1 paragraph leading to the next, 1 line leading to the next. Precisely how they have recovered is the main purpose of this book. And these chapters are laid out precisely how to do that.
You know, I'm always amused when people talk about going to a 12-step study meeting, and they're always referring to the 12 and 12. But we had a book that contained the 12 steps long before the 12 and 12 was ever written. And the big book is laid out in just exactly that same sequence that Bill and the rest had to know in order to recover. The first thing you have to do to recover from any problem of any kind is you got to understand the problem. Because if you don't understand the problem, then you're always trying the wrong solution, and you get bad results. And we alcoholics never understood the problem of alcoholism until Dr. Silkworth gave it to Bill, and Bill put it in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous along with his story. So really, when we're looking at the doctor's opinion and Bill's story, we're looking at step one. You know, if we were to boil step one down to just one word, we would say we are powerless. And we're going to be able to see why we're powerless in the doctor's opinion and Bill's story. Now, if you're powerless, then obviously the answer is going to lie within power. And chapter 2, 3, and 4 gives us the information necessary to be able to accept step 2. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Now, if our problem is powerless, the answer lies within power, then the only other thing you have to know is how do you find that power? In chapters 5, 6, and 7 deal with steps 3 through 12. And those of us that have found the power, the spiritual awakening, we can go back and help the next newcomer find the power. So the big book, anytime you're reading anything from the doctor's opinion through the first 164 pages, you're reading about a step. And we actually saw that in the book. Then it becomes really a fascinating book to be able to see this idea and follow up on it. And see how one chapter dovetails and fits in just exactly with the next chapter. And to see how certain chapters of the book are designed to give us the steps themselves. And then it becomes a fascinating book to read it and study it. In fact, even to see how one paragraph goes right into the next paragraph to the next paragraph. Now, with what they are doing to us through these chapters, they are teaching us how they recovered from alcoholism. Then those of us that can accept these ideas and do what they did, then we can expect recovery from alcoholism just like they had it too. Fascinating thing when you really start looking at it.
When you get this information that Charlie's talking about right now, this big book comes alive. It just jumps off of the page at you, right into your head, because we can see how it's all laid out. I used to read it kind of like this. I'd read chapter 3 for a little bit. So all that don't apply to me. I go up and see Bill's story. I said, what's an old man like him got to tell me, and jump over that. And I read a story in the back there, so I don't understand. Oh, this guy, I kind of identify with that. You know, I'm just jumped around all over the place. But to have a beginning point, a point in this book, to realize that these chapters are written in a certain sequence to bring about certain ideas, one chapter to the next, to the next, to the next. This book came alive to me, and I could see it as plain as I'm looking at it today. It's very fascinating.
You know, example of that in my own life just recently. In my office, in my home, I've got a damn water leak. And every time it rains, some water leaks in. Now, I get up on the roof. My problem is the fact that I've got a leaking roof. But I get up on the roof and I try to find that water leak, and I can't find the damn thing. I've tried 4 or 5 different solutions, and so far none of them have worked. Until I'm able to really see the problem and where that leak is and where that water's coming from, I can't solve that problem because I keep taking the wrong actions. But if I ever find the damn leak, then I'll take the right actions, and the damn thing will stop leaking too. See, that's true with all problems. I don't care what they are. First thing you got to do is understand the problem before you can determine the proper solution. And after you determine the proper solution, then you can take the proper program of action and get the results that you're after. That's exactly what our book does. Let's go to the preface for just a few minutes. Roman numeral 11, I believe.
Second paragraph.
Because this book has become the basic text for our society and has helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched in the course of revisions made for both the second and the third, and now the fourth edition. I think there's two ideas we need to look at. Number one, because it's become the basic text for our society. And we see the word text, I think we're alerted to the type book we have in front of us. All kind of books in the world today. There's novels, novels written on fact, and some novels written on fiction. There's biographies and autobiographies. There's concordances. We could name lots of kind of books. But we all know what a textbook is. Now, some of us, our memories of textbooks are not too fond because we remember them from school.
Every time I
We had
see
to
the word,
read and study when we didn't want to, and we had to take tests when we didn't want to. Always a possibility of failure. So many of us have an aversion.
every time I think of textbook, I think of cheating. I don't know why that is.
But a textbook in its simplest form is nothing in the world except a way to teach, a way to transfer information from the mind of one human being or a group of human beings through the written word in the textbook to the mind of another human being, thereby increasing the knowledge of the one who's being taught. Let's take a textbook on mathematics as an example. And let's say my friend Joe here knows nothing at all about mathematics. He can't add, he can't subtract, he can't do any of those things. Oh, he can count. He can probably count to 21 if he's got everything where it belongs. I imagine he could.
20 and a half, actually.
And I walked up to Joe with a textbook on mathematics, and I say, Joe, I want you to go to chapter 5 and work the algebra problems. Now, Joe, being a good fellow, he'll go to chapter 5 and look at it, but he doesn't have any idea what to do. It's just a bunch of marks on paper as far as he's concerned. But if I say, Joe, this textbook, chapter 1, deals with the value of numbers in addition and subtraction. And if you read it and study it and ask questions and let me help you, by the time you're through with chapter 1, you'll be able to add and subtract. And sure enough, he learns how to do that. And then I say, now that you know how to add and subtract, you can go to chapter 2 and you can learn how to multiply and divide. And sure enough, he does that. And I say, now that you know how to multiply and divide, you can go to chapter 3 and you can learn about fractions and decimals. And sure enough, he does that. And gradually we lead him through the book, preparing his mind for the algebra problems in chapter 5. I think one of the greatest mistakes being made in AA today is a newcomer walks in the door, we hand them a copy of the big book, and we say, go to chapter 5 and do what it says, and you'll be okay. And the newcomer goes to chapter 5 and opens it up, and he sees nothing in the world but a series of algebra problems. You know, step 1 said we admitted we were powerless over alcohol. Our lives had become unmanageable. The newcomer said, hell, I'm not powerless over nothing. Step 2 said, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. The newcomer said, man, don't tell me I'm crazy. Yeah, I do stupid things when I'm drinking, but when I'm sober, I'm much like other people. Well, if you're not powerless and you're not nuts, then you don't need to be worrying about turning your will and your life over to care of something you don't understand in the first place. We present them with an impossible situation. If we can do nothing else this entire weekend, I hope we're going to be able to see the value of the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. They are designed to lead us to the algebra problems that we're going to find when we get into chapter 5. Because you see, chapter 5 starts with step 3. And it's very difficult to start with step 3 unless you got 1 and 2 behind you. Standard textbook theory. One idea leading to another idea, and gradually, the knowledge of the user of the book increases until they can use it for what it's designed to do. I think the other thing that is so important is because it's helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, the book has been left untouched in the course of revisions made for both the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th edition as far as the recovery section is concerned. You know, in 1955, the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous had begun to change quite radically. Bottom was coming up and up. age was coming down, down, and down. More and more women coming into AA. And they said those stories in the back of the book, which are there for the newcomer to identify with, no longer accurately reflect the membership of AA. We need to do something about that. And in 1956, they came out with a second edition. And all they did was they dropped some of the original stories and added some new stories into it. The recovery section remained the same. The same thing happened in 1976. They changed some stories again. Recovery section remained the same. Now then, the same thing has happened in the fourth edition. And I think we need to make every newcomer aware of the fact that this information you're reading in this book is the same identical information that the first 100 used in order to recover from alcoholism. I think that's the greatest miracle in AA. We're all miracles, but I think the greatest miracle is this book has been in production since 1939, and so far, collectively, we've never found it necessary to change the program of recovery in it, period. I wonder why.
It works.
Because it works, doesn't it? People come to me today and they say, man, we ought to change this book. We need to rewrite it. The language is that they used in 1939. We need to do this, we need to do that. I say, no. We don't need to change anything in this book. Because you see, alcoholics haven't changed. They're still doing the same thing today they did in 1939. They get drunk. They get in jailhouses and divorce courts and car wrecks. They get into knife fights and gun battles and penitentiaries and cemeteries. They're doing the same fun things today they did in 1939. Haven't changed a lick. Alcohol hasn't changed. Oh, they've changed the name of it. They've changed the colors of it. But alcohol is exactly the same thing today and has the same effect on alcoholics that it had in 1939. Human nature never changes. It's the same today as it was thousands of years ago. And those are the three things our book really deals with. With alcoholics, alcohol, and human nature is what our book really deals with. So it's not necessary to change it, period. Just as effective today as it has ever been in the past.
Let's go to the forward to the first edition. So this is the forward, that's on the Roman numeral page 13, XIII. This is the forward as it appeared in the first printing of the first edition in 1939. It says we, and that's the biggest word in Alcoholics Anonymous is we. We can do what I cannot do. And as we is used 16 times here in the forward to the first edition. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Two different things, mind and body. And a little bit later on tonight, we're going to separate the mind from the body. In the doctor's opinion, we're going to talk about them in great detail because we need to understand that the illness of alcoholism is of the mind and also it's of the body. To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. Anytime you see words in this book that are italicized, it's very, very important. Charlie calls them squiggly writing. Don't let him confuse you. They're italic. And it says, you're going to tell us precisely how we have recovered. Later on in our book, we're going to see words like specifically, exactly, with clear-cut directions. So we're going to talk about precisely, specifically, exactly, with clear-cut directions on how to recover from alcoholism. And guess what? If I want to recover from alcoholism, I need to do it precisely, specifically, exactly, with the clear-cut directions, or I may not recover from alcoholism. That's how important this is.
In the part that Joe just read, there's probably two ideas here we need to look at too. Number one, we are more than 100 men and women. Most books that I read have been authored by one person. And when I read a book that's authored by one person, if I see something there that I disagree with, I simply say, well, who in the hell are they to think they're smarter than I am? But if I do that with a big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, I'm not going to be arguing with one person. I'm going to be arguing with 100 people The first 40 told Bill, they said, Bill, we want you to write the book. You've been sober longer than anybody else has, at that time a little over 3 years. And they said, you know more about it than anybody else, so we want you to write it. But Bill, it's not to be your book, it's to be our book. And as you write those chapters, we want to see them. And we'll add to, we'll delete from, we'll change around, whatever we think's necessary. When we're through with it, it'll be the collective knowledge, experience, and wisdom of all 40 of us. Well, by 1939, that had changed to 100. So I must realize today that if I'm going to argue with the contents of this book, that I'm not arguing with just one person, I'm arguing with 100 people who have recovered from the same thing that's killing me as a practicing alcoholic. And that makes it a little harder for me to argue with it. And that brings up the word recovered. You know, there's a lot of people don't like to use the word recovered at all. And I've seen almost fist fights in AA over the word recovered and recovering. You know, but if you look very carefully at what this says, there's no problem with the word recovered. It says to show other alcoholics precisely how recovered is the main purpose of this book. They have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. You know, before I came to AA, I lived in a hopeless state of mind and body. I could not find a way to live without drinking alcohol. And I could not drink alcohol without getting drunk and in all kinds of trouble. And my life became an absolute living hell, a complete hopeless state of mind and body. I came to AA, and I worked a program in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm still an alcoholic. And I still can't drink without getting drunk and in all kinds of trouble. But by golly, I can stay sober. I've recovered from that hopeless condition of mind and body. I'll always be alcoholic, but I have recovered from alcoholism. And that's what the book is telling us. They recovered from that hopeless condition of mind and body. Now then, they're going to show us precisely how they recovered from that condition. And those of us that wish to follow the same precise program that they did, well, I think we can expect to get what they got, recovery from alcoholism. You know, it's kind of like making cake. Let's say we go to a potluck meeting somewhere in AA, and somebody's made a strawberry cake, and that's my favorite, you know. If you ever make me one, make it strawberry. I love it. And I bite into that strawberry cake at that potluck meeting, and it's just perfect. The texture's right, the taste is right, the moisture content's right. It's just perfection. And I say, who made this cake? Now, you being a good cook, you'd say, well, yeah, I made that cake. And I'd say, well, would you mind telling me how you did it? And you'll say, no, I'll be glad to. And you'll sit down and you'll write out for me a precise set of directions on how to make that cake. You'll tell me the ingredients to put in it. You'll tell me the quantity of the ingredients to put in it. You'll tell me the sequence in which to mix it together. You'll tell me the temperature at which to bake it. And you'll tell me how long to bake it. Now, if I take your directions in my kitchen and I follow them precisely as you have laid them out, when that thing comes out of the oven and cools off and I bite into it, I think I can expect it to taste exactly like your cake tasted. But if I take your directions in my kitchen and my keen intellectual alcoholic mind begins to work, I begin to say, well, now, I don't think it needs 2 cups of sugar. It ought to have 3 cups of sugar. I don't think it needs to be baked at 350. I'll bake it at 4 1/4. I don't think it needs to be baked for 18 minutes. I'm going to bake it for 30. When that thing comes out of the oven and cools off and I bite into it, sure, I'm going to be biting into a piece of cake. But I wonder how closely it would taste like your cake, which was my reason for making it in the first place. A precise, specific, clear-cut set of directions on how to recover from a hopeless condition of mind and body known as alcoholism.
That little marker you have, that little bookmark you have on your table, I was looking at that a while ago. The word recover is mentioned on 48 pages. I mean, I don't know why I got that out of there, but it did. That's how many times it's mentioned in the book, 48 times, 48 different pages. Spiritual means 40 different times, if I counted that correct. I don't know what that means. But this book goes on to say, that paragraph goes on to say, many do not comprehend that the alcoholic is a very sick person. And I don't know about you, but when I first came to my very first AA meeting, I stood in the back of the rooms and I leaned up against the wall and I looked down at my feet and I was ashamed to be there. Many do not comprehend that the alcoholic is a very sick person. I had no understanding about that. They didn't talk about alcoholism as an illness from the bars I went to, did you? So I didn't have any knowledge of the illness of alcoholism, but I thought it was a moral issue. I had become everything I detested in a human being. My first wife had filed for divorce on me 4 different times. My second wife, my current wife, I call her my current wife, keep her on her toes. By the way, she's been sober in AA now for 27 years, thank God. But we divorced 3 times. And she only admits, if she was here, she's no. She only admits to 2. But I've divorced her once and it wasn't even my turn. You see? So when I arrived in Alcoholics Anonymous, I didn't have any idea that I might be a very sick person. I thought I was a no good, rotten SOB. That's what they called me. She still called me that, though, by the way. Today it's sweet old boy, but it wasn't in those days. But
Most of the time, it's sweet old boy.
Yeah, most of the time. The way you get along with women, guys, is give them everything they want. Just stop right there. Then you got it made. And they're going to get it anyhow. Okay.
Now, I'm not sure that can be reconciled with what's in the big book. But
You've seen those, by the way, you've seen those little dogs in the back of those cars that do this all the time? That's what you as an alcoholic male does. Yep. You get along just fine. I don't know where that comes from. Anyhow. You know, Charlie said a while ago that this book hadn't been changed, didn't he? And it hasn't been. The recovery section hadn't been changed. But in the doctor's opinion, if you look on that book right here, and the lady come up a while ago in 1946, you can look at it. The doctor's opinion was on page 1. In the first 16 printings of the book, the doctor's opinion was on page 1. Bill's story was on page 11. 1955, the first revisions were made. And we don't know, this wasn't approved by the conference. We don't have any history known where it was changed or why it was changed or even authorizing the change. But in 1955, when the second edition of the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, came out, the doctor's opinion was moved back into the Roman numeral section off of page 1. And guess what? We alcoholics don't read Roman numeral sections, do we? Skip right over those babies and go right into the recovery section or Bill's story on page 1. In my opinion, in my experience, the doctor's opinion is one of the best pieces of information that we can ever have for ourselves, because I knew it was a moral issue. I knew I was a no good, rotten SOB until I was able to read and understand and have the doctor's opinion explained to me. Back in 1975, I got sober in 73, met Charlie and the other Joe in 1974. But in 75, we were in a hotel room discussing the big book as we did in those days. We would meet from time to time at conferences, get ourselves off into another little room and talk about the book, big book. Basically, Charlie and Joe would talk and we would ask questions and listen. And Charlie said a statement that night about the doctor's opinion. He said it's not a moral issue. It's not with sin. It's not one of willpower. And the question went off in my head, well, if it's not any of those things, what in the hell is it? I want to know. And that's when they got into the doctor's opinion. And that information in the doctor's opinion rose me above this idea that I'm a no good, rotten SOB, and looked into the idea that I might have an illness of the body and of the mind. And the book says it answers many questions which I could not otherwise account for. The doctor's opinion, one of the best chapters in the whole book. In the beginning, it was the foundation of the book. because the whole rest of the story has to do about recovering from the condition of body and mind that you describe in the doctor's opinion. And if you don't know anything about the doctor's opinion, then I don't know what we're doing. I remember one time I was at a place to talk at a conference, and I mentioned the doctor's opinion, which I would do because it's important to me. And a guy came up afterwards. He's an old-timer in AA who guarded AA about traditions. We got him, and I loved him for it. He came up to me and said, "What the hell was you reading?" And I said, "Well, I was reading the doctor's opinion." And he said, "Well, what book did you get it out of?" I said, "Well, I got it out of the big book." He said, "Show it to me." And I did. He left, come back to me the next day, and when he got to me, he started crying. He said, "Joe, I've been a member of Alcoholics Anonymous for 39 years, and I did not know that that chapter was in that book." And that's right, that's what I thought. And afterwards, he said, "I'm going to go back home and I'm going to start me a big book study in my hometown." 6 months later, he called me back and he said, "Hey, I'm having more fun than I've ever had since I've been in AA, reading and teaching of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous to new people." The doctor's opinion, very, very important.
It's absolutely amazing to even think that there's anybody in AA.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
That have never read the doctor's opinion. But I keep running into them all over the country that have never read the doctor's opinion. They pick the big book up, they go to page 1 and start reading. And they don't have any idea what their problem is. They don't know anything about the allergy. They don't know anything about the obsession of the mind. They're trying to recover from a condition they don't even understand. I think we people in AA today are the luckiest alcoholics in the world, period. Because you see, we're the only alcoholics in the world that know what's wrong with us. The other alcoholics out there, they still think it's willpower. They think it's moral character. They think it's sin. Why shouldn't they? That's what everybody tells them. But those of us in AA that have had access to the doctor's opinion, we're the only alcoholics in the world that really knows what our problem is. I think another reason we're so lucky is we were able to live in a century that not only did we discover what alcoholism is, we discovered a solution to that too. And until those two things were tied together, the alcoholics didn't recover from alcoholism. Nearly every one of us died from alcoholism prior to the 1930s. Once in a great while, one might recover in a church setting or some other form of setting. But 97-98% of we alcoholics died from alcoholism prior to the 1930s. And I don't think we really realize today, especially new people coming in, because AA's been here a long time, and new people coming in feel that, well, hell, it's just always been here, but that isn't true. I don't think we realize today how great a debt of gratitude that we owe to this little doctor called Dr. Silkworth. Dr. Silkworth, he was always interested in alcoholics, even back in his medical school days. And he worked with alcoholics off and on as much as he could. But back in the 1920s, it was hard to make a living working with alcoholics. And most doctors didn't want to work with us, period. They said we never will tell them, we never will do what they tell us to do. And that's certainly the truth. And they said we always lie to them, and that's the truth. And they said the real reason we don't want to work with them is they won't pay their damn bills. And that's certainly the truth. But Silkworth was always interested in us, and as much as he could, he would work with alcoholics, even though in his profession his main thing was other things for a long time. But when the big stock market crash hit in 1929, Dr. Silkworth and practically everybody else that had any money lost it, certainly if they were involved in the stock market at all. And he lost everything he had. He lost his job, and it was necessary for him to find some kind of work. This is another one of the coincidences that I think is behind the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. And this fellow named Charlie Towns in the Towns Hospital, he offered Dr. Silkworth a job working with alcoholics. I think he paid him something like $25, $30 a week, room and board. And it's there that Dr. Silkworth really began to understand alcoholism. You know, alcoholism is nothing new. It's been with humankind as far back as any kind of recorded history shows. We've always had alcoholics. You even find references to alcoholics in the Bible. You know, in Proverbs in the Bible, which was written by a fellow named Solomon. Solomon was a very, very learned individual.
First social worker the world has ever known.
Yeah, people came to him to solve all their problems. And apparently somebody one day asked him about alcoholics. And he describes this. He says, "Who has woe? Who has sorrow? Who has redness of eyes? They that tarry long at the wine." Everybody was a wino in those days. They didn't have the hard stuff that we got today. And he said, "You will be as one who lieth down in the midst of a sea." Remember how you used to go to bed at night and that old bed start moving around on you? Or he said, "That sleepeth at the top of a tall mast," how that mast would sway back and forth. And he said, "You will say, they have beaten me and I felt it not." You remember how you used to get up in the morning and bruises all over you, but you don't know how in the hell they got there, but they were there? And he said, "And thine eyes shall behold strange women." You see, alcoholics really haven't changed very much. And he said, "And thy heart shall utter perverse things."
Like, trust me, honey. Please trust me.
But then he made the most telling statement of all. He said, "They will arise in the morning and seek it yet again." Almost a perfect description of alcoholism as we know it today. But Solomon didn't have any answer for it. And throughout the history of humankind, people have tried to find the answer to this thing. You know, there was a doctor named Dr. Trotter in England a long time ago. And he said that he believed alcoholism was probably an illness. But he couldn't explain why and what it was. And he said the only hope is to just not drink. There was a doctor here in the United States, signer of the Declaration of Independence, called Benjamin Rush. And Benjamin Rush wrote a paper on alcoholism. And he said he believed it's an illness, but he didn't understand it, couldn't explain it. And the only relief he had was absolute abstinence. And it's only when Dr. Silkworth, always being interested in alcoholism, went to work at the Towns Hospital in 1930. And from 1930 till 1933, Dr. Silkworth had worked with many alcoholics. You see, he gained his knowledge through actual experience of working with drunks. Doctors today work with rats. Silky didn't do that. Hell, he worked with drunks. And he sat down with Bill Wilson in the summer of 1933 and explained to him the ideas that he had developed about alcoholism. And he said to Bill, "I don't believe it's willpower. I don't believe it's moral character. I don't believe it's sin." He said, "I believe it is a twofold illness." And he said, "It has been my experience in working with many alcoholics that every time they put a drink in their body, it develops an actual physical craving and they can't stop drinking." But he said, "That's only half of the problem." He said, "Many people I work with who have been drunk, they leave here and I never see them again. But," he said, "the true alcoholic will leave here and the next thing you know, they're right back in here." He said, "I believe you guys have got an obsession of the mind, an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. And because of that obsession, you always go back to drinking. And he said, you can't drink because of the body, and you can't stay sober because of the mind. That's what's wrong with you. And for the first time, humankind could identify what the problem really is. And we know that Bill recovered, and we know that he took it to Dr. Bob, and they took it to Bill Dotson, and they took it to the First 40. And they got ready to write the big book. And they went to the doctor, and they said, Doctor, would you let us use this information that you've given us? In this book we're going to write on alcoholism. And would you be willing to write some of this for us? And Dr. Silkworth said, yeah. Said, you can use anything that I've told you, and I'll be glad to write some of it under one condition. And they said, what's that? He said, don't put my name in it. He said, the other members of the medical profession, they don't believe alcoholism an illness. And if you put my name on that kind of information, they're probably going to throw me right out of the medical profession. So the first 16 printings of the big book, first edition, had the doctor's opinion, dash, 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 no name. When the big book was, second edition came out in 1955, the American Medical Association, American Psychiatric Association, had recognized alcoholism as a real illness. And Dr. Silkworth said, now you can put my name in it. And the second and the third and the fourth edition has Dr. Silkworth. Very interesting information. Let's go to the doctor's opinion. Let's spend a few minutes here looking at his ideas about alcoholism.
Let's go to Roman numeral page 24 in the third edition and Roman numeral page 26 in the fourth edition. And it says, the physician who at our request gave us this letter has been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In this statement, he confirms what we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe. Now, there's no must in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous that I'm aware of. Nobody can make anybody else do what they want them to. But there's a lot of must in this book, and there's one of them. As a matter of fact, I think there's 73 must in this book, and there's one. We must believe that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind.
Now, this is the first time we can find anywhere in written history a reference to the fact that the body is quite as abnormal as the mind. Everything before that dealt with the mind only. Weak will, moral character, sin, etc. But here he's saying that the body is quite as abnormal as the mind. And I think he's saying two things to us. Number one, that the body is abnormal when it comes to alcohol. But I think he's saying the mind is abnormal when it comes to alcohol too. And we're going to talk about these two different abnormalities when it comes to alcoholism. The first one we're going to talk about is the body.
It did not satisfy us to be told that we could not control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life, that we were in full flight from reality, or were outright mental defectives. Now, these things were true to some extent, in fact, to a considerable extent with some of us, but we're sure that our bodies were sickened as well. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. So we're going to talk about the physical factor of alcoholism for a bit, and a little bit later we're going to talk about the mental factor a bit, separating the two so we can learn something about both. He said the doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. As laymen, our opinions to its soundness may, of course, mean little. But as ex-problem drinkers, we can say that his explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account.
Now, if the purpose of a textbook is to transfer information from the mind of one human being or a group of human beings through the written word to the mind of another human being, increasing the knowledge of the user of the book, and I think that's what they're for, then the transference of that information is going to be based upon an understanding of the words that are used in the book. If the writer of the book uses a word and has a certain understanding of it, And the reader of the book reads that word but has a different understanding of it, then the information that comes through is going to be garbled and incomplete information. And I think one of the most misunderstood words in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous is the word allergy. You know, before coming to AA, most of us had a preconceived idea of what an allergy is. I know I did. And if you were allergic to something and you got around it, ate it or drank it, whatever it might be, there would be some physical manifestation of that allergy that you could see. For instance, if you're allergic to strawberries and you eat them, you break out in a rash, the rash being the physical manifestation of that allergy. If you're allergic to milk and you drink it, you'll usually have a bad case of dysentery. The dysentery being the physical manifestation of that allergy. If you're allergic to certain plants, such as ragweeds, and you get around them, your eyes itch, your nose itch, they water, you begin to sneeze. The itchy, watery eyes, the sneezing, are manifestations of that allergy. So I knew if you were allergic to something, there would be some physical manifestation or indicator that you could see. So I came to AA. And they said, Charlie, you're allergic to alcohol. You'll never be able to safely drink it again. And I said, how in the hell can I be allergic to alcohol? I'm drinking a quart a day. How can you possibly drink that much of something you're allergic to? And I said, besides that, when I drink alcohol, I don't break out in a rash. I don't have dysentery. It don't make my eyes water. I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. You need to explain that to me. And they said, well, you don't need to understand it. All you need to know is you just can't drink it. And I think the reason they told me that is I don't think they understood it a bit better than I understood it. And I went from person to person to person to person to person, trying to find out what this allergy is. I really wanted to understand it. And the usual answer was, what the hell difference does it make? You know you can't drink it, don't worry about it, you're just complicating matters. Another guy said, oh, hell, forget the damned allergy, just come to Eaton's and you'll be okay. Now, if you've got a keen intellectual alcoholic mind like I've got, and you get a question like that dangling out here in front of you, if you don't get the answer to it, sooner or later it's going to run you out of your mind. And one day, in absolute, complete desperation, I went to a source of information that has never failed me since that time. I went to a Webster's dictionary and looked up the word allergy. And I found several definitions, the same as you do for any word, depending on how you use it. But I found the one I think that fits me exactly. It said an allergy is an abnormal reaction to any food, beverage, or substance of any kind. An abnormal reaction. So immediately I started looking back through my drinking history to see where I was abnormal in my reaction to alcohol. And I was amazed to realize that, hell, I don't know what's normal and what's abnormal. The only thing I knew about drinking alcohol is the way I drank it and the way those drank it who drank with me. And if they didn't drink like I did, we didn't drink together. So in order for me to find out what's normal, so I can see where I am abnormal, I've got to go to the normal, social, temperate, moderate drinker. Those that drink alcohol and never have any problem with it. And I asked them, I said, describe to me how you feel after you've had a drink or two. And the answer was usually something like this. They said, well, we come home from work, tired, tense, and wrought up from the day's work. And we have a drink or two before dinner. And we get kind of a relaxing feeling. And we go ahead and have dinner. And then we don't drink anymore that night. Well, now, I don't feel that way when I drink alcohol. If I take a drink of alcohol, as it passes over my lips immediately begin to tingle. It hits my teeth and they kind of chatter up and down. Strikes my tongue and I can feel it begin to grow and expand and swell. hits my cheeks and they flutter in and out. And I feel it passing through my sinus cavities into my forehead, and I begin to get a feeling in my forehead which is absolutely indescribably wonderful. Now, I haven't even swallowed the damn stuff yet. I've just got it in my mouth. You know what happens when I swallow it? As it goes down through my esophagus, great things begin to take place. The first thing that happens is my chest begins to grow and expand and get bigger and bigger. And it hits my stomach and it just literally explodes like a bomb. I can feel it immediately racing through my arms, and they get longer and longer, and it hits my fingers and they begin to tingle and vibrate. At the same time it's racing through my arms, it's racing through my legs, and they're getting longer and longer, and I'm getting taller and taller, and it hits my feet and toes, and they get a hot, intense, burning, exciting, get up and go somewhere and do something feeling. Yeah, I don't understand a relaxing feeling when you take a drink of alcohol. They told me something else that really, really blew my mind. They said, Charlie, we have a couple of drinks of alcohol, and we begin to experience a feeling of nausea. And they say, we don't like that feeling. Therefore, 1 or 2 drinks is all we want to take. And today I realize that's the normal reaction to alcohol. You see, alcohol is a toxic substance. You put it in a system, it begins to destroy the body. And the mind and body, working with each other, will produce a feeling of nausea so that you won't put any more in it, or you'll puke it up, one of the two. That's the normal feeling. But when I put it in my body, it does not produce a feeling of nausea. It produces an actual physical craving, which demands more of the same. Their body says, puke it up. My body says, put some more in. My God, how many times have you tried to get them to drink more than 1 or 2? They say, oh, no, it's making me sick. I don't want any more. That's the normal reaction to alcohol physically. Also, they told me, they said, we take a couple of drinks and we begin to experience a feeling of dizziness, a feeling of being out of control. And they said, we don't like that feeling. Therefore, 1 or 2 drinks is all we want to take. And I realize today that's a normal reaction to alcohol. For the normal drinker, alcohol is a downer, it's a sedative. And it's supposed to give you that feeling of dizziness and out of control. But when it gets into my brain, I don't experience a feeling of dizziness and out of control. I experience a very exciting, in control feeling. They have 2 drinks and they want to lay down and go to sleep. I have 2 drinks and I want to go to town. I react to it entirely differently, both physically and also mentally. Therefore, I am considered to be allergic to alcohol. The only difference is what do the majority of the people do? If 9 out of 10 react that way, 1 out of 10 reacts the way I do, then we are considered to be abnormal in our reaction to alcohol. And it's abnormal in both ways, the body and also the mind.
You can get in trouble going to town, by the way. I know about that. I was on a plane several years ago going someplace to meet Charlie, and between Tulsa and Dallas, and sat right across the aisle from this good-looking young lady. And I was doing some research, guys, for you. And she was having a little drink about that big, one of them little $4 ones about that tall. And I was watching her and looking at that drink and wondering about it. She looked over at me and said, are you going to Las Vegas? And I said, no, ma'am. But I thought to myself, I wish I was. And she was messing with that drink and stirring it up, and she noticed me. I was very intent on that drink. By the way, that's when you know if you're an alcoholic. One of the reasons. If you're more intent on the drink than you are the good-looking girl, there's something wrong with you. But finally, she said, would you like some of this, please? I said, no, ma'am, I've got to be home by Christmas. She didn't understand that. But you get to watch those people drink in airplanes real well, don't you, Charlie?
Yeah, I just love to watch them in airplanes. They're in there close. You can see them and see what they're doing real good. And they'll order a drink, and they bring them one of those little bitty bottles. There's not a drink in the thing, but that's what they bring them. I think they're charging them $4 for it today, maybe even more than that. And we were in this flight, the other Joe and I were going on a trip together. And this guy, he ordered a bourbon and 7-Up. And they brought him a glass of ice, and he opened his little bottle, and he poured that bourbon in it, and then he poured that 7-Up in it. And he went through some kind of stirring ceremony. He took his little stick, and he stirred, and he stirred, and he stirred, and he stirred, and he stirred. I'm sitting there saying, drink the damn thing. That's what you got it for. And you know what they do after they get through with their stirring ceremony? They lay a little stick down, and they pick up their book, and they start reading. Now, about an hour later, we're getting ready to land. And the flight attendant comes by and says, are you through with your drink? And he said, no, I've had all I want. And handed her back half of that damn thing he had paid $4 for. Now, they call that normal drinking. I call that sick drinking. If there's any such thing as alcohol abuse, that's got to be what it is.
We saw this one guy who did that, poured half of that bottle out and put the lid on it, put the rest of it in his pocket. We couldn't stand it anymore. Finally asked him, what are you going to do with that you put in your pocket? He said, I'm going to have another drink when I get home. That's alcohol abuse if I've ever heard of it, really.
Okay, now.
But it says here, read this again.
A good textbook never tells you anything, but what it doesn't always expand on it. He's told us about this thing in the body, this craving. Let's go to Roman numeral 26 in
Third edition.
Third edition. It's 28 in the fourth edition.
Yeah. Said we believed and so suggested a few years ago that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of an allergy. I was pronounced one time as a chronic alcoholic. I didn't like that too much then. I sure don't like it. I didn't like it then, but I don't like it too much now, but I understand what it means. Chronic simply means doing the same things over and over and over again. So I was a chronic drinker. It's a manifestation of an allergy, and that the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. This phenomenon of craving, that separates me from the normal social drinker. A social drinker will get all they want to drink every time they drink, which is 2 or 3. But not me, who an alcoholic. I crave more. Once I start to drink, I crave more and more and more. That's that allergy that Charlie talked about, which explains many things to me which I couldn't otherwise account. Explains to me, for instance, why I would go down by the bar with every intention of having a couple of drinks and going home. And the next thing I know, it's midnight or 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning or the next day, sometimes the next week, and sometimes the next month. I still haven't gone home, you see. But once I start to drink, it's virtually impossible to tell what's going to happen to me anymore. But this phenomenon of craving happens after we take a drink, and it never occurs in the average temperate drinker.
There's a couple of words here we need to look at. You know, the manifestation of the allergy to strawberries is a rash. The manifestation of the allergy to milk is dysentery. The manifestation of the allergy to ragweeds is itchy, watery eyes and sneezing. Here he refers to the manifestation of the allergy to alcohol as the phenomenon of craving. And what he's really saying is, I don't understand this, but it's the craving that is produced in the body after we've had a couple of drinks. And alcoholics are the only people in the world that crave alcohol after we've had a couple of drinks. And that means you've got to look at the word craving very, very carefully. You know, I hear people say, I came to AA and I craved a drink for 2 years. No, in the context of the big book, that's the wrong use of the word craving. They wanted a drink, they needed a drink, they desired a drink. But the only way an alcoholic can crave alcohol is to first put it in the system. Then the physical craving develops, and then we can't stop drinking. And it only happens to alcoholics. Non-alcoholics never physically crave alcohol. And they'll never understand that feeling that we get after we've had a couple of drinks, any more than I don't understand them getting a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. We alcoholics are the only people it happens to, and we're the only people that will ever understand that. And he says these allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. And once having formed a habit and found they cannot break it, once having lost their self-confidence, their reliance upon things human, their problems pile upon them and become astonishingly difficult to solve. So here he's giving us the manifestation of the allergy is the phenomenon of craving that occurs in the body after we've had a drink or two. Now, to carry that just a little bit further, let's go over to Roman numeral 28. In the fourth edition, that will be page 30, Roman numeral 30. And he's going to talk about 5 different kinds of alcoholics. And then he's going to drive this point home one more time about the phenomenon of craving.
He's going to talk about 5 different types, and there's probably as many different types as there are alcoholics in this room here this afternoon, but he's going to talk about 5. He said the classification of alcoholics seems most difficult, and in much detail is outside the scope of this book. He said there are, of course, the psychopaths who are emotionally unstable, so we're all familiar with this type. They're always going on the wagons for keeps. They are over-remorseful, make many resolutions, but never a decision.
We call that type 1.
There is the type of man who is unwilling to admit that he cannot take a drink. He plans various ways of drinking. He changes his brand or his environment.
That's type 2.
There is a type who always believes that after being entirely free from alcohol for a period of time, he can take a drink without danger.
That's type 3.
There is a manic depressive type who is perhaps the least understood by his friends and about whom a whole chapter could be written.
That's type 4. And I always thought I was the next one, a type 5.
Then there are types entirely normal in every respect, except in the effect alcohol has upon them. They're often able, intelligent, friendly people.
I used to read that and I think, well, how in the hell did he know so much about me anyhow when he wrote that 5 down? Now he makes this point. All these and many others have one symptom in common. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. It has never been, by any treatment with which we are familiar, permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. Now, I think what he said is this. If all we alcoholics in this room should take a drink, God forbid that happen, but if we did, we would not all react exactly the same. And just a little bit, one of us would be crying in our beer, oh, boo-hoo-hoo, the world not treating me right. And just a little bit, one of us would be up on top of a table, hooping and hollering and dancing and cutting up and having a hell of a good time. And just a little bit, there'll be a couple back in the back corner getting in a fight, just sure as anything. Probably also be a couple over here, one putting the make on the other one. We tend to do that also when we drink. We would do many different things. But if we're a real alcoholic, there's one thing that every one of us would do. We would start looking for the second drink. The phenomenon of craving has developed. We can't stop, and now we'll have to have a third drink. And then a fourth and a fifth and a sixth and a seventh and on till we're drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble. Now, I know that's true. Because if that wasn't true, we wouldn't be in this room today, would we? If you and I could drink without developing the phenomenon of craving, well, we wouldn't be sitting in an AA meeting. We would be out there drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. But each one of us, through experience, has found that we simply cannot do that. And it really doesn't make any difference how long it takes us to get drunk. You know, some of you might have 1 or 2 drinks tonight, and you might have 3 or 4 tomorrow night, but I'm entirely different. If I would take a drink right now at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, by 8 o'clock I found a policeman and I'm somewhere in jail, as sure as anything. You might have to go another week or 2 before you get in jail. But the first drink is what sets it off, produces the phenomenon of craving, and we end up drunk and in all kinds of trouble. And it really doesn't make any difference whether we're born with this or whether we drink ourselves into it. You know, I was born with it. I'm convinced of that. First drink I ever took at age 14, the phenomenon of craving developed. I drank for 26 years. I don't ever remember taking 1 drink of anything that had alcohol in it. 1 always led to 2 to 3 to 6 to 8 to 10. Some of you, I'm sure, drank for several years, perhaps, with relative safety. But somewhere you crossed the line, and the same thing began to happen to you that happened to me from the very beginning. But what difference does it make? That's the way we are today. See, that's what we got in common in AA. And that's why we have singleness of purpose in AA. That's why we should talk about nothing but alcoholism in AA. Because that's the only thing we really have in common with each other, is these things that happen to us whenever we drink alcohol, Joe.
The doctor says that it's never been by any treatment which we are familiar or permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is the entire abstinence. In other words, if we drink alcohol and crave more and have more and more and more, the only thing he can suggest to us is that we don't drink. Now, if that was our only problem, we could probably pass the hat here tonight and go home and don't drink and be okay. But that's only part of the illness of alcoholism.
Okay, now in the 1930s, they didn't really understand metabolism as they do today. Today they know when you put something in your body, like a piece of beefsteak or a piece of bread, the mind and body recognizes what it is. Certain organs of the body produce some things called enzymes. The enzymes attack that beefsteak or that bread or whatever it might be and breaks it down, and the body separates it into usable and non-usable items. The proteins, the amino acids, the vitamins, the body will retain those. The things it cannot use, it will dissipate through the urinary and intestinal tract. And the body will do that with anything that you put in it, as long as it's not a deadly poison that kills you before it happens. Let's look at another picture for just a moment here. And let us be the first to say this picture you're going to look at is not AA information. You know, AA has never gotten into the idea of why we're allergic. It would probably create too much controversy. But some of this information came out several years ago that has such depth and meaning to it that pretty well explains to me what this physical allergy is. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't show it. On the left-hand side of that picture up there, you see those who drink safely or who are at ease with alcohol. The alcohol goes into their body. The enzyme production starts. The enzymes attack the alcohol and break it down to a material called acetaldehyde. Then after a period of time, it's broken down to diacetic acid. Then it's broken down to acetone. That's the center line. I think I said the left one, the center line. It's broken down to acetone. And after a while, it's changed into a simple carbohydrate made up of water, sugar, and carbon dioxide. The water will be dissipated, used by the body, and the excess dissipated through the urinary and intestinal tract. The sugar is a form of energy, calories, empty calories. The body will burn that sugar and store the excess to be used as fat to be used at a later date. The carbon dioxide is dissipated through the lungs. Now, in the normal, social, temperate, moderate drinker, this rate of metabolism is approximately 1 ounce per hour. If they don't drink more than an ounce per hour, they can't get drunk, because their body will recognize it, metabolize it, and get rid of it at that rate. Very seldom do you see a social, temperate, moderate drinker drinking more than an ounce per hour. If they are and you're with them, you better stand way back, because they're probably going to puke on you before long. The left-hand side are we alcoholics. We're the ones that can't drink safely. We are at dis-ease with alcohol. That's all the word disease means anyhow, something that separates you from the norm. We put the alcohol in our system, the same thing happens. The enzyme production starts, attacks the alcohol, breaks it down to acetaldehyde. Then after a period of time, it breaks it down to diacetic acid. Then it breaks it down to acetone. Now it seems as though in the body of we alcoholics, the enzymes necessary to break it down from the acetone to the simple carbohydrate are not there in the same qualities and or quantities as they are in the body of the non-alcoholic. And it stays in our body for a longer period of time as acetone. It's been proven today, acetone ingested into the human system that remains there for an appreciable period of time will create an actual physical craving for more of the same. And that actual physical craving then leads to the second drink, and then the third drink, and then the fourth drink, and then the fifth drink. Just think, I take one drink, that produces the physical craving through the acetone. That requires me to take a second drink. Now I've got all the acetone, most of the acetone from the first drink, now I've added in that from the second drink. And the acetone level goes up. And if the acetone is what produces the craving, then the craving goes up too. And that demands a third drink. I've got most of the first, nearly all the second, now I put that in from a third drink. The acetone level goes up, the craving becomes harder. At midnight, we're laying out in the parking lot. They run over us and broken our leg. And they come running up to us and say, "Can we help you?" And we say, "My God, yes, give me another drink." See, I'm craving it harder at midnight after 15 or 20 drinks than I was at 6 o'clock prior to that when I only had 1 or 2 drinks. That explains to me why I never got enough, why I never got all I wanted. I drank 26 years. I never got all the alcohol that I wanted. Got more than I needed 1,000 times, but I never got all that I wanted. Laying there sick as a dog, beat up, tore up, and craving another drink. Now that wouldn't be so bad if it never got any worse. But we do not only have an illness known as alcoholism, but it is a progressive illness. That it always gets worse, never better. Probably for 2 reasons. Number one, alcohol is a destroyer of human tissue. And as we drink it, the more we drink it, the longer we drink it, the more tissue we destroy. And it seems as though the organs of the body that it attacks and destroys first are the liver and the pancreas. Today they know that the liver and the pancreas are the 2 organs of the body that produce the enzymes necessary to metabolize alcohol. And as they become damaged more and more and more, the enzyme production becomes less and less and less. The physical craving becomes harder and harder and harder and harder over a period of time. Also, probably due to the aging factor. You know, we know as the body gets older, it begins to shut down on the production of everything. I wish that were not true, but believe me, it is. I'm experiencing a lot of that stuff. If I'd take a drink today, after X number of years of sobriety, I wouldn't start where I left off when I quit drinking before. The craving would be harder, the drinking would be harder, and the troubles would be harder. So not only do I have a physical illness, it is a progressive illness that always gets worse, never gets better. Now, the only relief that Dr. Silkworth had to offer to us was absolute abstinence, no drinking of alcohol, period. Now, if that was my only problem, and if that was your only problem, then we could pass the hat and everybody throw in $1 and we'd go home and never have to drink again. Wouldn't that be something? You know, I got a friend who's allergic to, of all things, fish. And every time he eats fish, his throat swells up and he almost chokes to death. Ends up in the hospital every time. Now, the fact that he's allergic to fish is really beside the point if he never ate fish. But there's something in his head that's not right. There's a switch that doesn't close or a light bulb that doesn't come on or something up there concerning fish. Because from time to time, his mind tells him that it's okay to eat fish. And he'll eat the fish, the allergy takes over, and he ends up in the hospital every time. I bet it always starts like this. Well, I haven't had any fish in 60 days. Surely I could have one piece of fish. Or it's a damn kind of fish I've been eating. If I'd eat nothing but cod and lay off of that rock bass, I'd be all right. Or it might even say, it's them damn people I've been eating fish with. If I just change my crowd. My mind is exactly like that when it comes to alcohol. The fact that I'm allergic to alcohol is absolutely beside the point if I don't take a drink. But there's something in my head that's not right. There's a switch that doesn't close, a light bulb that doesn't go on. Left on my own resources, my mind always tells me it's okay to drink. Now, they can do nothing about the allergy. So the only hope of recovery then is through the mind itself. Dr. Silkworth understood us quite well. Let's see what he had to say about this mental side of our alcoholism.
Let's turn back to Roman numeral page 26 in the 3rd edition, or the 28 in the 4th edition, bottom of the page. We're going to talk about the most dangerous part of the illness of alcoholism now, and it's not when we're drinking. The most dangerous part of the illness is when we're not drinking. And the reason it's the most dangerous part of the illness is because we're thinking about drinking. You see, that's the main problem of the alcoholic, centers in the mind. And the last paragraph says men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol.
Now, many alcoholics are highly offended when you say that to them. They say, oh, no, that's not the reason I drank. They say the reason I drank alcohol is because I love the taste of it. You know, I wouldn't argue with them whether they do or not. I love the taste of cold beer. I always have all my life, as far back as I can remember. I also love the taste of cold mountain spring water. I never did sit down and drink a case of cold mountain spring water. Alcohol did something for me that cold mountain spring water didn't do. As a kid growing up, I was always on the outside of the crowd looking in. Always wanted to be a part of. Always knew I could not be. Always knew whatever I said, whatever I did would be wrong. People would laugh and I would be embarrassed. And one night at age 14 at a high school dance, a guy gave me a drink of moonshine whiskey. And all those feelings disappeared. I was allowed to walk up to a girl and ask her to dance. I was allowed to take her home from the dance. I was allowed to get in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet and do some things with her I'd been wanting to do for a long, long time. Alcohol did for me what I could not do for myself, and I loved the effect produced by alcohol for a long, long time. That's why men and women drink. They like the effect produced by alcohol. Now, if it gave me slightly tipsy, out of control beginnings of a nauseous feeling, I wouldn't love that effect. But you see, it gives me that great in control, that great exciting feeling, that great feeling for the first time in my life that I'm as good as anybody else and I can be just as good as anybody else. That's why we drink alcohol. We loved what it did for us.
There are many effects by which we drink, and certainly I can identify with Charlie. I too went to the little high school dance and had a drink of alcohol from my cousin's bottle and walked over and asked that girl to dance. And she said, well, Joe, I didn't know you could dance. And I said, well, I didn't either. But I was right. But it did. I liked the effect produced by alcohol. Now, there are many, many effects. And as we know that alcoholism is a progressive illness, it gets worse over a period of time. Eventually, I began to overdo some of those things that I always wanted to do and to get into a little trouble. I'd wake up with a little guilt, shame, and remorse for some of the things I did while drinking, which caused me to drink a little more to get over the guilt, shame, and remorse. And eventually, we know that time goes by and things happen over and over. Eventually, I began to do a lot of things, drinking for a lot of effects, began to do a lot of things that I was ashamed of, and wake up and have that guilt, shame, and remorse and drink to get rid of that. In the end of my drinking, I drank for the sickest effect of all, and that was total oblivion. And those of us who drink for oblivion know there's only one thing wrong with oblivion, isn't there? Is you wake up. You got to start all over again. And that's where I found myself in the beginning. In the end, was drinking for the effect for total oblivion. Said the sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, they cannot after time differentiate the true from the false.
Now let's look and see how we alcoholics are when we're out there on one of those enforced periods of sobriety. The next sentence is going to describe us perfectly.
He said, to them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. See, my alcoholic life had become normal. The abnormal had become normal. Every place I went, the bars that I went to, they drank somewhat like I did or I didn't go there. Everybody I ran around with, they drank like I did or I didn't run around with them. Everybody that I knew drank like I did or I didn't know them. I didn't know them. I remember one time my wife and I woke up one Sunday morning and I had a clear thought. And I said, honey, did you realize that most people don't drink like we do? And you know what she said to me? She said, bullshit. Well, I don't talk that way. I'm telling you what she said. She said, everybody we know drinks just like we do. You know, that's the truth. That's the truth. I remember I got sober and I went to my first football game sober. And I knew when I left there'd be 50 or 75,000 people out there drunk. And I got out there and I didn't see anybody drunk. Not like I know drunk. A few people having a few beers, having a little fun. But see, the alcoholic life had become normal to me. The abnormal had become normal. And
now it describes how we feel when we were on an enforced period of sobriety.
so they're restless, irritable, discontented.
Let's add a few words to that.
Guilt.
Filled with shame and fear and guilt and remorse.
Remember when they told you if you were brand new, if you quit drinking, you're going to feel better? Well, you're going to feel better, all right. You're going to feel resentment better. You're going to feel anger better. Feel guilt better. Because we don't have the alcohol to kill the pain, you see. That's why with the steps to get rid of those feelings of guilt, shame, and remorse.
Running around sober, but not feeling good at all, period.
He said, unless they can again experience the sense and ease of comfort, which comes at once by taking a few drinks which they see others taking with impunity. Had a neighbor across the street, my wife said, why don't you drink like him? Impunity means seemingly without any problems. He never had any problems, but I did. I didn't want to drink like him anyhow. He said, after they have succumbed to the desire again, as so many do, then they start drinking. Then this phenomenon of craving develops. They pass through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. And how many of you have made that promise to yourself and other people? I quit drinking. I'm never going to drink again as long as I live. I made that promise. But he said this is repeated over and over and over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope for his recovery. An entire change of attitude while not drinking, there's very little hope for our recovery.
And when he said an entire psychic change, now he's left the body entirely. Psychic deals with the mind. This little picture we've got up here, on the right-hand side, we see an emotional barometer. Now, everybody has emotions. You know, everybody at times are sad, and at times we're angry, and at times we're elated, and at times we're scared to death, and everybody has emotions. Now, we alcoholics, when we were out there sober, on an enforced period of sobriety, I've quit drinking. I'm not going to drink anymore. We'd run around sober. We'd be restless, irritable, and discontented. We'd be filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And our emotions begin to build up and build up and build up and build up and build up. Now, back in the beginning, when I was young, I found a drink of alcohol. And when I found that drink of alcohol, those emotional problems left me. I put a couple of drinks in my system, and I wasn't restless, irritable, and discontented. I wasn't filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. I was able to function just as good as any of the other kids could, period. Alcohol immediately became the answer to my emotional problem. Next time I was in a situation where I was afraid I would be embarrassed, I didn't fit right, didn't feel good, I hunted up another drink of alcohol, and sure enough, it was magic. And the emotional problems would disappear when I had a drink or two in my system. Now, when you have a problem and you find the answer to it, your mind immediately records that answer. And the reason for that is so the next time you have the problem, you don't have to go look for an answer. The mind will feed it right back to you. And that's referred to as mental addiction. And everybody becomes mentally addicted to a lot of things. You know, you ladies, you find a certain type of makeup that you like, and you keep using it over and over and over and over. We men find a barber we like, and we keep using the same barber over and over. We find automobiles we like, and we keep buying the same automobiles over and over and over. That's called mental addiction. Now, when I was a kid and I had all the emotional problems, and a drink of alcohol solved those problems, then I immediately became mentally addicted to the idea of drinking alcohol. Now, that probably wouldn't have hurt me if I had not had the physical allergy. So I had the emotional problems build up. I reached over and took a drink. Immediately I felt better, but that drink then triggered the allergy. And triggered the allergy, and I couldn't stop drinking. So I came off of that drunk, and I was sober, but I was restless, and I was irritable, and I was discontented. And I was filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And I wanted to feel better. And my mind began to think about the idea of taking a drink. And boy, I could hardly wait till I got the next drink. And I took that drink, and immediately those emotional problems left me. But it also triggered the allergy, and I ended up drunk and sick all over again. Now, for years, I could put up with that situation. For years, I was willing to go through the hangovers and the sickness and the getting in the jailhouse and things in order to get the great feeling that came from a couple of drinks. But as time went by, I began to realize that, Charlie, you're having a little problem with alcohol. You really need to do something about your drinking. Now, I really didn't think about quitting drinking because, you see, alcohol was the answer to all my problems. And alcohol was the only thing that had ever made me feel that good. So I said, what you better do, Charlie, is you better learn to control your drinking and drink without getting drunk. Just a couple of beers tonight's all we're going to drink. Go to the liquor store and I'm just going to buy half a pint because I don't get drunk on a half a pint. And I tried for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years to control my drinking while drinking. Any of you guys ever try to control your drinking while drinking? Well, now then we see why we couldn't do that, don't we? Why we couldn't do that. And after 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years of trying to control my drinking while drinking, with it getting progressively worse and the troubles becoming progressively worse, well, I pulled out the greatest tool that an alcoholic has. I said, what you better do is just quit drinking. I said, I'll never take another drink now as long as I live. And this great tool that we alcoholics have, I put him right there, and it's called willpower. And I said, by God, sick 'em, Will. We through with these hospitals and these jailhouses and these divorce courts. We're through with that drinking. We're not ever going to drink again as long as we live. I was restless, I was irritable, and I was discontented. And I'm still filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse from all those things that I did through those years of drinking. And I was sober, but it didn't feel good. And I wanted to feel better. Oh, I remember that so desperately. I wanted to feel better. And I began to think about the great sense of ease and comfort. The great exciting in control feeling that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. Now, I see other people drinking it. Why can't I? And willpower said, no siree, boy. We are through with that drinking. You know, they tell we alcoholics we're weak-willed people. Don't you believe that? We are strong-willed people. Weak-willed people do not become alcoholic. Third time they puke, they quit drinking. Alcoholic knows there's got to be some way to drink without puking and getting in trouble. We damn near kill ourselves trying to find it. And that day I didn't take a drink. The next day when I got up, I'm still restless, irritable, and discontented. Still filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. Don't feel worth a damn. Want to feel better. And I began to think about, well, you know, maybe it wasn't really that bad. Maybe I could have a beer or two. Willpower said, no siree. Hell, we're through with that damn drinking, boy. You know what it does to you. So I didn't drink that day. Next day I got up and I'm still restless, irritable, and discontented. Filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. Couldn't get along with my wife, my kids, my bird dogs, or anything else. And I so desperately wanted to feel better. And the only thing I knew that'd make me feel better would be to take a drink of alcohol. Willpower said, no, sir, we've quit that damn drinking. We're not ever going to drink again. Next day I get up and I'm restless, irritable, and discontented. Don't feel worth a damn. Want to feel better. And my mind begins to key in on what a drink would do for me. And as I begin to think about what a drink will do for me, the mind can only hold one idea at a time. As I begin to think about what a drink will do for me, it starts to push out what a drink will do to me. And the next thing you know, I think, hey, it's okay. Yeah. Hell, I've been sober 60 days. I've proven I'm not an alcoholic. I know I could have one drink. And I reach over, it burns through willpower, and I take a drink. And I trigger the allergy, and I go through the well-known stages of a spree. And I emerge remorseful with a firm resolution not to do that again. And I throw a little willpower back in there, and I'm restless, irritable, and discontented. And for a while, willpower holds me. But then after a while, the mind sees nothing wrong with drinking. You see, the reason willpower works for people it won't work for people like us is just before we take a drink, our mind sees nothing wrong with taking a drink. It says it's going to be okay. And even if we know we're going to end up drunk, it says, hell, I'd rather be drunk than feel the way I'm feeling now. For an alcoholic to try to stay sober on willpower is the most miserable kind of life you can possibly live. And we repeat that cycle over and over and over and over, gradually getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse because it is a progressive illness. Now, we can't do anything about my body. Well, the book says someday science may find a way to do this. That was in 1939. They still haven't found it. So the only thing I can possibly do is try to treat my emotions. Just think, if I could find a way to live and be sober and not be restless, irritable, and discontented. If I could find a way to live where I could be sober and not be filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. If I could find a way to live where I could be sober and have peace of mind and serenity and happiness, then I don't need the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a drink. And that's what's called recovery. You know, sobriety is just the starting of this thing. We can't do nothing until we get sober. But that isn't what AA is about. AA is about a life-changing process Later on, we're going to see where a psychiatrist told us a long time ago that ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men, are suddenly cast to one side and replaced with a new set of ideas, emotions, and attitudes. And that's what our program of action brings about. My old ideas have been cast aside. My old attitudes, my old emotions have been cast aside. They've been replaced with a new set, and with this new set of ideas, emotions, and attitudes, I feel good enough that I don't need to take a drink in order to feel better. And that's called recovery, and that's what our program is all about. So if you can't drink because of the allergy, and if you can't quit because of the obsession, you're absolutely powerless over alcohol. In order to recover from that condition, we're going to have the aid of a power greater than ourselves, where we can live sober and be peaceful and happy and free. And then we don't have to drink. Somewhere AA lost their way back here some years ago. You know, when AA first started, it was clear to everybody that AA and our program in AA is a life-changing process. Somewhere we quit doing those things necessary to make those changes, and we started staying sober based on fellowship and guts. And we went from a life-changing process to a non-drinking program. And the instant we did that, the quality of our sobriety became less and less and less and less and less. We began to measure success by how long have you been sober, rather than by the quality of that sobriety. And our program is designed to bring out quality sobriety, not necessarily long-term sobriety. Long-term sobriety is great, but that isn't what we're really after. We're after a change in our whole life process so we can be sober and be happy about being sober. That's recovery. Now, Joe, what's the next thing he says?
He says, on the other hand, and strange as this may seem to those who do not understand, once a psychic change has occurred, the very same person who seemed doomed, who had so many problems he despaired of ever solving them, suddenly finds himself easily able to control his desire for alcohol, the only effort necessary being that required to follow a few simple rules, and the few simple rules are the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And if we practice the 12 steps, we get the psychic change that Dr. Silkworth talks about. We get the ideas, emotions, and attitudes that Dr. Yoon talked about, the big change. We get a personality change, same thing. Spiritual awakening, same thing. Spiritual experience, same thing. All has to do with change in our mind when we're not drinking, getting rid of the old ideas that we lived with for so long. And the few simple rules, the 12 steps.
That's all we've got for this afternoon. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you this evening.
7:30.
Hi, everybody. My name is Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, Charlie.
Did you like the little joke we told today about the alcoholic brain? Okay, I've got another one I'd like to tell about the alcoholic and the Alateen and an Al-Anon. The three of them had been to an AA conference, and on their way back home, they decided to take a different route and go out through the country and see some scenery. And sure enough, they got out in the country and they got lost. And they were desperately trying to find their way out of there, and they finally came to the old farmer's house. And they went up and knocked on the door, and the farmer came to the door, and they told him what the problem was. And the farmer said, well, it's easy to tell you how to get out of here. But he said, it's getting so close to dark, you're probably going to get lost again. He said, won't you guys just spend the night here with us, and you can get up and go home in the morning? And they said, oh, yeah, fine, that'd be great. Farmer said, I've only got one problem, though. I can only sleep two of you in the house. One of you will have to go down in the barn and sleep with the animals. And little Alateen said, well, let me go down there and sleep with the animals. I love animals, and they love me, and everything will be okay. So they all went to bed with the Alateen down in the barn. In about an hour, there's a knock on the door. Farmer goes to the door, and there stands the Alateen. He said, man, I can't sleep down there. He said, the pigs are grunting, the cows are mooing, the horses are stomping their feet, and the chickens are clucking, and I just can't sleep. The alcoholic said, well, come on in and go to bed. I'll go down and sleep with the animals. Said, I was raised on a farm, no problem for me whatsoever. So they all go to bed with the alcoholic down in the barn. In about an hour, there's a knock on the door. Farmer goes to the door, and there stands the alcoholic. And he said, man, I can't sleep down there either. He said, those pigs are grunting, the cows are mooing, the horses are stomping their feet, and the chickens are clucking, and I just can't sleep. And the Al-Anon said, well, all right, I knew it would be up to me to handle this situation. She said, come on in and go to bed, and I'll go down in the barn, and I'll sleep with the animals. So they all went to bed with the Al-Anon down in the barn. In about an hour, there's a knock on the door. Farmer goes to the door, and there stands the pigs and the cows and the chickens. I can just see her down there saying, now you pigs get over there and shut up, and you horses get... We love Al-Anon. Those of you that know me and know Barbara, my wife, know that she's been in Al-Anon for many, many years. Got a great program. I love her deeply today. That wasn't true 30-some-odd years ago, but I love her deeply today. I sure do. I think Al-Anon is one of the greatest things that ever happened to AA. I think it's something that we really, really need to always have a little gratitude in our heart because of Al-Anon. We very generously shared our disease with them. We might as well share our recovery with them also. It works out good. Bob's going to work with us some this weekend. Bob has been around for a long time. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to the big book. And we've been wanting to kind of get him working in on this thing too. And since he's going to be here for tomorrow night, he very graciously consented to sit in with us some and part of the big book. And I think we're going to have fun with it. I think we're going to enjoy it. We've done this before with 3 people. The other one was my friend Joe McQuany from Little Rock. And Joe McQuany and Joe McCoy and I would do them all 3 together. And I would kind of sit in the middle and do the moderating. And this guy was Joe 1 and this one was Joe 2. And when I wanted one of them to talk a little bit, I'd say, okay, Joe 1, or I'd say, okay, Joe 2. And after a while, I said, okay, Joe 2, and Joe 1 started talking. So we had a hell of a good time, and this really, really enjoyed it. Have no idea what's going to happen tonight, but I'm looking forward to it. I really am. This afternoon, we talked about the doctor's opinion. We talked about the problem being that twofold illness, the illness of the body coupled with the illness of the mind. We found that we had a physical allergy of the body, we had an obsession of the mind. And because of the physical allergy of the body, we could no longer safely drink alcohol. And because of the obsession of the mind, we couldn't keep from drinking alcohol. And if you can't drink without getting drunk and you can't keep from drinking, then certainly we become absolutely powerless over alcohol. And for most of us, that was the first time in our lives that we really understood what our problem is. Now remember when Bill went to see Dr. Bob and sit down to talk with him, he did something there that he had never done before. In working with the other alcoholics back in New York City, he always tried to force the spiritual experience on them, and none of them had responded. But when he went to talk to Dr. Bob, he didn't talk to Dr. Bob about Bob's drinking. He talked to him about Bill's drinking. He said, let me tell you my story. And Bill sat there and shared his story with Dr. Bob, and through the sharing of his story, Dr. Bob was able to see his problem, his allergy and his obsession of the mind, and the real need for an in-depth spiritual experience. So they learned that particular visit that one alcoholic can affect another as no non-alcoholic could through the sharing of our experience, strength, and hope. From that time on, when they went to see Bill Dotson, they sat down with Bill Dotson, and that's exactly what they did. They shared their stories with Bill Dotson, and Bill Dotson was able to see his problem. He was able to see the solution. he was able to see the program of action, and sure enough, he recovered from alcoholism also. So from that time on, whenever they went out to talk to a new alcoholic, remember they're still members of the Oxford group, and they called it making a visit. Today we call it making a 12-step call. From that day on, they always shared their story with a new incoming alcoholic. But when they decided to write the big book, they knew that they wouldn't be able to come out here in California and visit with the first person out here and tell their story. They knew that they wouldn't be able to go down into Texas and up in Oregon and over into Florida. So the big book had to be complete enough to be able to do the whole job. And they said, well, what we need to do is, now that we've told them about the problem, we need to share the story of one of we alcoholics so that they'll be able to identify with another alcoholic. And they decided to put Bill's story in here. Now, a lot of people say, well, we can't identify with Bill, because after all, he was a New York City stock speculator and a night school lawyer, and we were not. A lot of people say we can't visit with him, or can't identify with him. A lot of the women do. They say because he's a man and we were women and we didn't think alike. But as we go through Bill's story, if we look for identification, I think each of us in this room will be able to identify with Bill. When he talks about the great drive for success was on, he'd prove to the world that he's important. You know, one of the outstanding characteristics of every alcoholic I've ever known. We're going to see Bill when he first begins drinking, when it was fun and excitement. And we're going to be able to see him progress from fun and excitement to drinking almost every day and every night. We're going to see him progress to drinking out of absolute necessity. And then we're going to see him drinking for the sickest reason of all, complete oblivion. And we'll be able to see Bill reach his bottom. And the greatest thing we can see in Bill's story is he effected a recovery from alcoholism. And if we're brand new and we've never had any contact with the fellowship, period, the only contact is through this book. And if we read Bill's story and we identify with Bill, we're able to say to ourselves, well, we're enough like him that if he could recover from alcoholism, just maybe we can too. The beginning of belief, the beginning of hope that there might be an answer to this problem that was just described in the doctor's opinion. So we're going to run through Bill's story, and we'll just kind of bounce it back and forth. We'll start with Joe here, probably doing a little bit of reading. Joe?
Yeah, my name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Joe.
I don't look like it, but I am an alcoholic. I've been sober ever since I could remember. Now, I love Bill's story today, but when I first come into Alcoholics Anonymous and started reading Bill's story, it didn't mean anything to me. I'd seen pictures of Bill. He was an old man, I thought. Turns out he was 43 years old when this book was published, a relatively young man. You know, he's very young today, anyhow, for me. But I like Bill's story. I learned how to identify with Bill. Bill was a very optimistic person. He had a hard-working type guy, lots of willpower, self-made man with all those ordinary human attributes I think all alcoholics have. But as I learned to read Bill's story and began to identify with Bill, I learned to see the whole story of Alcoholics Anonymous in Bill's story. We're going to learn what Bill was like before alcoholism took over. We're going to learn how he learned about his being sick, and most effectively, we're going to see how he affected the recovery, the total story of Alcoholics Anonymous in Bill's story, and I love Bill's story today. So let's go to page 1, Bill's story. He said, war fever ran high in that New England town to which we knew young officers in Plattsburgh were assigned, and we were flattered when the first citizens took us to their homes, making us feel heroic. Here was love, applause, war, moments sublime with intervals hilarious. Anybody ever have any moments sublime with intervals hilarious while drinking? I like the way Bill writes. He said, I was part of life at last, and in the midst of the excitement, I discovered liquor. I forgot the strong warnings and the prejudices of my people concerning drink. In time, we sailed for over there. I was very lonely and again turned to alcohol. We landed in England. I visited Winchester Cathedral. Much moved, I wandered outside. My attention was caught by a doggerel on an old tombstone. Here lies a Hampshire grenadier who caught his death drinking cold small beer. A good soldier never forgot whether he died by musket or by pot.
Now, for you younger guys, that pot he's referring to is not that wacky weed that you know of today. He's talking about a pot of beer, which is the way they used to serve it in England and still do to a certain extent, whether he dieth by musket or by pot of beer.
I got a picture of this tombstone here, a doggerel is on it. More words on it than what was just read there. But it's kind of interesting to note that the name on the tombstone is Thomas Thatcher. Ebby Thatcher, Thomas Thatcher. I don't know if that has any connection, but it's on there. And also, I've got a picture of Bill. I might as well show these now. I'll have them up here tomorrow. You can take a look at them for those of you who haven't seen Bill. A picture of Bill. Here's we had Bill and Lois's grave up in East Dorset, Vermont. Simple little tombstone, very humble little place. Nice to see. Dr. Bob Smith's tombstone in Akron. A couple of years ago, Charlie and I was up in, what was that city up there in New York?
Albany.
Albany, I keep thinking of Akron. Albany. And we found out and learned that Ebby was buried in Albany. We thought he was down in Texas. But we went out there to see his grave, and the weeds were over our head. Didn't look like anybody had been there in years and years and years and years. So we cleaned it all off and took a picture of Ebby's grave. Without him, there's no AA. He carried the message to Bill, and we almost forgot about this guy in Alcoholics Anonymous. Without him, there wouldn't be any. So there's that picture. Dr. Silkworth, some wording that's on Bill's home, and here's the gatehouse where Bill and Bob first met. Just some pictures of the history. We'll be here tomorrow to take a look at.
Go ahead.
He said, ominous warning which I failed to heed. 22 and a veteran of foreign wars, I went home at last. I fancied myself a leader, for had not the men of my battery given me a special token of appreciation? My talent for leadership, I imagined, would place me at the head of vast enterprises, which I would manage with the utmost assurance. I can identify with Bill. So I took a night law course and obtained employment as an investigator for a surety company. The drive for success was on. I'd proved to the world that I was important.
I already identify with Bill Wilson. It's all I ever wanted to do, just prove to the world that I'm important too. Seems to be one of the driving characteristics behind every alcoholic I've ever known. That great desire to succeed, to be somebody, to show them that we're just as good as they are. I certainly identify with Bill.
See, my work took me about Wall Street, and little by little I became interested in the market. Many people lost money, but some became very rich. Well, why not I? I studied economics and business as well as law. Potential alcoholic that I was, I nearly failed my law course. At one of the finals, I was too drunk to think or to write. Though my drinking was not yet continuous, it disturbed my wives. I can identify with Bill. My wives were very disturbed. We had long talks when I would still her forebodings by telling her that men of genius conceive their best projects when drunk, that the most majestic construction of philosophical thought were so derived. Charlie said earlier that we make our living selling fast talk to slow-thinking people, and here's what Bill's trying to do some of that right now.
Lois didn't buy into it very much, though, did she?
No.
Bob, you got anything there?
I identify with the fantasies, Bill Wilson, of just I always had the feeling like I was coming from behind, so I had to have grandiose fantasies and aspire to be great. Not to be great, but just to hope to be equal. You know what I mean? Just to hope to be equal.
He said, by the time I had completed the course, I knew the law was not for me. The inviting maelstream of Wall Street had me in its grip. Business and financial leaders were my heroes. Out of this alloy of drink and speculation, I commenced to forge the weapon that one day turned its flight like a boomerang and all but cut me to ribbons. Living modestly, my wife and I saved $1,000. It went into certain securities, then cheap and rather unpopular. I rightly imagined that they would someday have a great rise. I failed to persuade my broker friends to send me out looking over factories and managements, but my wife and I decided to go anyway. I developed a theory that most people lost money in stocks through ignorance of markets. I discovered many more reasons later on. Bill became really one of the first, I think, real investment counselors on Wall Street. The time he's referring to here is back in the 1920s when the stock market was on the roll. Just about everybody that dealt with stocks made money. About all you really had to do was buy the stock, and you only had to put down about 10% margin payment on it, wait for the stock to go up, sell it, take your profits, and buy some more. And Bill began to say, look, sooner or later this bubble's going to burst. Sooner or later we're going to have to start making our decisions based on fact rather than speculation. And he went to the people who had the money. And he said, no, I don't have the money to do this, but if you guys would back me financially, I'll go out and I'll visit these different companies. I'll examine their books wherever possible. I'll look at the actual plan itself. I'll talk to the employees, and I'll write up reports and send them back into Wall Street. And then we can start making our decisions based on fact rather than speculation. And they said, no, thank you, Bill. We don't need that kind of information. We're making about all the money we want to make anyhow. But being a good, stubborn, bull-headed alcoholic, Bill did the same thing so many of us did. He said, well, to hell with them. I don't need them anyhow. And he and Lois decided to go on their own. He said, we gave up our positions and off we roared on a motorcycle. The sidecar stuffed with tent blankets, a change of clothes, 3 huge volumes of financial reference service. Our friends thought a lunacy commission should be appointed. Well, perhaps they were right. I'd had some success in speculation, so we had a little money. But we once worked on a farm for a month to avoid drawing on our small capital. That was the last honest manual labor on my part for many a day. We covered the whole eastern United States in a year. At the end of it, my reports to Wall Street procured me a position there and the use of a large expense account. The exercise of an option brought in more money, leaving us with a profit of several $1,000s for that year. Now, Bill was from a little town up in Vermont called East Dorset. He had never really had anything materially before in his life. And all of a sudden now, here he is back on Wall Street. He's on top of the heap. He's got a good salary coming in, a large expense account. He's made a profit of several $1,000s for that year. Bill was feeling pretty good, just like all the rest of us would. Let's see where he goes from here in the next paragraph, Bob.
I'm Bob Darrell, I'm an alcoholic. For the next few years, fortune threw money and applause my way. I had arrived.
How many of us have done the same thing and felt the same way? See?
My judgment and ideas were followed by many to the tune of paper millions. The great boom of the late 20s was seething and swelling. Drink was taking an important and exhilarating part in my life. There was loud talk in the jazz places uptown. Everyone spent in thousands and chattered in millions. Scoffers could scoff and be damned. I made a host of fair-weathered friends.
Can you identify?
Oh, that's the good days. That's when it was just, I didn't know it was just about to turn to crap, but that's about where, right where it was. My drinking assumed more serious proportions, continuing all day and almost every night.
Now we see the progression of the illness. He's gone from fun and exciting drinking now to drinking almost every day and almost every night. Gradually it gets worse.
The remonstrances of my friends terminated in a row, and I became a lone wolf.
People began to say to Bill, you're drinking too much. Bill, why don't you cut back? Bill, you're costing us money. Bill, why don't you quit? And Bill did the same thing that I did and most other alcoholics did. He said, to hell with them. I'm not about to quit drinking. I don't need them anyhow. He now becomes a lone wolf, begins to operate on his own.
There were many unhappy scenes in our sumptuous apartment. There had been no real infidelity, for loyalty my wife, helped at times by extreme drunkenness, kept me out of those scrapes.
I'd always believed about everything Bill wrote, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
Bill wrote a little book called As Bill Sees It. Lois wrote one called Lois Remembers. There's a little bit of difference between the two.
A little bit of difference in there between the two. Let's go over to page 4. First paragraph.
Here's old Bill now. He's drinking good whiskey. He's drinking and assumed a more serious proportion. He's got lots of willpower, lots of hope for the future, hardworking individual, optimistic, self-made man, made a lot of money. Now let's see what happens. He said, abruptly, in October 1929, hell broke loose on the New York Stock Exchange. After one of those days of inferno, I wobbled from a hotel bar to a brokerage office. It was 8 o'clock, 5 hours after the market had closed. The ticker still clattered. I was staring at an inch of tape which bore the inscription XYZ 32. It had been 52 that morning. I was finished, and so were many friends. The papers reported men jumping to the death from towers of high finance. He said, that disgusted me. I would not jump. I went back to the bar. Bill had a solution, didn't he? Yeah. My friend had dropped several million since 10 o'clock was so what? Tomorrow was another day. And as I drank, that old fierce determination to win came back.
How many of us have done the same thing? We've come out of the hospital, the divorce court, the jailhouse, low, sad, and depressed. Stop off in the bar and have a couple of drinks. And as the alcohol courses through our veins, we say, by God, we'll show them. They're not going to treat me that way. And we're off and we're running again. That old fierce determination to win, to be somebody, to show them. He said, next morning I telephoned a friend in Montreal. He had plenty of money left and thought I'd better go to Canada. You know, Bill was a drunk. He wasn't stupid. He knew where the money was. By the following spring, we were living in our accustomed style. I felt like Napoleon returning from Elba. No St. Helena for me. But drinking caught up with me again. And my generous friend had let me go. And this time we stayed broke. Now we see a guy that his drinking has progressed to the point that he can no longer hold a job. He can't really have any income. His drinking is progressively getting worse and worse and worse. Bob?
I heard a doctor one time say that alcoholism had 3 stages. The fun stage, we all know about that. The fun and problems stage, and then the problems stage, where we're frantically, desperately trying to recapture the fun. And you can see the progression of the disease in Bill from the fun stage to the fun and problem stage, and eventually to the bleak years of just the problem stage. Next morning, I telephoned a friend. Oh, wrong paragraph. We went to live with my wife's parents. I found a job, then lost it as the result of a brawl with a taxi driver. They're like that, those taxi drivers.
They want to get paid, don't they?
Yeah, they want paid. That's right. They have no sense of humor. Mercifully, no one could guess that I was to have no real employment for 5 years, or hardly draw a sober breath. My wife began to work in a department store. Coming home exhausted to find me drunk, I became an unwelcome hanger-on at brokerage places.
Oh, Bill, you know, he made a lot of people a lot of money, was very welcomed at one time at those brokerage places. But now he's showing up, he smells a little bit like booze, his hair's not combed, clothes are a little bit dirty, and they're saying, Bill, why don't you just go on down the street? We don't want you hanging around here anymore. You look bad, you smell bad. Why don't you just go on down the road? And that's got to hurt a guy like Bill with the ego that he had, to have them run him off, so to speak. He said, liquor ceased to be a luxury. See, we're drinking for a whole new reason now. A while ago, it was for fun. Then it had a more serious proportion. And now he says liquor ceased to be a luxury. It became a necessity. Bathtub gin, 2 bottles a day, and often 3 got to be routine. Sometimes a small deal would net a few $100s, and I would pay my bills at the bars and delicatessens. This went on endlessly. I began to waken very early in the morning, shaking violently. A tumbler full of gin, followed by a half-dozen bottles of beer, would be required if I were to eat breakfast. Nevertheless, I still thought I could control the situation, but there were periods of sobriety which renewed my wife's hopes. Bill didn't know what we found out earlier, that any time there's a battle going on between the willpower and the obsession of the mind, the obsession of the mind will win out. But Bill doesn't know that. He just thinks that he could still control the situation. He hadn't met Dr. Silkworth yet.
Dr. Silkworth told us that we really cannot differentiate the true from the false. To us, what we're doing is absolutely normal. We see Bill's life going to hell in a handbasket already, but Bill can't see that. He thinks he can still control the situation. Now, gradually, things got worse. Bad as it was, it's getting worse now. The house was taken over by the mortgage holder. My mother-in-law died. My wife and father-in-law became ill. Then I got a promising business opportunity. Stocks were at the low point of 1932, and I had somehow formed a group to buy. I was to share generously in the profits. Then I went on a prodigious spender, and that chance vanished. This is a story within itself. These guys had had the money. They knew how good Bill was at putting these deals together. And they went to Bill and talked to him, and they said, Bill, we've got a deal that we think you can handle it and put this thing together and make a lot of money, not only for us, but for yourself. And said, if you want to do this, we'll back you on one condition, that you don't drink, period. And Bill said, oh, hell, don't worry about that drinking. I'm through with that drinking. And he started putting this deal together, and he worked on it for quite a long period of time and stayed sober. And just a night or two before it was to be successfully completed, they're all sitting around in a hotel room. Somebody passes around a bottle of Applejack. This was back during Prohibition days. Came to Bill and he said, no, thank you, I'm not drinking. And it went on by him. After a while, it made the circle and it came back to him again. And the guy next to him said, Bill, you don't understand what's in this bottle. He said, this Applejack is the finest Applejack in the world. It's called Jersey Lightning. And Bill's mind said, I've never tasted any Jersey Lightning. No more thought than that. He reached out, grabbed the bottle, took a drink, triggered the allergy, and couldn't stop drinking. Blew the whole deal. Now, for the first time, he could differentiate the true from the false. He said, I woke up. This had to be stopped. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Before then, I'd written lots of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so I did. For the first time, Bill could really differentiate the true from the false. For the first time, he could see the truth about what alcohol's doing to him. So he trots out his willpower. And Bill had a tremendous amount of willpower. Self-made man, he'd always done everything he wanted to do based on willpower. And he assumes that now that I really want to stop drinking, all I've got to do is use my willpower, and I'll not have to drink anymore. Let's see where he went on willpower, Bob.
Bill doesn't know what we learned again. Anytime there's a battle going on between the willpower and the obsession of the mind will win out every time. But Bill don't know that.
Has anyone here ever quit forever?
Yeah.
More than once? This is the part of the story that I really identify with, because I, like Bill, started getting it that I needed to quit, that it was once I started, I was in trouble. And I have an ability to say no, thank you, no, none of that, no, thank you, I'll pass, no, well, okay. And of an alcoholic of my type, the lack of power is that there's one yes in every barrel of no's somewhere. Sometimes it's at the bottom, sometimes at the top, but it's always coming. Shortly afterward, I came home drunk. Oh, there had been no fight. Where had been my high resolve? I simply didn't know. It hadn't even come to mind. Someone had pushed a drink my way, and I had taken it. Was I crazy? I began to wonder, for such an appalling lack of perspective seemed near being just that.
You know, if your willpower doesn't work, you pull out your willpower and it don't work, then you begin to question your sanity. Am I just crazy? Is that it? Bill is beginning to question his sanity. He said, now renewing my resolve, pulling out his willpower again, I tried again. Some time passed and confidence began to be replaced by cocksureness. I could laugh at the gin mills. Now I had what it takes. One day I walked into a cafe to telephone. In no time I was beating on the bar, asking myself how it happened. The whiskey rose to my head, and I told myself I would manage better next time. But I might as well get good and drunk then, and I did. Anybody ever done that? Certainly, many times.
Certainly, we see the progression.
He said, the remorse, horror, and hopelessness of the next morning are unforgettable. The courage to do battle was not there. My brain raced uncontrollably, and there was a terrible sense of impending calamity. I hardly dared cross the street lest I collapse and be run down by an early morning truck, for it was scarcely daylight. An all-night place supplied me with a dozen glasses of ale. My writhing nerves were stilled at last. A morning paper told me the market would go to hell again, well, so did I. The market would recover, but I wouldn't. That was a hard thought. Should I kill myself? No, not now. Then a mental fog settled down. Gin would fix that. 2 bottles in oblivion. See, if your willpower don't work and you begin to question your sanity, then guess what? You start thinking about committing suicide. And we've seen that in AA many times, a lot of us have. And so he starts drinking now for the sickest effect of all, total oblivion. And that's what we find, Bill, at this moment, total oblivion, just drinking to be out of it.
He said, the mind and body are marvelous mechanisms, for mine endured this agony 2 more years. Sometimes I stole from my wife's slender purse when the morning terror and madness were on me. Again, I swayed dizzily before an open window of the medicine cabinet where there was poison, cursing myself for a weakling. There were flights from city to country and back as my wife and I sought escape. Then came the night when the physical and mental torture was so hellish, I feared I would burst through my window sash and all. Somehow I managed to drag my mattress to a lower floor, lest I suddenly leap. A doctor came with a heavy sedative. Next day found me drinking both gin and sedative. And this combination soon landed me on the rocks. People feared for my sanity, so did I. I could eat little or nothing when drinking, and I was 40 pounds underweight. We see a guy now that's dying from malnutrition. The calories he's getting are out of the alcohol, and they're empty calories. None of the amino acids, none of the vitamins, none of the proteins necessary for life. And something doesn't happen in Bill's life before long. You know, he certainly would have gone right on down the tubes. He was real lucky. He had a brother-in-law named Dr. Leonard Strong. Let's see what happened to him next.
My brother-in-law is a physician, and through his kindness and that of my mother, I was placed in a nationally known hospital for the mental and physical rehabilitation of alcoholics.
This is the Towns Hospital in New York City, the summer of 1933.
Under the so-called belladonna treatment, my brain cleared.
Belladonna was a drug that they used for withdrawal purposes, a member of the nightshade family. Mm-hmm. Today they use Valium and various other things, but in those days they used belladonna.
Hydrotherapy and mild exercise help much.
Hydrotherapy, that's water treatment. And one of the countries we visited and did a big book study, we got into an old-fashioned treatment center where they used hydrotherapy. And they took the alcoholic and strapped him to a gurney and moved him into a oval-shaped shower room. And it had hot and cold shower heads alternating. Now, it doesn't cure alcoholism, but it sure as hell makes a clean drunk out of you. I'll guarantee you that. Those old guys that come out of there and their skin all wrinkled up, you know.
Best of all, I met a kind doctor who explained that though certainly selfish and foolish, I had been seriously ill, bodily and mentally.
And of course, this is when Bill met Dr. Silkworth. And Silky sits down with him and explains to him his ideas about the physical allergy and about the obsession of the mind. Now, here's the effect that it had on Bill.
It relieved me somewhat to learn that in alcoholics, the will is amazingly weakened when it comes to combating liquor, though it often remains strong in other respects. My incredible behavior in the face of my desperate desire to stop was explained. Understanding myself now, I fared forth in high hope. For 3 or 4 months, the goose hung high. I went to town regularly and even made a little money. Surely this was the answer, self-knowledge.
For the first time, Bill understands what his problem is. He understands that it's not willpower, it's not moral character, it's not sin, that he has an illness, a physical allergy, coupled with an obsession of the mind. Now, he said, now that I know what's wrong with me, I'll not have to drink anymore. Let's see where he goes from here.
But it was not, for the frightful day came when I drank once more. The curve of my declining moral and bodily health fell off like a ski jump. And after a time, I returned to the hospital.
This is a year later, the summer of 1934.
This was the finish, the curtain, it seemed to me. My weary and despairing wife was informed that all end with heart failure during delirium tremens, or I would develop a wet brain perhaps within a year. She would soon have to give me over to the undertaker or the asylum. Bill was laying in the hospital bed very, very sick. She overheard Lois and Dr. Silkworth talking out in the hallway. And she said, Dr. Silkworth, is there any hope for Bill? She said, no. He said, no, Lois, I don't believe he's going to be able to come back this time. We're going to have to take him to the undertaker or the asylum. I don't think he's going to be able to come back. And see, this is one reason why you can't scare alcoholics. Look at the next one. He said, they did not need to tell me. I knew and almost welcomed the idea. You can't scare an alcoholic into staying sober. He's not afraid of staying sober or afraid of dying. He's afraid of living sober. That's what he's afraid of. He said, it was a devastating blow to my pride. I, who had thought so well of myself and my abilities, of my capacity to surmount obstacles, was cornered at last. Now I was plunged into the dark, joining that endless procession of sots who had gone on before. I thought of my poor wife. There had been much happiness after all. What would I not give to make amends? But that was over now. Bill was absolutely hopeless, absolutely powerless. He had given up, totally defeated. Alcohol had defeated him. And you see, but we know we can't live too long without hope. And Bill was at the moment here. He was without hope. And let's look at the next paragraph.
Let's look at it very, very carefully. He said, no words can tell of the loneliness and despair I found in that bitter morass of self-pity. Quicksand stretched around me in all directions. I had met my match. I had been overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master. I've never seen a better description of step one. No step one written in those days, but here's where Bill took it. It's where he admitted complete defeat. Alcohol was his absolute master. He was completely powerless over alcohol. Now, if that should happen to you and I today, we would probably say, well, that being the case, I guess I better go to AA. Bill didn't have any AA to go to. He's in the best treatment facility he knows of. The only thing he can do is leave there and try to stay sober based on his own. Let's see where he goes from here.
Trembling, I stepped from the hospital a broken man. Fear sobered me for a bit, then came the insidious insanity of that first drink. And on Armistice Day, 1934, I was off again. Everyone became resigned to the certainty that I would have to be shut up somewhere or would stumble along to a miserable end. How dark it is before the dawn. In reality, that was the beginning of my last debauch. I was soon to be catapulted into what I like to call the fourth dimension of existence. I was to know happiness, peace, and usefulness in a way of life that is incredibly more wonderful as time passes. I really identify with this part of the story. I had an illusion for a lot of years that because I had a lot of success with willpower in other areas of my life, and the illusion was that I know that I must shut this down and I must stop. And the illusion was that one day I would want to bad enough, and then I would. And the time came just like Bill where I wanted to bad enough. And the frightening thing was I couldn't. And then even after seeking human aid through treatment centers and doctors and getting the information and understanding everything about the phenomenon of craving, I still couldn't stop drinking. And I, too, little did I know that was the part that it talks about in A Vision for You. It calls it the jumping off place when Bill was talking about wishing for the end. That I also had got to the place where I couldn't live with it and I couldn't live without it. And I had become the alcoholic of the hopeless variety. And that really is step one. And it's the entrance, I think, to Alcoholics Anonymous.
Joe?
He said near the end of that bleak November, we got to know that Bill was awful bleak November for Bill.
Started drinking on Armistice Day, November the 11th. Been drunk now for about 3 weeks.
He said, I sat drinking in my kitchen with a certain satisfaction. I reflected there was enough gin concealed about my house to carry me through that night and the next day. My wife was at work. I wondered whether I dared hide a full bottle of gin near the head of our bed. I would need it for daylight. Mm-hmm. My musing was interrupted by the telephone. The cheery voice of an old school friend asked if he might come over. And this was Ebby. He was sober. That's in italic.
It's in squiggly writing. He was sober.
It was years since I could remember his coming to New York in that condition. I was amazed. Rumor had it that he'd been committed for alcoholic insanity, and I wondered how he'd escaped. Bill knew that Ebby had been committed for alcoholic insanity. Matter of fact, Ebby's family was his father was a governor, the mayor of Albany, and the father was running for re-election, and Ebby's drinking was embarrassing him and the family at election time. So he told Ebby to basically go over to Vermont, get out of town basically, but go over to Vermont, to the home place over there, the summer home, clean up, fix up the home place while you're there, make yourself useful, and oh, by the way, sober up while you're over there. So he went over there to do that, and he was cleaning up and fixing up the old home place, and he was having a little drink, of course, and he was outside painting the side of his house one afternoon and standing back, and he was admiring his paint job, and he noticed these pigeons doing some things on the side of his house that he didn't like. So he went and got his shotgun out and began to shoot at the pigeons, blowing holes in the side of the house. Well, the neighbors don't like this, so they call the police, and they come down to arrest Ebby and put him in jail. And they're going to take him before the judge and have him committed for alcoholic insanity. And back in those days, until in the middle 50s, almost anybody could have you committed for alcoholic insanity. The judge, the neighbors, your wife, almost anyone. But they were going to have him committed for alcoholic insanity. Ebby got real lucky along in here because there was two fellas. One guy's name was Roland Hazard, and the other was Sebra Graves. They interceded on Ebby's behalf and asked the judge if they might release Ebby into their care because they were members of the Oxford group and they thought they might have a solution for this fella. And the judge really didn't want to put him in jail any more than they do today. So they released Ebby to their care, and they began to take Ebby to the Oxford group meetings. And sure enough, he began to accept the tenets into his life and stayed sober. After a couple of months, he went back to New York and was living in the Calvary Mission, the headquarters of the Oxford group in New York at that time. And while he was there, he remembered his friend Bill. And he said, I think I'll go over and try to help Bill sober up as someone else had helped me. He said, I wondered how he escaped. Of course he would have dinner, and then I would drink openly with him. Unmindful of his welfare, I thought only of recapturing the spirit of other days. There was that time we had chartered an airplane to complete a jag. His coming was an oasis in this dreary desert of futility. The very thing, an oasis. Drinkers are like that. Charlie?
The door opened, and he stood there fresh-skinned and glowing. There was something about his eyes. He was inexplicably different. What had happened? I pushed a drink across the table. He refused it. Disappointed but curious, I wondered what got into the fellow. He wasn't himself. Come, what's all this about? I queried. And he looked straight at me, simply but smilingly. He said, I've got religion. Now, I'm damn glad that didn't happen in my kitchen. I have no idea what I would have done. But here's what Bill did. He said I was aghast. So that was it. Last summer, an alcoholic crackpot. Now I suspected a little cracked about religion. He had that starry-eyed look. Yeah, the old boy was on fire, all right. But bless his heart, let him rant. Besides, my gin would last longer than his preaching. But he did no ranting. In a matter-of-fact way, he told how two men had appeared in court, persuading the judge to suspend his commitment. They had told of a simple religious idea,
Which is step 2.
and a practical program of action.
Steps 3 through 12.
That was 2 months ago, and the result was self-evident. It worked. You know, Bill knew about Ebby, and he knew how Ebby drank. And he knew that if Ebby had been sober 2 months, something had to be working in Ebby's life, more powerful than Ebby. Made quite an impression on Bill. He said he'd come to pass the experience along to me if I cared to have it. I was shocked but interested. Certainly I was interested. I had to be, for I was hopeless. Bob?
He talked for hours. Childhood memories rose before me. I could almost hear the sound of the preacher's voice as I sat on still Sundays, way over there on the hillside. There was that pro-offered temperance pledge I never signed, my grandfather's good-natured contempt for some church folk and their doings, his insistence that the Spears really had their music, but his denial of the preacher's right to tell him how he must listen. His fearlessness, he spoke of these things just before he died. These recollections welled up from the past. They made me swallow hard. That wartime day in Old Winchester Cathedral came back again. And you can feel Bill's hopelessness opening him up gradually. I had always believed in a power greater than myself. I had often pondered these things. I was not an atheist. Few people really are. For that means blind faith in the strange proposition that this universe originated in a cipher and aimlessly rushes nowhere. My intellectual heroes, the chemists, the astronomers, even the evolutionists, suggested vast laws and forces at work. Despite contrary indications, I had little doubt that a mighty purpose and rhythm underlie all. How could there be so much of precise and immutable law and no intelligence? I simply had to believe in a spirit of the universe who knew neither time nor limitation, but that this was as far as I had gone.
Now remember, Ebby's coming out of the Oxford groups, a group of people practicing first century Christianity to the best of their ability. And many of the terms that Ebby was using were highly religious in nature. And we can see that Bill didn't like that at all. He was having a real problem. Even though he could see it was working in Ebby, he had a hard time accepting these religious ideas from the Oxford group. The next paragraph is where I really identify with Bill. With ministers in the world's religion, I parted right there. When they talked of a God person to me who was love, superhuman strength and direction, I became irritated and my mind snapped shut against such a theory. To Christ I conceded the certainty of a great man, not too closely followed by those who claimed him, his moral teaching most excellent. For myself, I'd adopted those parts when seemed convenient and not too difficult. The rest I disregarded. Anybody in here besides me identify with Bill Wilson and the way he thought and the way he felt? Most certainly. Let's go down to the middle paragraph on page 11, Joe.
But my friend sat before me, and he made the point-blank declaration that God had done for him what he could not do for himself. His human willpower had failed. Doctors had pronounced him incurable. Society was about to lock him up. Like myself, he admitted complete defeat. Then he had, in effect, been raised from the dead, suddenly taken from the scrap heap to the level of life better than the best he'd ever known. Had this power originated in him? Well, obviously it had not. There had been no more power in him at that moment than there was in me, and that was none at all.
This is where the identification process is so important. Bill knew about Ebby. He knew about Ebby's drinking. And he knew if Ebby had been sober 2 months, some power greater than Ebby had to be working in Ebby's life. Now, whether Bill likes it or not is absolutely beside the point. Ebby's sitting there as living proof of it. That's what you and I have today when we go out and talk to the newcomer. We're sitting there as living proof that some power greater than human power has worked in our lives also. Whether the newcomer likes it or not is beside the point. We are the living proof of it. Ebby was the proof to Bill. Let's see where he goes with this now.
Page 12. He said, despite the living example of my friend, there remained in me the vestiges of my old prejudice.
He still didn't like this idea that Ebby's bringing to him.
Prejudice means old ideas, by the way. The word God still aroused a certain antipathy. When the thought was expressed that there might be a God personal to me, this feeling was intensified. I didn't like the idea. I could go for such conceptions of creative intelligence, universal mind, spirit of nature, but I resisted the thought of the czar of the heavens, however loving his sway might be. I have since talked with scores of men who had felt the same way. In other words, Bill was saying there's got to be a harder way to do this, Ebby. What you're telling me is it's too simple.
Let's look at this next statement now very carefully. Bob, you want to read that? You'll notice it's in squiggly writing, too.
That's italic.
My friend suggested what then seemed a novel idea. He said, why don't you choose your own conception of God? Now, this was a novel thing for a person from the Oxford group to say. They were pretty staunch fundamentalists. But I don't know for sure, but I suspect the love of one drunk for another inspired Ebby to say, Bill, take yourself off the hook. Just be open to something. Make your own conception.
I guess they got tired. Ebby probably got tired of arguing with Bill about this thing. You know, Ebby's calling him God and so on and so forth, and Bill's calling him the great mind and spirit of nature and so on. And I guess Ebby finally just said, well, hell, Bill, why don't you just choose your own conception of God? Now, let's see what effect that had on Bill. Next paragraph.
That statement hit me hard. It melted the icy intellectual mountain in whose shadow I had lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight at last. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required of me to make my beginning. I saw that growth could start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would.
Now, surely this is when Bill took step 2. No step 2 written in those days. But here's where Bill came to believe that a power greater than himself could restore him to sanity, based on this simple little idea. Why don't you choose your own conception of God? And I think the reason it works so well is when he said, why don't you choose your own conception of God? He went from religion to spirituality. You see, religion says this is the way you have to believe. Spirituality says it doesn't make any difference how you believe. The main thing is, are you willing to believe that there's a power greater than yourself? And I think the reason it works so good for Bill and so many of us since then is we've never had any problem with our own conception of anything. Yeah, you let me believe in God the way I want to, and I'm ready to go.
It's my idea. It's got to be good.
I've never argued with one of my own ideas.
Right.
Now, if you'll notice, he said, upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. This is Bill's first reference to a wonderfully effective spiritual structure through which we're going to pass to freedom. And as we go through the book, he's going to paint a picture in our mind using words. And the first reference is willingness is the foundation of this thing. Willingness comes from step 1. When we can see that what we're doing is no longer going to work, period, and we're ready to give up, then we become willing to change. So willingness is the foundation. Later on, we're going to see where believing is the cornerstone. And then later on, he'll tell us exactly what we're going to build. And we always like to emphasize that we do not have to wait till we get to step 12 to get something out of this. As we progress through this thing, certain positive things begin to happen as we begin to build this spiritual structure. Now, Bill has taken step 1, and he's taken what we know today as step 2. Ebby starts taking him to Oxford group meetings. But remember, Bill started drinking on November the 11th. The allergies got him, and he can't stop. He now has to be placed back in the town's hospital for withdrawal by Dr. Silkworth for the 3rd time. Let's go to page 13. And he said, at the hospital I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, for I showed signs of delirium tremens. Now, we've seen him take steps 1 and 2. Let's see if we can't find the last 10 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous on page 13.
This is the 3rd time in the hospital, and it's about December the 11th, 1934. Ebby came to see Bill and began to talk to him about the 6 tenets of the Oxford group. And he said, there I humbly offered myself to God as I then understood him, to do with me as he would. I placed myself unreservedly under his care and direction. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing. Without him I was lost.
Their first step or first tenet was surrender. And Bill knew no self-respecting alcoholic was going to want to surrender to anything. So he changed that statement to make a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood him. There we see Bill taking what we know today as step 3.
He said, I ruthlessly faced my sins.
Their next step was examine your sins. And Bill knew no alcoholic's going to do that. So he changed that to make a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. There he's taking what we know today as step 4.
And became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. I've not had a drink since.
Became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. You'll notice friend is capitalized. Another one of the words that Bill uses for God. And that little statement became, later on, step 6 and 7. We're entirely willing to get rid of these things, and we ask God to take them away. There we see him taking what we know today as 6 and 7.
My schoolmate visited me, and I fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies.
We see him now taking what we know today as step 8 and 9.
Now, step 5.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, step 5. Yeah, I'm thinking too far ahead. I do that every once in a while.
Don't think, Charlie.
He's taking step 5. He's taking step 5 there in the towns with Ebby.
So we made a list of people I'd hurt and toward whom I felt resentment. I expressed my entire willingness to approach these individuals, admitting my wrong. Never was I to be critical of them. I was to write all such matters to the utmost of my ability.
Now we see him taking what we know today as steps 8 and 9.
He said, I was testing my thinking by the new God conscious within. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense.
That's step 10, where we continue to take personal inventory.
I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet my problems that he would have me. Never was I to pray for myself, except as my request bore on my usefulness to others. Then only might I expect to receive, but that would be in great measure.
Got to be step 11, where we sought through prayer and meditation, so on, so on, so forth.
My friend promised when these things were done that I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator, that I would have the elements of a way of living which answered all my problems.
That's got to be the first part of step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps.
Belief in the power of God, plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain the new order of things were essential requirements. Simple, but not easy. A price had to be paid. It meant the destruction of self-centeredness. I must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. Poor old alcoholics got to give up the 2 most important things that we love. The first thing is our alcohol, and the second thing is our self-centeredness, the things that we love the most. Now, these were revolutionary and drastic proposals. But the moment I fully accepted them, the effect was electric. There was a sense of victory followed by such a peace and serenity I'd never known. There was utter confidence. I felt lifted up as though the great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. God comes to most men gradually, but his impact on me was sudden and profound.
He said, for a moment I was alarmed and called my friend the doctor to ask if I was still sane. Bill thought he was going crazy. And he listened in wonder as I talked. Finally, he shook his head, saying, something has happened to you I don't understand, but you'd better hang on to it. Anything is better than the way you were. Now, we don't know what happened to Bill that day. We were not there to see that. But we do know this was probably about December the 12th or 13th of 1934. We know that Bill didn't die until January of 1971. He never found it necessary to take another drink as long as he lived. Something profound took place in Bill's life that day. He always said he had a vital spiritual experience as the result of these steps, during which old ideas were cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas. And Bill was able to live the rest of his life without having to drink. Now, here was a guy that was always driven to prove to people that he's as good as they are. Here's a guy that always wanted the money and the power to be a success. Here's the guy that was always thinking about what he himself wanted and needed. Now, after this spiritual experience, let's look at his new attitude toward life. On the last paragraph on page 14. Yeah. It's next to last paragraph.
Finally, or no? While I lay in the hospital, the thought came that there were thousands of hopeless alcoholics who might be glad to have what had been so freely given me. Perhaps I could help some of them. They, in turn, might work with others. This was an inspired thought. You know, I wonder often how lucky we were that if Silkworth could have squashed Bill's whole deal right there and say, Bill, it's DTs. It's not a spiritual experience. Or your brain's going. And Silkworth said, Bill, hold on to it. And I don't, Charlie can probably tell you exactly when, but sometime around this time, Bill was given a copy of a book by William James called The Varieties of Religious Experience. And in there, William James chronicalized experiences just like Bill had had, the born again, the conversion experience. And he noticed that those experiences had two things in common. One, they never happen to you when you're on a roll. You never hit the megabucks and look for God. It just doesn't happen that way. Mm-hmm. And then the second thing that these experiences had invariably, not always, was that they were transitory, which means that they evaporate. And we all know that. I bet you there's people in this room that have had born-again experiences and drank again. And out of that, I think that was part of the knowledge that cemented Bill's conviction that he might be able to keep this alive if he helped other drunks. What a tremendous inspiration.
Now, to back that up, let's look at this next paragraph. My friend, and here he's referring to Ebby now, had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. Particularly was it imperative to work with others as he had worked with me. Faith without works was dead, he said, and how appallingly true for the alcoholic. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work, he would surely drink again. And if he drank, he would surely die. Then faith would be dead indeed. And with us, it's just like that. Thank God Bill remembered that, standing in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel in Akron, just about to go into that bar and get drunk. But he remembered back in New York City, every time he tried to help another drunk, he himself had felt better. So he made the phone calls and he came in contact with Dr. Bob. And he went to see Dr. Bob, not to sober up Bob, to keep Bill from getting drunk. Bill was convinced of the absolute necessity of one alcoholic working with another to keep this thing that he had found there in the town's hospital. Without it, he probably would have lost it also. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Joe?
See, my wife and I abandoned ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution to their problems. It was fortunate for my old business associates remained skeptical for a year and a half, during which I found little work. I was not too well at the time and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink. But I soon found when all other measures fail, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Many times I've gone to my old hospital in despair. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. It's a design for living that works in rough going. You know, the work is really, really hard, but the pay is good too. You see, with us, it's just like that. It has to be for us in Alcoholics Anonymous who have had this experience. We must carry it on. You know, we have to give it away to keep it. And that's the way it is with us. So all we have to do is sit around these meetings, find us a brand new person, someone less sober than we, and go over and shake their hand, say, hello, how are you? I'm glad you're here. And we're passing on a message as we're doing that. It's not hard to do, not hard. But you get to feel better yourself about it. That's all I know.
Okay, now if we're brand new, we've never had any contact with the fellowship. The first contact is through the book. We've read the doctor's opinion. We've been able to see what our problem really is. We've read Bill's story. We've been able to identify with another alcoholic. We've been able to see the progression of his illness. We've been able to see him going from fun drinking to drinking for absolute oblivion. We've been able to see him going all the way to the bottom. Then the great thing is we've been able to see him affect a recovery from that condition. And if we're brand new and we've read the story and we've identified, we can begin to believe and begin to hope that I'm enough like this guy, that if he could recover from that condition, then just maybe I could do. The beginning of belief, the beginning of hope. Bill's story fits in here just exactly where it should. Perfect example of the doctor's opinion. Now, I can almost see Bill as he's writing in the book, probably able to say to himself, well, you know, I've been able to show them the problem through the doctor's opinion and my story. And he said, I think I've given them enough information to be able to see that hopeless condition of mind and body. And he said, now then, I think it's time to give them the solution to that problem. And if the problem is powerless, then surely the answer is going to lie within power. And he sits down and he writes chapter 2. There is a solution. There is a solution to what was described in the doctor's opinion and what we could see in Bill's story. And if the problem is powerless, then the answer is going to lie within power. And in this chapter, he's going to talk about two powers. He's going to talk first about the power of the fellowship which supports us. But then he's going to warn us that that in itself is not sufficient. And he's going to talk about another power, the power of the common solution, which turns out to be the vital spiritual experience. And for those of us who are powerless, if we can get the power of the fellowship, coupled with the power of the vital spiritual experience, then we can find enough power to overcome our powerless condition. In the first half of this chapter, he's going to show you and I why fellowship alone is not sufficient. And the last half of the chapter, he'll talk about the common solution or the vital spiritual experience. So let's begin looking at the two powers necessary for us to overcome our powerless condition.
I had a friend back home I used to sponsor before he died, but he said, I said, there's only one solution. He said, oh no, there's many different types of solutions there are people in AA. I said, well, if you look at the chapter heading on chapter 2, it'll tell you how many solutions there are. There is a solution, only one. Two different powers, but one solution. Said there's that big word again. We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were just as hopeless as Bill. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. Said we're average Americans. Today I think we're average citizens of the world because AA has transcended the world. And to my last count, there was 154 countries that AA is involved in. So we're average citizens of the world today. All sections of this country and many of its occupations are represented, as well as many political, economic, and social and religious backgrounds. We are people who normally would not mix. And we're probably the most mixed up group of people in Sacramento here today. We're people who normally would not mix. But there exists among us a fellowship, a friendliness, and an understanding which is indescribably wonderful. And I got sober on the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. No program. That's why they say go to a lot of meetings. You know, there's enough power in the fellowship to keep a man sober if you go to a meeting. There's enough power in this room here tonight to keep a new person sober because there's a lot of power in the fellowship. But that alone is not enough, you know. Eventually I got to be involved in the vital spiritual experience which changes us. So we're like the passions of a great liner the moment after rescue from shipwreck, when camaraderie, joy, and democracy pervade the vessel from steerage to captain's table. Charlie.
And we see Bill here doing something which most good writers do, using an example of something we already know about to teach us something new and to put his point across. When he says we're like the passions of a great liner, the moment after rescue from shipwreck, when camaraderie, joyousness, and democracy pervade the vessel from steerage to captain's table. And I'm sure that Bill had in mind here the Titanic. And back in 1939, that was certainly was apparent to most people. And on that Titanic, they had a distinct class system. If you wanted to travel the cheapest way, and most of the immigrants from Europe to the United States traveled in what they call the steerage section, way down in the bowels of the ship, dormitory-style living, hardly any fresh air, and the food wasn't too good. I call it the cheese sandwich section. But it didn't cost very much to travel that way. Now, if you want to travel a little bit better, you could come up with a little more cash, and you could go up to third class. Dormitory-style living wasn't like that up there. They actually had some cabins. The fresh air, you got in there once in a while. The food was better. But if you wanted to be better than that, you could spring up a little more money and go to the second class. Better accommodations, better food, better everything. But if you wanted to travel the best, you come up with a little more money and you went to the first class section. Now, in the first class section, they had the finest staterooms. They had the best restaurants, the best food available, period. And everything was just fine. And normally, the person from the steerage section would never meet the person from the first class section. In fact, they even had stairwells separate so they couldn't accidentally meet each other. There's a long ways from the steerage section to first class. But even in first class, there was still a little bit better way to do that. If you had the right money.
Old money.
Old money.
No new money.
If you had the right ethnic background, if you had the right religion, if you had the right everything, well, you might be invited to dine at the captain's table. And God, that was the best place on the ship, period. The best waiters, the best food, the best everything. And it was a long, long ways from the steerage section to the captain's table. Mm-hmm. And normally the person in the steerage section would never have met the one from the captain's table. But then we think about the Titanic and the night it hit the iceberg. And these guys from the steerage section, they got out of that damn thing and come on up on the upper decks of the ship. And these two guys are standing there at the railing. Now, one of them has just come from the captain's table. He's got on his tuxedo and his tie and his jewelry and all of his finery. A real high muckety-muck. Mm-hmm. And there's a guy standing next to him from the steerage section. And he's standing there with his old Brogan shoes on, his old work clothes. These guys had nothing in common with each other, period, until they jumped overboard. And when their butts hit that cold water, they had something in common. How in the hell do we save ourselves? And I doubt very seriously if the guy from the captain's table demanded a financial statement from the man from the steerage section. They grabbed onto each other, held onto each other, and those that were rescued, when they got back on another ship, or they got back on shore, there was a feeling amongst them which was indescribably wonderful. Having escaped from the common peril. That's one of the things that binds people together. That's what binds us together in AA. You know, we sit here in this room tonight, and we're exactly like the book talks about. We come here from all walks of life, all different financial stations, all different nationalities, all different religions, male and female alike. And the thing that binds us together is this feeling of having escaped from the common peril of alcoholism. It's one of the greatest things that human beings can experience. But now listen to him. He says, the feeling of having shared in a common peril is one element in the powerful cement which binds us. But that in itself would never have held us together as we are now joined. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. We have a way out upon which we can absolutely agree, and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism, not the news of the fellowship, but the news of the common solution. And I think one of the greatest tragedies in the world today, and in God there's lots of them, you see them all over the world, but I think one of the greatest tragedies in the world today is that we people who are members of Alcoholics Anonymous are spending literally hundreds of thousands of dollars and hundreds of thousands of men and women work hours trying to attract other alcoholics to the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous when we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of alcoholics already in AA that are sitting around dying from untreated alcoholism? They are members of the fellowship, but they're doing nothing about the common solution. And why aren't they? Well, nobody's telling them to. Everybody's saying you can't teach, that everybody has to work their own program the way they want to work it. You know, I think one of the responsibilities of we people who are older members of AA, we need to bring the newcomer to this page. We need to be sure that the newcomer understands, you betcha this fellowship is a great, great thing. But if all you're going to do is participate in fellowship, you're probably going to die from alcoholism. That we do have a common solution upon which we can all join together in brotherly and harmonious action. Two powers. The power of the fellowship that supports us, the power of the vital spiritual experience, the common solution, which will change us. Now, a good book never tells you anything, but it don't back it up with the pertinent information. And he's going to spend the first half of this chapter explaining to you and I why fellowship alone is not sufficient, why we're going to have the common solution as well as the fellowship. Let's go to page 20. Let's go to the first paragraph, Joe.
Said you may already ask yourself why it is that all of us became so very ill from drinking. Doubtless you're curious to discover how and why, in the face of expert opinion to the contrary, we have recovered from a hopeless condition of mind and body. Now, if you're an alcoholic who wants to get over it, you may already be asking, well, what do I have to do? Well, it's the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. Remember a while ago I said precisely, specifically, with clear-cut directions. There's one of those words. We shall tell you what we've done. Before going into detailed discussion, it may be well to summarize some points as we see them. How many times people have said to us, I can take it or leave it alone, why can't he? Why don't you drink like a gentleman or quit? That fella can't handle his liquor. Why don't you try beer and wine and lay off the hard stuff? His willpower must be weak. He could stop if he wanted to. She's such a sweet girl. I should think he'd stop for her sake. Yeah. The doctor told him that if he ever drank again, it would kill him. But there he is, all lit up again. Now, these are commonplace observational drinkers which we hear all the time. Back of them is a world of ignorance and misunderstanding. We see that these expressions refer to people whose reactions are very different than ours. You know, we have a couple of words in this book, and that word is ignorance. It's used again later on in the book. But a lot of people would have us to believe that we're into denial. I was never into denial. I've always been into ignorance. See, I just didn't know that I didn't know that I didn't know. And this book is trying to teach me something. And the only way I can stay in everlasting ignorance is have contempt prior to investigation. So I need to look at these things and realize that I just don't know and try to learn with an open mind.
Now, he's going to talk about three different kind of drinkers, and then he's going to drive his point home over and over and over again. Let's look at the first drinker.
Moderate drinkers. Moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have good reason for it. They can take it or leave it alone. Very few of them get to AA. Then we have a certain type of hard drinker. He may have the habit, so he's drinking habitually. He may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally. Not good. It may cause him to die a few years before his time. Really not good. If a sufficiently strong reason, and this is kind of the kicker between this guy and the next guy. If a sufficiently strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or the warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man can also stop or moderate, although he may find it difficult and troublesome and may even need medical attention. He may even need detox. Now, I know guys like that. I grew up with people who drank, got DUIs, were in trouble. They'd meet a gal, fall in love, and she'd give him an ultimatum. If you love me, you got to quit this. And he'd come to his senses and he'd say, sweetheart, you're right. Or what was I thinking? and he puts the plug in the jug, and he doesn't become restless, irritable, and discontent. He's not prone to depression. He's not filled with anxiety. He is just, after weaning himself off the alcohol, restored to normal living. And then there's guys like me who, and this really happened to me. There was a time when I was in love when I was drinking. Well, kind of in love. She had a job and a place to live, and I didn't. And that's as close to love as you're going to get for a guy like me. And she was tired of, she had no sense of humor. She was tired of me wetting the bed and stuff, little things like that, no sense of humor. And she gave me an ultimatum. Well, I thought to myself, oh my God, what am I going to do? I need her. I love her. I'll be lost without her. And I swore off, and I weaned myself, holed up for a weekend, kicked the wine out habit I was drinking. I was drinking a lot of cheap wine, swore to myself I'd never touch that stuff again. And I meant it, because I really loved her and needed her in my life. Without her, I felt like I'd be nothing. And then as the days wore on, I started feeling restless and irritable and discontent, and I started seeing what was wrong with her all of a sudden. Her defects just became real glaring, and I had the sense of urgency to tell her. Until we get in a beef one night, and she says the words I've longed to hear. I liked you better drunk. You know something? I liked me better drunk. I liked her better drunk. I liked everything better drunk. I couldn't carry it out. I'm not the hard drinker. I'm the real alcoholic.
So we've talked about two kinds of drinkers now, and neither one of them have the physical allergy. Neither one of them have the obsession of the mind. They're both able to either control their drinking or quit drinking entirely. They drink like we alcoholics drink, this heavy drinker does, but they're non-alcoholic. They're not alcoholic, and you see them all the time. They're the ones that say, when I was in the service, I was an alcoholic also. And I got out of the service, and I got married, and I quit drinking, and I don't see why in the hell you can't. They're not alcoholic. They're heavy drinkers. They drink like us. But if a good enough reason presents itself, they will learn to control their drinking, moderate it, or they will quit drinking entirely. Now here's the third one. But what about the real alcoholic? Now, he may start off as a moderate drinker. He may or may not become a continuous hard drinker. But at some stage of his drinking career begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Now on the rest of page 21 and into 22, we're going to describe the real alcoholic. And when you see a description there that fits you, would you please hold your hand up? We'd like to see if we're in a room full of real alcoholics.
And one said, but at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Charlie said earlier that we cross over that line. I don't know what line he was talking about, but I was drunk when I went over it. I know that.
Now here's the fellow who's been puzzling you, especially in his lack of control. He does absurd, incredible, tragic things while drinking. He's a real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Anybody like that in here?
Yeah.
I never knew what they meant by Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde because I only was familiar with the Hollywood version. The Hollywood version depicts this kind, gentle, altruistic, inquisitive scientist, Dr. Jekyll, who in his search for knowledge discovers this potion, drinks it, becomes this awful, hideous, terrible monster, Mr. Hyde. At about 10 years of sobriety, I went to the library and I got the original book written by Robert Louis Stevenson, who, one of the greatest writers of his time, died of alcoholism, a horrible alcoholic death. Mm-hmm. And I read the original version and I was astounded because I identified awfully much with both Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. See, Dr. Jekyll was a self-absorbed, judgmental, self-involved, self-righteous individual who didn't fit very good. He was temperamental and moody, and he drank this elixir and became Mr. Hyde, and for the first time in his life he could come out and play. And as I did, he went too far. He did a lot of damage, hurt a lot of people, brought a lot of shame onto his house and his reputation. And then in the end, there's a part where there's like a confession, and he says something that touched me. He said that even in the face of all the damage I did and the shameful things I did and all the stuff that happened and the people that were hurt, I still liked myself better as Mr. Hyde than I ever liked myself as Dr. Jekyll.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel and let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
And I know exactly what he's talking about. I am the real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
He's seldom mildly intoxicated. He's always more or less insanely drunk.
Anybody get that way?
His disposition while drinking resembles his normal nature but little.
I always get good looking and out of debt. Just like that.
He may be one of the finest fellows in the world. You let him drink for a day, and he frequently becomes disgustingly and even dangerously antisocial.
Anybody get that way?
Anybody get that way in here?
Have all kinds of fights, never win any, but you have a lot of them.
He has a positive genius for getting tired at exactly the wrong moment, particularly when some important decision must be made or engagement kept. He is often perfectly sensible and well-balanced concerning everything except liquor, but in that respect he is incredibly dishonest and selfish. He often possesses special abilities, skills, and aptitudes, has a promising career ahead of him. He used his gifts to build up a bright outlook for his family and self, and then pulls the structure down on his head by a senseless series of sprees. He's a fellow who goes to bed so intoxicated he ought to sleep the clock around. Yet early next morning he searches madly for the bottle he misplaced the night before. Anybody in here ever lose your bottle from the night? If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house, to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him to throw down the waste pipe.
My wife and I buy a lug of whiskey, which is 3/5, one to share and one to hide from each other.
As matters grow worse, he begins to use a combination of high-powered sedative and liquor to quiet his nerves so he can go to work. Then comes a day when he simply cannot make it and gets drunk all over again. Perhaps he goes to a doctor who gives him morphine or some sedative to which to taper off. Then he begins to appear at hospitals and treatment centers, sanitariums.
That same thing.
Same thing, we just got a better word for him today. Now, this is by no means a comprehensive picture of the true alcoholic, as our behavior patterns vary, but this description should identify him roughly. Now, thank God today, if our government has ever spent anything right in the field of alcoholism, it's an education of the public as to what alcoholism is and what it isn't. And because of that, a lot of the stigma has been removed from alcoholism. And many, many people are getting to us today before they have to do all these things that describes the real alcoholic. But I'll guarantee you, if you're a real alcoholic, you found yourself in there somewhere. At least one of them is going to apply. In my case, practically every one of them. One in particular, if he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house, to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him. 7 years after I got sober, I sold a 40-acre, 45,000 broiler chicken operation. And for years after that, I would meet the guy that bought it from me, and every once in a while he would wave and grin, and he'd say, "Hey, Charlie, we have found another one." And he's referring to partially empty vodka bottles. Behind corner posts, in hollow trees, under rocks, in feed bins, all over that damn place. He found them for years. Now here's the question. Why does he behave like this? If hundreds of experiences have shown him at one drink means another debacle with all its attendant suffering and humiliation, why is it that he takes that one drink? Why can't he stay on the water wagon? Moderate drinker can. Heavy drinker can. Why can't the alcoholic? What has become of the common sense and willpower that he still sometimes displays with respect to other matters? Perhaps there never will be a full answer to these questions.
Where am I?
Right down here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Charlie's dilemma when he was hiding those bottles.
Now, don't think. Don't think. That damn thinking gets us in trouble every time.
Charlie had 45,000 chickens and 100 pigs and 200 head of cattle and 4 bird dogs and a red-headed wife. Boy, he was busy. Perhaps there never will be a full answer to these questions. Opinions vary considerably as why the alcoholic reacts differently from normal people. We're not sure why. Once a certain point is reached, little can be done for him. We cannot answer the riddle. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. We're equally positive that once he takes any alcohol, whatever, into his system, something happens both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop drinking. The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Now, these observations, the one we've just been talking about, these observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind rather than in the body.
Would you repeat that, please?
Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind rather than in the body. Now, if you ask him why he started on that last bender, the chances are he'll offer any one of 100 alibis. Sometimes these excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc one alcoholic drinking bout creates. They sound like the philosophy of a man who, having a headache, beats himself on the head with a hammer so that he can't feel the ache. If you draw this fallacious reasoning to the attention of any alcoholic, he will laugh it off or become irritated and refuse to talk.
Once in a while, he may tell the truth.
Not often.
You know, strange as it may seem, there are times we alcoholics tell the truth. Not too often, but once in a while. You know, I had a lady in Al-Anon came to me one day, and she said her husband's still drinking. She said, Charlie, all he does is lie, lie, lie. She said, how can you tell when one of you guys are lying? And I said, well, watch him very closely. And if you see his lips moving, he's probably lying to you all right. And I said, you want me to tell you how to keep him from lying? And she said, yeah. I said, don't ask him those stupid questions. He don't know any better than you know. Now, here's the truth. The truth, strange to say, is usually he has no more idea why he took that first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses which are a satisfied part of the time, but in their hearts they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, they are a baffled lot. There is the obsession that somehow, someday they'll beat the game, but they often expect they are down for the count. And there's the word obsession. And the great obsession of every alcoholic is someday, somehow, we're going to beat the game. Someday, somehow, we're going to find some kind of liquor we can drink without getting drunk. Someday, somehow, we're going to find a place that we can go drink and not get. Someday, we'll find a group of people. And that obsession is so strong that it makes us believe something that is absolutely not true. It makes us believe that it's okay to drink. So the real problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind, telling us we can drink, rather than in the body that ensures we can't. Let's go to page 24, first paragraph, squiggly writing.
The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice and drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. That was so true in me. I could come off a run and be beaten half to death, and I would have the freshness of the memory of that pain would be on me, and I'm determined I'll never drink. And something would happen. The further I got away from the last drink and that run and the pain, the hazier and the vaguer the memory of the pain would become. And it's not that I couldn't remember it intellectually. I couldn't bring it up with any emotional force. I think it's a very similar experience to what women go through, from what I'm told, with childbirth. If a woman could experientially relive the pain of childbirth, she would never, ever do that again. But But what happens is the memory gets a little vaguer and hazier, and then you're seeing the cute babies, and how bad was it? Until that first contraction hits. And there's a weird thing that happens into me. Silkworth says as we stop drinking, we become restless, irritable, and discontent. And here it says that the memory of the suffering, humiliation doesn't have enough force after a while to deter me. And if it was a balance scale and I just got sober and I've trashed my life one more time, the memory of the freshness of that would have a lot of weight, and it would weigh the balance scale down. On the other side, just as yet were some feelings of restless, irritable, and discontent, but not too pronounced, and it's nothing I can't live with. And as time goes on, the memory becomes lighter and lighter, and the feelings of restless, irritable, discontent come stronger and stronger, and I'm trying to stay sober, and they don't understand what I've given up here, and nobody gets it, what a good job I'm doing, and it gets harder and harder, and this gets lighter, and then all of a sudden, one day, where drinking again would seem inconceivable, one day the scale tips, and the memory, I can't grab onto it, and I'm overcome with the emotions of untreated alcoholism.
The almost certain consequences that follow taking even a glass of beer do not crowd into the mind to deter us. If these thoughts occur, they are hazy and readily supplanted with the old threadbare idea that this time we shall handle ourselves like other people. There is a complete failure of the kind of defense that keeps one from putting his hand on a hot stove. If you put your hand on a hot stove and it's burned you pretty badly, chances are you're always going to remember that. Chances are you're not going to go back and put your hand on a hot stove again. I remember as a kid growing up during the Depression years. There's a few of you in here old enough to remember that too. We didn't have very much in those days. We didn't have forced air heat. We didn't have hot and cold running water. In the wintertime, we burned wood, coal, whatever we could to stay warm.
Other people's houses, whatever. Tear off a board and go burn it.
But it didn't make any difference how poor you are. Cleanliness is still next to godliness. And I know as this kid growing up, every Saturday night we had to take a bath. Now, whether you needed a bath or not's beside the point. You still have to take one on Saturday night. And one time in the wintertime, Mother had heated the bath water on the old heating stove in the living room. Put a number 3 zinc wash tub behind that stove. Put the bath water in that tub. Now, every kid in the family takes a bath in the same water. I'm the baby of the family. By the time it got to me, the crud would be about an inch thick on it. Mother said, "Get in there and get yourself clean." And I thought to myself, well, how in the hell do I get clean there? But I didn't dare say that to Mother. You didn't talk to your mother that way back when I was a kid. And I scraped the crud back. I got in there and began to wash myself, standing next to this red-hot heating stove, and somehow I managed to bend over and stick my rear against that stove. I shall never forget it. Raised a blister on my rear end about as big as my hand. Hurt me worse than anything had ever hurt me before in my lifetime. And do you know, I've never had an obsession of the mind to stick my ass on a hot stove since then. Never have I jerked my britches down, backed up, and said, "Burn me again."
And I bet you didn't need to go to meetings or have a sponsor for that either.
Now, alcohol has burned me over and over and over and over and over and over again, just as bad as that hot stove ever burned me. And left on my own resources, I cannot remember what alcohol does to me. My mind begins to think about what it's going to do for me. And that pushes out what it does to me. And next thing you know, I think it's okay to drink. Last paragraph, page 24. When this sort of thinking is fully established in an individual with alcoholic tendencies, he's probably placed himself beyond human aid. Unless locked up, may die or go permanently insane. If we've placed ourselves beyond human aid, then the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous will not bring about recovery from alcoholism, because the fellowship is made up of a group of human beings who are just as powerless over alcohol as I am. My power is going to have to come from some source greater than human power. Page 25. there is a solution. Now we'll look at the real solution.
Yeah, that's in italic. There is a solution. Thank God there's a solution. It's almost none of us like the self-searching, the leveling of our pride, the confession of shortcomings which the process requires for successful consummation. But we saw that it really worked in others, and we had come to believe in the hopeless and futility of life, and we'd been living it. When therefore we were approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We have found much of heaven, and have been rocketed into a fourth dimension of existence, which we had not even dreamed. See, I saw when I was going to meetings that people said that they'd worked those steps and the obsession to drink had left them. I saw that it worked in them, and I wished that I could have what they had. And the only way I could get what they had was to do what they did, which was basically to take the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. So I stayed sober on the fellowship. I stayed sober watching other people stay sober and getting their families back. But he said here that the great fact is just this and nothing less, that we've had deep and effective spiritual experiences, which have revolutionized our whole attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He's commenced to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. You see that little asterisk there beside the word spiritual experience? That really kind of scared me, that word spiritual experience did. And for people like me, they put that asterisk there and said fully explained on Appendix 2, back in page 569. Later on page 27, referring to that same asterisk, it said, for further application, see Appendix 2. Page 47, it says, please see Appendix 2. They want to make sure that we understand what they meant by those terms, spiritual experiences and spiritual awakenings. Because Charlie mentioned a while ago that if the writer of the book is writing in one context and I'm reading in another, then the message is going to come through and it will be garbled. And certainly it was with me. Because when I saw those words, spiritual experience and spiritual awakenings, it conjured up a bunch of old ideas that I had as a young child. As I said earlier, if I ever got big enough they couldn't catch me, I wouldn't go anymore either to church. Well, they would catch me from time to time and take me to church. And one time I was there, had a revival. It lasted all week. Man, like to wore me out. And my Aunt Much, she's much of a woman, that's why we call her Aunt Much. But Aunt Much got into the spirit of this thing one night, and I think she was jumping over some of those pews or something, I'm not sure. But she was rolling around there in the sawdust in that floor there, and she was talking in a strange language that I never heard, or hadn't heard before, and it scared the heck out of me. And she was having a spiritual experience. When they talk about spiritual experience and spiritual awakenings, I was dreading them, to tell you the truth, because that's what I understood. I thought I was going to have one like that. Thank God for people like me who didn't understand. They put some information in the back of the book to explain to me what they meant by those terms.
In the first printing of the big book, this asterisk was not here.
No.
With just the word spiritual experiences. And people became very confused about this. And they began to write into that little office in New York City and say, Bill, we're confused by your usage of the word spiritual experience. We're not having what you had in that town's hospital. We're not feeling as if the great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. We're not seeing any lights flash or hearing any bells ring. What do you mean by spiritual experience? And Bill realized that he had left a blind spot in the book. So in the second printing of the book, he put the asterisk here, bottom of the page, fully explained in Appendix 2. In Appendix 2, he explains what they mean by the words spiritual experience. So if we're going to have a spiritual experience, maybe we better go back here in the back of the book to Appendix 2 and see what they're really talking about. That scared me to death. I knew it was some kind of religious thing, and I didn't want any part of that. Thank God for the appendix. It's on page 569, third edition, page 567 in the fourth edition. Let's go back and see what they are talking about.
Appendix 2, spiritual experience. The terms spiritual experience and spiritual awakening are used many times in this book, which upon careful reading shows that the personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism has manifested itself among us in many different forms.
Okay, I've already learned something new. It might be called a spiritual experience,
Which happens suddenly,
or it might be called a spiritual awakening.
develops slowly over a period of time.
In either case, it's a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. We come here restless, irritable, and discontented. We come here filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. We come here very selfish, self-centered human beings. Now, if we can change our personality from that condition to a different condition, then maybe we can recover from alcoholism. So it's a personality change sufficient to recover.
Yet it is true that our first printing gave many readers the impression that these personality changes or religious experiences must be in the nature of sudden and spectacular upheavals. Is that like projectile vomiting?
Yeah.
Happily for everyone, this conclusion is erroneous. In the first few chapters, a number of sudden and revolutionary changes are described. Though it was not our intention to create such an impression, many alcoholics have nevertheless concluded that in order to recover, they must acquire an immediate and overwhelming God consciousness, followed at once by a vast change in feeling and outlook. That sounds like what I would get after about a pint of whiskey, a vast change in feeling and outlook. Among our rapidly growing membership of thousands of alcoholics, such transformations, though frequent, are by no means the rule. Most of our experiences are what the psychologist William James calls the educational variety because they develop slowly over a period of time. Quite often, friends of the newcomer are aware of the difference long before he is himself. Boy, that is really true. My parents could see it in me before I could see it. A lot of people could. He finally realizes that he has undergone a profound alteration in his reaction to life, that such a change could hardly have been brought about by himself alone. What often takes place in a few months could seldom have been accomplished by years of self-discipline. With few exceptions, our members find that they have tapped an unsuspected inner resource which they presently identify with their own conception of a power greater than themselves. Most of us think this awareness of a power greater than ourselves is the essence of spiritual experience. Our more religious members call it God consciousness. Most emphatically, we wish to say that any alcoholic capable of honestly facing his problem in the light of our experience can recover, provided he does not close his mind to all spiritual concepts. He can only be defeated by an attitude of intolerance or belligerent denial. We find no one need have difficulty with the spirituality of the program. Willingness, honesty, and open-mindedness are the essentials of recovery, but these are indispensable. There is a principle which is a bar against all information, which is proof against all arguments, and which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance. That principle is contempt prior to investigation.
You know, there seems to be one key word that runs through this whole appendix, and that's the word change. Now again, Bill, like most writers, repeats himself quite often, but when he does, he usually finds a different word that means the same thing. Let's see how many times he said change on page 569, and how many different ways he had of saying it. In the first paragraph, he called it a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery. In the second paragraph, he again said personality changes, but then in the nature of sudden and spectacular upheavals. An upheaval is to change something entirely. In the third paragraph, first sentence, he called it sudden revolutionary changes. To revolutionize something is to change it entirely. Third paragraph, last sentence, he called it immediate and overwhelming God consciousness. To overwhelm something is to change it. Third paragraph, last sentence, he called it a vast change in feeling and outlook. Fourth paragraph, first sentence, he said, such transformations. To transform is to change. And about the middle of the fourth paragraph, he said, profound alteration. To alter is to change. So the key is to change from what we were when we got here to something entirely different. And we'll guarantee anybody that will take this program of action, as the book says to do it, you're going to change. Ideas, emotions, and attitudes change to something entirely different. And we're not what we were when we came here. Now, if it happens fast, which it does once in a great while, we'll call it a spiritual experience. But if it happens slowly, we'll call it a spiritual awakening, a change of the educational variety. We change as we learn. Now, the only thing that can keep us from succeeding as this is the absolute refusal to change. A lot of people come to AA and they want to stop drinking, but they don't want to change anything. They keep on wanting to live the same kind of life they've always lived. They keep on wanting to think the same old thoughts they've always thought. And the end result is, sooner or later, they go back to drinking. Now, this doesn't sound so bad. When you go back here and look at the spiritual experience, it doesn't scare me quite as bad anymore. Thank God he put it in there. Let's go back to page 25.
See, when they first talked to me about change, I liked that idea. Boy, I wanted to change. Told you, I stood in the back of the rooms and I looked down at my feet and I was ashamed. I did not like who I had become. I wanted to be different. So I did about what most everybody in AA does at one time or another. I looked around the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. I saw me some heroes that I love and respected, and Charlie was one of them. And I did the very best I could possibly do to emulate those people. I didn't like me, so I wanted to be like them. And I almost emulated Charlie to a T. Thank God I didn't quite make it. Only one Charlie, and I'm grateful for that. But I think the type of change that they're really talking about is to change from what I had become to that which God intends for me to be, just me. So I need to change from that to what God intends for me to be, just me. And that's really what the type of change we're talking about in AA.
Last paragraph, page 25. If you're seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle-of-the-road solution. We were in a position where life was becoming impossible. And if we had passed into the region from which there is no return through human aid, we had but two alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could.
Which is step one.
And the other to accept spiritual help.
Which is step two.
This we did because we honestly wanted to and were willing to make the effort. You know, one of your pet phrases you hear in AA today is people say, you better not talk too much about God or you'll run the newcomer off. But if you'll notice, the book doesn't mind talking about God at all. And the book doesn't mind finally getting around to telling us we just got one or two choices. We can stay powerless and continue to drink until we die from alcoholism, or we can accept spiritual help. And there doesn't seem to be any other alternatives for we alcoholics.
No door three.
My sponsor straightened me out in this area. He said, Charlie, you don't need to worry about running a newcomer off talking about God. He said, if you do, whiskey will put him right back in here. Because he said he has no other place to go. And when he comes back, he'll probably be willing to talk about God.
Because of my fears and prejudices when it came to God, I think if I could have gone with the alternative of going on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of my intolerable situation, I would have done that. But the problem, one of the worst things about being an alcoholic is I am periodically forced into sobriety. Over and over and over again. If I could have stayed drunk out of it 24/7, I'd have signed up for that until I died. But the problem is I keep either running out of money or getting so physically sick I can't keep it down anymore, or getting arrested. I keep being forced into abstinence. If I could have blotted it out, I would have never had to sought spiritual help. I'd have just done that until I was dead and probably been willing to go that route. But the worst thing about alcoholism is we got to get sober whether we want to or not. Over and over and over again.
We'll do him.
Okay, now you would think this idea of the spiritual experience would have come to us from somebody in religion. I'm always amazed to see where this idea really came from. Let's go back to page 26. A certain American businessman had ability, good sense, and high character.
That's Roland Hazard.
For years he had floundered from one treatment center to another. He had consulted the best-known American psychiatrist. And then he had gone to Europe, placing himself in the care of a celebrated physician, the psychiatrist Dr. Jung, who prescribed for him. Though experience had made him skeptical, he finished his treatment with unusual confidence. His physical and mental condition were unusually good. Above all, he believed he had acquired such a profound knowledge of the inner workings of his mind and its hidden springs that relapse was unthinkable. He didn't go to Dr. Jung for a 28-day treatment program. He went to Dr. Jung and he stayed with him a year. And he and Dr. Jung had a session together every week for that full year. Nevertheless, he was drunk in a short time. More baffling still, he could give himself no satisfactory explanation for his fall. So he returned to this doctor whom he admired and asked him point blank why he could not recover. He wished above all things to regain self-control. He seemed quite rational and well-balanced with respect to other problems, yet he had no control whatever over alcohol. Why was this? He begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society and would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he expected to live long. That was a great physician's opinion. But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where the other free man may go without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude. Now, some of our alcoholic readers may think they can do without spiritual help. Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, "You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I have never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you." Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed on him with a clang. And he said to the doctor, "Is there no exception?" "Yes," replied the doctor, "there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since early times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena. They appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements.
Change.
Ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men, are suddenly cast to one side.
Change.
And a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them.
Change.
In fact, I've been trying to produce some such emotional rearrangement within you.
Change.
With many individuals, the method which I employed are successful, but I've never been successful with an alcoholic of your description. Asterisk, bottom of the page for amplification, see Appendix 2. I want to be sure that we understand what we're talking about here. You know, can you imagine? Can you imagine the humility of this doctor? There was 3 leading psychiatrists in the world at that time: Dr. Freud, Dr. Adler, and Dr. Jung. Now, Adler and Jung were students of Freud, and Jung had fallen out with Freud and Adler on one thing and one thing only. They believed all answers would lie within the mind, within the intellect. Jung believed that some answers might lie in spirituality. And can you imagine his humility to be able to say to Roland, "Roland, I can't help you anymore." You know, he could have said, "Roland, I think you're suffering from a Valium deficiency. Come on back for another year." No, he said, Roland, I can't help you anymore. With all my knowledge of the mind, I've done all I can do for you, and you probably are going to die from alcoholism. And Roland said, are there no exceptions to that? And this doctor had enough humility to go outside of his field of expertise and say, oh, yeah. Once in a great while, there have been people like you who have had vital spiritual experiences. He said, they're phenomena to me. I don't understand them. But they appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements. Ideas are cast aside, replaced with a new set of ideas, and that person was able to live then without drinking. Absolutely blows my mind to see this. Now, we people in AA who are so proud of our 12 steps, and rightly we should be so, I think sometimes we really ought to stop and see where these things came from. You know, step one came to us from a medical doctor in New York City named Dr. Silkworth, who was non-alcoholic. Step two came to us from a psychiatrist on the other side of the world who was non-alcoholic. The last 10 steps came to us from a group of people called the Oxford Groupers who were practicing first century Christianity, and they were non-alcoholics. Bill always said, he said, I knew none of these things. And he said, all of these diverse pieces of information gelled in my mind. And he said, from that I was able to write the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. But we didn't think about any of them. They all came from non-alcoholic people. Isn't that something? Just amazes me when I look at those things and see where this really did come from.
You know, think about Dr. Silkworth. He knew what the problem was, the physical algae obsession of the mind, and his only solution was don't drink. So he didn't really have a solution for it. Dr. Jung gave Roland a solution, but he didn't know what the problem was. The Oxford group had the planned program of action. They weren't interested in the alcoholics or the problem or solution to alcoholism. All these things gelled in the mind of Bill through the experience of other people, and he was able to write it down in this book. A wholesale miracle happened for us, starting right there where Dr. Jung said that here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these are phenomenon. He told Roland to get involved with some spiritual organization, and hopefully he could have a vital spiritual experience too. But back in those days, it was just here and now.
Here and there.
Here and there, once in a while. But today, we can look around these rooms at each other and say here and now. Every time an alcoholic will apply these steps to their life, they too can recover. And they call it Alcoholics Anonymous. A wholesale miracle has happened in our lifetime. Thank God it's happened that way for us. Because we could have been one of those who just went on to the bitter end, wandering around drunk until we died. But thank God there's a solution, and it started with a vital spiritual experience when Dr. Jung told Roland to get involved in some spiritual organization and to have a vital spiritual experience. Wholesale miracle happened in our lifetime.
Bob?
A few years back, my mother got lung cancer, and it was a type of lung cancer that's terminal. And I was talking to this doctor, and he told me that there's nothing that can be humanly done. It's inoperable. Chemo does not respond. This type of cancer will not respond to chemo. There's nothing that can be done. And I asked this doctor, I said, it was very similar to what Roland asked Carl Jung. I said, Doc, isn't there anything that can be done? Because I would have flown my mother anywhere in the world. I would have spent whatever it took. And he said, no, there's nothing that can be done. He said, I said, are there any exceptions? And he said something to me that caught my attention. He said, there are rare instances throughout history that are phenomenons where people like your mother will experience something that we call spontaneous remission. And he said, we don't understand it. We can't recreate it. We cannot duplicate it. There's millions of dollars being spent in research trying to figure it out and duplicate it. We don't know what it is, what brings it on. But it seems like almost like a portal within the patient opens up. and a healing energy that did not exist prior to that moment becomes available to that patient, and the patient spontaneously heals themselves. And when he said that, I thought to myself, oh my God, how like Alcoholics Anonymous. For those of us that are terminally ill with alcoholism, in all effective purposes, Alcoholics Anonymous has provided a process that will create and maintain, for all practical purposes, could be considered spontaneous remission for the disease of alcoholism. All practical purposes, AA is designed to create a spiritual awakening, or for people that are terminally ill, like us, a miracle. So,
Okay, we want to look at one little picture real fast, and then we'll be done. Joe's going to put it up here on the screen, and it's titled, What is the Solution? And we've been talking now about the two solutions in this chapter titled, There is a Solution. And on the left-hand side of that picture, we see the fellowship that supports us, where the older members, through the sharing of their experience, strength, and hope with the newcomer, provides enough strength and power for the newcomer to be able to stay sober for a period of time. And by the way, it's a two-way street. As the older member supports the new member, the older member draws power and support from that also. Great, great power in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. It'd be almost impossible to be in AA today very long and not begin to believe there must be some power greater than human power working within and throughout this fellowship. When you hear countless hundreds of people saying it's only by the grace of God, or because of a power greater than I am, or because of God as I understand Him, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink an X number of days, weeks, months, years, or whatever. You can hardly hear that over and over and over and over and over and over, and not begin to believe there must be some power greater than human power working within this fellowship. The instant the newcomer begins to believe that, then that opens the mind, and the newcomer becomes willing to investigate. And upon investigation, with the help of a good sponsor, he finds this simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. The 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And as the newcomer, with the help of a good sponsor, works their way through the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, they have a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening. A personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. Now, when the newcomer has that personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism, they now become an older member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And they can go back to the left-hand side of the sheet and support the next newcomer that comes in. The book makes it absolutely clear. You can't give away what you don't have. Now, somewhere down the line, we begin to move away from our program. We begin staying sober on fellowship and guts. And the instant we did that, we went from a life-changing program to a non-drinking program. Then in self-defense, we had to start measuring success by how long have you been sober, rather than by the quality of that sobriety. Now today in AA, you see all kinds of people. You see some people that's only been in here for 4, 5, 6 months. They got a good sponsor. Sponsor worked with them right through the program. And they've had a spiritual experience or spiritual awakening, and they are a delight to behold. They're always laughing and cutting up and having fun, doing everything they can for AA and for other alcoholics. You just love to be around them. Then you see some people in here that's been in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years. Treated it like a cafeteria. Took what they wanted and left what they wanted. Now they're better than they used to be when they first came here. But you never know what kind of shape they're going to be in the next time you run into them. One day they're up and the next day they're down, and they're kind of like a yo-yo going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then you see some people have been in here 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years. Never worked a step. Damn proud of it. And they're the ones that say, by God, if you want what we've got, and you're willing to go to any damn... Now, some of those guys, they feel so bad you'd like to buy them a drink. You know they would be better off with a drink. So we're not talking about how long we've been sober. We're talking about the quality of the sobriety. And only those who have undergone this spiritual experience can help the next one have a spiritual experience, and it's just that simple. Two powers. The power of the fellowship that supports us, the power of the vital spiritual experience which changes us. And those two powers added together will overcome anybody's powerlessness over alcohol. And that's all we've got for tonight. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic. And it's truly by God's grace and the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous and the program of Alcoholics Anonymous that I found in a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm sober today, and for that I am very, very thankful. And so are a lot of other people. And I'd like to read the preamble, please. Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that they may solve their common problem to help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for AA membership. We are self-supporting through our own contributions. AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Does not wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober and to help other alcoholics achieve sobriety. And I'd like to tell you this story this morning about this fellow who was sitting in the bar, and he was kind of looking in the mirror doing like this. The guy next to him said, "What's wrong, fella?" He said, "Oh, I went to the dentist today and got my new teeth, and they won't fit. Have to hold them in." The guy said, "Well, here, we'll try these on and see what you think of these." And he put them in. He said, "Well, that's not too bad, but it seemed to be a little bit tight." He said, "Well, try these. Put them in and see what you think of those." He said, No, those are way too tight." And he said, "Well, here, try these. This ought to work." He said, "Oh, those are pretty good." I said, "Are you a dentist?" He said, "No, I'm an undertaker."
Are you through?
I'm through.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Charlie Parmley. I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic.
Lack of power, Charlie. Turn your mic on.
Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found through the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 12,364 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. You guys are looking great this morning. You really look great this morning. Everybody having a good time? Yeah. Huh? You know, we promised you at the beginning we were going to have a fun time this weekend, so certainly we're going to do our best to do so. I've been asked to talk for just a moment or two on this raffle that we're having, so everybody will feel comfortable with it. Bob, you want to say anything before we start? On three. Tell them who you are.
My name's Bob Darrell. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Bob.
Through God's grace that I've accessed and maintained in my life through the process in this book, I haven't had a drink or anything else to treat my alcoholism other than Alcoholics Anonymous since Halloween 1978, and that's a miracle. And I hope some of you get a chance to join us on one of these big book cruises. They're phenomenal. They're really phenomenal.
Okay, we finished up in our session before this with chapter 2. I can almost see Bill once again as he finishes chapter 2. kind of sitting there and reviewing what he's done up to this point. And he probably says to himself, I was able to show them the problem in the doctor's opinion and my story, Bill's story. He said, I was able to show them the solution to the problem in chapter 2. The solution to that powerless condition being power. And he showed us two different powers, the power of the fellowship that supports us and the power of the vital spiritual experience which changes us. But then he probably says to himself that they're not going to like that solution a bit better than I did. Remember, Bill had a real problem with these ideas that Abby was bringing to him, this idea of the spiritual experience and etc. He had an aversion to anything that smacked of religion, period. And he knew that we were going to have some problems with that also, being a real alcoholic. And I think he says to himself, what I need to do now is show them just exactly what's going to happen to them if they don't find that solution. And he sits down and he writes another chapter called More About Alcoholism. In More About Alcoholism, he talks about one thing and one thing only. Step 2 says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Well, if we have to be restored to sanity, that indicates that we must be insane. And a lot of alcoholics are highly offended when you bring that up. They say, oh, no, I'm not insane. Oh, yeah, I do some pretty crazy, stupid things when I'm drinking. But when I'm sober, I'm much like normal people. Many other alcoholics say, well, we don't have any trouble with that insanity because we remember all the crazy, stupid things we did while drinking. In both cases, they're referring to the crazy, stupid things we did while drinking as the insanity. No, that's not insanity. The crazy, stupid things we do while drinking, that's caused by a mind that is filled with alcohol. Alcohol lowers the inhibitions. And if your mind is filled with something that lowers the inhibitions, look out, you're going to do some pretty crazy, stupid things, okay. But that's not insanity, that's caused by alcohol itself. It bugged us and bugged us and bugged us and bugged us until finally we went back to the dictionary again. And we looked up the word sanity or the word sane. And the dictionary defines a sane mind as wholeness of mind. A mind that is whole, a mind that is complete, can usually see the truth about everything around it, makes decisions based on truth, and life turns out to be pretty good. An insane mind is one that is less than whole, cannot always see the truth, makes a decision based upon a lie, and usually runs into very, very serious difficulties. To be insane does not mean you're crazy. You know, if you're crazy, that means you've lost more than half your marbles. And you got to be locked up somewhere to protect you and society from you. To be insane does not mean that you're crazy. It simply means you cannot always see the truth. I think one of the greatest examples, my friend Joe from Little Rock always used it to indicate insanity or what it is. He said, let's take a pie. And let's set a pie here in front of us and cut it into 10 pieces. And he said, you come along and I give you a piece of this pie. Now my pie is now less than whole, but I've still got 90% of it. Somebody else comes along, we give them a piece of pie. My pie is now more or less than whole, but I've still got 80% of it. He said, to be insane does not mean you're all gone. It just means you're not quite all here. And when it comes to alcohol, it seems as though from time to time, we're not quite all here. From time to time, we can't see the truth about alcohol. We make a decision based upon a lie, then sooner or later we run into the truth. So this whole chapter is designed to let us look into our minds just before we take the first drink. Can we see the truth about alcohol or can we not? If we can see the truth, we're sane. If we can't see the truth, then we're insane. Joe?
I love that chapter more about alcoholism. You know, it's called more about alcoholism. I guess it could be called more truth about alcoholism, because I've heard all my life, if you know the truth will set you free. And if we're not free, it's because we don't know the truth. And I need to know the truth about alcoholism. And during this chapter, we're going to see a lot of different words used through here. We're going to see words like obsession, illusion, delusion, and insanity. And if you're not careful, you're going to think that Bill is talking about 4 different things. He's actually only talking about one thing, because he learned in college, when he was writing courses in college, to never use the same word to describe the same idea over and over and over. It shows how dumb you really are if you do that. So every time he wanted to change a word, he changed the word to find another word just exactly like the first word he just changed, because he didn't want to just keep saying the same things over and over and over. For instance, the word obsession is an idea that overpowers all other ideas. I looked that up in the dictionary, and it said an obsession is a disturbing preoccupation with an idea or feeling. An illusion is a mistaken idea. A delusion, a persistent belief in something false, typical of some mental disorders. Insanity, foolish, not mentally sound. To me, that all sounds like the same thing, doesn't it? It all sounds like insanity. And that's what he's talking about in this chapter, insanity. What does an alcoholic think just before we take a drink? And that's insanity.
Bob, you got anything? Let's start right on page 30.
Page 30, chapter 3, more about alcoholism. Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. That could be a membership requirement. If you've ever been at a place where you're unwilling to admit you're an alcoholic, you probably belong here. My grandfather died with 87 years of sobriety. He never took a drink in his life. And at his deathbed, if you would ask him, how many times in your life have you been unwilling to admit you were an alcoholic, he'd have probably said, never thought about it at all. Because he didn't have alcoholism. No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. I am bodily and mentally different. I have a body that cannot drink because of a physical allergy, and I have a mind that wants to drink even when it's overwhelmed with evidence that it's a bad idea. Therefore, it is not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. I spent 7 years in and out of Alcoholics Anonymous because of this. Because secretly in the back of my mind, I believed that I could jumpstart the party back to the good old days when it was still fun, and that I could get away with it. And I was never so deluded to think that I could control it enough not to pay a price. My delusion was that I could control it enough to keep the price down to something I could live with. That was my delusion, that I could jumpstart the party and get away with it.
We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost self that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we're like other people or presently may be has to be smashed. Now, Bill has used in those 2 paragraphs 4 different terms that all mean the same thing. And if you know what he's doing, you recognize what's going on. Otherwise, he's going to confuse you. He said the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. An obsession of the mind is an idea that overcomes all ideas to the contrary. It is strong enough that it can make you believe something that is not true. And our great obsession is someday, somehow, we will control and enjoy our drinking. He said the persistence of this illusion is astonishing. We all know what an illusionist is. An illusionist is a magician. They can stand in front of you and sleight of hand and a few props. They can make you believe something that is not true. So obsession and illusion means the same thing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. To be insane simply means that you can't always see the truth. And if you can't see the truth, you make a decision based upon a lie. Means the same thing that obsession and illusion means. Then in the next paragraph, he said the delusion that we are like other people or present it may be has to be smashed. The word delusion means the same thing. If you've deluded yourself, you've come to believe something that isn't true. So we may see him as we go through this chapter talking about obsession, illusion, insanity, or delusion. All four mean exactly the same thing: to believe something that is not true or to believe a lie. Now he's going to teach us by giving examples of the insanity or the illusion or the delusion or the obsession. He's going to show us about the man of 30. He's going to show us about a fellow named Fred. He's going to show us the jaywalker. He's going to show us a fellow named Jim. And in each case, we're going to look into the mind just before they take that first drink, or in the case of the jaywalker, just before he jaywalks. Can they or can they not see the truth? If they can, they're sane. If they can't, they're insane. Let's go over to page 32, second paragraph, a man of 30.
Said a man of 30 was doing a great deal of spree drinking. He was very nervous. He was very nervous in the mornings after these bouts and quieted himself with more liquor. He was ambitious to succeed in business, but saw that he would get nowhere if he drank at all. Once he started, he had no control whatever. Now he made up his mind that until he had been successful in business and had retired, he would not touch another drop. An exceptional man, for sure. He remained bone dry for 25 years and retired at the age of 55 after a successful and happy business career. Then he fell victim to a belief which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline had qualified him to drink as other men. Out came his carpet slippers and a bottle. In 2 months he was in a hospital, puzzled and humiliated. He tried to regulate his drinking for a while, making several trips to the hospital meantime. Then, gathering all his forces, he attempted to stop altogether and found that he could not. Every means of solving his problem which money could buy was at his disposal. Every attempt failed. Though a robust man in retirement, he went to pieces quickly and was dead within 4 years. Now, this case contains a powerful lesson. Most of us have believed that if we remained sober for a long stretch, we could thereafter drink normally. But here's a man who at 55 years found he was just where he'd left off at 30. We've seen the truth demonstrated again and again. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Commencing to drink after a period of sobriety, we're in a short time as bad as ever. If we're planning to stop drinking, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion that someday we'll be immune to alcohol.
And we know the truth to be this: once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. We've never seen even one single case of one of us being able to go back and drink like normal people. Now, to believe anything other than that is to believe something that isn't true or to believe a lie. This guy believed that after 25 years of sobriety that he could now drink like normal people. He took a drink, triggered the allergy, couldn't get sober. In a short period of time, he's dead from alcoholism. Now, is his real problem the fact that he has a physical allergy to alcohol, or that he has a form of insanity that tells him it's okay to drink alcohol? The real problem of the alcoholic centers in our minds, telling us we can drink, rather than in the body that ensures that we can't drink. An obsession, an illusion, a delusion, or a form of insanity, convincing us that it's okay to drink after 25 years of sobriety.
My wife says that once a cucumber becomes a pickle, it'll never be a cucumber again.
This delusion that we are like other people, or presently maybe after 5 years, is amazing. I'm the kind of guy, I've ruined my life through drinking. I will go into a hospital to get physically separated from alcohol. I'm in there licking my wounds. I'm 100% alcoholic. I'll start to feel a little better physically, and I get a sense that I'm probably not quite as alcoholic as I was when I checked into that detox. And then I'll get a good job, and then I'm about 60% alcoholic. And then I'll get a relationship, and I'm about 40% alcoholic. And then I'll get something, I'll buy a car and a house, and I'm about 20% alcoholic. And then it's like, I don't really have a sense that I'm alcoholic at all anymore. And I go to a Skid Row detox 2 to 3 times a week, and you see the guys in there that have been sober 10, 15 years. And if you listen to their stories, they are people whose feet and actions depicted someone as time went on must have secretly believed that they were moving away from alcoholism, that what was once they believed necessary for us to treat this spiritual illness, to remain sober, became unnecessary. And they walk that walk.
Let's go to page 34. Second paragraph. For those who are unable to drink moderately, the question is how to stop altogether. We are assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Whether such a person can quit upon a non-spiritual basis depends upon the extent to which he's already lost the power to choose whether he will drink or not. Many of us felt we had plenty of character. There was a tremendous urge to cease forever, yet we found it impossible. This is the baffling feature of alcoholism as we know it, this utter inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessity or the wish. How then shall we help our readers determine to their own satisfaction whether they are one of us? Well, the experiment of quitting for a period of time will be helpful, but we think we can render an even greater service to alcoholic sufferers and perhaps to the medical fraternity. He sets himself up in a treatment center hoping to mend his ways. But the day he comes out, he races in front of a fire engine which breaks his back. Such a man would be crazy, wouldn't he? Now, you may think our illustration is too ridiculous, but is it? We who have been through the ringer have to admit, if we substituted alcoholism for jaywalking, the illustration would fit us exactly. However intelligent we may have been in other respects, where alcohol has been involved, we've been strangely insane. It's strong language, but isn't it true? I think that is so appropriate today. You know, once again, because of education, more and more and more people are getting to us before they have to lose everything. You know, once in a while you see somebody come in AA that's still got a job. Once in a while somebody comes in here and hell, they're still married. Believe it or not, I saw a guy come in not long ago and he still had an automobile. And we start talking about insanity to those people and they say, man, don't tell me I'm crazy. I've got my job, I've got my family, I've got my automobile. I haven't lost any of those things through drinking. And it's a little more difficult for what we call the high-bottom drunk to see the insanity than it is for the low-bottom drunk who's lost everything to see the insanity. But it really doesn't make any difference. However intelligent we may have been in other respects, when it comes to alcohol, we're all strangely insane. Now, Jim was a low-bottom drunk. He had lost everything. Now we're going to look at an example of a guy named Fred who's a high-bottom drunk. And Fred never lost anything through drinking. But Fred ends up getting drunk just exactly like Jim did. He believed a lie. He became strangely insane just before he took the first drink.
We got a lot of guys like Fred who coming into AA today, more or less you might consider a high-bottom drunk. Don't know if there's any such thing really, but puke's puke no matter where you find it, I think. But Fred hadn't lost anything through drinking, really. And sometimes they come into AA and they hear all of our horror stories about being married and divorced to 2 women 7 times, and they haven't happened to them. They say, well, I'm not an alcoholic. Hadn't been in jail 149 times like some people have. And they say, well, I'm not an alcoholic because I haven't been in jail 149 times. And they can't identify with us. They say, well, I must not be alcoholic. Because we don't bother to tell them about the doctor's opinion, the physical allergy, and the obsession of the mind. We just give them our horror stories, and they say, I'm not an alcoholic, and they leave. And this is what we find Fred doing.
Now listen very carefully here. Some of you are thinking, yes, what you tell us is true, but it doesn't fully apply. We admit we have some of these symptoms, but we've not gone to the extremes you fellows did, nor are we likely to, for we understand ourselves so well after what you've told us that such things could not happen again. We have not lost everything in life through drinking. We certainly do not intend to. Thanks for the information. And I remember so clearly the day I told them that, too. That's exactly what I thought.
You said thanks for the information.
Now, the book says that may be true of certain non-alcoholic people who, though drinking foolish and heavily at the present time, are able to stop or moderate because their brains and bodies have not been damaged as ours were. We talked about the heavy drinker beforehand. But the actual potential alcoholic, with hardly an exception, will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. This is a point we wish to emphasize and re-emphasize. To smash home upon our alcoholic readers, as has been revealed to us out of bitter experience, let us take another illustration. And now let's take a look at Fred and see how he went insane.
Fred is a partner in a well-known accounting firm. His income is good. He has a fine home, is happily married, and the father of promising children of college age. He has so attractive a personality that he makes friends with everyone. If ever there was a successful businessman, it is Fred. To all appearances, he is a stable, well-balanced individual. Yet, he is an alcoholic. We first saw Fred about a year ago in a hospital where he had gone to recover from a bad case of jitters. It was his first experience of this kind, and he was much ashamed of it. Far from admitting he was an alcoholic, he told himself he came to the hospital to rest his nerves.
We see lots of nerve resters in day to day, just like old Fred.
It's tiring out there. The doctor intimated strongly that he might be worse than he realized. For a few days, he was depressed about his condition. He made up his mind to quit drinking altogether. It never occurred to him that perhaps he could not do so, in spite of his character and standing. Fred would not believe himself an alcoholic.
He would not take step one.
Much less accept a spiritual remedy for his problem.
If you can't take one, you can't take two.
We told him what we knew about alcoholism.
They told him about the doctor's opinion of physical algeny and mental obsession.
He was interested and conceded that he had some of the symptoms, but he was a long way from admitting he could do nothing about it himself. He was positive that this humiliating experience, plus the knowledge he had acquired, would keep him sober the rest of his life. Self-knowledge would fix it. I understand that completely. I had an illusion that if I ever got... I knew for years that I needed to quit drinking, that it was ruining my life. But I had this illusion that one day I'll hit a bad enough bottom and then really, really make up my mind not to quit. And at that point, I believed I'd be able to do it. And what was frightening is I would get to the point where I would get it, that it's killing me, and I couldn't stop.
Let's look at the rest of Fred's story now.
See, we heard no more of Fred for a while. One day we were told that he was back in the hospital. This time he was quite shaky. He soon indicated he was anxious to see us. The story he told us is most instructive, for here was a chap absolutely convinced he had to stop drinking, who had no excuse for drinking, who exhibited splendid judgment and determination in all of his other concerns, yet was flat on his back nevertheless. Well, let him tell you about it. He said, I was much impressed with what you fellows said about alcoholism, and I frankly did not believe it would be possible for me to drink again. And I rather appreciate your idea about that subtle insanity which precedes the first drink. But I was confident it could not happen to me after what I learned. I reasoned I was not so far advanced as most of you fellows, that I would have been usually successful in licking my other personal problems, and that I would therefore be successful where you men failed. I felt I had every right to be self-confident. That would only be a matter of exercising my willpower and keeping on guard. Pulled out his willpower and said, sick 'em, Will, we're through with this drinking. Now, in this frame of mind, I went about my business, and for a time all was well. I had no trouble refusing drinks and began to wonder if I had not been making too hard a work on this simple matter. We think that Fred began to get drunk right here. His mind began to tell him this is not as hard as they said it was going to be. One day I went to Washington to present some accounting evidence to a government bureau. I'd been out of town before during this particular dry spell, so nothing new about that. Physically, I felt fine. Neither did I have any pressing problems or worries. My business came off well. I was pleased and knew my partners would be too. It was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon. Fred was doing good, wasn't he? Business good, family good, kids going to college, making good money. Things are going real good for Fred. No reason for him to drink at all.
He said, I went to my hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. As I crossed the threshold of the dining room, the thought came to mind it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails and go back to the hospital. Now that's the truth, isn't it? But he couldn't drink on the truth. His mind simply said it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. That was all, nothing more. Now, based on the insane idea, he makes a decision, takes some action. I ordered a cocktail on my meal. Then I ordered another cocktail. We've got it inside ourselves now. The physical allergy takes over. The phenomenon of craving develops. And now then we can't stop. After dinner, I decided to take a walk. When I returned to the hotel, it struck me a highball would be fine before going to bed. So I stepped into the bar and had one. I remember having several more that night and plenty next morning. I have a shadowy recollection of being in an airplane bound for New York and of finding a friendly taxicab driver at the landing field instead of my wife. The driver escorted me about for several days. I know little of where I went or what I said and did. Then came the hospital with unbearable mental and physical suffering. As soon as I regained my ability to think, I went carefully over that evening in Washington. Not only had I been off guard, I had made no fight whatsoever against the first drink. This time I had not thought of the consequences at all. I had commenced to drink as carelessly as though the cocktails were ginger ale. You know, Jim vaguely sensed he wasn't any too smart. Fred didn't even sense that. Fred just thought a couple of cocktails with dinner would be great. And based on the insane idea, he took them, triggered the allergy, and couldn't stop drinking. Now, is his real problem the fact he has a physical allergy to alcohol? Or that he has a form of insanity that tells him it's okay to drink alcohol? The real problem of we alcoholics centers in the mind, telling us we can drink rather than in the body that ensures we can't drink. Let's go over to page 43. Last paragraph.
He told us in the illustration with the man of 30. He told us in the illustration with Jim. He told us with the illustration of the jaywalker. And he tells us by the illustration of Fred. And then he says once more. He already told you 4 times. Now he's going to tell us once more. Once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Except in a few rare cases, neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power. See, Bill tried to stay sober on self-knowledge, remember? Out of the hospital the first time. Self-knowledge, that would fix it, but he got drunk again. And he tried to stay sober on self-knowledge. Roland tried to stay sober on self-knowledge and the inner workings of his mind for a year, yet he got drunk again. Jim tried to stay sober on self-knowledge. Fred tried to, once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power. You can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. You can't think your way out of it. The more you try to think your way out of it, the deeper into it you get. Our defense must come from a higher power.
And again, I think for the older members of AA, one of our responsibilities to the newcomer is to be sure the newcomer understands this chapter. To be sure that the newcomer understands we're not talking about the crazy, stupid things we do while drunk. We're talking about the state of the mind just immediately prior to the taking of the first drink. Can we see the truth? or can we not see the truth? Now, through this chapter, he's really closed the door on me now. He's let me see just exactly what's going to happen to me if I don't find that power greater than human power. He's let me see because of my insanity, invariably, without the aid of a power greater than human power, I will eventually go back to drinking. And if you're an alcoholic like I am, and you really see this at the end of chapter 3, then you're faced with one hell of a dilemma. Because I knew that God wasn't going to have anything good to do with me, period. I knew that if anything, or God had anything to do with me at all, it was going to be something bad. And I didn't think I would be able to find that power greater than human power based upon what I had been in the past. Because you see, I was raised in a good old Southern Baptist church. Now, please don't get me wrong. I love the good old Southern Baptist church. Loved it then, loved it today. But when I was a kid going to school or going to church in that good old Southern Baptist church, I'm sure that from time to time they talked about a kind and a loving God. But if they did, that message never got to the pew that I sat in. Because all I ever remember hearing about God as a kid growing up was hellfire and damnation. Going to hell for lying and cheating and stealing and drinking whiskey and committing adultery. By the time I got to AA, I'd been doing that for about 26 years. And I knew that God had already told St. Peter, when that little four-eyed sucker gets up there, send him downstairs. We'll not need his kind. I remember so clearly when I separated from God. You know, when I was going to that church, they told me what I couldn't do and what I could do and what I couldn't do. And they said, if you do this, this, and this, you're going to be okay. If you do that, that, and that, you're going to hell just sure as anything. And I didn't have a bit of trouble with those rules that they gave me until I got to be about 13, 14 years old. And one day the minister looked me straight in the eye, it seemed as though, and he said, to think about doing it is just as bad as doing it.
Oh, boy.
And I said, oh, shit. I've had it now. Because I'd been thinking about doing it for about a year or two. In fact, I'd been thinking about doing it so long and so hard and so fast that I was beginning to get a little brain damage from it. And I said to myself, well, if you're going to go to hell for thinking about doing it, then you might as well just go ahead and do it. And I did it. And I didn't go to hell immediately. And I said, that sucker has been lying to me all along. I said, that minister and my parents and my teachers have joined together in a conspiracy to keep me from having any fun at all. And from this day on, I'm not going to pay a damn bit of attention to what any of them has to say. And I walked away from church. I walked away from God. I walked away from parental discipline. And from that day on, I did what I wanted to do whenever I wanted to do it, and to hell with the rest of them. Now then, I am faced with a terrible dilemma. I'm going to have to find God or else. And it would seem to be an absolute, complete impossibility for a person like me to do so. Thank God Bill Wilson was a real alcoholic, because he knew exactly how I was going to feel. He knew exactly what I was going to think. And I think he said to himself, you know, I'm getting ready to ask these people to make a decision about this God thing. And based on their old ideas, it would be impossible for them to make that decision. Maybe I better give them some new information, some new ideas about this God thing, so they can possibly discard some of those old ideas and be able to make a decision as far as God is concerned. And he sits down and he writes chapter 4. And I think this chapter, We Agnostics, is one of the greatest pieces of spiritual information I've ever read in my lifetime. It let me discard old ideas. And in place of the old ideas, I got some new ideas. And then I was able to make my decision about God. But based on hellfire and damnation, there's no way that I could have made the decision that I'm going to have to make when I get into the next chapter.
I love this chapter, We Agnostic, because it set me free. Because I told you probably yesterday, when I was about 8 years old, I made a decision about God. I said, if I ever get big enough they can't catch me, I'm not going either to church. Because I couldn't accept what I was being taught. I just didn't like it at all. I hated it. I just couldn't stand it. Couldn't accept it. And spent out the rest of my life living without God. Eventually I come to Alcoholics Anonymous and I'm faced with the same dilemma. I got to make a decision about this. I could not turn my will and my life over the care of God as I knew at 7 or 8 years old. When I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the same concept, basically, of a 7 or 8 year old boy. And they're asking me to turn my will and my life over to that as I understood him. I could not do that. I needed some more information for me to be able to do that. Because when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the spiritual knowledge of a 7 or 8 year old boy, and you got to know what that was. It wasn't very much. But I heard a guy named Father Bill Wilson. Some of you all may have known Father Bill. Tremendous fellow from La Jolla, California. Exceptional man. He was taken to the University of Rome from Ireland at the age of 15 because he was an exceptional student. And there he was to study for 30 years. And you know during those 30 years he read some highly spiritual material, the best that the world has. And Father Bill got into the little wine a bit, little Sacramento wine, began to drink it. And they finally had to banish him for the University of Rome, and they sent him to La Jolla, California. Can you imagine that? They banished him to La Jolla, California. That's real punishment, isn't it? But he eventually came into AA and he began to talk about spiritual things. And he told Charlie and I that this chapter, the We Agnostic, was the best piece of spiritual information that he had ever read. That's quite a testimony from a guy who studied at the University of Rome for 30 years. And he said this chapter, We Agnostic, is not put here to prove to us that there's any particular type of God. In fact, it don't talk too much about that. He said this chapter here is simply to open up my mind to a point that God might prove to me that there's a God. And once that happens, you'll have a God of your own understanding, which nobody, including the Pope, he said, could improve upon, because you'll have a God of your own understanding. Bill knew we were going to have the same problems that he did. Remember that he said that when they talked of a God personal to me, my mind would snap shut against such theories. Later on in the book, he said that when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. The chapter We Agnostic is here to help us to straighten out spiritually, give us some new information. And all I need to do is to question this, to wonder about how it applies to me, to think about it with an open mind, and then God will prove to me that there's a God. And that's exactly what has happened. This chapter set me free. I love the chapter We Agnostics. Gnostic means knowledge. Put the ag in front of it means without. Those are us who are without knowledge, or at least the knowledge I had was a 7-year-old boy. I needed an open mind so that God could prove to me that there's a God.
Anything on that?
When I was coming around Alcoholics Anonymous as a shopper, before I really got sober, I remember sitting in meetings, and one of the points of separation between me and you is it seemed to me that the people in AA realized that they shouldn't drink. They put the plug in the jug, and they came to AA and just so easily took to God. And I really remember feeling like, that's great for you, but I got a lot of problems here. And I was so full of fears and prejudices about God and a tremendous sense of unworthiness and all that guilt and shame that I thought that my case was unique. And if I would have read this book, I would have come to know that not only wasn't it unique, that my case was probably average, so average there's a whole chapter in the book called We Agnostics for people who struggle with this, that need to be opened up, as Father Bill Wilson said, to this experience. Should I start reading?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said in the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. We hope we've made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely.
Because of the obsession of the mind.
And what do they mean by entirely anyway? They don't really mean entirely, do they? I mean, that's not fair.
Or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take,
Because of the allergy.
you are probably alcoholic. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. You know, 2 simple little questions to see if we're alcoholic. And you know how people love to expand on things. The fellowship took these 2 little questions, and the next thing you know, they produced a pamphlet that had 10 questions in it to see if you're alcoholic or not. And that wasn't good enough, and after a while they had a pamphlet that had 20 questions in it to see if, and I think today they're up to 44. Mm-hmm. Now, we just need 2 little questions. Have you been able to quit drinking entirely, left on your own resources? Everybody that asks me if they're alcoholic, that's the first question I ask them. I say, have you been able to quit drinking entirely, left on your own resources? If they're real alcoholic, they've got to say no. And I say, do you have any control over the amount you take after you once start drinking? If they're real alcoholic, they've got to say no. And I say, well, then you're probably an alcoholic. And it's just that simple. You know, we are very unique people. Because if that be the case, we're suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. You know, we number amongst a few people in the world who have a 2-fold illness that can only be overcome by a spiritual experience. We also number amongst a few people in the world that have a terminal illness that we can come out of it in better shape than we went into it if we can have that spiritual experience. Now, to one who feels he's an atheist or an agnostic, such an experience seems impossible. That's exactly where I was. But to continue as he is means disaster, especially if he's an alcoholic of the hopeless variety. To be doomed to an alcoholic death,
Step 1.
or to live on a spiritual basis,
Step 2.
are not always easy alternatives to face. But it isn't so difficult. About half our original fellowship were of exactly that type. At first, some of us tried to avoid the issue, hoping against hope we were not true alcoholics. But after a while, we had to face the fact that we must find a spiritual basis of life or else. Perhaps it's going to be that way with you. But cheer up. Something like half of us thought we were atheists or agnostics, and our experience shows that you need not be disconcerted. And I think what Bill is saying to us here on this page is it really doesn't make any difference what you believe when you get here. You know, you can be an atheist. You know, an atheist is one who says there is no God, period. And for an atheist, this spiritual experience would seem to be an impossible thing to have because there's no God to turn to. I've never seen a true atheist in AA. Oh, I've seen a lot of people that profess to believe in some power somewhere, somehow in the universe, refuse to call him God. But I've never seen a true atheist in AA. I think most of us get here as agnostics. Most of us get here believing in some kind of God, but we have no true knowledge of that God because we've never turned to God. We've always acted like the atheists did. We stood on our own 2 feet, made our own decisions, ran our own show, and even though we believed in God, we had no knowledge that God was really there. I think most of us get here as agnostics, and it really doesn't make any difference how we get here, what we believe when we come here. We're still going to be able to have this spiritual experience, providing we're willing to do certain things.
These 2 paragraphs, from my experience, are so true, and yet they're so bizarre. When you think about what Bill's saying, and it really is true, he says for us, we have a hard choice to make. He says to be doomed to an alcoholic death. Now, if you've ever watched anybody die of alcoholism, there's nothing worse. By the time you're dead, everyone you've ever loved hates you. You're all alone. You die in shame and self-pity. There can't be a worse way to die. And he says to be doomed to an alcoholic death or to live by a spiritual basis, for us, are not easy alternatives to face. I mean, that's so bizarre. You go down to where people are dying of alcoholism, and you present them with those alternatives, and they'll usually say something like, well, tell me about that alcoholic death again. How bad could it be, really? I mean, and what spiritual basis? I mean, I'm not writing nothing here, I did that in Catholic school, and I don't want to go to those meetings, and I don't really want to do much here. If you go to a cancer ward where people were dying, were doomed, terminally ill, and you were to say to those people, we got a deal that has worked for several million of us, people like me that have died, were dying of cancer, and it worked, they would be begging you to tell them what to do. Well, you do that with alcoholics, they say, well, I better think about it. I don't know. I am kind of busy. That's real. It's so true, though.
Now listen to the book. If a mere code of morals or a better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. We alcoholics are not drunken bums. Drunken bums are about where they want to be. They're not too interested in changing the situation. But we alcoholics, we have a set of morals, and we have a philosophy of life. And if those morals and those philosophies would have saved us, many of us would have recovered a long time ago. But we found that such codes and philosophies did not save us, no matter how much we tried. We could wish to be moral. We could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might, but the needed power wasn't there. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. They failed utterly. Lack of power, that was our dilemma. And that's got to be 100% true. Because if you and I could have found the power in any other way to overcome alcoholism, we wouldn't be members of AA today. AA is the court of last resort. I've never seen one of us yet say, I took a drink when I was age 14, jumped up and down, shouted with joy, and said, I can hardly wait to be a member of AA when I'm 32 years old. No, we come here because there's no place else for us to go. If we could have found the power in any other way, our philosophies, our morals, our willpower, if we could have found it any other way, we wouldn't be members of AA today. So our real dilemma is simply lack of power. We had to find a power by which we could live. And it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously. But where and how were we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. Now, it doesn't say which will enable you to solve your problem or which will help you solve your problem. It says which will solve your problem. Now, we find interesting enough from page 45 on, we're through talking about alcohol. The book doesn't talk about alcohol anymore. It talks about one thing and one thing only. For those of us who are powerless, how do you find the power? And if we can find the power, then the power will overcome the problem.
I've had it says lack of power. That was our dilemma. It doesn't say lack of religion or philosophy or moral standards. I think most of us have had morals. One of my problems, I always set the bar so high that I couldn't live up to it, neither could you. And I had the fortune or misfortune, depending on how your point of view, of sponsoring 4 men of the cloth over the years, and I've watched 2 of them die of alcoholism. And these were men that had a better philosophy for life than I've ever had. They had more intellectual knowledge of God and religion. They read the Bible and prayed every day. And they died weeping because they felt like God had forsaken them. And you know what I think the deal is? I live in Las Vegas where it's the desert. And if I were to take you out in August in the middle of the desert and drop you off with a picture of Lake Mead and directions on how to get to Lake Mead, which is a large body of fresh water, if you could walk around that desert and die of thirst knowing that you're not that far from the water if you don't find a way to get to the water. And I think it's not enough to know that God's there, that the power's there. I have to find a way to access it. It is the lack of power. It's not the lack of the faith that the power's there. It's the lack of the access that my life depends upon.
And
Okay.
that's the whole point of this book, and that's where we're going to start here on page 46.
If we're going to have to find the power, then we got to have some point at which to start the finding of that power. Let's go to page 46, first paragraph.
He said, yes, we of agnostic temper have had these thoughts and experiences. Let us make haste to reassure you. We found that as soon as we were able to lay aside prejudice
Now, prejudice is nothing but old ideas, period.
and express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commenced to get results, even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power which is God. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and effect the contact with Him. My little friend George, and Barry and Walt know George, and Charlie knew George, little black guy there in Tulsa. Sammy Davis looked like George. George was a lovely man. Everybody loved him. If you knew George, you loved George. It's just the way it was with him. He helped me so much. And right here, he told me one day, he said, Joe, you're having an awful hard time with this God idea, aren't you? I said, George, I'm having a terrible time. And that of a 7-year-old boy. He said, yeah, I can see that in you. He said, why don't you do what the books suggest or what he did? He said, why don't you go home tonight, get you a pencil and a piece of paper, and lay aside those old ideas that you come in here with, and write down on a piece of paper what you would like God to be. Realize that you can't make God, but if you could, what would you want it to be? And I went home and I got me a pencil and a paper and I wrote down some things. I told George, I said, George, you mean I got to find God? And he said, Joe, God's not lost. He said, you write down what you would like God to be. And I showed him to George and he said, that's good. You can start with that. See, that's what I needed, was a starting place. They used to ask me to have faith in a lot of things. I remember one time I threw a little sober spell and went to my other wife's preacher and went to counseling with him. He sat me down across the table and he said, Joe, what seems to be your problem? Well, I don't know what the problem is, so I told him what I thought it was, and it was her. And if you lived with her, you'd drink too, I said. And he said, well, Joe, and they'll give you a solution. He said, Joe, you must, and boy, he emphasized that word must, you must have faith in these things. And he told me what they were. I could not have any faith in those things. You know why? Because I didn't even believe them. How can you have faith in something that you don't even believe? I had to start with a much simpler level. I had to start with believing. Thank God for the second step where it said we came to believe. It didn't say we came to have faith. It said we came to believe. And George gave me a starting place, and I needed permission, a place to start, and that's what I needed. It's that simple level.
Okay, here's the first old idea cast aside. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect a contact with Him. I didn't know you could do this. Because, see, if you were raised in a good old Southern Baptist church, you believed as they believed or you went to hell, period. I didn't know you could have your own conception of God. So the first old idea is cast aside. I don't have to believe as they believed. I can have my own conception of God, however inadequate that it might be. And as we said before, we alcoholics have never had any problem with our own conception of anything. You let me believe in God the way I want to believe in God, then I'm ready to go. I could not believe in the God that they talked about when I was a kid growing up, hellfire and damnation and etc. That's the first old idea cast aside, replaced with a new idea. As soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe, Underlying the totality of things, we begin to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction, provided we took other simple steps. We found that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek Him. To us, the realm of the Spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. It is open, we believe, to all men. Another old idea cast aside. I was taught the way to God is a very straight and narrow path. And if you fall off of it to one side or the other, you're going to hell just sure as anything. And what our book says to us the realm of the Spirit is broad, roomy. Also, I was taught that if you don't believe as they believe, you're going to hell just sure as anything. And our book says this is all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. We can believe as we wish to believe and still be able to find this power greater than human power.
See, it's not
old ideas cast aside, replaced with some new ideas.
It's not in the finding, it's in the seeking. See, those who earnestly seek Him. It's in the seeking. It's not in the finding. And as I look back almost 30 years in my life into AA, every year my will changes, my thinking, my life changes, my action, and my understanding of God changes because I'm different. I continually seek God in my life, always seeking God in my life. And I believe there's more of God than anything I could ever understand. So I got plenty of seeking to do. And one day at a time, He discloses Himself to me a little bit at a time. God is everything or else He's nothing. And I choose to believe He's everything. It's in the seeking. It's not in the finding. And not in the understanding. It's in the seeking.
Page 47, first paragraph. When therefore we speak to you of God, we mean your own conception of God. This applies too to other spiritual expressions which you find in this book. Do not let any prejudice, any old ideas you may have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean to you. At the start, this is all we needed to commence spiritual growth, to effect our first conscious relation with God as we understood Him. Afterward, we found ourselves accepting many things which then seemed entirely out of reach. That was growth. But if we wished to grow, we had to begin somewhere. So we used our own conception, however limited it was. We needed to ask ourselves but one short question. Do I now believe?
The agnostic can come to believe.
Or am I even willing to believe?
The atheist can become willing to believe.
That there is a power greater than myself. As soon as a man can say that he does believe, the agnostic, or is willing to believe, the atheist, we emphatically assure him that he's on his way. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. Asterisk, bottom of the page, please be sure to read Appendix 2 on spiritual experience. See, this wonderfully effective spiritual structure that we're building, it is the spiritual experience. Willingness was the foundation of it, step 1. Believing is the cornerstone, step 2. And all we got to do is ask ourselves, do I now believe that there's a power greater than human power? The agnostic has always believed that. The atheist can become willing to believe that. And the book assures us we're on the way toward the spiritual experience if we can answer those questions satisfactorily.
He said, if you can't find a power greater than yourself, at least find one other than yourself.
Now the book says that was great news for us. For we'd assume we could not make use of spiritual principles unless we accepted many things on faith which seemed difficult to believe. Now then, he's separating those two words, the words belief and the word faith. My minister always said, son, all you got to do is have faith and everything will be okay. Well, faith implies knowledge. Faith implies surety. Faith is after the fact information. I never had faith that God would do for me what I couldn't do. The best I can possibly do is believe that He will do so. Belief is upfront information. Belief is nothing more than suspicion. Let me give you an example. Let's say I moved here into the Sacramento area, and I'm here 3 or 4 or 5 months, and I have a problem with my car. And I don't know a good mechanic anywhere in this area. But you've been living here for a long time, and I assume that you will know somebody. So I come to you and I say, look, I've got a problem with my car. Can you recommend a good mechanic? And you say, why, sure. Take your car over there to John. He'll do you a good job, and he'll charge you a reasonable price. Well, I don't know whether that's true or not. The best I can do with that information is if I believe you strong enough, I'll take my car to John. And sure enough, John does a good job and charges me a reasonable price. When I went there, I believed he would do so. When I leave there, I know he will do so. Now, the next time I have a problem with my car, I don't ask you or anybody else where to take it. I take it right back to John. Only this time I took it on faith. We cannot start with faith. The best we can possibly do is start with believe. Do I believe that there's a power greater than I am? You betcha I believe that. I've always believed that. And every agnostic I've ever known has always believed that. And that's all we got to do to start. Just believe. Faith will come later on.
I am so glad that it's this way for guys like us. That God would not make hard terms with me if I would seek him, that I could be open to a guy like me. One of my old ideas was that I had to measure up. A friend of mine named Jim, who's sober over 40 years, told me a story about an experience he had in Florence. And he was in a museum over there, and he came across a statue by Donatelli, and that brought him to tears. And he told me about it, and I went and I found a picture of that statue, and I understand what happened to him. It was a statue of the Mary Magdalene. And unlike other depictions of Mary Magdalene, that's the long robe and beautiful and like really pretty pictures, it was a statue of her, and she was haggard and worn and broken, as if she'd been turning $5 tricks in the alleys of Jerusalem for years. And she had this expression on her face of astonishment with her hand out, as if she was saying, this could be for me? For me? And I understand that completely. I had that kind of unworthiness coming here, and an old idea that I would have to measure up first before God would help a guy like me. And what great news it is to find that that's not the case.
If we know we need the power, and we know we can have our own conception of that power, and we know that the starting point is simply to believe that there is a power, then the next thing we need to know is what procedure are we going to follow in order to find that power. Let's go over to page 51, first paragraph.
So this world of ours had made more material progress in the last century than all the millenniums which went before. Almost everyone knows the reasons. Students of ancient history tell us that the intellect of men in those days was equal to the best of today. Yet in ancient times, material progress was painfully slow. The spirit of modern scientific inquiry, research, and invention was almost unknown. In the realm of material, men's minds were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. You know, if we know we need the power, there's some things that keeps us from finding that power, and that's those old ideas. You know, I used to wonder sometimes, I wonder why those people 300 years or 500 years ago didn't have cell phones, televisions, computers, airplanes. Are we just smarter than they are? And this book says here that the history tells us that intellect of men in those days was equal to the best of today. Intellect meaning the capacity to learn. They had the same capacity to learn as we do. There's only one thing that kept them in the dark ages, so to speak. In the realm of material, men's minds were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. Right here in our country, up in the northeast corner of the United States, people came here for religious freedom. That's what they said. And as long as everybody would practice their religion somewhat like the others did, we were okay. But if you had an idea that was different than the group conscience of the area, and you expressed it, guess what they did for you? They burned you to stake for being a witch. because you didn't believe like they believe. So we had a lot of superstition, tradition, and fixed ideas there. Thank God in the last 200 and some odd years, our minds as a country has opened up to today that we're pretty well allow other people to believe whatever they want to believe, and it's okay with us collectively in the United States, and I hope it stays that way. But the things that keeps us in the dark ages is superstition, tradition, and fixed ideas. And what I need more today, right today, 30 years in AA, is I need an open mind more today than I've ever needed an open mind. Because I might get fixed with superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. I need an open mind more today.
You know, Joe, there's groups around the country that would take fundamentalists like us and want to burn us from the stake if they had the chance, I think.
We've had that.
The book says some of the contemporaries of Columbus thought a round earth was preposterous. You know, Columbus is one of the greatest examples of what we can do based on belief that I've ever been able to see or read anywhere in my lifetime. And we're convinced today that Columbus was probably alcoholic also.
It had to be.
You know, when he left, he didn't know where he was going. When he got there, he didn't know where he was. When he got back, he didn't know where he had been. And what really made him an alcoholic is a woman financed the whole trip for him.
Yeah. She did that twice.
You know, we look back and we think about Columbus. A little over 500 years ago, practically all of what they thought was the civilized world was situated around the shores of the Mediterranean Sea and perhaps the western shores of Europe. And they had found a place called the East Indies. And in the East Indies, they could get gold and silk and spices and all the goody-goodies of life. And they were trying to find a new trade route to the East Indies. The only way they had to go was sail to the northeast end of the Mediterranean and then go by land, camelback, horseback, footback, however they traveled. It took years to make the trip. And they were trying to find a better, faster trade route to the East Indies. And somebody said, well, is there any possibility that we could sail a ship to the East Indies? And they said, well, no, dummy, don't you understand? You can only sail to the northeast end of the Mediterranean, and then you got to go by land. And somebody said, well, what would happen if we sailed in the opposite direction?
That's alcoholic thinking for sure.
And they said, well, idiot, don't you understand that if you sail out there, you're going to sail right off the edge of this sucker? Because you see, everybody thought the world was flat. And I don't know why they thought that. I assume some people sailed out there, didn't come back, and they thought they had sailed off the edge of it. But the world was stymied until Columbus came along. Now, Columbus expressed some of the greatest alcoholic thinking you can ever think of. Columbus says, you know, I really believe that we can get east by sailing west. Now, if that isn't alcoholic thinking, I don't know what is. And what really, really made him different than everybody else, he said, I believe that this world is round. I do not believe that it's flat. You know, you got to be tough, you got to be stubborn, you got to be bullheaded to stand there. Now, Columbus followed a little formula.
You want to write down these little key words because they're important?
He followed a little formula that the world has always known that you have to use in order to change anything. The first thing you have to do to change anything is to be willing to change it. And Columbus became willing to change his belief based on the fact they were trying to find a new trade route to the East Indies. So the first thing you had to do was be willing to change. The second thing you have to do is to believe you can do so. And Columbus said, I believe this thing is round. I don't believe it's flat. I believe you can get east by sailing west. But his belief did him no good, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean the day he expressed that belief. Some days, weeks, months, years later, he did the third thing you have to do. He made a decision. He said, by golly, I'm going to go find out. I'm going to find out if this sucker is really round or flat, if he can really get east by sailing west. But his decision didn't do him any good either, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean the day he expressed that decision. Some days, weeks, months, or years later, he began to do the fourth thing you have to do. He began to take some action. The first thing he did, he went to the Queen of Spain to get the money. Or went to the King of Portugal, to get the money. And the King of Portugal, being an astute businessman, said, Columbus, there's no way I'm going to let you have this money. Mm-hmm. He said, you'll sail out there and sail right off the edge of this sucker and I'll lose it all. That's why he ended up with the Queen of Spain. And he went to the Queen of Spain and he sweet-talked her out of the money on the promises that he would bring back gold and silk and spices and all the goody-goodies. She let him have the money. Then he went over and he bought 3 ships. He put provisions in those 3 ships. He put sailors in those 3 ships. And they began to go east by sailing west. Day after day after day after day, they were sailing straight west. Now, we're not sure, but we imagine that on that first trip, Columbus probably hired a special sailor, put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern, whispered in his ear, said, I believe this thing is round, but if you see the edge of this damn thing, you holler so we can get turned around. Now, after sailing west, day after day after day after day, they got results. They found land on the other side. Now, we know he thought it was the East Indies. It wasn't. It turned out to be the West Indies. But what he had proven to himself is the world is round. It's not flat. You will not sail off the edge of it. He came right back to Europe, went right back to the Queen of Spain. And she said, Columbus, where's the gold, silk, and spices you promised you would bring me? And he said, sweetheart, I'm sorry, I didn't find any. But he said, I'll tell you what. If you'll refinance me, I'll go back.
If you trust me, honey.
And this time I'll find it. She let him have some more money, and he got some more ships, more crew members, more provisions. They began to go east by sailing west with one big difference. He didn't hire the special sailor and put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern looking for the edge of it, because he went back in faith. He knew that the world was round. He knew you wouldn't sail off the edge of it. You see, the first time he went was in belief. The second time he went was in faith. Now, I'd like to tell you today that the 12 steps of alcoholics are brand new, that the world has never seen anything like them. But if I did, I'll tell you they're a lie. Because they're based upon the same formula that Columbus and any other human being has ever used to change anything. The first thing you and I have to do to recover from alcoholism is first we've got to be willing to change. That's step 1. The second thing we got to do is to believe we can change. That's step 2. The third thing we got to do is to make a decision about that. That's step 3. And the fourth thing we have to do is take action. Steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And then in step 12, we will get results. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. I no longer believe that God will restore me to sanity. I know that He will, because He's done so. Now, those of us that have been restored to sanity through the spiritual awakening, we can now go back and we can help the next newcomer come to believe. They can decide. We can help them take their action. They'll have a spiritual awakening, and then they will know also. There's only one thing that you and I can't do for the newcomer. We can't make them willing. How does a newcomer become willing to change? Very simple. Drinking whiskey.
A lot of it.
You drink lots and lots of it. And when you can see that what you're trying to do is not going to work any longer, when you just can't stand it anymore, then you become willing to change. Then we can help you believe. We can help you act. I thought this was going to be a very complicated procedure. You know, this finding of the power is really not that difficult, providing we're willing to do so, providing we believe in the power, providing we're willing to decide, providing we're willing to act, then we will find the power greater than human power. Now, if I know I need the power, if I know the starting of the finding of the power is just to believe in some kind of power, if I know the procedure to follow to find the power, I just got to know one more thing now. Where am I going to find that power? And I think we're as confused about that as we're ever confused about anything else. As a kid growing up in church, I had a vision of God. I don't know whether I saw it or whether I dreamed it, but God was a tall, elderly gentleman standing on a cloud up in the sky, long flowing white robes on, long white hair, golden halo around his head, sun rays shooting out of it, and a big stick in his right hand. I think one of the reasons I believe God was up there is because I noticed every time the preacher talked about God, he always pointed up there. So I knew God had to be up there somewhere. But then what confused me is I noticed every time the preacher wanted to talk to God, he always looked down here. He points at, hell, no wonder we get confused about this God thing, you know. And I looked and I looked and I looked and I looked. I could never find God. Until finally one day the big book Alcoholics Anonymous told me just exactly where I'm going to find him, Joe.
It's on page 55. When I was had this little halfway house, I was this young man that was in there, and he asked me to be a sponsor. He said, "What do you think I ought to do?" I said, "Well, I think you ought to get you a job and get out of here. For one thing, it's not a very good place for you to be." He said, "Well, easy for you to say. I don't have any wheels. I don't have a car. If I had some, I'd get me a job." I said, "Well, I'll take you back and forth, help you get a job, and till you get a couple of paychecks, we'll find you some transportation." So we set about to do that. And one morning, I'm thinking all the time I'm helping him, but one morning he tells me a story that helps me. And it went like this. He said there was 3 wise men from the east, he said, which stole from man and woman the crown of life, the thing that would make us the happiest. And they took it away from us, and they said, now that we've got it, what are we going to do with it? Well, a couple of them said, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take it to the highest mountain on the face of the earth, and we'll hide it up there, and they'll never be able to find it there. The other 2 said, yeah, but you know how they are. They'll hunt and they'll search and they'll eventually find it. Another one said, well, let's take it to the deepest crevice in the deepest ocean and hide it there, and they'll never be able to find it there. The other 2 said, yeah, but you know how they are. They'll hunt and they'll search and they'll eventually find it. The third one said, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's hide it within himself, and he'll never find it there. And this book says, yet we've been seeing another kind of flight, a spiritual liberation from this world. People who rose above their problems. They said God made these things possible, and we only smiled. We'd seen spiritual release, but like to tell ourselves it wasn't true. Actually, we were fooling ourselves, for deep down in every man, woman, and child is a fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or other it's there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves, miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives, are facts as old as man himself. See, we've just been born with it. It's just there. No matter how much I tried to deny it, it's just there. We're born with it. We finally saw that faith in some kind of a God was a part of our makeup, just as much as the feeling we have for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was as much a fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, it's only there that it may be found, and it was so with us.
Bob?
In the last analysis, I've looked everywhere else for power. I've looked everywhere else for something to fix me. About 4 years ago, I read a story. It was a true account of this farmer who lived in South Africa back in the 1800s. And he had inherited a ranch, and it was a nice ranch. And it was at a time when they were discovering diamonds in South Africa, and he started to observe these people in South Africa becoming mega rich, Bill Gates kind of rich overnight through diamonds. And he became envious and jealous, and he decided to sell his ranch and take the money and go out into the bush to look for diamonds because he wanted to be rich like they were rich. And he sold his ranch and he took the money and he went out into the bush and he never did find diamonds. And he died out there angry, resentful, and alone and broke. And the 2 gentlemen he sold his ranch to were a couple developers named Johnson. And one day, they're moving some of the ground away, and they uncovered this rock that was about this size that they'd never seen a rock quite look like it before. And as they uncovered it and scraped away, they found that it was a diamond. And that it was not only the diamond, it was the Hope diamond. And they discovered that the property that this poor guy sold was the largest diamond field ever existed on the face of the earth. And these two Johnson brothers didn't know what to name this new company, this all of a sudden that they were going to need to market these diamonds. So they decided to name it after that poor, pitiful wretch who died out in the bush looking for diamonds, and his name was De Beers. And they named the company after him. It's today is the largest company of diamond producing company in the world. And the deal is he had it right there all the time. And he's out here looking out here. And that's the story of my life. I had already been given all the power I need, but I was looking in the wrong place. And when it says in the last analysis, after I've looked everywhere else, that it's only there that he can be found. And it says in here that this power that's in me is obscured by three things. Calamity. If you don't know what calamity is, imagine that a surgeon could surgically implant a microphone into your brain, and over a speaker we could hear what you're thinking on a bad day. That's calamity. That's calamity. God could be inside me with a megaphone trying to talk to me, and I'm not going to hear him over my head some days. And also by pomp, which is to me is another word for ego. I could actually be so full of my judgments in myself, there's no room for anything else. That I could be that cut off by my over exaggerated sense of myself. And then the last thing, worship of other things. And that was hard for me to see. And really quickly, when I was about 1.5 years sober, I was coming out of my first sober relationship. There's not a person on the face of the earth more self-obsessed than an alcoholic ending his first sober relationship. You can go up to a guy like that and say, I just came from the doctor, I have terminal cancer and 3 weeks to live. And he'll say, and you know what else she said, man? Right? You know what I'm saying? And this guy, this old timer, I'm telling him about this relationship one night after a meeting. I'm telling him about it till his eyes have glazed over. And he listened to me, and then he said something to me that changed my life. He said, have you ever thought about the first commandment? And I said, I'm not really into that. I'm just into AA. And he says, yeah, I know. He says, you and I are a lot alike. He says, guys like us never get past the thou shalt not. He said, I think those were really originally written as statements of spiritual cause and effect. The first commandment, as it's been now translated, is I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt not put false gods before me. He said, I think you can do anything you want. It's perfectly all right with God. You can put anything you want between you and God. If you want to worship something else, and he said, worship just means to obsessively turn your consciousness towards. He said, if you want to do that, put anything between you and God, it's okay. The problem is you've just put something between you and God. You've just obscured the light. He said, you want to know what you worship? He said, at the end of the day, make a pie graph of everything you think of. And the thing with the biggest piece of the pie is what you obsessively turn your consciousness towards. And when he said that, I imagined this pie with a little sliver for AA, a little sliver for work, and the rest of the pie was her. And I started to get a glimpse of how I obscure the light by obsessively turning my consciousness towards these things I so desperately think I need, and I seek power in them.
We believe today that every human being on earth seems to be born with some form of basic knowledge deep down inside ourselves, probably lying at a subconscious level. And that knowledge seems to be able to tell us what we should do and what we shouldn't do, how we should live and how we shouldn't live, how we should act and how we shouldn't act. Now, I'm sure a lot of people would like to call that knowledge innate intelligence. I think others might want to call it common sense. I think others might want to call it the conscience, and others might even refer to it as the soul. And I don't think it really makes any difference what we call it, as long as we recognize the fact that it's there. Now, I don't know about you, but I know about me. And that knowledge has always been there with me as far back as I can remember. Nobody really had to teach it to me. And I used to be getting ready to do something, and that little voice from inside would say, Charlie, I don't really think you ought to be doing this. And I wouldn't pay a bit of attention to it. I'd go right ahead and do it, and I'd just get in one hell of a mess. And that same little voice would say, see, I told you not to do that in the first place. Now, if that knowledge is God, and God dwells within me, then what that really means to me today is I've got my own personal God. I don't have to worry about whether he's the God of the Baptist church or not. I don't worry about whether he's the God of the Catholic Church, the Hebrew religion, or anybody else's God. If he dwells within me, then he's my God personally. And he and I can come together in very simple and very understandable terms. I don't think anybody in here ever got into any kind of trouble that you didn't know that it was the wrong thing to do before you ever did it. Didn't keep us from doing it, but by God, we knew better before we ever did it. I think that knowledge is there. I think that's God. And if that's true, then I've got my own personal God. Now, this little chapter has given me an opportunity to discard several of my old ideas about God. Several of my old prejudices have disappeared. I've developed some new ideas about God. And I've learned that it really is a very simple procedure. That I simply start with believing there is a power greater than human power. And I follow a certain procedure and I get the results from it. And I've learned that I can have my own conception of that God, and he dwells within me. Am I ready to make a decision now? Yeah. You betcha I am. Without this chapter, I could never have made the decision. Thank you all for being here this morning.
Let me read this last paragraph before we finish because it's important to me. See, we can only clear the ground a bit, and that's what they've been doing up to this point. And if our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, which is old ideas, enables you to think honestly, encourages you to search diligently within yourself, then if you wish, you can join us on the broad highway. With this attitude, you cannot fail. Now get this. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you. God will prove to you that there's a God with an open mind. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you.
Thank you all for being here this morning. We'll see you later. By the way, I've been checking with the people who are selling the tickets.
Yeah, that's great. That guy knows how to introduce people, doesn't he? Did a good job. My name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Joe.
Truly by God's grace and the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous and the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I found in a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm sober today, and for that I'm very, very thankful. I have a story to tell you. Yeah, it's about these three little boys that were all in the 6th grade, and they were about 21, 22 years old. You have to kind of get the picture here. The principal called them in. He wanted them out of the 6th grade over to the 7th grade desperately. So he called them in and said, boys, I'm going to ask you guys a question. And if you get the answer to these questions, you can move on to the 7th grade. So they asked that first boy, said, young fellow, said, what is it that women have two of that men like to get their hands on? He thought for a long time, and finally he said, well, women have two hands. Men like to hold, men like to hold women's hands. He said, that's good. You're in the 7th grade. He looked at the other boy and said, now I'm going to ask you a question. He said, what is it that men have one of that women like to get their hands on? And he thought for a long time, and finally he said, men have one billfold. Women like to get their hands on a man's billfold. He said, that's good. You're in the 7th grade. He looked over at me and he said, now, Joe, I want to ask you a simple question. I said, God, I hope so. I missed those first two. The main problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind.
Okay.
Lack of power, Charlie.
Lack of power. Lack of power, that's my dilemma.
Yeah.
We got her fixed. Everybody having a good time? Yeah. Great. We finished up our last session with chapter 4, the chapter two-way agnostic. I can see Bill again sitting down and kind of reviewing what he's done up to this point. Probably being able to say to himself, hey, I was able to show them the problem in the doctor's opinion and my story, Bill's story. I was able to show them the solution in chapter 2, the power of the fellowship that supports us, the power of the vital spiritual experience which changes us. I was able to show them what's going to happen to them if they don't find that power greater than human power in chapter 3, that because of the insanity that eventually they would go back to drinking. And then I was able to give them some new ideas about that power in chapter 4 so that they would be able to make a decision about this thing. And he probably says to himself, we've given them all the preliminary information they need, and now then it's time to get down to the real purpose of the book, to show them just exactly how to find this power. And he began to try to write on chapter 5 how it works. And as John said way back in the beginning Thursday afternoon, Bill had a real problem when he got to this particular part of the book. He could see that the 6 little steps that they had made from the Oxford Group program were simply really not sufficient for the alcoholic. He said they needed more depth, they needed more meaning, that there was too many loopholes that the alcoholic mind was slipping through. And he knew those 6 little steps had to be expanded, but he didn't know how far or how much. Also, he was having problems with members of the little fellowship regarding this God thing. You know, we had this one group of individuals who really wanted this to be more or less a religious text. We had another group that wanted it to be a psychological text. And we had some that didn't want the mention of God in here, period. And by the time Bill got around to the writing of chapter 5, we were beginning to find all different kinds of people coming into AA as far as God's concerned. There were many people coming in who were Catholic. There was many who were Protestant. Some Jewish people were beginning to show up. We began to have a little sprinkling of a Muslim or two coming in. And he's getting ready to write a set of directions on how to find God, yet at the same time not offend anybody else, and not offend any of them in their belief system. And it would seem to be almost an impossible thing for him to be able to do. And he tried and he tried and he tried and he tried, and he just could not get started. And one night while in bed, pad and pencil in hand, pillow behind his back, leaning against the headboard, trying to start on chapter 5, he finally just gave up. And he said he put down the pad and the pencil, and he closed his eyes, and he prayed and meditated for quite some time, asking God for the right knowledge and the strength and the wisdom to do the right thing. And he said after that period of prayer and meditation, he picked up the pad and pencil, and it felt as if the pencil had a mind of its own as it raced across the pages. In a matter of about 30 minutes, he had written How It Works, one of the greatest pieces of information we've ever seen. Now, immediately after he had written How It Works, one of the members called Howard came by with another new fellow. And Bill could just hardly wait to show them the new 12 steps. Man, he was enthusiastic and he was on fire with them. And Howard looked at him and he said, "What in the hell is this?" He said, "My God, Bill, Moses only had 10 and you got 12 here." He said, "What is all this on your knees stuff?" And so on and so on and so forth. And the fight was on. Even the new guy that knew nothing about it at all, he jumped on Bill too. And finally, Lois came in and settled him down, gave him a cup of coffee. And then it was necessary for Bill to take this How It Works and distribute it to the other members so that they could get a look at it too. And when he did, the crap hit the fan because they didn't like it at all. Hardly any of them did, period. Now, what Joe is going to read to you is How It Works, not out of the big book Alcoholics Anonymous as it appears today, but as it was the night that Bill first wrote it. And I think he'll be able to, maybe by pausing or changing the tone of his voice, point out the real differences between the two. And if you'll go through it with him, I think you'll see some of the things that they objected to also. So, Joe, if you would, let's read How It Works.
Okay, this is How It Works, original manuscript. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our directions. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a way of life which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we're like now. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any lengths to get it, then you are ready to follow directions. At some of these, you may balk. You may think you can find an easier, softer way. We doubt if you can. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember that you are dealing with alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for you. But there is one who has all power, and that one is God. You must find him now. Half measures will avail you nothing. You stand at the turning point. Throw yourself under his protection care with complete abandon. Now we think you can take it. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as your program of recovery.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel and let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
1, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care and direction of God as we understood him.
Over to the care and direction of God as we understood him. Remember that. We'll refer to it later on.
4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely willing that God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly, on our knees, asking to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make complete amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our contact with God, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual experience, as a result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics, and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. Now you may exclaim, what an order, I can't go through with it. Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We're not saints. The point is that we are willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Our description of the alcoholic.
That's the doctor's opinion. Bill's story. Some of it in chapter 2 and 3, but most of it in the doctor's opinion and Bill's story.
The chapter to the agnostic.
That's chapter 4.
And our personal adventures before and after.
Again, Bill's story and those stories in the back of the book.
Have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. Well, Bill was a salesman, you know. A, that you are alcoholic and cannot manage your own life.
Step 1.
B, that probably no human power can relieve your alcoholism.
Part of step 2.
C, that God can and will.
The rest of step 2.
Now, if you're not convinced on these vital issues, you ought to reread the book to this point or else throw it away.
You want to address that? Talk about that?
The thing I told you about at the beginning?
No, just any of those. Whatever.
I ask all the guys I work with to read it out of the original manuscript. You can see that this was set up as a set of directions for people who are dying. And when I look at it like that, then it's just follow one right after another. But I don't follow directions easily. I'll tell you a little story. When my daughter was about 4 years old, I bought her this Barbie RV thing that was like 500 pieces and a big thing, set of directions to put it together. I got it home, and because I'm so bright, I threw the directions away. I took my daughter back to her mom with the pieces in a garbage bag and just help. I couldn't put it together. I don't follow directions easily, and yet this is set up for people like me that are desperate enough to do it as a set of directions.
You know, I think there's two things that become very obvious as we read the original, how it works. Number one, Bill did not intend for this to be a set of suggestions. He intended for it to be a set of directions. He said so 2 or 3 times. A set of directions to the individual alcoholic on how to recover from alcoholism. That's one thing that's very obvious in it. The other thing that is so obvious in it is all the information that we need for steps 1 and 2 are to be found in the doctor's opinion, the first 4 chapters of the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. And he says, if you've been sold on the 3 pertinent ideas, then we've already got steps 1 and 2 behind us. And people come to us today and they say, well, how do you work steps 1 and 2? And our answer is you don't. They are not working steps. No action really required in steps 1 and 2. They are conclusions of the mind based upon the information presented to us in the doctor's opinion and the first 4 chapters. You know, I've always been powerless over alcohol. My life was always unmanageable because of that. I just did not know that, nor did I know why, until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. There's always been a power greater than I am can restore me to sanity. I just did not believe that power would do so, nor did I understand the insanity that I have to be restored from until I read the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. Now, if after having read the information, if I can say to myself, you betcha I'm powerless over alcohol, my life has become unmanageable, you betcha I believe there's a power greater than I am that can restore me to sanity, then I'm done with steps 1 and 2, and I'm ready for step 3. And Bill says if you're not convinced on these vital issues contained in steps 1 and 2, then you better reread the book to this point or else throw it away because it's not going to do you any good, period. The other thing that really happened when they saw these words like directions and must and you got to do this and you got to do that, holding nothing back, complete amends, they said, Bill, you don't have any business giving anybody directions, period. That nobody can tell anybody what they have to do. And they said these words like must and complete and holding nothing back sounds too much like the Oxford Group absolutes. You need to change those things. And Bill said, no, I'm not going to change these things. And they said, well, Bill, don't you remember that this is not your book, this is our book. And you're going to change them. And Bill said, no, I'm not. And they said, yeah, you are. And Bill said, you guys don't understand. He said, these are not even my words. These are God's words. They came after prayer and meditation. And they said, we don't give a damn whose words they are. You're going to change them. And the fight was on. And they fought and they fought and they fought. And not only did they almost destroy the book project, they almost destroyed the little fellowship over the writing of how it works. And Bill finally realized that he was going to have to compromise. And at the suggestion of a non-alcoholic psychiatrist who was around in those days, they made a few changes. The psychiatrist said, why don't you change it from directions to suggestions? You'll still get your message across, and probably more people would be able to accept it. And he said, where you are saying you must do this, you must do that, he said, change that kind of wording to we ought to do this, or maybe we have to do that. He said more people would accept it. And where you keep saying, you got to do this, you got to do that, he said, don't do that. Say, this is what we had to do. And more people will accept it, and you're probably going to help more people. Now, we don't know. If those changes hadn't been made, if they had left it like he originally wrote it, maybe today, instead of 2 million worldwide, we might have 7 or 8 million worldwide. But also, if they hadn't changed it, instead of 2 million worldwide, we might only have 10,000 worldwide. Who knows? Nobody really knows. We just know that this is the history, the background of this particular part of the book. But now Bill himself was also cunning, baffling, and powerful. Because he said to them, okay, I'm going to compromise with you, but you're going to have to compromise with me. And they said, well, what do you want? He said, I'm tired. I've been fighting with you all the way through the book, fighting with you here. And he said, I'm tired, and I'm just not going to do this anymore. He said, if you want me to finish the book, you give me the authority to do so. And if you don't want to give me that authority, then you finish the book. Well, certainly they didn't want to give him that authority, but they didn't want to have to finish the book either. So they very reluctantly agreed to that. Now, what Bill knew that they didn't know is 2 pages later, he's going to put directions and you and must right back in the book. Okay? He's had it that way all the way up until now. 2 pages later, he puts it right back in and leaves it that way through the rest of the book. Cunning, baffling, and powerful. Yeah. And when they took those words out of this thing, they ruined some of the continuity of the book. But now that we see what happened, we can see what he really intended for us to do. Now, if you've been sold on those 3 pertinent ideas, if you've got steps 1 and 2 behind you, then the very next statement in the book says, being convinced. We are now at step 3.
I said, being convinced of the first 2 steps, we were at step 3. We're not ready to take step 3 yet. We're just at step 3, which is we decided to turn our will and our life over to God as we understood Him. Well, just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do? Well, that's a good question, isn't it? First thing I guess we have to figure out is, what is my will? And my will is my thinking. My life is my actions. And I'm going to make a decision to turn my thinking and my life, my actions, over the care and direction of God as I understood Him. That's what I'm going to do. I'm getting ready to make a decision to do that. I haven't done it yet, but I'm getting ready to make a decision to do that. See, He tells us there how it works. And a little bit later, He's going to tell us why it don't work very well. But first of all, we have to make the decision to turn our will and our life over the care of God as we understood Him.
The first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. That's a hard thing to be convinced of. I'm the kind of guy that every once in a while, running my life on self-will, something will turn out okay. And I may have 30 instances where it turns to crap, but I always look at the one that it turned out okay to justify my action in running my life. But even a broken clock's right twice a day. That doesn't mean it tells time. On that basis, on the basis of self-will, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. My motives are always good. Even if I don't have any, give me a minute, I'll come up with some. I mean, I have an infinite ability to rationalize and justify and defend anything I've ever done. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, this ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangements would only stay put, if only people would do as he wished, the show would be great. Everybody, including himself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. what a tremendous analogy that is. Of a guy, just one little actor in a huge, not even the lead actor, just a guy part of a cast trying to tell everybody else in the play production what to do. In early sobriety, they told me to read these 3 pages over and over again, and I would read it, and I could not see that that was me. But I could see how there were a lot of people in my home group that were doing that. And I just couldn't wait to tell them. Couldn't wait to... And you know what the difference is? When you're doing it and you're running the show, you're running the show. I can be doing the exact same thing, and you see, I'm just trying to make things nice here. Right? And I just look at, from my perspective, it looks like it's okay.
And again, the whole idea of this textbook is tied up in the understanding of the words that are used in the book. And I think we've used 3 words here in step 3 that if we don't understand them the way the writer understood them, then chances are we're really going to be confused. And I think the first word is this word decision. You know, I hear a lot of people in AA today say, well, I've been in AA 4 or 5 years. My life's still all screwed up. And I don't understand why, because I turned it over to God 3 years ago when I took step 3. No, we don't turn anything over to God in step 3. All we do in step 3 is make a decision to turn something over to God. And the fact that it's a decision implies it's going to be further action necessary in order to carry out that decision. A good example in my own personal life. Several years ago, my wife Barbara and I, we decided to come to California, go to Los Angeles, and visit some of our relatives. But we didn't do anything to carry that decision out. So sure enough, that year we didn't get to California either. The second year in a row, we made the same decision. And again, we didn't do anything to carry it out. And sure enough, the second year in a row, we didn't get to California either. The third year in a row, we made that same decision. Only this time, it was a little bit different. I took the car down and had it serviced. Barbara packed the clothes and a little food. And we got in our automobile and we drove from our home to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we drove to Oklahoma City. Then we drove to Amarillo, Texas. Then we drove to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then we drove to Flagstaff, Arizona. Then we drove to Barstow, California. Then we drove to San Bernardino, California. And then we drove to Los Angeles. And one day we ended up sitting in the living room of our relatives, visiting with them. Not because we made a decision, but because we took the action necessary to carry out that decision. And our book's going to tell us before long that step 3 is a very vital and crucial step, but it will have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous course of action. Steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So all we're really doing in step 3 is simply making a decision, just like Columbus did. When he decided to go see if the world was round or flat, when he decided to go see if he could get really east by sailing west, that decision did him no good whatsoever, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean the day he made the decision. It's only when he took action to carry that out that things begin to happen for him. Same thing applies here. Now, what is it we're deciding to do? Well, we're making a decision to turn our will over to the care and direction of God as we understand Him. You know, as far as we know, we're the only species here on earth that's ever faced with this decision. As far as we know, the only species on earth that has this thing called self-will. You know, everything else on earth, it's whatever happens to them, whatever they do, when they do it, where they do it, how they do it, is all done at God's time and God's direction. But He gave us this thing called self-will, and allows us to make decisions based upon what we're going to do. Now, what is our will? Well, our will is nothing more than our thinking apparatus. This thing up in my head that tells me what to do, what not to do, and etc. My mind, that's my will. Now, a good example of tying will and thinking together. Let's say that some of us are beginning to approach the end of our lives, and a few of us in here are getting pretty close. And we've gathered up a few material things, and we become concerned with what's going to happen to them after we pass on. And if we get concerned enough, we'll go down and sit down with an attorney. And we'll tell that attorney what we want done with these things. I want this to go to my spouse, this to go to my daughter, this is to go to my son, so on, so forth. Now that attorney will take my thinking that day coming from my mind, put it down on a piece of paper in legal form. I'll sign it, the attorney will sign it as a witness, and we'll probably put it in a safe. Now 2 or 3 or 4 years later, sure enough, I kicked the bucket. And if my family's like all the rest of them, they're going to call that undertaker and say, come on and get him, and let's get this over with about as fast as we can. Now, used to, they waited several days, but they don't do that much anymore. And that undertaker comes and gets me, and he gets me all prepared, and he puts me in a box, and they carry me out to the cemetery. And they suspend me over a hole in the ground. And hopefully there'll be a few people standing around that hole. Some of them, I hope, will be members of AA, and somebody will say a little prayer. And then they start dropping me down in the hole. And again, if my family's like all the rest of them, they're not going to wait till I get to the bottom of the hole. They're going to jump in that car, and they're going to go right back to that attorney's office. And that attorney is going to get out that piece of paper and read to them my thinking when I was in that office 2 or 3 years before that time. Now, we know that they call that piece of paper a will, and it's not by accident. Will, thinking, mind are all synonymous. I'm making a decision to turn my will, my thinking, my mind over to the care and direction of God as I understand Him. What else am I trying to turn over? Well, I'm making a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand Him. And what's my life? Well, my life is nothing more than my actions. What I am right now, as of this moment, sitting behind this microphone, is the sum accumulative total of all the actions I've taken throughout my entire lifetime has made me just exactly what I am today. Now, we know all action is born in thought.
Say that again, please.
All action is born in thought. A lot of people read this step backwards. They say we made a decision to turn our life and will over to the care of God. No, that's backwards. Will and life. Now, if all action is born in thought, then it stands to reason the way I think is going to determine how I act, which is going to determine what my life is. If my thinking is okay, chances are my actions will be okay, and chances are my life's going to be okay. But if my thinking is lousy, then chances are my actions are going to be lousy, and chances are my life's going to be lousy too. And I'll never forget when I got to step 3. And I went to my sponsor and I said, Neil, I don't think I'm going to be able to take step 3. And he said, well, why? I said, because if I turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand Him, I have no idea what He would have me be. And He may want me to be a missionary, and He may want to send me to China, and I sure as hell don't want to go to China. And he just laughed a little bit, and he said, well, let's look at it this way. He said, at least it wouldn't be in the hands of an idiot, would it? He said, Charlie, let's look back in your lifetime. He said, you've always been a selfish, self-centered, self-willed human being. You've always done what you wanted to do whenever you wanted to do it, and to hell with the rest of them. Is that right? And I said, well, you know it is. And he said, the end result of that is you damn near destroyed your life. And he said, just as important, you've almost destroyed the lives of those around you that care for you. He said, just think. If God could direct your thinking, it might become better. And if your thinking becomes better, then surely your actions will become better. And if your actions become better, then surely your life, and just as importantly, the lives of those around you that care for you, might become better also. But he said, left on your own resources, you don't stand a chance. He said, you'll continue to think you've always thought. You'll continue to act the way you've always acted. You'll continue to get the same old results. And your life will continue as an absolute living hell. He stepped back about a foot, pointed his bony old finger right in the middle of my chest, and he said, now you have to make the decision. He said, I wish I could make it for you, but this is one you'll have to make by yourself. And he gave me enough incentive to go ahead and make the decision by helping me understand what this thing really means by will and life.
See, he told us how it works. Now he's going to tell us a little bit about why it won't work. And it says there that the first requirement, that's one of the instructions, the first requirement is that we be convinced that any life our own self-will could hardly be a success. On that basis, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. Most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery. The rest of the players in his own way. If his arrangements would only stay put, if only people would do as he wished, the show would be great. Everybody, including himself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. Now, wouldn't that be true if everybody minded me? But the problem is they don't mind very well. I've been trying to get my wife to mind me for 37 years. I don't believe she's going to. You know? See, the reason is because I have a will for her, and she has a will for her. We all got a self-will. That's the problem with it. Everybody's got one. And I've got a will for her, and her will, and she got a will for herself, and my will for her is one thing, and her will for her is another. And every time I try to force my will on my wife, we have problems, I guarantee you. And you don't know my wife. Charlie knows her. And she pushes back. She has a will for herself. So I just have to leave her alone, quit trying to do that. And as long as I don't try to force my will on her, we get along just fine. And she don't push her will on me, we get along just fine. That's the reason it won't work. That any life run on self-will could hardly be a success. And what is our self-will? Bill didn't go into great detail explaining what self-will is here in the big book. But in the 12 and 12, in the area of the fourth step, if you read it, they'll talk about it a little bit later, but the first 2 or 3 pages of the 12 and 12, Bill writes some of the best information that I guess we've ever seen dealing with the self-will. He tells us about our basic instincts of life. And to have a working knowledge of what he means by those words is very, very important to understanding about step 3, and also to do the third column in the fourth step when we get to it a little bit later. So I guess at this time we need to look into see what is our will. What does Bill mean by that today? And as again I said, in the area of the fourth step, he talks about the basic instincts of life, and those things create self-will. We need to have a good understanding of that, at least a working knowledge of those words and what they mean, in order to help us to understand what our self-will is.
You know, I think we need to face the fact that when Bill was started writing the big book in 1937, Bill was not a great spiritual giant at that time. He'd only been sober just a little, right about 3 years. Bill was not a great student of human nature. Bill was a night school lawyer, a New York City stock speculator. Yet he was able to write one of the greatest books the world has ever seen, dealing with spirituality and human nature. You know, I'm convinced today that God used Bill's hand to write this thing. And when he wrote it, he did the absolute best that he could. But 10, 11, 12, 13 years later, Bill knew a lot more about spirituality than he did in 1937, 38, and 39. He had worked with some of the greatest spiritual minds in the world. He knew a lot more about human nature. He had worked with many, many alcoholics on an individual basis. And I think Bill had some information that he wanted to give to us so we would better be able to use and understand the program in this book. There's always been questions about why did he write the 12 and 12. I think he wrote it primarily for two reasons. Number one, he had so many difficulties in getting the fellowship to really accept the 12 traditions. And I think he thought if he could put the 12 traditions in a book along with the steps, that they would be more acceptable to more people. But I think the real reasoning behind it is that he could see loopholes in this thing and things that were not really clear that he really wasn't able to explain back in 37, 38, and 39. So he sat down and he wrote a series of essays in the 12 and 12 on the 12 steps to give us additional information so we could better work the steps according to the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous. If you'll notice in the 12 and 12, there are no directions on how to work the steps. They are information essays to give us additional information. And in this area of self-will, the basic instincts of life, the things that cause us to be the way we are, as he describes us here on page 60 and 61. He taught me more in about 2 or 3 pages about what makes me tick and what makes me do the things that I do and think the way that I think than I had learned in 40 years of living. So we're going to borrow just a little information out of the 12 and 12. We're not going to go to the 12 and 12. We're just going to borrow a little information.
These words on this glassine that we're going to show you here in a minute, these words are the same words that's used in the Big Book. These are not new words. And this idea about the self-will and what makes self-will tick is very, very important information. When I sponsor someone, I ask them to go, when they get to the 4th step, I ask them to go to the 12 and 12 and to read about the basic instincts of life, get a little working knowledge of these words, because we're going to use that information in the 3rd column in the 4th step when we get there. So we need a working knowledge of these words. And Charlie's going to go through them now with us.
In the 12 and 12, he tells us that all human beings are born with 3 basic instincts of life. They are God-given. They are absolutely necessary for survival of the human race. Therefore, they are a good thing. He talked about the social instinct, the security instinct, and the sex instinct. And under the social instinct, he said all human beings are born with a desire to be liked, to be accepted, to be respected by other people. He said all human beings are born with the desire to come together in groups with other people. And he said if we didn't have those desires, if everybody just went off and did everything the way they want to do it individually, that the world would go into a dog-eat-dog situation, complete anarchy would reign, and sooner or later, under those conditions, the human race would simply fail to survive. So these desires that you and I have to be liked, accepted, and respected by other people, these desires that we have to come together in groups with other human beings, those are God-given things, and they are therefore good. It is only when we use those kind of things for the wrong purposes that they begin to become a problem for us. He uses several different words under this social instinct. He uses the word companionship. And companionship is nothing more than wanting to belong or to be accepted by others. And so many of us were born on the outside of the crowd. looking in, wanting to be a part of, and knew that we could not be. That great desire to be a part of. He uses the term prestige. And prestige is wanting to be recognized as the leader of the group. And the world needs leaders. You know, somebody has to be a decision maker. And I expect back in the old caveman days, somebody had to say, Joe, get behind that tree with your spear. Bob, you get over there with your club. And Billy Jack and I'll run this sucker through here, and we'll jump it. We'll have somebody has to make those kind of decisions. And most of us take one of two directions. Either let me be a part of, or let me be the leader of. In either case, it's going to be based upon what other people think of us. If they like us, accept us, and respect us, then we can become a part of, or we may get to be the leader of. Self-esteem is what we think of ourselves. And that's usually high or low. And it's usually based upon what other people think of us or what we think other people think of us. If they seem to like us and accept us and respect us, we feel pretty good to ourselves. But if we feel like that they don't like us, they reject us, and etc., then we feel pretty lousy toward ourselves. He uses the term pride. And I'm glad I got in the habit of going to the dictionary and looking up words. One day I went in there and looked up the word pride. Now, I always thought pride was something you're supposed to have. As a young boy growing up, all I ever wanted to be was a man who walks tall with pride and a little bit sideways like John Wayne did. That's all I ever wanted. But the dictionary defines pride as an excessive and unjustified opinion of oneself, either too high or too low, and in either case it's not true. Personal relationships are relations with other human beings and the world around us. Ambitions are our plans for the future, to be accepted, to be recognized, to be the leader, etc., what we're going to work toward and try to become in the future. Now, if I want to be liked and accepted and respected by the world and the people in it, the first thing I've got to do is decide, well, what is it they want from me? And society teaches us those things as we grow up. You know, in one part of the world, we need to be a large landowner. Another part of the world, it may be that we need to have a good education. Another part of the world, it may be to have a large family. It can be any number of different things. And it'll vary in different parts of the world. And based upon what we're taught and based upon what we see, then we set our goals to become that, whatever it is. Now, if we're going to reach the goals so we'll be liked and accepted and respected by other people, we're going to have to work at it. You know, you can't be a bum and just sit on your duff and have people like you and accept you and respect you. And by the same token, if I want to be liked and accepted and respected by the world and the people in it, I'm going to have to make some sacrifices. You know, there are some things that I would really like to do as a human being that are very, very exciting things to do. But if I do them and you catch me at it, you're not going to like me at all. And I don't think we would do the work necessary to reach the goal, nor would we make the sacrifices necessary to be accepted, unless we got a reward for doing so. And the great reward comes at the moment of successful completion of the goal. Bill said it in his story when he said, I had arrived. How many of us have done the same thing? We set the goal for the education, for the land, or whatever it might be, and we work and we work, and we strive and we strive, and we sacrifice and we sacrifice, and the day we reach the goal, my God, what a great feeling it is. They pat us on the back and they say, oh, Joe, you're a fine fella. You're really, really doing great. And one of those feelings come over us which was absolutely indescribably wonderful. But the only thing wrong with it seems to be just a temporary feeling. We no longer reach the goal and get the praise and get the recognition and the acceptance. Feels good for a while, but after a while we look around and we say, well, hell, is this all there is to it? And we set another goal. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive and we sacrifice and we sacrifice and we reach the new goal and we get the praise and the recognition, the acceptance, but it doesn't last very long, and we set another goal. And it seems to create within we human beings an insatiable desire for more and more power, more and more recognition, more and more acceptance, and are not giving it to us the way we think they should. We're not getting it fast enough, so what do? Well, we start taking a few shortcuts. We start doing a little lying, a little conning, a little manipulating, a little climbing on other people's backs and stepping on their toes, and the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. It's plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success, because under those conditions we're always in collision with people, places, and things. He talked about the security instinct. He said all human beings are born with the desire to be secure in the future. He said if we were not concerned about that, we wouldn't provide the food, the clothing, the shelter, the things that we need in the future. And the next drought season, we would just simply starve to death. The next winter season, we would freeze to death. And under those conditions, the human race would simply fail to survive. Now, I know in AA, we try to live one day at a time. But I also know this about everybody in here has got an insurance policy. And the purpose of that insurance policy is to protect ourselves in the future, a basic God-given desire. Now, once again, if we're going to be secure in the future, we're going to have to decide what is it we need to be secure. And again, society teaches us those things as we grow up. And based upon what we're taught and what we see as we grow up, then we begin to set our goals in order to be secure in the future. You know, one part of the world, it may need just $4. Another part of the world, may need 4,000. Another part of the world, you may need 192 coconuts, whatever it is that they use and trade and barter with as we go through life. And we set our goals and we begin to strive toward that goal. Now, if you're going to reach the goal to be secure in the future, whether it be a new piece of land, whether it need to be a new home, whether it's a car, whatever it might be, if you're going to reach that goal, you're going to have to work at it. You can't be a bum and sit on your duff and be secure in the future. By the same token, we're going to have to make sacrifices. You can't blow it all today and be secure tomorrow. And I don't think we would do the work necessary to reach the goal, nor make the sacrifices necessary to reach it, unless we got a reward for doing so. And the great reward comes once again at the moment of successful completion of the goal. How many of us have done it? My God, we've set out to buy that new piece of land. We've set out to buy that home. When we were kids growing up, we set out to buy a bicycle, a new dress, a new suit, a new car. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive. And the day that sucker's paid off, nobody can take it away from us. What a great, great feeling that is. You know, back when I was a kid growing up, hardly anybody owned their home. Nearly everybody rented. And once in a great while, somebody would get enough money together to make a little down payment on a little old house of some kind. And they would pay and pay and pay and pay and pay and pay. And one day, when that sucker was paid off, hell, we would have a celebration. They would call in all the neighbors and we would celebrate by burning the mortgage. What a great feeling that was. The only thing wrong with it's just a temporary feeling. Hell, you no sooner reach the goal, you get the satisfaction from it, the happiness, and you look around and you say, well, hell, is this all there is to it? This guy right here is driving a Cadillac, and I'm still driving a Chevrolet. This one over here has got a Brooks Brothers suit, and I bought mine at Kmart's. This one over here has got a great big 2-story split-level house, and I'm a little 4-room shack. And it causes us to set another goal. And we work and we start work and we strive and we strive. We reach the new goal. It feels great. Doesn't last very long. We set another goal. And it creates an insatiable desire within we human beings for more and more and more and more and more of these things. Not getting them fast enough. Not giving them to us the way we think they ought to. So what do? Well, we start taking shortcuts. We lie. We cheat. We con. We manipulate. We steal. And the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. It's plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success, because under those conditions, we're always in collision with people, places, and things. Third basic instinct he talked about is the sex instinct.
Get you a drink of water on that.
I've got to have a drink of water before I do that one.
He gets excited about this, I can tell you that.
He said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex. That it may get turned off by bad teachings or bad happenings. But he said all human beings are born with a desire to have sex, because if we don't have sex, we can't reproduce ourselves. And if we don't reproduce ourselves, then sure enough, the human race is going to fail to survive. And just like the other two, if you're going to reproduce yourself through the sexual act, you're going to have to work at it. Hell, you can do more work in 3 minutes of sex, if you can last that long, than you'll do all day digging a ditch. Don't you older guys remember how it used to be when we got through with it? My God, you just fall over sideways, the sweat's just pouring off of you. You can hardly get your breath. You feel like you've died, gone to heaven, and come back 2 or 3 times.
Gets excited, doesn't he?
I don't think you and I would do that kind of work if we didn't get a reward for doing so. And the great reward we get, both physically and mentally, emotionally, is at the moment of successful completion of the sex act, one of the greatest feelings a human being can experience, period. But also, just like the other two, it's just a temporary feeling. Hell, you no sooner get through with doing it than you get to thinking about doing it again. And it's such an exciting and pleasurable thing. The next thing you know, we get to thinking about it, doing it in different ways, in different positions, with different people. And the next thing you know, we're doing it at the wrong time and the wrong way with the wrong people. And the instant we do so, we create pain and suffering for others. They in turn retaliate against us and create pain and suffering for us. Plain that a life run on self-will could hardly ever be a success, because under those conditions, we're always going to be in collision with people, places, and things. If every human being on earth today could fulfill these 3 basic instincts on the board to the level that God intended for us to do, there would be no conflict in the world today. Bill tells us that all emotional problems stem from these 3 basic instincts of life. In trying to get the satisfaction that comes from their completion, we will always overdo in certain areas. We will always hurt people. We will always then have to suffer the retaliation from those that we hurt. Now, if you look, there's a little circle coming out of the 3 basic instincts of life. It's called self. That's where self comes from. That's what makes up the self-will. And if you'll notice, coming out of self, there's another circle called wrongs. That's another word we have to look at. Somewhere in AA, we got the idea that wrongs would be a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. But you go to the dictionary and look it up, and you'll find several definitions of the word wrongs. One is incorrect judgment of others. A little later on, we're going to find out that is exactly what a resentment is. Another was incorrect believing. Later on, we're going to find out that's what the majority of our fears are. Another definition of the word wrong is incorrect acting that hurts other people. And certainly, as practicing alcoholics, we do a lot of that. Now, it's very easy to spot a selfish, self-centered human being. They will always display 3 common manifestations of self-will. They're always madder than hell. damn him and damn her, and by God, I'll show them, and they're not going to treat me that way, and blah-de-blah, blah, 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 blah. A selfish, self-centered person's always scared to death. Can't depend on God. Can't depend on other human beings. If they're an alcoholic reaching the end of the road, they can't depend upon themselves anymore, and they're running absolutely scared to death. They don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but they know when it gets here, it's not going to be worth a damn, whatever it is. A selfish, self-centered human being is always eaten up with fear, guilt, and remorse associated with the people that they've harmed. You know, we are not drunken bums. We have a conscience. We do things when we're out there drinking that we would not normally do. And the fear of what they're going to do when they find out about it, and the guilt and remorse associated with it, just absolutely eats us up. A selfish, self-centered human being, because of these resentments and these fears and this guilt and remorse, they don't feel good. And they're running around sober, but they want to feel better. And eventually the mind starts thinking about the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, we think it's okay to drink, and we end up drunk all over again. You know, a mind filled with resentments and fear and guilt and remorse is simply a mind that does not feel good, period. And it seems as though the only way we can get rid of that stuff is through trying to go from self-will to God's will, so that we can live at the level God intended for us to be and not be in conflict with the world and everybody in it. You know, now that I know about the three basic instincts of life, I understand what page 60 and 61 is talking about. When he talks about we're like the actor that wants to run the whole show. You know, when we grow up, we write a script in our head for what we're going to do, what we're going to become. We set our goals and etc. And we set out to reach that stuff. We also write a script in our head for everybody around us. You know, I had a part in my mind, in my script, for my wife to play. And she was going to do this and this and this and that and that, and people were going to look at her and they're going to say, my, doesn't that Charlie really have a great wife? He must be a fine, fine fella. I even drew a part in that script for my kids to play. Now they're going to do this, and they're going to do that, and they're going to do this. And people are going to look at them and say, oh, what a fine father old Charlie is. Now, the only problem is I didn't know that they had a script in their head already. And their script didn't match my script. And rather than let them be what is necessary for them to become, I set out to run the whole damn show. And this literally destroyed me and everybody around me. I not only did it with my family, I did it with everybody that I ever came in contact with. Plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success.
You know, you were talking about putting out more energy in a couple minutes of sex than you would in a day of digging ditches, and it occurred to me that I must not be digging ditches right. I'm missing something here. Or maybe I'm missing something on the other end.
Maybe you're not doing sex right.
Maybe I'm not. There we go. This unsatisfied instincts, there's something about me that even though I've always had some, there's one thing I always want, and that's more. But there's something about me, when I get more, it just turns into some. And then I got to have more. And then I get more, and it just turns into some again. And I don't know what it is about me that the shine of stuff wears off so quickly. And it's been that way all my life. I'm the kind of guy, you give me a brand new Bentley, 3 weeks. It's wrong color. You know, it's just, I'm just that way. And
anybody in here like that?
And in the middle of page 61, about 2/3 down this first full paragraph, it talks about a delusion. And this is the story of my life. It says, is he not a victim of the delusion that he can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if he only manages well? That goes down to the core of my life. And I like the word rest. You can feel the self-will in rest. Rest, satisfaction, and happiness out of this world. And the reason it's a delusion is I've spent my whole life doing that and have failed. And I'm not alone. I come to Alcoholics Anonymous and I find out that we're all like that. I don't know a group of people on the face of the earth that have ever put more time, more energy, more obsessive focus, more money, more effort into making themselves satisfied and happy as we have. And the end result is most of us wish we were dead. As a result of my very best obsessive full-time job efforts at making me satisfied and happy, I feel awful. I feel I'm one of the most unhappy, unsatisfied, empty, vacant people on the face of the earth, because it's a delusion. I believed that. I thought if I could just get my ducks lined up in a row. And a guy a few years ago told me, he says, Bob, they're not even your ducks. And I've observed something in Alcoholics Anonymous over the last few years. We had a rash of suicides with people with double-digit sobriety. And some of these guys I watched get sober. And oddly enough, when the day they got sober and came off the streets and had nothing, if they'd have made a checklist of everything that they knew that they had to have in place in order to be happy and satisfied when they took their lives, they would have completed. Everything on that list would have been completed. When my friend Frank, with 23 and a half years, put the plastic bag over his head and took his own life and wrote a note saying he didn't drink for his respect for Alcoholics Anonymous and all his service commitments. When Frank took his own life, he had everything a guy would ever want, materially. And the same with Mike, and the same with Chuck, and on and on. And you know the confusing thing to me, and I thought about this as I went to as I was at one of their services, you would think that all that abundance and material stuff would make you a little bit happier. But I think for guys like me, and I experienced this at about 19 years sober, it doesn't. It actually makes it worse. When I lived in an abandoned building and I'd rendered myself down to nothing and I was living on the streets, I felt empty and vacant and desolate and awful inside, and my outsides looked exactly the same. There was a continuity between my insides and my outsides. You take a guy like me with all the feelings of untreated alcoholism and you put me with a backdrop of amazing abundance, and the abundance just seems to make the vacancy, the spiritual malady, stand out in sharper and more painful relief. And I think I understand why those guys take their lives. If I could wrest happiness and satisfaction out of this world, if I could treat this with outside stuff, I think most of us would have done that years ago. We would. I mean, it's not like from a lack of trying, you know? It's not from a lack of trying. But you can't treat an inside thing with outside stuff. It just seems to be the way of it.
Now that we can see where self-will comes from, now that we can see what causes self-will, now that we can see what it does to us, let's go on page 62, first paragraph, and let's see what we can start doing about this self-will thing.
See, he told us how it works. Then he tells us why it won't work. He's going to give us some more of why it won't work. He said selfishness and self-centeredness. That, we think, is the root of our troubles. We're driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past, we've made decisions based on self, which later put us in a position to be hurt.
Joe, would you read that last statement again, please?
Yeah, sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past, we have made decisions based upon the satisfaction of those basic instincts, which later put us in a position to be hurt. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic, an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us. And God makes that possible. And there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid. Many of us have had moral and philosophical convictions galore, but we could not live up to them even though we would have liked to. Neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help.
You know, God made self-will to begin with. And it seems as though God's the only power that can overcome self-will. And one of the great mistakes I see people doing in AA today, they're trying to make themselves better. And you can't make yourself better. Self-will cannot overcome self-will. As Joe says, you can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. The only thing that can overcome self-will is the power that made it in the first place. We had to have God's help.
You know, if the problem is that we have a physical allergy coupled with an obsession of the mind, and our willpower doesn't work on the obsession of the mind, which it doesn't, there's only one thing stronger than the obsession of the mind, and that's He who made it, which is God as we understood Him. And only God makes it possible to remove the obsession of the mind, not me.
Now this is the how and the why of it.
Another instruction.
First of all, we had to quit blaming God. You know, those of us that have been self-directed, those of us that have been directing everything and everybody around us, well, we've been trying to do God's work for Him. You know, everything that I read today leads me to believe that this is a God-directed world. And those of us that have been self-directed and directing others, we're not God. We've just been playing at God. It didn't work. Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director, not our suggester, our director. He's got His word back now, and He'll use it the rest of the way through the book. He is the principal, we are His agents. He is the Father, and we are His children. Most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom. And here again we see the wonderfully effective spiritual structure that we're going to build. Willingness was the foundation. Believing was the cornerstone. And now then He tells us we're building an arch, and the keystone of that arch is the idea that we're going to let God be the director. You know, in all the old arches they used to make, there was a certain stone up in the top called the keystone. And the other stones all leaned against it. If the keystone was cut right, fit right, it supported the whole arch. If it was faulty and slipped out, then the arch would collapse also. The keystone of the new and triumphant arch, which you and I are going to pass through to freedom, is the simple little idea that we're going to let God be the director from now on. Making a decision to do so. Now, what happens when we make that decision?
I almost missed that simple idea that he talked about, because I used to pray like this: God, help me get sober, help me get my wife back, help me make more money. I need a new car, need some new clothes, need a little savings account. Help me do all those things. I use God like you would an errand boy. Send him out to take care of stuff. And after I got sober a while, I got to reading that other big book, and there's a story in there where it said that he worked for 6 days, and then he rested. Now, to my knowledge, he never did go back to work anymore. It looks to me like there's going to be work being done around here. It's going to be me. I almost missed that. He's the Father. We're the children. He's the principal. We're the agents. He's the boss. I work for Him. Most good ideas are simple, and I almost missed that simple idea. Top of page 63, it said, now when we sincerely took such a position, that He's the principal and we're the agents, all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer. Being all-powerful, He provided what we needed if we kept close to Him and performed His work well. See, I'm supposed to perform His work well. He's not going to perform my work well, you see. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life.
You know, we like to emphasize right here that there's nothing negative about any of these steps. Every one of these steps that we take now from step 3 on, there's going to be a positive happening. We're going to be building the wonderfully effective spiritual structure. The spiritual awakening is now getting ready to begin. Let's look at the positive results here of step 3.
As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of His presence, we begin to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. And boy, I used to hate that idea about being reborn. And more boys from that church up the road from where I used to live come over to my house on Monday night and want to talk to me about being reborn. And I said, man, do you realize this is Monday Night Football? And I'm drinking and having a good time, and you guys are here interfering. I'd run them off is what I did. I mean, I talked ugly to them. Get out of here. I don't even want to talk to you. Move. They want to talk to me about being reborn. But now I understand. I read in that other big book again. There's a story in there. This guy's name was Nicodemus. He about like me, dumb as a stump. I mean, really. And he went to this fellow who was talking about being reborn. And he said, "What do you mean about being reborn? Do you mean I got to go back into my mother's womb and be reborn?" And he looked at me about like Charlie's looked at me many times and went. He said, "Man," he said, "didn't you go to university? Aren't you educated? Don't you know you can't be reborn like that? When I'm talking to you about being reborn, I'm talking about the renewing of your mind. Old ideas cast aside, new ones accepted. Then I could understand about being reborn." And then our book says, we were now at step 3. Once I understand all this, I'm ready to take step 3. And I knew what those guys did up there on Sunday morning about 11 o'clock. They'll be doing it here probably this coming Sunday morning about 11 o'clock. They're basically asking people to come there and do the third step prayer is what they want us to do. So I went down there the next Sunday, couldn't wait to get there. I got there about 2 or 3 minutes before 11. Well, I won't get there too early. I might hear something to help me, you know. Yeah. So I got there about 2 or 3 minutes before 11, and sure enough, they asked people to come and do the third step prayer, and that's what I went for. And I went there as humbly and as honestly and sincerely as I knew how. And this is what I did. I said, "God, I offer myself to you to build with me and do with me as you will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those that I would help of your power, your love, and your way of life. May I do your will always." So we thought well before taking this step, making sure that we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. Now, I don't know exactly what happened that morning, but I'm not smart enough to know. But I do know this. From that morning until this day, my life hasn't been the same. It was like I've been walking on the dark side of the street all that time, and all of a sudden I'm on the sunny side, walking the street. I went home after that and went over to my mother's house, and my mother looked at me, she said, "Benny Joe," that's my name.
Benny Joe.
Yeah. She said, "Ben Joe, what happened to you?" See, they always want to know what happened, don't they? And I told her what I did that morning, and she said that was good. She smiled. She'd always wanted me to do that. And then I remember Bill there asking Ebby, said, "Come, what's this all about?" He said. He said, "Well, I've got religion." Bill was aghast. See, he had got religion. That's what happened. And later on, a few weeks later, I went over to Phyllis, my wife's, and trying to make amends. I used to call her up and she'd just hang up. But I finally got to her. She let me come over for a few minutes. I said, 5 minutes. And I went over and I talked to her a little bit and made some amends to her. And she looked at me and she said, "What's happened to you?" See, I was different. If she was telling this story, she said there was something about my eyes. I was inexplicably different. She said, "What happened?" And I told her that I was going to Alcoholics Anonymous, and I was here to make amends, and we kind of got over that. And so I don't know exactly what happened. But I read in that other big book, there was a guy there, and he was a blind man. And they asked him, said, "What happened to you?" He said, "I don't know what happened." He said, "I was blind, and now I can see. I was drunk, and now I'm sober. I don't know what happened. But I know that from that moment to today, my life has changed. That's what happened to me."
You want to say anything? 3?
Yeah. You know, these third step promises, the effects of step 3 at the top of 63 are remarkable. If I can sincerely take that position, but it was hard for me. You know, it said the first thing is we had to quit playing God. I couldn't see that I played God. I used to go to my sponsor in early sobriety, and I I would have lists of people that are out of line at work, that are coming late, that are stealing, that aren't doing things right. And I had lists of people in AA that weren't doing it right. You know, she's looking for a husband and he lies in meetings and he's not putting money in the basket, and on and on and on and on. And he would always say to me, you got to quit playing God. And I'd look at him like, what are you talking about? I'm not playing God. I'm reporting accurate information here. I'm not playing God. And he was trying to show me that I was playing God, and I couldn't see it. I had climbed up on the throne of judgment, looking down at the little people and tearing them apart, trying to make myself feel better. And I didn't know that I was doing that. And one of the great promises for me is if when I took that position, I would have a new employer. Being all-powerful, he'll provide what I need if I can do two things. If I can keep close to him. And earlier we talked about God does not make too hard terms with those who seek him. If I will just take the action of turning my consciousness towards him every day and perform his work well, and I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure out what that is, and it's to help his kids. That if I do those two things, if I will turn my consciousness towards him and I will help his kids, he will take care of me. All my needs will be met. And that has been true nonstop since I got here. Nonstop. I got down on my knees like Joe and most of us in early sobriety, and I took that third step prayer. But I'll tell you, I don't think I knew what I was doing, really. It says we thought well, and I guess I thought well, but I didn't really know. And I'll tell you something, the next 8 months of my life were the most chaotic. They were insane. I lost a job, a relationship, my roommate, the place to live. I started having these emotional upheavals, like stuff from years was coming out of me. I felt like I was out of control. And what I didn't realize is that God was building with me and doing with me, and like a burnout building that's going to be rehabbed, he was tearing crap out to replace it with new stuff. But the problem is he didn't give me a game plan. If he would have sent me a letter and said, Bob, you got to lose this job because we're going to get you over here and you're going to learn something that's going to be a business for you that'll set you up for the rest of your life, would that be okay with you? And I'd say, oh, well, sure, God, that'd be fine. But he didn't give me the game plan. If he'd have told me we got to get rid of your roommate because there's a new guy coming to town with a lot of sobriety and you guys are going to live together and do a lot of 12-step work, it's going to enhance your sobriety, would that be okay for you, Bob? I said, sure, God, that'd be fine. But he didn't tell me. And he was building with me and doing with me. And I'll say one more thing. I started saying this prayer every morning as part of my prayer life. And I'm embarrassed to tell you that I said this prayer 365 plus days a year for over 10 years, and I didn't really get what I was saying until my 11th year of sobriety. I was taking a guy through this, and we're talking about it. And he said to me, let me see if I understand what we're going to say here. And he said, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do with me as thou wilt. So we're really kind of trying to head in the direction, making a decision to head in the direction of making our life none of our business. He says, that right? And I thought, I think that's right. That seems right to me. And he said, we can't do that, so we're going to ask God to relieve us of the bondage of self. Because how does a guy who thinks nothing except about himself stop doing that without being relieved of the bondage of self? I said, yeah, that's right. And then the third line I didn't get. And it says, take away my difficulties. Now, I got that part. Take away my difficulties. God, I got a list, and here they are. Take away my difficulties. But it doesn't say that. And it says, take away my difficulties, that victory over them would bear witness to those I would help. And this new guy says to me, he says, so we're doing all of this just so we can help other people? And I'm almost 11 years sober, and I went, oh my God, that's right. But of course I said, yeah, I knew that.
You all knew that?
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. That Alcoholics Anonymous, in my view, will not be, and never was a self-help program. It's a program of self-abandonment and service. I can't fix me. Here, God, you take me. I'll go help your kids. Let's see what happens.
At the end of the prayer, it says, we thought well before taking this step, making sure we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. And I think utterly means completely, all the way, the whole ball of wax. I hope you don't make the mistake I did to start with. First time I fooled with step 3, I got down on my knees, which I very seldom did in those days. I began to utter the prayer, and I said, God, I offer myself to thee to be able me to do as my will, so on, so on, and so forth. And then I said, now this applies to my alcohol. Don't fool with my sex life. Stay out of my money, I can handle that too.
God probably said, what an order, I can't go through with it.
I was willing for him to take the alcohol, but I still wanted to control the rest of it, and the end result is I got very little from it. I think we need to recognize the fact here that we're asking God to direct our entire thinking, period. And if he directs my entire thinking, then maybe my thinking about sex will become better. Maybe my thinking about money will become better. Maybe my thinking about everything will become better. Not just the alcohol, but the whole ball of wax. We found it very desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person, such as our wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor. Back in the beginning, there in Dr. Bob's house, when it came time for the newcomer to make their surrender, 3 or 4 of the older members would take them upstairs into one of the bedrooms. They would all get down on their knees, and this guy would make his surrender, which is our step 3 today. And after he made the surrender, then the older members would vote on how well he made the surrender. And if it wasn't good enough, they'd have to go back and do it again. This is our first attempt now to fit ourselves back together as God intended for us to be. We are tridimensional creatures. We have to live with the Spirit, we have to live with ourselves, and we have to live with our fellow man. And if we take this prayer in the company of another human being, then we're with God, with ourselves, and our fellow man. All the people that I sponsor take step 3 with me for 2 reasons. If they take it with me, I know that they have taken it. That's the only way I know for sure. But the real reason is every time we do that, it has more depth and more meaning for me. I don't think there's any end to this thing. I think we really need to take it with another human being. Bob, something else?
One of my guys that I sponsor said to me after the last line, after the prayer, he says, so that's like the cow surrender? I said, cow surrender? What do you mean? He says, it says, abandon ourselves utterly to him.
Okay, I'm going to... I'm going to ask you to do a favor for me. Just for me. And if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But I'm going to ask you to reach out and hold the hand of those on each side of you, if you would, please.
We'll close the meeting with this.
Now, I'm going to read this prayer, and as I do so, I ask that you repeat it after me. God, I offer myself to thee.
God, I offer myself to thee.
To build with me and do with me as thou wilt.
To build with me and do with me as thy will.
Relieve me of the bondage of self.
Relieve me of the bondage of self.
That I may better do thy will.
That I may better do thy will.
Take away my difficulties.
Take away my difficulties.
That victory over them.
That victory over them.
May bear witness to those I would help.
That bear witness to those that I would help.
Of thy power.
Thy power.
Thy love.
Thy love.
And thy way of life.
And thy way of life.
May I do thy will always.
May I do thy will always.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
You'll never have to worry about taking step 3. You just now took it. Thank you all for being here today.
That was good.
My name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. I'll tell you this story. You guys probably heard this, but the guy run into the bar and said, bartender said, give me 10 doubles and make it quick. Boy, he poured him 10 doubles. He drank them all down. He said, give me 10 more doubles and make it quick. And drink 10 more doubles. He said, what's the hurry, fella? What's going on? He said, I want to get my drinking in before the trouble starts. He said, what kind of trouble? He said, I don't have any money. I'm getting to the bottom of the barrel now.
I'm sitting here just thinking, and she said that Bob Darrell's going to do the traditions tomorrow night. And in case you don't know who Bob Darrell is, it's this elderly gentleman sitting here to the left-hand side of me.
I tell you who he reminds me of, Bob. Every time I had 4 or 5 drinks, I looked just like him.
You like that, don't you?
This really is a disease of perception.
He's mentioned the fact 2 or 3 times he was raised Catholic, and it reminded me of a joke that I love to tell about a little Catholic boy. And this little boy was about 12 years old and was just getting close to his birthday, and he asked his daddy if he could have a bicycle for his birthday. And his dad said, well, son, I'd love to be able to provide you with a bicycle, but he said, you got 4 or 5 brothers and sisters, and I can just barely make a living for you, period. And I just don't have any way to get the money to get you a bicycle. And the little boy said, well, what could I do? And his father said, well, why don't you write a letter to God and see what might happen? So the little boy goes in his room and sits down at a desk and gets a pencil and a piece of paper, and he begins to write. And he said, Dear Jesus, he said, I'm a little Catholic boy, and I'm 12 years old, and I've always gone to church. And he said, oh, shit, that won't work. And he tore it up and threw it away. And he sat there and thought a little bit, and he got another sheet of paper and got his pencil out, and he began to write. And he said, Dear God, he said, I'm a little Catholic boy, and I'm 12 years old, and I've never had a bicycle, and I sure would like to. Oh, he said, oh, hell, that won't work. And he tore it up and threw it away. And while he's sitting there thinking, he happened to look up on the dresser, and there was a statuette of the Virgin up there. And all of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he jumped up, and he grabbed the little statuette and reached in his underwear drawer and got out a roll of socks. Unrolled them, put the statuette inside, rolled them back up, put them way back in the back of the underwear drawer. He sat down and got his pencil and his piece of paper, and he said, Dear Jesus, if you ever want to see your mama again... I got a little one.
A skeleton walks into a bar and says, give me a beer and a mop. A lawyer, see, wait for it, it comes. A lawyer, a priest, a rabbi, a traveling salesman, and a blonde walk into a bar, and the bartender says, what's this, a joke? All right. I won't quit my day job.
You can tell he's from Las Vegas, can't you? Okay, enough fooling around. We finished up our session this afternoon by all of us joining together and voicing the third step prayer, and we've made our decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understand Him. The next thing we're going to have to do is start taking a little action in order to carry out that decision. So let's go down to the bottom of page 63. And there it says, next we launched on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Though our decision,
Step 3,
was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions. And we always like to stop right there and kind of look at this idea of the time element between step 3 and step 4. Always we hear people asking that question. How long should you wait to do step 4 after you've done step 3? And we hear all kind of answers to that. I hear some people say, well, maybe 30 days. I've heard others say maybe 60 days. I've heard others say, well, probably 3 months. We heard a professional in the field of alcoholism counseling people to wait a minimum of 2 years. And our question back to that counselor was, how many people have you killed with that statement? You see, we're trying to find a way to live where not only can we be sober, but we can be peaceful and happy and free and not have to go back to drinking alcohol. And every day we put off step 4 is another day we remain restless, irritable, and discontented. It's another day we're filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And our minds are going to run around feeling that way just so long. And then in order to seek a little relief, we begin to think about the idea of the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. And next thing you know, we end up drunk all over again. I don't know how long I could go between steps 3 and 4 without getting drunk, and frankly, I'm really not too interested in finding out. The big book tells us when we ought to take step 4. It says step 3 will have little permanent effect unless followed at once by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of those things within ourselves which had been blocking us. And you know, that does make sense, doesn't it? As far as I can tell, 4 is always followed directly after 3. Now, knowing that, and knowing if we continue to procrastinate on step 4, knowing that we might get drunk, then why would we want to continue to procrastinate? And I think there's probably 3 or 4 reasons for that. One reason is fear. You know, some of the older members of Alcoholics Anonymous play king off of the mountain with this step. And we tell the newcomer how tough this step is. By God, you just wait till you get to step 4, blah, 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 blah. And we just literally scare them to death. But I think the major reason that we procrastinate on it is we did not, for years and years, understand how to do step 4. And not understanding how Bill writes, we didn't see the directions on how to take step 4. They are here on page 64, but they are so short and so sweet that we alcoholics with our keen intellectual minds looking for something more complicated have really overlooked the simplicity of the directions on page 64. So not knowing how to do that, we kept fooling around and we got further in the book to step 5. And in step 5, it said something about sharing all your life story. And we thought, oh, yeah, that's what they wanted us to do in step 4, is write all of our life story so we can share it with God and another human being. And that's what many of us did in the beginning. Now, I don't know, in sharing my life story, it might not have been important to other people, but it must have been to me because I had about 92 pages in it. And I took it to another poor, suffering alcoholic, and he read it, and he said, "Not very pretty, is it?" And I said, "No, it isn't." And he threw it in a waste paper basket, and he said, "You'll never have to be that way again." And I didn't learn anything to contribute to my alcoholism by writing my life story. And as I look back at it now, 95% of my life story has nothing to do with my alcoholism anyhow. The fact that I was born in 1929, I don't think it's got a thing in the world to do with my alcoholism. It may have had something to do with somebody else's alcoholism, but not mine. The fact that I graduated from high school at age 17, went directly into the service, I don't think that's got anything to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I was married at age 21, I don't think that's got anything to do with my alcoholism. But I'll tell you what it did do. The 95% of my life story that had nothing to do with my alcoholism very effectively covered up the 5% that did. And I learned nothing to contribute to my alcoholism from my life story. So in our confusion, Somebody in Minneapolis, Minnesota wrote a 4-step inventory guide. And we took the Minneapolis guide, we combined it with the big book, and we got more confused yet. Somebody in Dallas, Texas wrote a 4-step inventory guide. We took the Dallas guide, combined it with the Minneapolis guide, combined it with the big book, and then we really got confused. I have no idea how many inventory guides are floating around out there today. We saw one that had 20 pages in it. And I'll guarantee you, if you wasn't crazy as hell before you took it, you would be when you were through with it. It was one of those kinds. And all the time, the directions have been here in the book, but not understanding how Bill writes. We simply overlooked the simplicity of this thing. Now, let us be the first to say tonight, the big book gives us the directions on how to work step 4 in a very, very simple matter. It's not going to be very complicated. It's not going to be all that difficult to do. By the same token, there's nothing to be afraid of if we do the 4-step according to the big book. We are not going to make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. We're simply going to look into our minds and see if we can find those things that block us off from God and do something about their removal, and then maybe God will be able to direct our thinking. And it's going to be just that simple. Now, to really understand this, we've got to be aware of 2 things. First, Bill loved to use examples of something we already know about in order to teach us something new. He's going to use an example of a business inventory, assuming we know a little something about a business, and then he's going to tell us to do exactly the same thing with our lives that he just told us to do with the business inventory. The other thing that Bill loved to do, he loved to make comparisons. He would not use the same thing over and over and over again. He'll talk about one thing, he'll talk about another thing that compares to it, and he also always found different words when he repeats himself. So let's look at just a few simple ideas and see if we can't really understand Bill's reasoning behind step 4 here in the big book. Joe is putting over there a little picture on the screen. We called it inventory comparison. And on one side of that picture, we have a business inventory. On the other side of that picture, we have a personal inventory. And we're going to take a few key words out of the big book, and we're going to put them under business to start with. He says, therefore we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4. Now immediately he jumps into business. He says a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. And I think we can all understand that and all believe that. If you had a business selling ladies' purses, men's watches, bicycles, or whatever, if you didn't inventory in there once in a while, you wouldn't know what's been stolen out of the store that you didn't get paid for. If you didn't inventory once in a while, you wouldn't know what's been sold and you need to order new stock to put it in its place. If you didn't inventory once in a while, you wouldn't know what's become damaged and unsaleable and out of style. Nobody wants to buy it. It's sitting there taking up valuable shelf space and floor space. If you didn't inventory once in a while, you probably would go broke. And I think everybody can see that and understand that. Now, his first comparison is this. We have in our personal lives a personal business also. And our business is the business of finding a way to live where we can have a little peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. And if we don't inventory in our personal business of staying sober, then chances are we might go broke also. And going broke for us is simply to go back to drinking. So I think what he's doing is saying to us, whether we're dealing with a business inventory or a personal inventory, without that inventory, we are probably going to go broke. Now then, he's going to proceed to tell us how to take this business inventory. He says, taking a commercial inventory. Now, Dad burn him, he could have said business again, couldn't he? But he don't want to use the same words twice, so he'll call it commercial instead of business, meaning the same thing. Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding. And we're taking the words fact-finding out of the book and putting it under business on this picture that Joe has over here. It is a fact-finding and a fact-facing process. And we're putting the words fact-facing under the business inventory. It is an effort to discover the truth, and we're putting truth under the business inventory, about the stock in trade, and we're putting stock in trade under business inventory. Now, the stock in trade, that's those items that we have in there for sale. The ladies' purses, the men's watches, the bicycles, or whatever. One object is disclosed damaged or unsaleable goods, and we're putting the object is to disclose damaged or unsaleable goods under business inventory, and to get rid of them promptly and without regret. And we're putting to get rid of them promptly and without regret under the business inventory. In other words, we're looking for the stock in trade that is damaged. The good items in our little business does not cause us to go broke. They sell over and over and over every day, and we make money off of them. But the stock in trade that is damaged, that's become out of style, and nobody wants to buy it, those are the things we're going to have to get rid of, because they're taking up the good floor space and the shelf space, and we can't put good items in their place until they are removed. He said if the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. In other words, he's really going to have to be just as completely honest with himself as he can. And once in a while, he'll try to fool himself. Once in a while, he may say, well, the reason the ladies aren't buying these purses is they just don't understand what they need. And he may keep them in there much, much longer than he should, and it's going to cost him money every day that they're in there, period. Now, is there anybody in here that would have any argument with what Bill just told us about this business inventory? We're going to try to find the facts. When we find them, we're going to try to face the facts. We're looking about the truth about the stock in trade. We're trying to find the damaged and unsaleable goods. When we find them, we're going to get rid of them promptly and without regret. And we're really looking for the stock in trade that is damaged. Anybody have any problems with that? I don't think we do at all, do we? Okay, now look at him. Watch him. He wrote a step for us called Step 4. And he used a series of words in Step 4 that mean just exactly the same thing as those words that he's used with the business inventory. On the right-hand side of the sheet, we made a searching. And we're putting searching straight across from fact-finding. To search out the facts, to find the facts. We made a searching and fearless. And we're putting fearless straight across from fact-facing. To face those facts as they really are, to look at them fearlessly. We made a searching and fearless moral. And there's where we got in trouble. We said, oh crap, there it is. There's that list of dirty, filthy, nasty items. And we don't want to look at them ourselves, and we sure as hell don't want to show them to somebody else. I'm not exactly sure what all Bill Wilson knew. But I know this guy understood the English language. I really believe if he had wanted you and I to make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty items, I think he would have said we made a searching and fearless amoral or immoral inventory. And he didn't say that, he said moral. Bugged us and bugged us and bugged us till finally we went back to the dictionary. And moral, defined in the dictionary, is nothing more than truth. Things as they really are. The right and wrong of any given situation. The truth about the matter. That's all moral means, is truth. We made a searching and fearless moral inventory of what? Of ourselves. We are the only stock in trade that we have in this business of staying sober. Nobody else can make us sober, and nobody else can make us drink. Oh, I'll agree that they can make us thirsty as hell once in a while, but they can't make us drink. We decide whether we drink or not. Now, what part of us decides whether we drink or not? Is it our mind or is it our body? The real problem the alcoholic centers in the mind, telling us we can drink. So as I make this searching and fearless moral inventory of myself, I'm going to look into my mind, and I'm going to find the flawed thinking processes, the damaged and unsaleable goods that block me off from God's will, that block me off from carrying out the decision I've just made in step 3. And when I find those flaws, I'm going to try to get rid of them promptly and without regret. As long as those flaws are in my mind, then they control the way that I think. And God can't, and it's just that simple. Now, we will find in our minds certain damaged and unsaleable goods, certain flawed thinking processes. We've already talked about them. The 3 common manifestations of self-will. One of them is resentment, and one of them is fear, and the other one is the guilt and remorse associated with the harms that we've done to others. And those things are controlling our thinking. Now, I like to look at my mind up here. My head is just a little bitty store. Not very much. A little quick trip to 7-Eleven, come and get it, or whatever you want to call it. And in that little store, I don't have a hell of a lot up there. But over here at this side of my store, I've got some display cases filled with resentments. Damn him. Damn her. By God, I'll show them. They're not going to treat me that way. Next time this happens, I'm going to put it on them. I'm going to get even with it. On and on and on and on and on. God can't get in those display cases. They are completely filled up with these resentments. Over here in this side of my store, I've got a little file cabinet, and it's filled with fear. Oh my God, what's she going to do when she finds out about this one? Oh my God, what's the boss going to do when he finds out what I've been doing? Oh my God, what's the banker going to do when that hot check gets there this time? He's already told me he's going to file on me next time. Oh my God, is that my car sitting out in the front and the front end's all torn up and I don't remember how it... Oh my God, on and on and on. And God can't get in that file cabinet. It's completely full of fear, and he's blocked out very effectively. Back here in the back of my store, I have a storeroom that is filled with guilt and remorse. You know, we've said before, we're not drunken bums. We have a conscience. And we do many things when we're out there doing our thing while practicing alcoholics that we might not even do sober. And we end up hurting a hell of a lot of people. And that guilt and that remorse and that fear associated with what they're going to do when they find out just literally eats us up. Now, if I want God to direct my thinking, I'm going to have to do something about the removal of these resentments. If I want Him to direct my thinking, I'm going to have to do something about the removal of these fears. If I want Him to direct my thinking, I'm going to have to do something about the removal of this guilt and remorse. And when those damaged and unsaleable goods are removed, then God's thinking can enter my mind to take their place. But as long as they are there, then they control how I think, and God can't, and it's just that simple. Now listen to him. He said we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly, truthfully, morally. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways and what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease, for we've been not only mentally and physically ill, we've been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. So before we start making our list of resentments and setting them on paper, let's look at the word resentment for just a moment to be sure we understand it as the writer understood it. The word resentment is made up of two words. The letters R-E or re, from an old word which means to do again, to do over, to repeat. We repaint, we replay, we always means to do over. Sentiment comes from an old word called sentire, which means to feel. So the word resentment means to re-feel over and over and over and over again. Now let's say in this scheme of life that we're going through life and somebody does something to us to threaten one of our basic instincts of life. And people will do that. The world's full of sick people. And when they do something to me that threatens one of my basic instincts of life, maybe it puts me down in the eyes of another human being. Maybe it threatens one of my personal relationships. Maybe it threatens my security. They rip me off. Or maybe it threatens my sex life in some way or other. Now, when they do that to me, it hurts. That is not a resentment. That is a wrong on their part for doing so. It does not become a resentment until I go off in the other room, or I go home at night and sit down in my easy chair, and I replay that thing in my mind. And when I replay it in my mind, I re-feel the pain and the hurt again. Now, the stupidity behind it is, when they did it to me the first time, that was their fault. But the second time, I'm doing it to myself. They're not even here now. They're clear over on the other side of town. And after a while, I'll say, let's look at that again. And I'll replay it the third time and the fourth time, experiencing the pain each time that I play it. And I find that as I replay that in my mind, I am not really always capable of being honest with myself. I find that as I replay that in my mind, I make what they did just a little bit worse, and I make what I did just a little bit less. And you let me play it long enough, I'm able to say, well, hell, I was just standing there doing nothing, and they come along and did it to me, and it's all their damn fault. You know, I like to compare our capabilities of replaying resentments to watching a football game. Now, we love football back in Oklahoma and Arkansas just like you guys love it out here. And we watching them playing the football game, and the quarterback, he throws a pass to a receiver out here. And a lot of times he'll throw it up pretty high where the receiver has to jump up and get it. Sometimes that's accidental, sometimes it's on purpose. The other guys can't catch it if it's up there high enough. And the receiver, he jumps up and he catches that football, but the opposing team has learned the time to hit that receiver is just as that football touches his hands. And if you hit him just right, you might be able to knock him loose from the ball. And this guy's 2 or 3 feet up in the air, stretched out to the utmost to catch the ball, and this guy whacks him while he's up in the air. And he turns him upside down, and he falls on his head, and his arm goes out that way, and his leg goes out another way, and he's laying there really, really hurt. And you can see that he's hurt. Now, the football game is just like the game of life. It's not going to stop. This guy's laying there hurt, and they'll run out there and check him out, and if he doesn't hurt too bad, they'll pump a little air into him, get him up, and the ball game starts again. If he's hurt too bad, they'll drag him off to the side, they'll put somebody in his place, and the ball game starts again. Now, the announcer up in the booth, he's got a resentment replay machine up there. And after a while, he says, "Look at that. Let's look at that again." And this time, when he looks at it, it's in slow motion and living color. And oh, it looks twice as bad as it did the first time. You can see that expression of pain on his face. You can see how he was really hurt and hurt bad. The game's still going on, and after a while, the announcer says, "Let's look at that again." And the announcer's sitting up here in the booth bouncing this guy up and down, up and down, up and down off the ground. Now, we alcoholics, and I guess all people do, but especially we alcoholics, we have a little resentment replay machine up here in our head. And we get up early in the morning. We clean the lens on it. We don't want to miss anything. We tune it up in living color. We leave the house and we shine it on the world all day long. And we record all those things that they do to us that are bad. We don't record anything good. We record all those things they do to us that's bad. We go home in the evening, sit down in our easy chair, play it over in our head and make ourselves sick and blame it on others. Once in a while, we alcoholics have a bad day. Once in a while, we get up early in the morning and we clean those lenses. We tune her up in living color. We shine it on the world all day long, and they won't do anything bad to us.
It's a bad day for an alcoholic.
It's a bad day for an alcoholic. When they don't do anything bad, we don't have anything to record. You know what we record then? By God, we record what they're thinking. That's what we do. And we take that home and play it over and make ourselves sick. See? Is there any way God can enter a mind filled with that kind of crap? He is very effectively blocked out by these resentments. Now, my book is getting ready to tell me just exactly how to look at these resentments and see the truth behind them. It's going to show me just exactly how to get rid of those resentments. And then the greatest thing of all, it's going to show me how to keep them from coming back in the future. And if I can do those 3 things, then God's thinking can enter those display cases and begin to direct that part of my mind. But until I do my part, God can't, and it's just that simple. Bob, you got anything you want to say?
Every once in a while, I run into guys that are doing their 4-step, and they say, "You know, I don't think I have any resentments." I said, "Really?" I said, yeah, I really don't resent anybody. I said, well, if you can't find a list of resentments, how about starting with the list of people you feel smugly superior to? They go, oh. The list starts growing right before their eyes. The book says that we're convinced that self manifested in various ways. And when I'm running on self, I am never enough. And when I'm never enough, I am driven to judge and find fault with you, hoping to level the playing field based on self. Because self, when I'm coming from self, I'm never enough. So I've done that all my life. I can measure my distance from God and my distance into self by the judgments in my life.
The book says that resentment is a number one offender. From it, that's the big word, it, from it, the resentment, stem all forms of spiritual dis-ease. He said we've not only been mentally and physically ill, we've been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. Spiritual not only means my relationship with God, but my own moral fiber. When I'm straightened out spiritually, my own spirit gets straightened out. I straighten out mentally and physically. But resentment is the number one offender. And I don't get resentment with just one thing. When the mind becomes resentful, it's resentful at everything, because the mind is totally consumed with the resentment. And we're mad at everybody and everything, although we don't know that. We think it's just one person or one situation. But it's everything when the mind becomes resentful. It's everywhere.
It says, in dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. Now, I think one of the problems we've always had with this inventory, page 65, which is the example, has already been completed. And we didn't know for sure the procedure that Bill used and followed to fill out page 65. So what we've done is we've given you an inventory sheet. And we want to make sure that everybody understands we're not trying to bring another inventory into AA. We got enough of those already. This inventory sheet that you have, if you could fold it under or cover up the last two columns, you would then have page 65 in the blank form. Column 1 says, I'm resentful at. Column 2 says the cause, and column 3 says affects my. And if you'll notice under that affects my, we're talking about those basic instincts of life. That's why we found it necessary to talk about them before, because here we're going to have to start dealing with those basic instincts of life. And Bill didn't explain it in the big book, and he may not have been able to. But he explained it 12 or 13 years later in the 12 and 12. So with that information, we're going to be able to fill out not only the first column, but the second column, and also the third column. Now let's see if we can't find the directions on how to fill these three columns out. Joe?
If you were like me, and you're doing an inventory without any help from a sponsor much, you sit down and look at page 65 and you say, now how do I do this inventory? Well, I look at Mr. Brown and say, well, I'm resentful at Mr. Brown. I change my mind, I go to the second column, the cause, and say, well, his attention to my wife. Told my wife of my mistress. Brown may get my job at the office. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little upset with Mr. Brown myself already. And then I change my mind and go to what part of the self was affected by it. Then I move back to Mrs. Jones, change my mind again, and then the cause and what part of the self, back and forth. We're taught to read from left to right, you know. We go from left to right. And we do that 3 or 4 times. If you have a little pea brain like I do, first thing you know, your mind says, oh, heck. Or words to that effect. Oh, heck. They don't want me to fill this out anyhow. What they want me to do is write my whole life story. So I just skip over this baby and start down writing all my life story. And I'm like Charlie, I did the same thing. But they put this page 65 in there for a reason. It wasn't just to take up space. It was in there for me to do the inventory, but I didn't know what the instructions were. The instructions are on page 64. And I believe it goes like this: from top to bottom, one column at a time, while our minds are on one thing and one thing only. Let's see if we can see the first instruction. In dealing with resentment, we set them on paper. All right, we got our paper. We listed people, institutions, or principles whom we're angry, period.
Period.
Stop right there. And we go from top to bottom while our minds are on one thing and one thing only: people, principles, or institutions, and we fill them out, that first column from top to bottom, and we leave a little space in there, just like Bill did an example on page 65. That space is important. And we just list them down while our minds are on one thing and one thing only.
People, that's self-explanatory. Institutions are those things such as the police department, the Internal Revenue Service, the post office, the church, all those institutions that we get upset with. Principles are those old guiding principles that we've heard all of our lives that interfered with our style of living. The Ten Commandments are a set of principles. And when I'm out there drinking and doing my thing, I don't want to hear nothing from anybody about the Ten Commandments. I'm breaking all of them except one, and maybe did that also during the blackout. I have no idea. Another old principle I never did like said, what goes up must come down. Another one said, there are no free rides. You'll have to pay for everything you get. Another one said, what you give out's what you get back. My dad had one that I always hated. He said, son, when you lay down with dogs, you'll get fleas on you every time. Those old principles that people used to spout off about, and always they interfered with our style of living. Now, really, this is not very difficult to do. I have never seen an alcoholic yet who did not know just exactly who and what, by God, they're mad at. Hell, we spend hour after hour after hour sitting around in bars talking about it. All we have to do is take it out of our head, put it down on this sheet of paper, top to bottom, leaving a little space in between each name, as Bill has done here in his example. He said, I'm resentful at Mr. Brown. Leave some space, Mrs. Jones. Leave some space, my employer. Leave some space, my wife.
Leave a lot of space.
You don't have to have any great education to do this. If you can't write, you feed the names to somebody else and have them write them down for you. They came to me and they said, Charlie, make a list of your resentments. And I said, I don't have any resentments. They said, oh, surely you do. Maybe you just don't understand what a resentment is. And they explained to me that it was to replay those old hurts and old angers and etc. I said, oh, yeah, I've got a couple of those. And they said, we'll put them down on paper. And I got a standard size sheet of paper, and I began to list those names, leaving those spaces, and I got about 8 names on that sheet of paper. I reached over and got another sheet of paper. And next thing you know, I had 8 more names, and then I got another sheet of paper. And next thing you know, I had 8 more names, and I got another sheet of paper. And I got up to about 162. And I said, man, you matter in hell at everything. I did not know that. You can only see one resentment at a time in your head. And I don't think any of us are ever going to really realize how many resentments we really do have and how much they control and dominate our thinking for us till we get them all down on a sheet of paper and see them in their entirety for the first time. Absolutely blew my mind. And if I've got that many resentments, then they are directing my thinking, and God can't, and it's just that simple. So I learned something very valuable just by filling out the first column. Now let's look at the next instruction.
So we ask ourselves why we were angry, period. Stop right there. And we look in the second column, and beside each name, while our minds are on one thing and one thing only, is why we're angry. we write down. And you notice that Bill only used 4 or 5 words to write down the cause. Just 4 or 5 words. Simplicity is the key. Simplicity. Because he only used 4 or 5 words. For instance, he's mad at Mr. Brown, his attention to my wife. Told my wife of my mistress. Brown may get my job at the office. Make you upset, won't it? He's mad at Miss Jones. Well, why? Well, she's a nut. She snubbed me. She committed her husband for drinking. He's my friend, and
Put
she's a
his
gossip.
best drinking buddy in the insane asylum. That's what she did.
She did, yeah. He's really upset with his employer. Why? Well, he's unreasonable and unjust and overbearing.
Probably said, "Say, Bill, by the way, where were you all day Monday anyhow?"
And he threatens to fire me for drinking and padding my expense
Now,
account.
that's unreasonable as hell, isn't it?
Narrow-minded individual, really. He's really upset with his wife. Why? Well, she misunderstands and nags, and she likes old Brown. And she wants the house put in her name. You start tying that all together, that she likes old Brown, wants the house put, it's time to get upset with somebody, I guarantee you. Simplicity is the key. I'll tell you later why that's true. Simplicity is the key.
We're not going to write any great essays. Just a few simple words. By one name, there may be one cause, or there may be multiple causes, depending on who and what it is. As I filled out the second column, I began to realize something that's become very valuable to me. I began to realize it's really not them I'm mad at. It's what they've done to me that's got me upset. I could take Mr. Brown out of here and put Mr. Green in, and I'll be just as mad at Green if he does the same thing that Brown did. I can take Mrs. Jones out of here and put Mrs. Smith in. Well, I'd be just as mad at Mrs. Smith as I am Jones if she did the same thing. I begin to realize it's really not them that's got me upset. It's what they've done to me that's got me upset. And I think the reason that that is so important is it begins to get the names out of the picture. I'm getting ready to start out on a lifetime changing process. And part of that change is to develop the best possible relationship that I can with the world and everybody in it. And part of that process is I'm going to ask people to forgive me for what I've done to them. By the same token, I'm going to have to forgive them for what they've done to me. And some of that forgiveness can start right here in column 2, when I begin to concentrate on what they've done rather than who they are. Very valuable information. Now let's look at the third instruction.
You notice here in the third instruction, all these little words that are in here in the next 3 or 4 or 5 sentences are the same words that we used to look at when we look at our basic instincts of life earlier today. In most cases, it's found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened, so we were sore, we were burned up. On our grudge list, we set opposite each name. Our injuries. Was it our self-esteem, our security, our ambitions, our personal sex relationships where that had been interfered with? We were usually definite as this example. That's why we need to work and acknowledge those words so that we can fill out what part of self was affected.
I'm not going to get upset with you unless you've done something to threaten one of my basic instincts of life. Maybe you've done something to threaten my personal relationships, my self-esteem, so on and so forth. Maybe you've done something to threaten my security. Maybe you've done something to threaten my sex life. But if I'm upset with you and mad at you, you have done something to threaten at least one of those basic instincts of life. So I go back to that third column. And by the side of each cause, I put down the part of self which has been affected or been threatened. In Bill's example, he's resentful at Mr. Brown because his attention to my wife. What part of self is threatened there? Well, it's a threat to his sex relations. You know, after all, if she gets to fooling around with old Brown and finds out that he's better than Bill, she may cut him off at home, and there may not be any sex relations left. Also, it's a threat to his self-esteem. What are the people going to think about me if my wife gets to fooling around with Brown and it becomes common knowledge? He's mad at Mr. Brown because he told my wife of my mistress. Now, boy, that's a threat to sex relations. Because as soon as the wife found out about the mistress, she cut him off at home. And then she went over there and beat the hell out of the mistress, and the mistress has cut him off over there. No sex relations left at all. It's also a threat to his self-esteem. Now, here we are living in the neighborhood, going to work every day, supporting my wife and children financially, paying my taxes like a citizen should, taking the Boy Scouts out on Saturday afternoon, teaching Sunday school on Sunday morning. And all of a sudden now, this stuff about me and my wife and my mistress has now become common neighborhood gossip. Now, if you don't think that's a threat to self-esteem, you ask this fellow named Jimmy Baker. There was a fellow named Jimmy Swaggart will tell you the same thing.
Used to be a guy in Washington named Bill C. You might ask him about it.
I don't think he really gives a damn one way or the other. Very carefully, to the side of each cause, we put down the part of self that is affected. And as I filled out the third column, I begin to notice something. I begin to notice one part of self really standing out. Maybe I keep writing down self-esteem, 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 self-esteem. I begin to see the part of self that I'm really having the most trouble with. Another person, it may be dealing with security, 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 security. Another person, it may be primarily under sex. It's going to be a combination of all three. But we'll begin to see one part of self standing out and show us the part of self that we're really beginning to have trouble with. Then also in column 3, I think I have learned a piece of information that has probably been the greatest thing I've ever learned. As I filled out column 3 for the first time in my life, I began to see where anger comes from. I've always had a problem with anger. And I've always acted and reacted in anger, and I'd do something to hurt another human being, and I'd be ashamed of myself, and I'd say, I'll never do that again, and I'd turn right around and get angry and do it over and over and over and over again. You can't do anything about a problem till you understand the problem. And I never understood where anger came from. I thought it was just one of those feelings that fled into your mind. You could do nothing about it. Today I realize that anger comes from a threat to one of the basic instincts of life. That's what causes me to get upset, and that's what caused me to get mad. Now, if my basic instincts of life are okay, and if my relationship with God's okay, then you can say or do about anything you want to me, and you're not going to get me mad. But if my basic instincts are not under control, if my relationship with God is not right, then about anything you say or do to me is going to make me madder than hell. Thank God I've learned that. I'll give you a good example in my wife. I'm married to a lady in Al-Anon. She's been a member of Al-Anon for a long, long time. Really, really got a good program. I love her deeply. Just love her to pieces. But once in a while, she gets sick in self too. Now, Al-Anons don't like to admit that, but they do. They get a little sick once in a while too. And sometimes she'll do something based on self, which is a threat to one of my basic instincts of life, and when she does it to me, it hurts. But I'm able to find and see that if my relationship with God okay and my instincts are under control, I'm able to say, well, the poor old thing. They're sick just like we are, and they can't help it any more than anybody else can, and it'll just slide off of my back, won't bother me at all, and the rest of the day is great. Now, 30 days later, the same lady does exactly the same thing. Only this time, my relationship with God's not quite right, my instincts are not quite under control, and I react to what she did with anger. and I romp and I stomp and I raise hell with Barbara and everybody around me all day long. Same lady did exactly the same thing, but I choose to react to it in an entirely different manner based upon my relationship with God and whether my instincts are under control or not. Thank God I've learned that. Because you see, I can't do anything about what Barbara does. I can't do anything about what any other human being on earth does. But I can do something about my reaction to it based on my relationship with God and whether my instincts are under control or not. Very, very valuable information. Because if I don't have to get angry, then I'm in much less chance of getting drunk over one of these situations. But if I let myself go and let that anger begin to rule me and dominate me, look out, I'm in serious, serious trouble. Very simple procedure. Column 1. We see how many people we're really, really resentful at. We made a decision to let God direct our thinking. If we got that many resentments, He can't, because the resentments are directing them. Column 2. We've learned it's not them we resent as much as what they've done to us. Column 3. We've learned that it's not even what they've done to us that determines whether we're going to be resentful or not. It's based on our relationship with God and whether our instincts are under control or not. Very, very valuable information. Now we're going to put an example over here just to show you how simple this thing really is. We'll use one or two of my resentments and off of my inventory sheet, and we'll use one of Joe's and we'll use one of Bob's just to show you how simple this is. Column 1. The first name on my resentment sheet was this lady named Barbara. I love her today. But 34, 35, 36 years ago, I hated this woman with a purple passion. If I could have figured out some way to get rid of her and not getting caught and having to go to the penitentiary over it, I sure as hell would have done it, I'll guarantee you that. I used to lay awake at night fantasizing. And I'd think, now tomorrow morning, on her way to work, and I always believed in her work, and I wanted her to be self-supporting through her own contributions. I'd think on her way to work now, she's going to get run over by a big semi-truck. And it's not going to be just any trucking company. It's going to be a very affluent trucking company. And they're going to kill her, and then I'm going to sue them, and I'm going to get rid of her, and I'm going to get $2 or $3 million out of this deal at the same time. You Al-Anons are not the only ones that fantasize. We alcoholics did it too. The second name on my inventory sheet was the Internal Revenue Service. My God, I hated these people. If you want to see a guy come in unglued, you just mention Internal Revenue Service in my presence, and I just became completely unglued, started frothing at the mouth, and romping and stomping and raising hell, period. Joe, who was the first one on your list?
Her name was Rose.
Now, who is Rose?
Oh, what's her name? Number 1.
Is she one of those two you've been married to 7 times?
4 times.
4 times.
That's step 2.
Joe's main first one on his was old Rose. Okay, and Bob, how about you? What'd you have on yours?
Karen.
Karen. Now, who's Karen?
She's number 1.
Number 1, okay. So it seemed like all 3 of us had a little problem with our wives, didn't we?
We're victims.
Okay. Now that's how simple column 1 is. See, there's nothing complicated there at all. You just take those names out of your head and put them down on that sheet of paper. Now we go to column 2. Why are we so upset with these people? Well, the reason I'm so upset with Barbara is she had the audacity to file for divorce 3 times the last year before she went to Al-Anon. She's spending more money on lawyers than I'm spending on booze and everything that goes with it. And I really, really had it in for that lady for doing that. Why was I so upset with the Internal Revenue Service? Well, they're trying to put me in jail. That's why I'm so upset with them. Madder than hell at them for trying to put me in jail. Joe, how come you're so upset with Rose?
She had an affair with another man.
Had an affair with another man.
For all I've done to her.
Bob, why are you so upset with Karen?
She was sleeping with my favorite sponsee and best friend the last year of my marriage behind my back.
Oh boy, I'd be upset too, I believe. I believe I'd be upset too. Now that's how simple column 2 is. There might be one cause or there might be multiple causes behind a particular name. We just use one particular cause in all of these instances. I had other reasons I was mad at Barbara too, but that was the main one. Now we go to column 3. Which part of self is affected here? Barbara filing for divorce 3 times within 1 year. Is that a threat to my self-esteem? Oh yeah, my God, what are the neighbors going to think now? This woman's filed for divorce 3 times, and here I'm letting her come back in the house and live with me again, on and on and on. A threat to my self-esteem. Is it a threat to my personal relationships? Why, certainly she's going to take the kids and she's going to leave, and I'll lose all of that personal relationship there. Is it a threat to my security? Oh yeah, by the time she gets through, yeah, she and the damn lawyers are going to have every bit of it. There won't be nothing left, period. Is it a threat to my sex life? Well, yeah, she probably ain't going to let me have any, but after we get a divorce. She didn't let me have any before we got married, and I don't think she would after we were married. How come I'm so upset with the Internal Revenue Service trying to put me in jail? Is that a threat to my self-esteem? Oh yeah, what'll people think about me now if I end up in the penitentiary? Is it a threat to my personal relationships? Certainly, they're not going to let my wife and children have anything to do with me if I'm in jail. Is it a threat to my security? Oh yeah. Yeah, by the time they get through with their fines and all the lawyer fees, they're going to have every bit of it, what little bit's left. Is it a threat to my sex life? Well, the kind I'd like to have, yeah. There may be some in there I don't care anything about at all. Oh, Joe. Joe being so upset with Rose. Is that a threat to his self-esteem? Rose having an affair with another man? Oh, yeah. Hell, he can't even stay home and take care of his own wife. He's not much of a man if he can't do that. So. What do you put on?
Joe, I think you better put Charlie's name down under you there.
Is that a threat to his personal relationship? Certainly. Is it a threat to his security? Oh, yeah, he's going to have to go to work now. This woman's been supporting him for the last 10 years. So. Is it a threat to his sex life? Why, sure it is. She's not going to let him have any sex after they get a divorce. Now let's look at Bob and Karen. Is that a threat to his self-esteem?
Yep.
I can hardly think of anything that would be a bigger blow to self-esteem than what he just told us had happened. Certainly it's a threat to his self-esteem. Is it a threat to his personal relationships? Mm-hmm. Certainly it is. Is it a threat to his security? Sure it is. Is it a threat to his sex life? Sure it is. She just kind of wiped him out right across the board with this little deal. Now that's how we fill this thing out, and it's really just about that simple. in filling that paper out just exactly like the book tells us to do it. Now that we filled it, you want to say anything before we go any further?
Also on the bottom of the last column, third column, pride. Pride's a big deal. Everyone in Alcoholics Anonymous knew about the affair except me. Pride, big deal. Yeah.
Okay, now that we filled the sheet out, let's see what we're going to do with it.
Said we went back through our lives. Nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty.
We're at the bottom of page 65 now.
The first thing, when we were finished, we considered it carefully. The first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. Well, I knew that all along. To conclude that others was wrong was as far as most of us ever got. The usual outcome was that the people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it was remorse and we were sore at ourselves. But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived.
And the book says, it is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I know about me. And when I've got a good resentment churning around in my head, I'm pretty well paralyzed from doing anything worthwhile. All I want to do is just sit there and play that thing over and over and over and over and over and over. And one of my favorite things that I used to do when I was still drinking was to get up early in the morning and have a drink of whiskey and a cup of coffee and turn on my resentment replay machine and replay what she did to me yesterday and replay what he did to me last week and replay what that damn boss did to me 30 days ago and replay what that damn policeman did to me 6 months ago and replay what my neighbor said to me a year ago. And it replay, and it took me just about an hour to run through that tape. And my God, I loved every moment of it. And when I would run through that resentment tape, I would have another drink of whiskey and another cup of coffee, and I would turn on my get even machine. Now, by God, the next time she does that, I'm going to do this and she's going to say that, and I'm going to put it on her. They're not going to treat me that way. And it took me just about an hour to run through that get even tape, and I loved every moment of it. When I came to AA, I found out the only difference is I wasn't taking a drink of whiskey, but I was getting up and having a cup of coffee and turn on the resentment replay machine and run it for an hour. Another cup of coffee and turn on the get even machine, and it ran for about an hour. And I have spent literally thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in these resentments. And as I look back at them now, I can't see where they ever did me any good whatsoever. They never made me any money, that's for sure. They never made me feel better, they only made me feel worse. They never straightened up a relationship with another human being. It only made them worse and worse and worse and worse. And as far as I can tell, it is absolute, complete wasted time. Now, I've reached a point in my life where I don't have a hell of a lot of that time left. And I want to enjoy every moment that I've got from this day on. It's the first time in my life that I've been sober, and I feel peaceful and happy and free. I didn't know you could be sober and feel as good as I feel today, and I love it. I don't want to waste any more time in resentments, period, because it is an absolute, complete waste of time. That's one of the worst things about a resentment. But that's not the worst thing. Here's the worst thing about a resentment.
But with the alcoholic.
But with the alcoholic, whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found that it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit, the insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again, and with us to drink is to die.
That's the worst thing about a resentment. When we got a good resentment churning around in our head, we don't feel good. The resentment is controlling the way we think. It very effectively blocks God out of our minds. And we're going to feel lousy just so long. And we're going to start thinking about the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a couple of drinks. Next thing you know, we become insane. We believe that we can drink. And we end up taking a drink, and the book says, with us to drink is to die. That's the worst thing about a resentment. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison. We turned back to the list. You see, this is why you got to have a written inventory. If you tried to do this all in your head, you would already have lost it. But we've got a written inventory. We turn back to that list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Always before, I would look at it to see what those suckers had done to me. Today, I would look at it to see what that resentment is doing to me. And if it's going to get me drunk, then I'm looking at it from an entirely different angle.
And hopefully by this time, we want to be free more than we want to be right. That we are that surrendered and that open-minded and that willing.
We begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us. And I stopped right there, and I thought, my God, Charlie, how dumb can you be? All my life, I've been proud of the fact that I stand on my own 2 feet. Nobody tells me what to do. I don't need your advice, thank you. And I suddenly realized that other people have controlled and dominated my thinking as far back as I can remember through my resentments toward them. And if they're controlling and dominating my thinking, then they are very effectively controlling and dominating my actions, and they're very effectively controlling my life for me. I always thought I had it, but hell, I never did have it. All I've ever done is just respond to those people and those institutions through my resentments toward them. And then I said, man, you really are stupid. Because some of these people have been dead and buried in a graveyard for years, reaching out from the grave and had me by the yang gang as far back as I can remember. And when I saw that, I said, to hell with them. I'm not going to let those people live in my head rent-free any longer. I made a decision to let God direct my thinking. And if others direct it, alive or dead, then God can't, and it's just that simple. Absolutely blew my mind when I saw that. Now, we alcoholics fancy ourselves as reasonably intelligent people. And I think we are. I don't think we're smarter than others, but I think we're reasonably intelligent people. And we don't like to look dumb. And we see how dumb it is to let other people control us and dominate us through our resentments toward them. That looks so damn stupid that about 95% of those resentments are going to disappear automatically. They no longer have any validity when I see what they're doing to me and see that they're killing me and controlling me, and about 95% of them are going to leave me automatically. But there may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's been embedded in there so long that they don't leave automatically when I see the stupidity behind them. I may have to have a little bit of extra help. The book says we begin to see that the world and its people really dominate us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had power to actually kill. How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. Joe?
Can't heal a sick mind with a sick mind. This was our course. We realized that the people who had wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. And we talk a lot about the 3rd-step prayer and the 7th-step prayer, but there's a lot of prayer here in step 4. And here's the first one. We ask God to help us to show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. And I'm like Charlie. I don't know. I have squandered so many hours and nights of my life that's unreal. And my mind used to race uncontrollably over and over and over and over. All those people that hurt me, or I perceived that they hurt me, brought on another little thing called self-pity. And boy, when you're in self-pity like I was, you're as sick as you're ever going to get. And you try to feel sorry for one of us alcoholics, they won't let you do it. They said, don't you feel sorry for me, I'll do that, by gosh. And when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous, I had that, you see them around AA today, you look at them in their eyes, they have there's nobody home here look. That was me when I come to Alcoholics Anonymous. And I was so full of resentments and I didn't know it. I went to Apache, Oklahoma in my second month of sobriety. And there I met some real good AA members. And there was a lady there, her name was Alabama Carruthers. She was out from here in North Hollywood. Some of you all probably knew of her. She's dead now, bless her heart. Sweet lady. She loved Alcoholics Anonymous with a passion. And she loved people. She couldn't wait to see what was going to happen next. That's the kind of lady she was. But she said two things that night that really got me in her talk. One of them was, she said, I've got peace of mind today. And I said to myself, my God, how long has it been since I've had peace of mind? And I could not remember. She said she had a soul sickness. And I could identify with that, because that last night of my drinking, I had that sick feeling in my stomach, and I didn't know what it was. It was a soul sickness. And she said that, and I identified with that. And after her talk was over, and after that night was over, I said I wanted to talk to that lady. And I went in the lobby of that old hotel there, and we were sitting there talking. 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody was going off to bed except for my little black sponsor, George, and I. He was laying over asleep in her lap, and we would talk. And I said, Alabama, you said you got peace of mind tonight. Tell me how you got peace of mind. I'd like to know. And she said, well, Joe, tell me what's going on in your mind. Now, this is the first time I tell anybody what's going on in my mind. I didn't want anyone to know what was going on in my mind. They thought I was crazy. And I told her about this situation with Rose. And it wasn't Rose's fault. I mean, Rose did what she had to do because I was out running around drinking and doing all the stuff that you can do. But I used to come home after some time, 3 or 4 months, and take up just like I just left an hour ago. But I sat in this bar one night, and I got to drinking, and I was thinking. Now, you know, either drink or think, but don't get the two of them mixed up. And I said, I think I'll go over and visit. Do you all know what I mean by visit? Anybody? Well, I just decided I would go over and visit. So I went over to the house, and I knocked on the door, and she kind of peeked. Well, I just broke right in there is what I did. And I know she'd be lonely and be glad to see me. But there, I looked around, and there sat a big old boy sitting in my recliner, watching my TV with my wife in my house, and I'm making payments on all that. Well, what are you going to do? Well, I jumped on that old boy, and he liked to beat me to death on the living room floor, throwed me out in the yard and told me not to ever come back. Now, boy, I lived with that a long time. Laid awake nights, thousands of nights, thinking about how I was going to get even with him. Now, I took that kind of mentality into my next marriage. And Phyllis had come out of a bad marriage, and she took a list of things this long into this marriage. And we had nothing but trouble, I can tell you that. But I told Alabama about that. She said, well, Joe, you're just full of resentments. And I said, well, what is a resentment? She said, an old anger, that an old hurts that are refelt over and over. And all that anger that you intend to use on them, you're using it on yourself. You're making yourself sick and blaming it on them. And she had to explain that to me on a number of occasions. Excuse me. And I said, well, is there any solution for that? She said, yes, there is. And Alabama had a big purse. She reached down in there, fumbling around for a while, and finally come out with this big book. And she said, Joe, on page 551 of this book is a story about a lady who had lots of resentments, deep-seated resentments like you have. If you'll do what she did, it'll probably help you. So let's go to page 551.
Third paragraph.
Yeah. This lady said, I've had many spiritual experiences since I've been in the program, many that I didn't recognize right away, for I'm slow to learn and they take many guises. But one was so outstanding that I like to pass it on whenever I can in the hope that it helps someone else to help me. As I said earlier, self-pity and resentment were my constant companions. My inventory began to look like a 33-year diary, for I seemed to have a resentment against everybody I'd ever known. All but one responded to the treatment suggested in the steps immediately, but this one posed a problem. It was against my mother. It was 25 years old. I had fed it, fanned it, and nurtured it as one might a delicate child, and it had become as much a part of me as my breathing. It had provided me with my excuses for my lack of education, my marital failures, personal failures, inadequacies, and of course my alcoholism. And though I really thought I'd been willing to part with it, now I knew I was reluctant to let it go. One morning, however, I realized I had to get rid of it when my reprieve was running out. And if I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk. And I didn't want to get drunk anymore. In my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out to me some way to be free of this resentment. During the day, a friend of mine brought some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. And I looked through them, and across the front of one of them featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the word resentment. And he said, in effect, and here it is, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, if you will pray for the person or thing that you resent, you will be free. If you will ask for prayer for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them and your prayers are only words and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. Do it every day for 2 weeks, and you'll find you've come to mean it and want it for them. And you'll realize that where you used to feel bitterness, resentment, and hatred, you now feel compassion, understanding, and love. Well, I went home after that conference, and I got in bed that night, and sure enough, my own mind started racing, thinking about that stuff. And I said, I think I'll pray for those people. And I prayed for them, and my list got longer. The next morning I woke up and I said, I think I'll pray for those people. And I prayed for them again, asking God to give to them the things I wanted for myself. My list got longer. And every day I prayed, and every time I could think about it, I prayed. I'd be driving down the street praying out loud in the car, and my lists were longer and longer. And one day, I don't know if it was 2 weeks, 3 or 4, I don't remember, but I was at the corner of 31st and Lewis there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's a beautiful area, beautiful old homes, nice lawns, beautiful. And it was one of those spring mornings we love in Oklahoma when we've kind of come through a cold winter. And I got caught in a stoplight, just the length of a stoplight.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
And I looked over there at that beautiful house, and all those tulips were in full bloom, red and yellow, just absolutely gorgeous. The grass was green, trees were all budding out, squirrels jumping around, birds singing, beautiful sunlight. And I said to myself, my God, it's a beautiful morning this morning, isn't it? And I thought, well, how long has it been since I've seen those things? And do you know, I don't remember ever seeing those things until then. I think I've only seen in black and white. I didn't see in colors. And I was very much vividly aware of the colors that morning. And that's the morning that I knew that this program would work for me, really. Because I took some action and I've gotten some results. And I prayed for those people, and they did not change, but I did. And my thoughts and feelings toward them changed, and now I sleep soundly. See, I've always wanted to get even with those people, and I finally found a way to get even with those people, is you pray for them. And when you pray for them, then you're even. You see, you're even. And I found another thing about love. See, love is forgiving, and it's also forgiving, you see. And since that day, I haven't had that to come back on me again. Thank God I'm free from that.
I think the reason this works so well is prayer for the welfare of another human being is one of the greatest expressions of love that one human being can have for another. And love and hate cannot exist on the same plane. One's going to have to replace the other. And as you pray for these people repeatedly, day after day after day, sooner or later, the resentment is going to disappear. In its place, you're going to find compassion, understanding, and love. Just think, if 95% of these resentments disappeared from my mind because they look so stupid, If the other 5% can be removed through prayer, then that means that these display cases that were filled with resentments have now been emptied out. The damaged and unsaleable goods called resentments are gone. And when that happens to us, there's another natural law that applies here. And that law is that nature abhors a vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum or a void. There's always something rushing in to fill it up. As the resentments disappear, they're going to have to be replaced with something else. And the only thing that can replace them will be the opposite of the resentment. And where my mind used to be filled with resentments, I now have love, compassion, understanding, goodwill for my fellow man. Absolutely blew my mind. I didn't have to go to any other fellowships to get those things. I didn't have to read any other books to get those things. If God dwells within me and my book says He does, then that's always been a part of my makeup. But I just never could use it before. In my chase for money, power, prestige, and sex, and what I thought were the good things of life, those feelings had to be repressed to let me operate on the level I wanted to operate on. But now that the resentments are gone, they automatically come to the surface. 1/3 of my little store has been straightened up. I'm in much less chance of drinking now than I was before I started the inventory process. A very simple little process. And it always works. Bob, you want to say anything there?
You know, this page 66, when it talks about this stuff will kill us. In my 11th year of sobriety, I was dying. I watched my daughter, who was a year and a half old, who I was madly enthralled with and in love with, and my wife move in with my best friend, my number one sponsee. And on that day, I found out they'd been sleeping with each other for a year. And he was my confidant for all my marriage problems. And I was dying. And I tried to do this inventory process, and I couldn't do it because when I got to the last part referring to our list, you know, I can't put out of my mind what they'd done. And where was I selfish? I wasn't selfish. I bought her a house and a car. And where was I dishonest? I wasn't dishonest. I was always faithful. I never cheated, and I couldn't see any of it. And the part that saved my life, literally saved my life and changed my whole view of the situation to the point where I'm able to sponsor that guy today, and my ex-wife is one of my best friends, was the bottom of page 66 and the top of 67. And after it's telling me that this stuff's going to kill me, it says, it says, okay, this was our course. And it's asking me to do something, and I didn't get it at first. It says you must realize something. That means I got to get it. That means I got to make it real. I got to realize how the person who had harmed me was perhaps like me, spiritually sick, and even though I didn't like their symptoms and how they affected me, that they, like me, were sick too. Now, I'm a very self-centered person. I don't see myself in other people very easily. And the book's asking me to look at it through their eyes. What would their inventory look like? And you know, when I was started to do that and go from self-centered to other-centered, I'll tell you what I saw. I saw a gal who married a guy who thought he was Mr. AA. And she wrapped her whole life up in this marriage. And all of a sudden, after no time at all, she found herself married to a guy who was so busy working 70 hours a week trying to build this future for them and then doing all these AA commitments to balance his alcoholism, that she was married to a guy that literally wasn't there very much. And he was gone. And I found myself, when I could put myself in her position, in the position of someone who didn't have the skills socially or wasn't connected to AA as I was, and she'd wrapped her whole life around this relationship, and all of a sudden the relationship was desolate and vacant. And when I started to really see that and get a sense of her desolation and what it must have felt like and been like from her perspective, not my self-centered judgment, but what must it have really been like to be in her shoes. And when I got that, when I realized that, I'll tell you what I thought to myself, my God, I would have done the same thing. I probably would have had an affair before she did. And I probably would have hated myself for doing it. And all of a sudden I could see Karen and how the price she paid for that. And her desperate attempts to try to make amends that were not very well accepted by Mr. Righteous. And what I started to see is the real truth was, I was a lousy husband. And I pumped it all up about all the stuff that didn't count, the material stuff, and I didn't cheat on her and all that other stuff. But where it really counted in being there, I was a lousy husband. And you know what I got when I realized what my deal was? I'm the guy who did it. If I would have went to a major university and hired the greatest experts on sociology and psychology and gave them the task, sat them down and said, look, the next 4.5 years, I want you to come up with a game plan that would make this basically loyal, kind, monogamous woman cheat on her husband. Could you come up with something? I'm telling you, they couldn't have come up with anything more effective than when I initiated the next 4.5 years, and I don't have a clue that I'm doing that. Made decisions based on self, which later placed us in that position to be hurt. See, I was so wrapped up in my business and my work life and my AA life that I didn't even get what was going on. Totally self-absorbed. I didn't get it. See, I wasn't a victim that I thought I was. I created that situation. I'm the guy who did it. I'm the guy. Charlie?
Now that brings us to the last part of this resentment portion of our inventory. Let's now look at the last 2 columns that we have there. And let's go back to page 67, and let's go down to the second paragraph. Referring to our list again. And this is why you got to have a written inventory. This is the second time we've had to go back to it. Referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. This is something we've never done before. We've always looked to see what they did, but never have we looked at our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them, we placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight. So we go to the 4th column on that inventory sheet. And using the words out of the big book, what did I do? Putting out of mind the wrongs others have done, I resolutely look for my own mistakes. What did I do, if anything, to set in motion trains of circumstances which in turn caused people or institutions to hurt me and eventually led to my resentment of them for doing so? So I went back to that first name on my list, that lady named Barbara. And I said, Barbara, or Charlie, you do what your book's telling you to do now. You forget what Barbara did. You forget the filing of the 3 divorces the last year before she went to Al-Anon. What did you do, if anything, to set that thing in motion? And just like Bob, it didn't take me but a matter of a few seconds to say if I hadn't been out there screwing around, I might not have got caught, and she probably wouldn't have filed for divorce. Now, Joe calls that committing adultery. I call it screwing around.
I don't call that.
Just another few seconds, and I said, if I hadn't been blowing all of our money on things that I thought was so important, paying no attention to what my wife and children needed, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. A few more seconds, and I said, if I hadn't been sneaking around behind her back, lying to her all the time, she might not have filed for divorce in the first place. For the first time, I looked at the part that I had played in this thing. And the fifth column, using the same words the big book uses, says, where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate? Those are the basic character defects that the big book talks about. 3 of them here on page 67, another one a couple pages later, inconsiderate. And I said, Charlie, were you selfish in this situation? You better bet I was. Doing what I wanted to do whenever I wanted to do it, and to hell with the rest of them. I said, Charlie, were you dishonest in this situation? Hell, I'd rather lie to her than tell the truth when the truth would have been easier. Constantly lying to her all the time. I said, Charlie, were you self-seeking and frightened? And I said, you better believe I was. You know, I found myself saying, hell, I'm getting close to 40 years old. If I don't get out there and get some of that stuff now, it's going to be too late to get it before too long. Fear drives us and causes us to do a lot of these kind of things that hurt other people. I said, Charlie, were you inconsiderate? And you better bet I was. If I'd considered my wife and my children, their needs and wants ahead of my own, I wouldn't have been out there doing those things in the first place. And for the first time, I began to see in that fifth column the kind of character that I had developed throughout my years of living a life run on self-will. And it made me sick. I always thought I was a pretty good guy. I always thought I just drank a little too much. That was my only fault. But when I began to see how selfish I really was, when I began to see how dishonest I really was, when I began to see how self-seeking and frightened I was, hell, I always thought I acted with courage. It was all done through fear. When I began to see how inconsiderate that I was of my wife and my children, I didn't like the things I saw, period. I went to the Internal Revenue Service. I said, now, Charlie, you forget what they're doing to you. You forget they're trying to put you in jail. What did you do, if anything, to set that thing in motion? Yeah, very simple. I cheated on my income tax and they caught me. And rather than admit that I'm a thief and a liar, I transferred all blame to them by playing that resentment over and over and over and over, and made them the devil and made me as pure as the driven snow. Now, in cheating them, was I selfish? Sure I was. I wasn't concerned about them or anybody else. I was considering what I needed and what I wanted. Was I dishonest? You better bet I was dishonest. If I hadn't have been, I wouldn't cheat them in the first place. We go to Joe and Rose. You know, forgetting what Rose did to Joe. What did Joe do, if anything, to set this thing in motion? Joe, would you like to answer that?
Committing adultery, lying, cheating, stealing, running around, not coming home, and inconsiderate.
Same thing I did. Committing adultery, lying, cheating, stealing, drinking whiskey, not coming home, and so on and so forth.
That's hard to believe about Joe.
Yeah, I know it is. It's not hard to believe about me, but it is about Joe. Because hell, he don't even look like an alcoholic.
No.
Was he selfish in that situation with Rose? Was he dishonest in that situation with Rose? Was he self-seeking and frightened in that situation with Rose? Was he inconsiderate of Rose? Sure he was. Same character defects. Bob and his problem he had with Karen. Was he selfish in the kind of life he was living? I know exactly where he's coming from. You know, I went through that same stage for a long time. And AA and alcoholics became the driving, dominating force in my life, period. And there was a period of time that I didn't pay any attention to my wife and my children, period. What I wanted to do came first. Thank God she was in Al-Anon. If she hadn't have been, she probably would have done the same thing that Karen did. Probably would have divorced me again. I know exactly where he's coming from. Was he dishonest? only probably with himself, being unable to see what he was actually causing in his own home. Was he self-seeking and frightened? Probably was to a certain extent. Was he inconsiderate? Certainly he was. More concerned with what he wanted and what he needed rather than what his wife and his child needed.
Earlier in the book, it says we're driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and pity. I was a guy that never could even take care of myself. And when I had a wife and kids, when a wife and child, I was overcome with fear. And guys like me, that when I'm driven by fear, I either fight, flight, or freeze. And what I did is I threw myself into work. And I worked 70, 80 hours a week because that was all I knew what to do. And I was scared to death. And dishonest with myself, telling myself what a great husband I was. The real truth where it mattered, I wasn't there. Not a pretty picture. And it's funny how you start this, before you do this, you think that they owe you an amends. And you come out the other side, and I had to go to her and make the amends. And, you know, she broke down in tears because the one person on the face of the earth that she wanted to get what I got it. That I knew. I knew what it must have felt like to be in her shoes. And she broke down into tears. It was overwhelming. What an incredible amends that was.
And you see, we look out into that fifth column, and we see that we made decisions based on self, based on our own character defects, that later placed us in a position to be hurt. And I could begin to see in that fifth column, if I stay selfish, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things to Barbara and everybody else around me. If I stay dishonest, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old kind of things, lying and cheating and stealing. If I stay self-seeking and frightened, I want to keep right on doing the same old things. I'm going to end up hurting people and they're going to retaliate. If I stay inconsiderate of other people, I'm going to keep doing the same old things. But just think, if I could become a little less selfish, I don't have to be perfect, I'll never get perfect. But if I could become a little less selfish, if I could become a little less dishonest, if I could become a little less self-seeking and frightened, if I could become a little less inconsiderate of other people, then maybe I wouldn't be doing things to hurt other people. And maybe they wouldn't retaliate against me, and maybe I wouldn't have to resent them for doing so, and I might be able to find a way to live where I could be sober and peaceful and happy and free. At the very least, I'm going to have to work on some of this stuff. Because if I keep doing the same old things over and over and over and over, then I don't stand a chance for peace of mind, serenity, and happiness in the future. Now, what we're really doing here, we're doing step 4. This is the resentment part of our inventory. So Joe put a little 4 up at the top of the sheet. Out in the 5th column now, I now see the exact nature of the wrong that I'm going to talk about to another human being. The resentment is the wrong. That's what blocks me off from God. And I'm going to look at the exact nature of that resentment. What's within me that causes me to do those things? And it's plain old selfishness. That's the exact nature of the wrong. Maybe it is just plain old dishonesty is the exact nature of the wrong. You know, when a guy comes to me with step 5, I don't care how many times he's committed adultery, whether he's done it 1 time or 15 times. What I'm concerned with is what's within him that causes him to do that. That's what we're going to need to work on. That's what he's going to have to get rid of in the future, or he's going to keep doing the same old things over and over. I don't care how many times he stole, nor how much did he steal. What I'm interested in is what's within him that causes him to steal in the first place. That's what we're going to have to work at, and otherwise he's going to keep right on doing the same old things. And that old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, that's the exact nature of the wrong. That's what causes me to do those things. That's what I'm going to talk about in step 5. We're not going to make a blow-by-blow description of dirty, filthy, nasty things. We're going to talk about the truth behind each one of these resentments, what's within me that causes it in the first place. Out there in that 5th column, I now see the defects of character that I'm going to be willing to turn loose of in step 6. Knowing full well if I don't get rid of those things, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things over and over and over. And I see the pain and the suffering they're causing me and other people, I become willing to start turning loose of those things. Out there in the 5th column, I now see the shortcomings I'm going to ask God to take away in step 7. Because you see, self cannot overcome self. There's no way I can wish those things away or force them away. The only way is I'm going to have God's help to get rid of those things. Now, in column 1, every name on my list turned out to be an institution or a principle that I had harmed. And they're going to come off of that column 1 and be added to the list to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. We get to step 8, it says we've got the list, we made it when we took step 4. In my case, every name in column 1. In your case, probably not all of them, but in my case, every damn one of them.
Me too.
So what I've really done through this simple little inventory is not only have I got rid of resentments, they've been replaced with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill, but I've also set myself up with all the information I need for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, resentment-wise. I've never seen anything that simple in my life before. And every time I look at it and see the simplicity behind it, I wonder how in the hell did we manage to overlook it for so damn long? It's always been right here in the book, and we just never could see it before. Bob?
There's a phrase that I used for years and years in Alcoholics Anonymous referring to the last column. And I heard friends of mine would use the same phrase over and over again. And a few years ago, it started to bother me, and I didn't at first understand why. And what the phrase was, referring to the last column, I would say, and that's where we look for our part. You probably heard people say that. And it seems like the right thing, except it started to bother me, and I didn't understand why is it bothering me to say that. And then here in the book, it says, Bill says in this paragraph on page 67 the same thing twice. He says, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done. And then a few lines down, he said, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. When I say I'm going to look for my part, in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but get away from the implication that, and there's another part here, and look what they did, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know if you're all wired that way, but I'm wired that way. And so when I go to make amends, okay, I've done my part, and then I'm kind of hanging around waiting for them, to do the right thing and straighten up and clean up their part. Because I don't let go of it. But the book says disregarding the other person involved entirely. What if I looked at my behavior towards these people that I resented as if what I resented them for they never did? What if I had treated these people that way and they had done nothing but be nice to me? Then how does my behavior look in that light? And I'll tell you what I started to see. It was awful. Because I used their behavior to justify all of my stuff and defend myself. Well, of course, look what they did. So I wasn't as bad for how I retaliated. But when I looked at it in the light of what it talks about, putting out of our mind the wrongs others had done, disregarding the other person involved entirely, boy, my behavior was a lot more selfish and a lot more self-centered and a lot more dishonest. I
hear some of you saying, And I hear real good.
He hears good.
I hear some of you saying, well, Charlie, what you guys have been saying to us is probably true. For those people that we have harmed them, and then we retaliated against, or they retaliated against us, and then we resent him for doing so. But how about those people that harmed us, and we didn't have anything to do with it? We didn't do anything to cause it. Aren't we justified in having that kind of resentment? Well, I guess we are if we want to get drunk over it. But you see, a justified resentment blocks you off from the sunlight of the Spirit, just like an unjustified resentment blocks you off from the sunlight of the Spirit. And I've heard over and over and over and over about those things they did to us when we were kids growing up. You know, how about the mental abuse that we suffered? How about the physical abuse we suffered? How about the sexual abuse that we suffered as kids growing up? Aren't we justified in having that kind of resentment? I've heard over and over and over and over about you ladies and the sexual abuse that you had. And I agree with you, it's terrible. It's not a good thing at all. But believe me, you aren't the only ones that have had it. Nearly every fifth step I've ever had with another man, there's some of the same kind of stuff in our backgrounds too. And if we've got one of those kind of resentments, knowing full well now that it's going to block us off from God and might cause us to get drunk, and we don't want to get rid of that resentment, then for God's sake, let's get it on this sheet of paper. And let's start looking at the truth behind it. Let's put down their name, what they did to us, the part of self that was affected. What did I do? Nothing. But then let's look in the fifth column and see what we're doing with it. If we don't want to get rid of it, and we know it might get us drunk, then we got to be using it for some kind of reason. Are we using it for some selfish purpose? Are we so dishonest with ourselves that we absolutely refuse to see the truth of it? If you've got a resentment like that in your head today, it's not true. Oh yeah, it started with truth. But if you've played it over and over and over, it's been distorted, and what you're seeing today is really not what actually happened. Are we so dishonest we're afraid to look at the truth? Are we so self-seeking and frightened that we're afraid of facing life without that resentment? You know, my God, the greatest excuse in the world for rationalization and justification is I wouldn't be the way I am today if they hadn't done that to me. You know, this lady in the book, she used her resentment against her mother to justify her lack of education. Bull. She could have gotten an education if she had wanted to bad enough, whatever her mother did. She used it to justify her marital failure. Bull. Mama didn't cause her marriage to fail. Why, she even used it to justify her alcoholism. Bull. Mama didn't make her drink. I'll tell you why she became alcoholic. She kept on drinking that whiskey. But the greatest excuse in the world is if they hadn't have done that to me, then I wouldn't have to be doing what I'm doing today. Or if they hadn't have done that to me, then I could have been something entirely different. Nothing in the world but rationalization and justification. I think the political term for it today is victimization. Mm-hmm. And we don't have any place in AA for victimization. Because as long as we feel we're the victim, then they've got us. They're controlling the way we think. They're controlling the way we act. They're controlling the things we do. And it really doesn't make any sense to let somebody hurt me 10, 15, 20, and 30 years ago, and then let them hurt me every day for the rest of my life. I have given them the power to actually kill me. and they're controlling my thinking. And if they are, then God can't. Whether it's justified or unjustified makes no difference whatsoever. And if we will put one of those down and honestly look at this thing, we're probably going to see that we've been using it for a lot of rationalization and justification. You know, maybe we're so unconsiderate of another human being that we refuse to recognize that people that do those things to us are not necessarily bad people, they're sick people, just like Bob's talking about. And they did it out of sickness rather than out of badness. And just maybe we could start to develop a different relationship with another human being before it's too late. At the very, very least, we're going to need to do something about these things. And if looking at the truth of it doesn't get rid of it, then we've always got the final thing. We can always pray for those people that did those things to us. And if we pray for them, that doesn't mean we approve of what they've done. That doesn't mean we're going to walk hand in hand with them the rest of our life. What it means is we're tired of letting sick people make us sick. And we want to get rid, and we can do that. We can get rid of those things if we really want to do that. And if we don't want to do it, then for God's sake, look at it carefully. We've got to be using it for some kind of reason if we don't want to get rid of it. Bob?
Real quick, about a dozen years ago, I saw an example of this that blew my mind. I was listening to a fifth step, and about a third of the way into it, the resentment part, this guy starts talking about his father, and he had the worst resentment of all towards his father, and his father was an alcoholic. And his father had beaten this kid and abused this kid every way you can abuse a child. And it was horrendous. And he not did this a couple times, he did it over and over and over for years. And then there'd be times when he'd be remorseful and sick and hungover, and he'd swear he'd never do it again, and he'd make promises, I'm going to get you a bicycle, I'm going to take you to Disneyland, and he'd never follow through. And other times he would be hungover, and he would be even worse. He would just scream and yell. And this guy this owned him and all his life, and he'd spent years in therapy beating pillows and doing the Gestalt stuff, trying to get free from it. He could never get free from it. And we get through it in the first three columns, and everything that was hurt, threatened, affected, and interfered with, and it was everything. And we get to this was our course, and we start talking about it. And I said, you have to see how you're like your father, how you could be sick like that. And he started yelling at me. I thought he was going to hit me. He said, I'm not like my father. My father was a monster. So I backed off. I said, let's go on to something else here. And we went on to another resentment. And what happened next is, as my friend Bob B. says, it's not of me. I'm never the well, but sometimes I get to be the pipe. And before I listen to a fifth step, I always ask God to make me useful. And I stopped him in the middle of this next resentment. I said, can we go back to something? He said, you want to go back to my father? I said, no, I want to go back to that relationship you talked about at the very beginning, where the gal dumped you. And he says, what of it? And I said, weren't there some kids in that? And he said, yeah, what of it? I said, I just wondered if any time in that deal, if you ever, when you were drunk or stoned on drugs or hungover, if you ever did anything to hurt those kids. And he put his head down. And when he came up, he had tears running down his face, and in the most pained, choked whisper I've ever heard, he said, I'm just like my goddamn father. And I said, how did you feel about yourself when you hurt those kids? And he got this faraway look, and he said, I couldn't stay drunk enough. And I said, do you think you could be like your dad? And he said, my dad lives in this little shabby trailer. Nobody in the family will have anything to do with him. He's got pancreatitis and liver damage, and he physically has been forced into a state of abstinence because he cannot metabolize alcohol, and he's the most neurotic, fear-filled, miserable person I've ever known on the face of the earth. And I said, do you think you could be like that? And he said, yeah, that could be my future. And he went back to his father to make amends, and he told me after the first visit, he said he went there, And it wasn't the monster he remembered as a child. It was this little withered, dried up, sick little old, scared little old man that was all alone. And he started going over there and taking care of his father. And he took care of his father till his father died. And he'll tell you to this day that the greatest thing Alcoholics Anonymous has given him next to his sobriety was he got his daddy back. See, what he saw, he saw himself. And he saw himself and his father. His father wasn't the monster he thought he was. He was a sick guy just like he had been. What a tremendous healing process this is. So.
We know the truth will set us free. And when we see the truth, we can pray for them, and then we'll be free. That's all there is to it, really.
The next part of our inventory will be fear and then sex. Joe leaned over here a while ago and he said, "Charlie, I'm tired and I've got a headache and I don't feel like sex tonight."
Saturday morning's a good time.
And I'm afraid of it.
So let's get a good night's rest and we'll have sex on Saturday morning. Does
Yeah.
that sound all right? Thank you all.
We're going to close the meeting in the usual manner here in just a moment.
Oh, yes, and you remember where they left off last night and where they're going to begin today with sex.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found through the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 12,365 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. You guys really, really look good this morning. Yeah, not a resentment left in the whole bunch. Isn't that something, huh? How many of you went back to where you were staying last night and worked on at least one resentment? Could I see your hands? Yeah, a bunch of you did. How many of you got rid of at least one resentment? Could I see your hands? That's great. How many of you did we give a new resentment to last night?
Pray for us. We need the prayers and you need to practice.
Okay, we're glad to have you guys here today and getting ready to get started back into the big book and do the things we love to do the most. Joe, you got anything you want to say?
No, not at this moment.
Bob?
A polar bear walks into a bar in Alaska. He goes, "Bartender, give me a scotch and soda." The bartender says, "How come the big paws?" "I don't know, I've always had them."
I don't feel so bad about my jokes now.
Tell us about that Undertaker joke with the people that are here.
Oh.
Tell that one again, please.
Yeah.
Okay. We spent a lot of time last night talking about the resentment part of our inventory. We followed a little procedure, filling out the forms as we went through them. And we're going to follow that same procedure today as we go through the rest of the inventory. We first filled out column 1 on the resentment inventory. And we suggested we always go from top to bottom. While our mind is on one thing and one thing only, we make that list of people, institutions, and principles with whom we are angry. And we found out, most of us, that we had a lot more resentments than we thought we had. We could only see one at a time in our head, but when we saw them all down on a piece of paper, for the first time we began to see how many resentments we really do have and how much they control and dominate our thinking for us. And we made a decision to let God do that. And if the resentments do, then God can't. We went to column 2. And by the side of each name, we put down the cause of the resentment, using just a few short words talking about the cause of the resentment. And as we filled out the second column, we began to realize it's really not them we resent. It's what they've done to us that's got us upset and got us mad. Beginning to get the names kind of out of the picture and out of the way, concentrating on what they've done to us. Then we went to the third column, and we put down the part of self that was affected. And we couldn't really have a resentment against somebody or an institution unless they had done something to threaten one of our basic instincts of life. And we begin to see in the third column the part of self which is really giving us a hard time. For one person, it may be mainly self-esteem. Another person, the main problem may be in the security area. Another one may be in the sex area. It's going to be a combination of all three, but at least we can see the part that stands out. Also, we could see in the third column for the first time where anger really does come from. And we could begin to see where it comes from a threat to one of those basic instincts of life. And we talked about the fact that depending upon my relationship with God and whether my instincts are under control or not is going to determine whether I get angry or not. And for the first time in our life, we began to get a little handle on this anger thing. And we begin to see as we filled out that sheet where the world and its people really dominated us. And we always thought that we had control, and we began to realize we never did have control. That other people have controlled and ruled and dominated our thinking as far back as we can go through our resentments toward them. And we begin to see how dumb that was and how stupid that was to let people do that to us. Then those resentments don't look near as good now as they used to. And we found that a lot of the resentments began to disappear when we could see what we were letting other people do to us through our resentments toward them. We also found that some of the resentments were being embedded so deeply we would have to have a little extra help. And we came to the first prayer in step 4, and the book suggested that we pray for those people that we have those deep resentments against that we can't get rid of. And as we pray for them, sooner or later, gradually, that resentment will disappear and be replaced with love and patience and tolerance and compassion and goodwill. In other words, we can get rid of our resentments, at least to the level that God intended for us to, simply by following this little procedure in the book. We also found as the resentments disappeared, they had to be replaced with something else. God's not going to leave another hole in our head. We got enough of them already. And as the resentments disappeared, they were replaced automatically with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward our fellow man. And that part of our mind, which used to be controlled by resentments, is now controlled by God's thinking, which is love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill toward our fellow man. We're in much less chance of drinking now than we were before we started the inventory process. We also found that we had to go back and look at those resentments a couple of times, and we had to go back and look at the part that we had played in each one of those resentments. And for the majority of us, we found that we had done something based on self which created a problem for other people and institutions. They in turn had retaliated against us. We in turn had resented them for doing so. And as we played the resentment over and over and over in our head, we distorted the picture and gradually made them the devil and made ourselves as pure as the driven snow. For the first time in the fourth column, we began to see the truth about those resentments. And we found that in the majority of the cases, we set the thing in motion in the first place. We found in the fifth column certain character defects involved, that we would hurt those people and those institutions based on our own character defects, our selfishness, our dishonesty, our self-seeking, frightened condition, and our inconsideration of other people. And we begin to see for the first time the type character that we had become through our life run on self-will, and begin to realize if we don't do something about the changing of that character, we're going to keep right on doing the same old things over and over and over, keep right on hurting people and institutions, and they're going to retaliate, and we're going to resent, and sooner or later we're going to get drunk over it. And we kind of finished it up by saying that we had all the information necessary now, resentment-wise, for steps 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 and 9. The most simple thing I've ever seen as far as an inventory is concerned. Now, we don't want to give you the impression, though, that you can always be 100% free of resentments. You know, God never gave us anything bad. It depends on what we do with things, whether they're bad or good. A resentment, if used correctly, can be used for a worthwhile purpose. For instance, if somebody does something to me or says something to me that threatens my self-esteem or perhaps threatens a personal relationship with another human being, if it causes me to look at myself and see some changes that I need to make, and I go ahead and make those changes, then that resentment can be used for my betterment, for a worthwhile purpose. Let me give you an example. Let's say we're living in the neighborhood. All the old houses are run down. They all need painting, broken window panes, torn window screens. My house is no worse than anybody else's. I sit on my front porch in the evening and I rock and I'm very complacent about the situation. But one day I'll look up and some idiot has moved in across the street. He's out there painting his house. He's fixing his window panes and torn window screens, makes my house look bad. It infuriates the hell out of me. I say, who in the hell is he moving in here screwing up the whole damn neighborhood? Now, if I use that resentment right, eventually it will cause me to look at my house. And I begin to paint my house and clean it up and fix the window screens and the broken window panes. My next door neighbor resents me for doing so, and the next thing you know, he's cleaning up his house too. And after a while, God's got the whole neighborhood cleaned up like it should have been in the first place. That's the proper use of a resentment. But you see, we alcoholics won't use it that way. We'll sit there on our front porch and we'll rock and we'll rock and we'll resent and we'll resent. 30 days later, we'll go over at midnight and burn his damn house down. We'll show him. So resentments are not entirely completely bad. It just depends on what we do with them as to whether they turn out to be something good or something bad. Okay, guys?
Mm-hmm. Bob?
For me, this was the beginning of my end of isolation and being restored to community. As I went through this, all the people I had judged so harshly and started to see how they were sick and put myself in their position and see myself in them. As it later says in the steps, it was the beginning of growing in understanding and effectiveness. And as I started to do that, I started to get actually a sense of compassion for some of the people I had hated for so many years, as I saw myself in them. And over the years, I've come to believe that maybe what Einstein said was right, that the great illusion of mankind is that there's more than one of us here. And if you listen to enough fifth steps and take enough guys through this process, I'm telling you, that becomes so clear to me that it's the same guy doing the same stuff in different cities with different people. It's the same guy. That maybe there is, the illusion is that of the ego is that there is more than one of us here.
Okay, now that we've handled the first manifestation of self, resentments, one of those things that block us off from the sunlight of the Spirit, we go back into our little store up here and we now begin to look at this file cabinet that we had that is full of fear. And fear is one of the things that block us off from the sunlight of the Spirit, just exactly like resentments would do. So it looks like we're going to have to do something about that second common manifestation of self, begin to look at these fears and see if we can see the truth behind them, and see if we can't do something to get rid of them, and then see if we can't find out how to keep them from coming back in the future. So we go to page 67, bottom of the page. Notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, and the employer.
Before we go into that, though, let's look on page 18 for just a second. That first paragraph tells my whole story. Prior to Alcoholics Anonymous, if you'd asked me if I had any fear, I'd have probably jumped right in your face. That's what I did. I reacted to things when I perceived a threat from somebody, because I didn't know that. But we're going to do this morning about these fears. It's awful easy to sit around and psychoanalyze ourselves and to say that the reason we have these fears is because Mommy set us on the potty chair backwards. We're not going to do that. We're not going to get involved in that. We're simply going to do like the book says. We're going to find the facts. We're going to face the facts. And ultimately, we will engage in a process so we can accept the facts. You know, it also said that when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. The spiritual malady not only has to do with my relationship with God, but my own moral fiber. The spirituality of my own moral fiber was damaged. And Dr. Jung said that ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were the guiding force of the lives of these people, are suddenly cast to one side. So I'm looking at ideas, emotions, and attitudes as I have toward fears. And I'll read this one little paragraph here. It tells my whole story. And it says, an illness of this sort, and we've come to believe it an illness, involves those that balance in a way no other human sickness can. If a person has cancer, all are sorry for him and no one is angry or hurt. But not so with the alcoholic illness. For with it goes the annihilation of all things worthwhile in life. It engulfs all whose lives touch the sufferers. It brings misunderstanding, fierce resentment, financial insecurity, disgusted friends and employers, warped lives of blameless children, sad wives and parents, and anyone can increase the list. In other words, alcoholism is a family illness. If you live with one of us very long, you're going to be affected by it in some manner. And I look back into my life to see where I got those ideas, emotions, and attitudes. And I look back and see that I know today my dad had an obsession to drink. My mother had an obsession to see that he didn't drink. And I grew up in this, and I was affected by it emotionally. We left the farms in Oklahoma, and we all came to California. A lot of you folks out here come to California from Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, and that area, coming out here because of the Great Depression. We too came out, and we didn't fit in too well right then, so we went back to Oklahoma, back to West Tulsa. That's where Charlie and I was brought up, on the west side of the river. And my dad became a nice man. He was ill-equipped to do anything but manual labor, because he'd been a farmer. So he became a nice man, 6 days a week, hauling ice to people's houses back and forth, back-breaking work. At the end of the 6th day on Saturday, he would go down by the bootlegger and pick up a pint of whiskey to come home to have a drink. And I think that my dad deserved a drink. By golly, after 6 days of back-breaking work, he deserved a drink. He ought to have a drink. But my mother saw that $2 going for whiskey to food to be taken away from these 5 kids that they had. And I think about that sometimes. How would I feel with a wife and 5 kids? That scares me to just think about it. You know? And I know that my dad had to have those fears to how he was going to raise his family. Scared to death, and she was scared to death. So fear was in our lives from the beginning because of this. When my dad's drinking got progressively worse, my mother's raising hell with him got progressively worse, and I grew up in this. It scared me all the time. I was affected by it emotionally. And my dad used to send me down to the bootlegger to pick up a pint of whiskey and bring back, and I was just 6, 7 years old. It'd take me a couple hours to get down there and back. It was just a 10-minute walk down there and back, but it'd take me a couple hours. And I'd get back, he'd get on to me. Because I didn't want to bring that booze back, because I knew what was going to happen when he started drinking. It was going to be more trouble. And eventually my dad's drinking got worse, as it always does. He began to be very verbally abusive to my mother and us kids. He became physically abusive to my mother and some of the kids, as far as beating them up was concerned. And eventually he'd be waving a knife around the house sometimes at my mother and threaten to kill her. And there for a while toward the end, he would tell us kids that he's going to take our mother out this weekend and kill her. and they'd be gone all weekend, and I'm sitting at home biting on my fingernails all the way down to the quick. That's what I used to do, 6, 7 years old. And I wondered, is he going to do that this time? And I'm emotionally deformed by this kind of activity around it was not normal. I grew to hate him for that. That's not normal. Ultimately, my dad had to be arrested and committed to the Eastern State Hospital in Bonita, which is our local nut house. And he was to stay there till he got well. Think about that. And my dad was committed at the Eastern State Hospital at Bonita, and he was to stay there for 3 years, 7 months, and 13 days. The most formidable years of my young life. And in those days, they didn't have any alcoholic treatment facilities either in Bonita. What they had was a criminally insane ward. It was on Building 3 up on the 3rd floor. And my brother and I used to hitchhike up there from time to time and take him a couple of dollars and a carton of cigarettes. And we'd go up on Building 3 and back into the dormitory where we could visit. And I saw things back there that nobody's supposed to see. I mean, nobody supposed to see what was going on back there. And I'm just 7 or 8 years old. And I began to get a bunch of ideas, emotions, and attitudes which become the guiding force of my life. One of the thoughts came to me one day, coming home from up there, hitchhiking home, was this. I said, if God, you got to blame it on somebody when you're 7, 8 years old. I said, if God is going to do this to me and to us, then to hell with him. If I ever get big enough they can't catch me, I'm not going to church anymore. And I come up with that idea all by myself. Nobody taught me that. It was just there. I'm good at that, by the way. And one day I was coming back from up there, and I thought to myself, boy, this really hurts. This really hurts me to come up here and see my dad. Love hurts. I'm going to quit loving people, I thought. And I started pushing people out of my life and out of my heart. I didn't want to be hurt by them. It hurt too bad. And another thought came to me one day. I said, if anything good is going to happen for me, it's going to happen because I, all alone, by myself, made it that way. So I had ideas, emotions, and attitudes which would become the guiding force of my life, and it was this. I don't need God. I don't need other people. And I'll do it on my own by myself, thank you. And I thought that those were very brave thoughts on my part for many years, even into Alcoholics Anonymous. Come to find out they're the most fearful thoughts anybody could ever possibly have, because I don't know that, because nobody is there to teach me anything. My mother was busy letting 5 kids get bigger. The one growing up, they're getting bigger. That's all I did was get bigger. You see, and these things within me got bigger. And what happens for you with those not very good coping skills is what I'm trying to tell you, and cause you to have trouble with other people. And when Charlie and I went over there in our part of the town, there was 2 kinds of people over there at school. There was those that ran home from school, and those that ran people home from school. And I knew that you don't ever want them to get you running, because if you ever start running, man, they won't let up on you. So I became one of those guys, those bullies who ran other people home from school because I was scared. I was afraid they were going to do that to me. And I thought that was brave, but it turned out to be very fearful. These coping skills are not very good. When you don't love people or trying not to love people, you're not very nice. In fact, you're pretty hateful, and I became the same way. Sometimes I would take things that didn't belong to me. It's called stealing, Yeah. They put you in jail for that.
Put you in penitentiaries for that.
Put you in a penitentiary for that. And I used to sit there in that penitentiary, and I'm not just a 15, 16-year-old kid looking around at all those guys in there smoking cigarettes in the middle of the night, setting up. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I don't belong in here. I'm not like this. But I was. You do the crime, you do the time. That's the way that goes. They divorce you for those things, too. I didn't have much use for my first wife, because I would go and be gone for a week or 2 or 3 at a time, and sometimes a month. I told you yesterday I was gone 3 months one time. That's just the way I was. And I didn't have any feelings for anybody else other than myself. But I didn't know that I was full of fear. I just did not know that until an inventory process came about in Alcoholics Anonymous. Then I found out I was so full of fear it was unreal. Totally eat up with fear. Now let's go back to page 67. And it said, notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Miss Jones, the employer, and the wife. This short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. Going to jail, being divorced, I didn't think I deserved those things. I was out there trying to make a living for my family. That's what I told myself. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes we think that fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. Now, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, and these are the instructions on how to fill out the fears form. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them, and here it was from me. Wasn't it because that self-reliance had failed us? Self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Sometimes some of us had great self-confidence, but didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse.
And we see basically the same set of instructions on that paragraph that Joe just read, to look at our fears as we had for resentments, except worded a little bit differently, which is Bill's way of doing things. He's not about to repeat it the same way twice. So to avoid any confusion, we just made up another little inventory sheet. We got it up here on the screen now, and it's called A Review of Fears. And we follow the same set of instructions that we did for resentments. Column 1, who or what do I fear? We simply take these things out of our minds, these fears that we have, going always from top to bottom, put them down on a sheet of paper. Now, we men, to begin with, we tend to have a little trouble with this fears thing, because we think we're tough and we're macho and we don't have much fear. But we're not talking much about the fear, physical fear. We're talking about all those fears that run through our minds and control and dominate our thinking and determine how we act. And I find that everybody's got a lot of fear. You know, we all have fears connected with our marriages. We have fears connected with our children. We have fears connected with our finances. We have fears connected with our jobs. We have fears connected with the Internal Revenue Service. We have fears connected with the police department. We have fears connected with, I could sit here and name dozens and dozens of fears that people actually have. All we have to do is take them out of our head, put them down on this sheet of paper. And I'm the same way with fears that I was with resentments. I didn't think I had very many resentments till I began to list them all on paper. And I didn't think I had very much fear either until I began to list them all on paper. And when I began to fill out sheet after sheet after sheet, I began to realize how many fears that I really do have. You see, you can only see one at a time in your head. And I don't think any of us will realize how much fear we really do have and how much that fear controls and dominates our thinking until we get them all down on a sheet of paper for the first time. Now, we've made a decision to let God direct our thinking. And if we have that many fears and they direct our thinking, then God can't, and it's just that simple. So we learn something very valuable in the first column, how much fear we really do have. Then we go to column 2. What's the cause of the fear? Now, once again, as Joe said, this is not an attempt to psychoanalyze ourselves. We're not going to say that I'm afraid of the dark because Mother set me sideways on the potty when I was 3 years old. Some fear we're supposed to have, just like with resentments. Fear used correctly can keep us out of trouble and keep us from getting hurt. Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid of the dark. Why? Well, I don't have headlights and I can't see at night. And that kind of fear brings caution and keeps me from getting hurt. I'm a little bit afraid of heights. Why? Well, I don't have wings and I can't fly. And that brings caution and keeps me from getting hurt. But if the fear of the dark kept me from going outside at night, or if the fear of heights kept me from riding in an elevator or flying in an airplane, then I sure better get it on this paper and look at it, because it's controlling and ruling and dominating my thinking. I find that the basic cause of most of my fear is I'm afraid I'm going to lose something I've already got. I'm not going to get something that I really want, or I've done something I shouldn't have done, and I'm scared to death what they're going to do whenever they find out about it. Nearly every fear I've got will center around those three basic things. Column 2 says, what are they going to do to me? Am I perhaps going to jail? Am I going to lose something with material value? Am I going to lose face? Will it result in divorce? Will it destroy a personal relationship? Might I lose my job, etc.? If we're experiencing a fear, there's always some root cause behind it. And all we got to do in column 2 is simply put down the cause of the fear. Column 3, which part of self is affected? Just like with resentments, I don't experience fear unless there's a threat to one of my basic instincts of life. If you threaten my social instinct in any way, I experience fear from that. If you threaten my security instinct, if you threaten my sex instinct, I experience fear from that. And again, like in resentments, as we fill out the third column, we're going to be able to see one part of self really stand out and predominate. It's going to be a combination of all three. But maybe most of our fears are centered around personal relationships. Maybe most of them are centered around self-esteem. Another person, it might be almost entirely a fear regarding security. And another one, it could most certainly be in the sex area. And we're going to be able to see the part of self we're really having the most trouble with. And also, just like with resentments, for the first time in my life, I understood where fear came from. You can't do anything about a problem till you understand the problem. I never knew where fear came from. I thought it was just one of those feelings that flitted into your mind. You could do nothing about it. But today I realize it comes from a threat to one of the basic instincts of life. And once again, it depends upon my relationship with God, whether my instincts are under control or not, as to how much I'm going to experience fear. If my relationship with God's okay, my instincts are under control, you can say and do about anything you want to me, and I'm not going to experience fear. But I'll guarantee you, if my relationship with God's not right, my instincts are not under control about anything you say or do to me, is going to cause me to experience fear. Very valuable information for us to begin to see for the first time in our lives where these kind of feelings and these kind of emotions and attitudes really do come from. Column 4, what did I do? What did I do, if anything, to set in motion changes of circumstances which have led to my being in a position to have the fear? Just like with resentments, did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? And in the majority of my fears, I have done something myself to set that ball rolling. If I haven't done anything and I can't figure out what I've done, I just put down nothing or unknown. But in the majority of the cases, I made a decision based on self, which later puts me in a position to be hurt and to experience that fear. So once again, we'll look at the part we play when it comes to the fear. Then in the 5th column, where was I selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate? Same basic character defects. And if I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't have to be worrying about losing something I've already got or not getting what I want. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be doing things that creates problem for others, and then I've got to fear what they're going to do whenever they find out about it. If I wasn't such a self-seeking, frightened individual in the first place, I wouldn't experience so much fear. If I was more considerate of other people and their needs and their wants and their desires, I wouldn't have to be concerned so much about me and have to experience so much fear. Same basic character defects. Now just think, if I could become a little less selfish, if I could become a little less dishonest, if I could become a little less self-seeking and frightened, if I could become a little less inconsiderate, then maybe I wouldn't have to experience so much fear. Never get perfect at it, but at the very least I'm going to have to start doing something about these character defects, which not only are behind my resentments, but the same character defects are behind my fears. And slowly, 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 I can begin to change things. Now, once again, we're doing step 4. This is the fears portion of it. Out in that 5th column, we now see the exact nature of the wrong. Those excessive fears are what blocks us off from the sunlight of the Spirit. We see the exact nature of the wrong we're going to talk about in step 5. In the 5th column, we see the defects of character we're going to be willing to turn loose of in step 6. In the 5th column, we see the shortcomings we're going to ask God to take away in step 7. And quite naturally, some of the names on column 1 are going to be people and institutions I've harmed, and I'm scared to death what they're going to do whenever they find out about it. So they're going to come off of column 1 and be added to the sheet to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. And one of the things that really, really amazed me and surprised me, I kept seeing many of the same names appearing on the fear sheet as I had on the resentment sheet. You know, I resented old Barbara, but by golly, I feared old Barbara too. I'm still a little bit afraid of her today. If she ever does find out everything I was doing 30-some-odd years ago, she might file for divorce again. I resented the police department, and by golly, I feared the police department too. I resented the Internal Revenue Service, and by golly, I feared the Internal Revenue Service too. I had never tied those things together in my head as to how too closely the resentments and the fears kind of blend together, and we see a lot of the same names repeating over and over and over and over again. Now, if you think resentments look dumb when you see the truth behind them, wait till you get these fears on paper and really see the truth behind them. They look awful good in your head. But when you get them down on paper, they look double, double, double dumb. And they look so dumb when you see the truth behind them that once again, probably 90 to 95% of these fears are going to start disappearing automatically when we see the truth behind those things. But just like with resentments, there's probably going to be 3, 4, or 5 that have been embedded in our minds so deeply for so long that we're probably going to have a little extra help to get rid of those also. We now come to the second prayer in the big book in step 4. This one is concerning fears.
Okay, now I've been operating without God in my life, but now I've done step 3. I've got God in my life. And it says here, perhaps there's a better way. We think so. For we're now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God, which is what I didn't do prior to Alcoholics Anonymous. I lived on my own. But now I'm relying upon God. We trust our infinite God rather than our finite selves. We're in the world to play the role He assigns, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think that spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it's the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do.
Now here's the prayer.
We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be. Promise. And at once we commence to outgrow fears. My old sponsor, Franklin, bless his heart, he said to me many, many times, Joe, he said, the two most important things about prayer, absolutely the most important things, is one is to start and the other must continue. And as I look back on my life, I can see that every time I prayed, I changed just a fuzz, hardly noticeable to anybody, including myself, just a little bit. The next time another little fuzz, and the next time another little bit, and the next time another little bit. And today I can see that I have a major change within me. I am not what I used to be, thank God. I am not so fearful as I used to be, thank God. I depend upon God, and I need and love other people today, thank God, because of the prayers of these many years of staying sober and praying just a little bit, changing just a little bit day by day.
Bob?
Fear is what drives me into my head, just like resentment disconnects me from God, disconnects me from you. And the things that I'm afraid of have always driven me to have a death grip on my life, which makes it impossible for me to head in the direction of carrying out the decision I made in step 3. Many years before I got sober, I was shamed into a state of abstinence by a bad drunk, one of those ones that just reduces me down to the quick. And in one fell swoop, I was reduced to nothing by my actions on this run. And I was forced into a state of abstinence, and I went to the last time I was allowed my parents' house. And they said I could stay there as long as I didn't drink. And the problem is from 7 o'clock in the morning to 2 or 1 and 2 in the morning, I would sit in front of their TV set. And that was all I could do because I was so overcome with fear. And TV can be like Valium with a plug, you know what I mean? And I would sit there, and I was so depressed and so full of anxiety, and my father kept pushing me to go out in the world and do something with my life, and I had a nervous breakdown. And I ended up in a psychiatrist's office. And I had a nervous breakdown because when I am the center of the universe and everything is revolving around me, there is a lot of crap to worry about. I mean, there is a world full of people, and you don't know what they're thinking, and you better figure it out. And I mean, it's just overwhelming. When I live my life on self-reliance, it's almost like going into your kitchen and taking the blender off the counter that's designed for 110 and taking it into the laundry room and plugging it into the 220. It just doesn't have the capacity to handle the load, and that's what happened to me. I just had this nervous breakdown because this was too big. I hear newcomers every once in a while when they get sober and they say, "How you doing?" "This is too big." Yeah, I know. Really is too big to handle. And ended up in the psychiatrist's office. He diagnosed me as having panic disorder with free-floating anxiety, which didn't really help me, but when I did return to drinking, it gave me some interesting conversation in the bars. I know I look like an alcoholic, but you don't understand. I got panic disorder and free-floating anxiety, and then you drink too. And what he was saying was not that far off. I was overwhelmed by the anxiety of playing God, and my self-reliance had failed me. And if I could have worried my way into a better state of okayness, I would have never had to come here and surrender. And it's the reason these things are defective is that they don't work. See, if it worked, then we wouldn't be up here talking about giving our fears to God. We'd be saying, cultivate them. Yes, really build them up, work on them, yes. But they don't work. That's why they're defective. And it says in here 2 times it uses the word trust. And early sobriety, a guy told me, he said, guys like me and you can have all the faith in the world and pray every day and still die of alcoholism. That we have to have something more substantial. And for us, it has to be trust. And he said, you don't know the difference, do you? And I shrugged my shoulders. He said, I'll tell you the difference. He said, if you went to a circus and you sat in the audience and you watched a tight wire act, and you watched a guy come out to the edge of the tight wire on the platform pushing a wheelbarrow, you would have all the faith in the world. This guy's a professional. He's crossed that tight wire 1,000 times pushing the wheelbarrow. But if you had trust, you'd get in the wheelbarrow. And I thought, oh my God. I want to read about getting in the wheelbarrow. I want to talk about getting in the wheelbarrow. I want to go to book studies and philosophize about getting in the wheelbarrow. But I don't want to get in the wheelbarrow because I'm afraid of God. I'm afraid I'll finally surrender getting that wheelbarrow. I'll get about halfway across that wire and God will go, is that Bob? Is that little sumbitch used to play with him? Says that Bob? And yet my very life depends upon me getting in the wheelbarrow. You know why? Because I don't have a choice. I can't worry my way out into a better way of living. I can't. It's too big.
You know, we are always about the promises on page 83 and 84. We never hear about the promises that are spread throughout the entire book. On that last paragraph that Joe read, one of the greatest promises to be found anywhere in the book, it says, we ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what have us be instead. At once we commence to outgrow fear. One of the greatest promises to be found anywhere in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. Now just think, this file cabinet up here that was filled with fears has now been emptied out. And those fears that controlled and ruled and dominated my life, they're not there anymore. And God's not going to leave another hole in my head. If those fears are removed, then they're going to have to be replaced with something else. And the only thing that can replace them will be the opposite of the fear, and then we will have the faith and the courage that Bob's sitting here talking about. And once again, in order to get faith and courage, I didn't have to go to any other fellowships. I didn't have to read any other books. If God dwells within me, and my book says he does, then that's always been a part of my makeup. I just never could use it before, because in my chase for money, power, prestige, and sex, those things had to be repressed to let me operate on the level I operated on, and I was continually being run by fears of this and fears of that and fears of something else. But now that the fear's gone, faith and courage automatically comes to the surface. You see, there's nothing negative about this at all. Everything we do in the action steps will have a positive reaction. I've got rid of resentments. They were replaced with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. I'm getting rid of fears. They're replaced with faith and courage. I'm in much less chance of drinking now than I was before I started this inventory process. Now also, just like with resentments, if you've got a fear in your mind that you don't want to get rid of, knowing full well that it might cause you to get drunk, then we better get it down on paper and really, really see the truth behind it. Because we can use fear to rationalize and justify not doing something we really ought to go do, or just as importantly, doing things we shouldn't be doing. Just like we could use a resentment to rationalize and justify, we can also use fear for the same purpose. Let me give you an example. How many of you in this room this morning, and please be honest with me, how many of you would like to go back to school and finish your education? Could I see your hands, please? My God, half the room's hands up. Okay, now let me ask you another question, and please be honest with me now. How many of you really intend to do that? Could I see your hands? Hell, less than a third of the hands went up this time. Why? Nothing in the world but fear. Fear that we won't measure up, fear of failure, fear of hard work, keeps us from doing things we really would like to do. And when it does that, it is controlling and ruling and dominating our thinking for us. We use it all the time to rationalize and justify. I love to work with my hands, always have. I always wanted to build a set of kitchen cabinets. I never would do it, though, because I knew there would be a lot of mistakes in them. They wouldn't look too good. People would laugh, and I would be embarrassed. After I worked our program for a number of years, one day I built a set of kitchen cabinets. Now, they don't look very good. There's mistakes in them. People laugh at them, but I don't give a damn anymore, you know. I don't let fear control and rule and dominate me anymore. I've made a decision to let God do that. And I don't have to let fear do that anymore. This thing really does work.
Had this young fellow named Todd in Tulsa sober a couple of years, and Todd had been unemployed and unemployable for a long time. And I said, Todd, what are you going to do with your life now that you've got sober? What have you always wanted to do? He said, well, I've always really wanted to be an engineer. And I said, why don't you go to school and become an engineer? He said, you know how long that would take me to become an engineer? You know how old I'll be by that time? I said, you have any idea how old you're going to be anyhow? He said, I don't even have a high school education. I said, well, go to Tulsa Junior College and get your GED. He did that and got on the Dean's Honor Roll. He didn't know he was that smart. And then he got an academic scholarship at Tulsa University in engineering. He studied there. Today, he's in Modesto, California, working for an engineering firm. He called me last fall and said that this fall he would graduate and be a full-fledged engineer. And that's been about 14 years ago. He's made an engineer because he got rid of the fear and then took some action and started doing it. And of course, he's 14 years older, too.
Years ago, I sat at the bedside of a member of Alcoholics Anonymous who was sober a long time, and he was dying of cancer. And he said something was interesting to me. He said, you know, I always suspected when I got to the end of my life, and I looked back over it, my regrets would be the mistakes I'd made. And he said, it's not that, it's the things I was too afraid to try. And when it says in here that this fears ought to be classed with stealing, he said something, he says, those fears have robbed me of a life I could have had. And I look at my own life, at all the things the people I was afraid to get close to, and the things I was afraid to try because I believed the lie that it wouldn't work or I couldn't do it more than I would chance that God could back me up and it could actually happen.
Okay, we've done something now about this removal of the resentments up here in our minds. God's directing that part of our thinking. We've done something about the removal of the fears. God's directing that part of our thinking. But remember, we had a storeroom back here in the back of our mind that was filled with guilt and remorse associated with the harms we've done to other people in the past. Until such time as we do something about that guilt and remorse, God cannot direct our entire thinking. Now, it seems as though we human beings hurt each other faster and easier in the sexual area than we do in any other area. And I think there's some reasons behind that. You see, sex for we human beings is a little bit different than it is for the other animals here on earth. As far as we know, the other animals here on earth, they don't have this thing called self-will. They can't make very many decisions about their sex life. When it comes time for them to reproduce themselves, God signifies that by some physical change in the female of the species. The male senses the change, prepares himself, the two join together, and it's kind of like bang, bang, thank you, ma'am. And when it's over with, they normally go their separate ways. Now, you see, they didn't think about having sex before they had it. They can't even decide, in the majority of the cases, who they're going to have sex with. They can't usually decide how many times they're going to have sex. And usually they can't even decide whether they're going to have it with one or more different sexual partners. In fact, they can't even decide what position they're going to do sex in. Therefore, you see very few sexual problems amongst the other animals here on earth.
I never felt sorry for animals before until this moment.
I've never seen a cow yet on a psychiatrist's couch talking about sexual dysfunction. They just don't have those kind of problems. But you see, we human beings are a little bit different. Not only does God give us the sex urge, just like He does to the other animals, so that we can reproduce ourselves, but He also gives us this thing called self-will. And He allows us to make decisions about our sex life. You know, we can have sex any day of the year that we wish to. We can decide who we're going to have sex with. We can decide whether we're going to have sex with one or more sexual partners.
Or none.
Or we can even decide how many times we're going to have sex, providing we're physically capable of doing so. And we can even decide what position we're going to have sex in. You know, they tell me there's something like 64 different positions a human being can have sex in. I have no idea what they are. I only found 3 in my lifetime. And 2 of those damn near killed me. I'm not sure I'm going back to them at all. So what we're going to do for just a few minutes this morning is we're going to look at not so much how we do sex, but as to how we think about sex. Because how we think about sex is going to determine what we do with it, and that's going to determine whether we end up hurting other people or not, and that's going to determine whether we have to experience the fear and the guilt and the remorse associated with those things. And Bill has given us a very, very simple way to review our past sex life, see what we've been doing with it, see if perhaps we should make a few changes in it, and see if we can't find a way to still enjoy sex but not end up hurting other people. And basically that's what this is all about. Down at the bottom of page 68. Now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there. Now you older fellas, don't get your hopes up. We're talking about mental, not physical. But above all, we tried to be sensible on this question. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. I've heard them all my life. They're the ones that say sex is a dirty thing, that you ought to do it one time in one position with one person only, and the only reason to do it is to reproduce yourself, and if you enjoy it, it's a very sinful thing. They're the extremes on one side. I've heard them all my life. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it, or that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. And you hear them today. They're the ones that say you ought to be able to have sex anytime you want to, with anybody you want to, anywhere you want to, in any position you want to, and you ought to be able to enjoy it every time, and if you don't, there must be something wrong with you. Well, maybe they call that the sexual revolution. Main thing I see wrong with it, it happened 25 years too late for me to participate in it, I know that. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. I just love the way Bill Wilson writes. He said, we want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? And I read that last statement with great relief, because I knew this book was getting ready to condemn me for what I had been in the past. I knew it was getting ready to tell me what I was going to have to do in the future, and I'd already made up my mind that I wasn't going to pay any attention to it whatsoever. I'm glad that we're not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We simply are not going to get into that question. You know, our book is meant to be helpful to anybody, anywhere, anytime. And if we start telling people what they can and can't do and how to conduct their sex lives, then surely we're going to begin to alienate people. Besides that, what's sexually acceptable in one part of the world may not be acceptable at all somewhere else. So we're not even going to get into that picture. What we are going to do is we're going to see a way to review our own past sex life. see the truth behind some of those things, see if we can't develop a new sex life in the future where we can still engage in it, enjoy in it, yet at the same time not hurt other people. And basically that's all we're after.
Yeah. See, I'm not going to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. I definitely needed overhauling in that area when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous. And when I tell you where I got my ideas, you'll not want to know anything from me about it, I guarantee you. But I'm going to do what the book says. I'm going to find the facts. I'm going to face the facts. I'm engaging in a process so I can ultimately accept the facts. And just like Dr. Jung told Roland, there's ideas, emotions, and attitudes. And that's what I'm looking for in this area of the sexual inventory. Ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were the guiding force of my life. Now, where did I get this information that guided my life in the sexual area and many other areas? Well, when my dad got out of the nut house, he came out to California. They released him from Oklahoma if he'd get out of state. He came out to California. Fit in real good out here. I'm just kidding. But he was out here, and I couldn't talk to him and ask him about those things. So what did I do? I went to my mother, and I said, Mom, I've been thinking about sex. It scared her to death. She jumped. She said, oh, my God, Benny Joe. That's my name. Oh, my God, Benny Joe, that's a dirty, filthy, rotten thing to be thinking about, and you ought to save it for the one you love. That's what she said. And she said the only reason you're supposed to, that you have sex is to have children. And I thought, well, let's see, my mom had 5 children. It's like 5. Well, no wonder my dad was in the nut house. Yeah. Somehow I didn't quite believe what she told me. And I went to school, and we had sex education. I went to school too, but they called it recess. And in front of the Jenkins Cafe in West Tulsa, Oklahoma, at the corner of 21st and Quanah at that time, there was a bunch of wise, intelligent men and women, about like Charlie, older than I was, about 15 or 16 years old, men and women who were very experienced and knowledgeable about sex. And they were more than happy to share with me everything they knew. And those guys told me that they were having sex sometimes with 2 or 3 different girls a night. Sometimes 10 or 12 times a night. And my eyes got that big around. I mean, I couldn't hardly believe what I was hearing. And I wanted to do what they were saying. Thought a lot about it. Almost gave myself brain damage from thinking about it. But the fallacy of all this is this, that I've tried to base my sexual conduct upon what I heard on the streets of West Tulsa, way after I had come into Alcoholics Anonymous. I come into AA and I began to do this inventory about sexual things, and I figured out those people were lying to me. Or at least I hope they were lying to me. Because I never could live up to those ideals. I was frustrated all the time. So when I arrived at Alcoholics Anonymous, I had the spiritual knowledge of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. I had the coping skills of an 8 or 9-year-old boy. I had the sexual knowledge of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Do you think I didn't need inventory to find out what is right and what is wrong, and what is true and what is false for me? How many of you got some of your sexual information somewhat like I did? Yeah. You know, I need to know what is right and what is wrong for just me. And not you, but just me. And I have found out some things that are right and for me, and I try to live up to those. I remember the first time when I was married, I did okay for a couple of years, and then I went out on my wife one night. Boy, the next day I felt bad. I mean, I really felt bad. I didn't know you were supposed to feel bad. No one ever told me. And boy, I felt bad. And the next time I went out, it wasn't quite as bad as it was the first time. And then the next time, it wasn't quite as bad as the last time. And as the time went by, it got to where it didn't hurt at all. And that's the thing about principles. If you don't have any principles to live by, ultimately you don't have any reasons to live. Such are principles. and I compromised every principle known to man and God, and I was drinking in the end of my drinking for total oblivion. I just couldn't stand the guilt, shame, and remorse that I had when I was sober, and I had to have a drink because I didn't have any principles to live by and to have no ways to live until after I got into Alcoholics Anonymous and did this. This inventory process we're talking about is the best possible thing that I can do for me, boy, is do the inventory. And I didn't do it perfectly. I don't know of anybody in Alcoholics Anonymous who's ever done this inventory process perfectly. But I just keep trying and do the best I can. And my abilities will get a little better each time. And so don't be so hard on yourself and try to do it perfectly. You're not going to. Just do it the best you can with the knowledge you have right now. And then tomorrow we'll do another one, and next week, kind of do some more. And one day at a time, we grow into those areas.
How about the first time you had sex?
Yeah, Charlie likes me to tell this. The first time I had sex, I was selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, inconsiderate, and I was also alone. Would you guys like to have a little talk to me about? No, I don't think so.
That's why he's wearing glasses today, too. I know from experience. And every time we say that, I look out there and about a dozen of you guys jerk your glasses off and put them in your pocket.
Thanks for sharing. I'll remember that next time I shake your hand. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct is great news for us as a fellowship, and very important. I've never met an alcoholic that didn't get sober with tremendous fear and shame in this area. And oddly enough, we come here from every point in the spectrum of human sexuality, and we come here feeling ashamed of ourselves if we had no sex, or if we were the other end where you couldn't be left alone with our German Shepherd. I mean, everything in between, we feel that there's something wrong with us. And in my home group, we have good members of Alcoholics Anonymous that are heterosexuals, gay and lesbian, bisexuals. A friend of mine says that they're a quattrosexual. That means they do anything, anywhere, at any time with anyone for a quarter. And wherever you are, even if you're the type of person that really didn't want to admit to anyone that you couldn't even have sex unless you were drunk, that you're that afraid, it's okay. This is not about that. It's about selfishness, self-centeredness. It's about the things that put us in a state of separation with ourselves and ultimately with God and the people around us. We're not the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct.
Okay, now we see the set of directions on how to review our past sex life. And basically the same thing as we had for resentments, except worded a little bit differently, which is Bill's way of doing things. He says, we reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. So we made up another little inventory sheet that looks almost like the resentment sheet, except it's a review of my own sex conduct. Same 5 columns. Column 1, who did I hurt? I doubt if there's anybody in here this morning that's ever hurt anybody in the sexual area that we don't know just exactly who that is. And that seems to be a form of knowledge that we all seem to have. There may be a little question once in a while as to what do we do to hurt people in the sexual area. Certainly we hurt them in many different ways. If I'm in a married relationship like I was back in those days, and I go outside of my marriage and I have sex out there, and my spouse finds out about it, then surely I've created a problem for her. If not physically, at least emotionally. If the lady I had sex with out there, if it becomes common knowledge, then surely I've created a problem for her too. If not physically, at least emotionally. And if she has a husband and children, and it becomes common knowledge, then surely I've hurt them too. You know, I can hurt many people in the sexual area just by doing one particular thing. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by demanding more than our fair share of sex. Maybe our partner isn't too keen about having sex every time we want to. Rather than we consider their needs and wants and desires, we selfishly demand it when they really don't want to do so. When we do that, we surely create a problem for them, if not physically, at least emotionally. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by simply withholding sex. Maybe we're not too crazy about having sex every time our partner wants to, rather than consider their needs, wants, and desires, but we selfishly withhold when perhaps we should give in a little more often. I think sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by demanding that they do things with us that they really don't want to do. And once again, rather than consider their needs, wants, and desires, we selfishly demand those things. Many, many ways we hurt people in the sexual area. I think most of us know what they are, and I think we most certainly know who we've hurt. Column 1, all we do is make a list of those names of those that we've hurt through our sexual conduct to the best of our remembrance. Column 2, what did I do? Did I demand they do things with me they didn't want to do sexually? Did I commit adultery? What did I do to actually hurt them? If we know who we hurt, we also know what we did. Column 2, we put down what we did. Then in column 3, we look to see the part of self that is affected. And I think this might be one of the most revealing things we can do for ourselves. You know, you would think if I hurt anybody in the sexual area, that it would be caused by the sex instinct. And I guess once in a great while, to get the physical and emotional gratification that comes at the moment of successful completion of the sex act, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing in the wrong place with the wrong person because of the sex instinct. But I think if I look at each situation very, very carefully, that I'm going to find out in the majority of the cases, the other two instincts are involved just as much as the sex instinct, and in many cases even more so, and sometimes sex really didn't have a hell of a lot to do with it. Now I'm going to express an opinion, and I want to be sure that everybody understands it's my opinion. It's not Joe's, it's not Bob's, it's not AA's, it's my opinion. I'm convinced today that God gave us a sex urge so that we could reproduce ourselves. Without that, there would be no survival of the human race. I'm also convinced He made it a very pleasurable thing so we would do so. I just don't think you and I would do the kind of work involved in sex if there wasn't some kind of pleasure involved in it. Now, if we're doing sex for purposes other than reproduction or enjoyment, then we just might be doing it for reasons other than what God intended. For instance, we boys learned at a very early age that you can use sex to build your self-esteem. After all, the more members of the opposite sex you can attract to yourself, the greater man you really are, we thought. Now, we boys call that John Wayneism. I don't know what you girls call it.
Jane Wayne.
Jane Wayne, Joe said. But some of you tell me you use sex for the same purposes. Now, if that's what we're using it for, that's not to reproduce, that's not for enjoyment, but that's to fulfill a part of the social instinct. Sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Sometimes we use sex to buy a personal relationship. Maybe we're just lonesome. We just want somebody to pay attention to us. And we found out a long time ago we can give sex and buy back a personal relationship. Now, that's not to reproduce nor to enjoy. That's also to fulfill a part of the social instinct. Sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Sometimes we use sex to buy material security. Maybe we're in a sexual situation we really would rather not even be in. But we find that we're so overly dependent upon another human being for our material security that we give sex to buy back material security. That's not to reproduce, that's not to enjoy, but that's to fulfill the security instinct. Why, sometimes we use sex to get even with another human being. Maybe we're in a relationship and we find out our partner's gone out and done something they shouldn't have done, and we say, we'll show them, and we'll go out and do identically the same thing. The fallacy in it is after we've done it, we can't afford to tell them we did it. But there we certainly didn't use sex to reproduce or enjoy. We used it to get even with another human being. Sex really doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with that. Why, sometimes we use sex to force our will on another human being. Maybe our partner isn't doing what we think they ought to do, and we say we'll show them. We'll just cut them off at the pass, and we won't let them have it until they come around our way of thinking. Now, we boys aren't too good at that. We only last about 2 days. But you girls have honed it to perfection. You know exactly how to do it. That's not to reproduce, that's not to enjoy, but that's to force our will on another human being. You know, when I filled out that third column, it absolutely amazed me. You see, I always thought I was oversexed. No, I wasn't oversexed. I was undersecure. And I used sex to build my self-esteem. I used sex to build my security. I certainly was never an oversexed human being. I just thought I was. And when I began to see that, 2 things began to happen to me. The first thing, in the third column, a lot of my guilt began to disappear. I thought I was just a dirty, rotten, no-good SOB. But I found out that isn't true. That I use sex for purposes other than what God intended, not because I'm a bad human being, but because I'm a sick human being. And I had to have that sex in order to build my self-esteem and my security, and a lot of guilt began to disappear. Second thing happened to me in the third column. When I began to see what I was really using sex for, that began to look kind of dumb. And the idea of going out and doing it at the wrong time in the wrong place with the wrong person became less and less and less. And I began to get a little handle on the sex thing right here in this third column. I think it's one of the most revealing things we can do for ourselves, to really look at sex, compare it with these basic instincts, and see what we have really been doing with it. And I think most of us are going to be absolutely amazed when we look at that. Column 4. What feelings did I create in others? Did I unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? What should I have done instead? Not only are we looking at the things we've done in the past sexually that's wrong, that hurt others, we're trying to shape a new sex life for the future where we can engage in it and not hurt other people. So not only do I need to look and see what I've done that's wrong, I need to be looking to see what should I have done instead also. Column 5. Which basic character defect is involved here? You know, if I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't be doing those things that's going to create a problem for my wife or for other people. If I wasn't so dishonest, I would be sneaking around behind people's back and lying to them all the time and hurting them in this area. If I wasn't so afraid of facing life without that extramarital sex, if I wasn't so self-seeking and frightened, I probably wouldn't be doing those things to start with. If I was more considerate of my wife and my children and other people, I wouldn't be doing those kind of things that end up creating problems for them. But I'll guarantee you, if I stay selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on doing the same old things over and over and over. I'm going to keep right on hurting people. They're going to retaliate. I'm going to resent them for doing so. And if they don't catch me at it, I'm scared to death of what they're going to do when they do catch me. And I'm eaten up with shame and fear and guilt and remorse associated with those things. Absolutely blocks me off from the sunlight of the Spirit. But if I could become a little less selfish, a little less dishonest, a little less self-seeking, frightened, a little less inconsiderate, maybe I wouldn't be doing those things that end up hurting other people in the sexual area. A very simple process. Again, we're doing step 4. This is the sexual part of it. Out in the fifth column, we see the exact nature of the wrong. The wrong is the thing I've done to hurt another, but what's within me that caused that? The exact nature of the wrong for step 5. The character defects I'm going to become willing to turn loose of in 6. The shortcomings I'm going to ask God to take away in 7. And quite naturally, all the names in column 1 will come off of this list and be added to the list to be used later on for steps 8 and 9. And you know what really surprised me? I kept seeing the same old names appearing. I resented Barbara, I feared Barbara, and I hurt Barbara in this area. Never had I really tied that together in my head. I even had the Internal Revenue Service on all 3 sheets. I resented them and I feared them and gave them pretty good screwing before I got through with them too. Absolutely amazing what these things reveal to us. You got anything there, Bob?
My experience over the years is there's no area where I've seen more problems in this area. If I get a phone call from a guy at 3 a.m., it's usually because of this. And if he's insane, and I think it's because it's the only area of my life where all 3 of the major instincts can be threatened. My emotional and material security can be threatened. My sex life can be threatened, and how I look in society can be threatened in all of these areas through the sex relations. And because of the fear that can be generated, I have a greater propensity or inclination to control and to dishonesty. I've been dishonest a lot in my life, and I've lied a lot, but it's never been because I'm a liar. It's because I'm afraid. Because I'm afraid that as is, I'm unlovable. That I have to embellish who I am and be something other than what I am because I believe the lie is that as is, I'm not enough. And one of the problems that occurs is that we create this persona. And this is what happens with guys all the time that I sponsor. They create this persona and put it out. And what it is, it's like writing checks you can't cash. And then later the truth comes out that I'm not really this person you think that I've been representing myself to be. And then the other person is hurt and disillusioned. And there's an inclination to dishonesty in relationships that is almost pathological. I'll give you 2 really quick examples. One, I heard this years ago. This guy and this gal, they were both sober, single about a year, and they hadn't been with anybody, but they're over ready. You know what I mean? And they meet at their home group, and their hands touch at the coffee bar, and they go into heat. I just love watching that in our group. You can get a suntan just standing around somebody like that. And they go into that infatuation stage of the relationship, and it's like a drug. It's like a mind-altering drug. I mean, the sky's blue, the birds sing. I mean, it's just everybody's wonderful. She's bright and intelligent and wonderful. He's bright. Everything's perfect. Sunday afternoon comes along, and he says to her, "What are you doing this afternoon, sweetheart?" And she says, "Oh, I don't know. What are we doing?" "Well, there's the big football game is on. And I want to know, I don't know if you like football, but if you do, would you like to come over and watch the game with me?" And she says, "Oh, I'd love to. That I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do than that." Well, the truth is she hates football. But at that point in their relationship, she would have gone to a rock fight with this guy. You know what I mean? I mean, you could have put her on a lie detector and asked her the same question. She said, "Oh, yeah, I love football. I'd love to go." It would have said she's telling the truth. A year later, they're living together. Sunday morning, she says, "I want you to come to the mall with me and get some drapes." And he says, "Oh, sweetheart, the big game's on this afternoon. I thought we'd watch the game." And she starts yelling at him, "Are you still watching that damn football? I hate football." And he's looking at her like, "Who are you? Did aliens sneak in the middle of the night and take the girl that liked football? Who are you?" Now, she never set out to set that guy up like that. When she said it, she believed it. Guys are worse. There's a time, they are, I'm telling you. There's a time in a relationship between a guy and a gal when they've been dating for a couple months, possibly a couple weeks, depending upon where you're at. And you haven't had sex yet, but you're at that night and you know you're going to. And about 2 minutes before you actually get into it, a gal can say to a guy, "Excuse me, sweetheart, before we go on any further, do you really, really, really love me and want to spend the rest of your life with me?" And he'll go, "Yes, absolutely." And you could put him on a lie detector and it'll say he's telling the truth.
Trust me, honey.
Yeah, trust me.
And then 2 days later, she's showing up with a U-Haul and he's going, "What? But you said," "Yeah, I did, but geez, how did that happen?" I tell the guys I sponsor, you can go out on dates, just don't say nothing. Just keep your mouth shut.
Okay, let's finish up with this sex thing here before we go to lunch. I'd hate to have to eat lunch without fulfilling the desires.
I had this guy in our group I sponsored, and he said he thought he was in love with old what's her name. And I said, "What's her last name?" And he said, "I don't think I know." Anyhow, in this way, the way we just described, in this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. We subjected each relation to this test: was it selfish or not? We used prayer 3 different times in this area of sex, and here's the first one. We asked God to mold our ideals and to help us to live up to them. We remembered always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly nor selfishly, nor to be despised or loathed. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to work toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we've done harm, provided we do not bring about still more harm in so doing. In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem: more prayer. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it. Now, God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with other persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. We realize that some people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. We avoid hysterical thinking or advice.
You know, this is an area that I don't think we need a lot of advice in anyhow. You know, I think all of us deep down inside, we really know what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. I've never got into a sexual situation yet that was wrong, that I didn't know it was wrong before I ever got into it. Didn't keep me from getting into it, but I knew it was wrong already. And you start running around asking people for sexual advice, you're probably going to get 4 or 5 different answers. And then you're going to have to decide which one of those to follow. Besides that, I can't think of a worse place in the world to get sexual advice than in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's a hell of a place to look for it. I think we just need to listen to what's inside. I think we really know what we should and what we shouldn't do.
Yeah. Suppose we fall short of the chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Well, some people tell us so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends on us and our motives. Now, if we're sorry for what we've done and have an honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we'll be forgiven and have learned our lessons. Now, if we're not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we're quite sure to drink. We're not theorizing. These are facts of our experience. To sum up about sex, more prayer. We earnestly pray for the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity, for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the horny condition. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache.
Okay, we've got one more little sheet we want to look at before we break for lunch. When we get to steps 8 and 9, the book says we've got the list, we made it when we took step 4. Some of the people we found on the resentment sheet, we harmed them. Some of them on the fear sheet, we harmed them. All of them on the sex sheet, we've harmed. But we've also harmed people in ways other than sexual. You know, maybe people we stole from. Maybe people we undercut them and took their jobs away from them. Maybe people we hurt them physically in various different ways. Probably many people we've hurt in areas other than sexual. And we're going to need that list by the time we get to 8, so we're going to suggest just one more little sheet, and we called it a review of harms other than sexual. And it's just like the other sheets. Column 1, who did I hurt? Make that list from top to bottom. Column 2, what did I do? If we remember we've hurt them, we remembered what we did to them. Column 3, which part of self was affected here? Did I do this because of the social instinct, the security instinct, the sex instinct, or what? Column 4, what feelings did I create in others? Did I unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? What should I have done instead? Column 5, which character defect is involved? You know, I'm not going to be hurting other people unless there's some character defect involved in that. Just exactly like we had for resentments, fears, and sexual harms. We get through with it, we're doing step 4. Out in the 5th column, we've got the information now for 5, 6, and 7. And quite naturally, the names in column 1 will be added to the sheet to be used later on for 8 and 9. And we've done this sheet, and we've completed the inventory all the way. Now let's see what the book has to say about it. If we've been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments. He didn't say so, but we've listed and analyzed our fears. We've listed and analyzed our sexual harms. We've listed and analyzed our harms other than sexual. To analyze something simply means we've gotten down to the truth of it. We have actually looked at the truth of all of these various different things. We have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. Now, a positive happening takes place. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies. Now, this is a hell of a change in personality already for an alcoholic to begin to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even his enemies. For we look on them as sick people. We have listed the people we've hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the past if we can. In this book, you read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves. We hope you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him. If you've already made a decision,
Step 3.
and an inventory of your grosser handicaps,
Step 4.
you have made a good beginning. That being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. You know, one of the great mistakes we see people making in AA today is they're waiting until they get well so they can do step 4 perfectly. We will never do step 4 perfectly. The book recognizes that. We have looked at our grosser handicaps,
Which is our resentments and our fears and our sexual harms and our harms done to other people other than sexual.
We have looked at our grosser handicaps.
Column 5, we looked at our selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate attitudes.
See, we've looked at these things and we've learned enough about them to be able to get rid of this stuff and give us enough peace of mind so that we're going to be able to get on with the rest of the program. At the very least, we've got to start somewhere. We have another step later on where we're going to be repeating this process over and over and over for the rest of our lives. The best we can do with step 4 is just the best we can do, period. So we really need to get on with it, start working with this stuff, get rid of some of these resentments and some of the fear and etc., and then we can get on with the rest of the program. Now, I don't know whether you all have noticed or not, but did you ever notice that nearly all the information in the big book on sex is on page 69? Yeah, it really is now. I don't know whether that has any meaning or not, but that happens to be where it all is. We heard a story about a young lady. Been in AA for a little while. She went to her sponsor and she said, "Sponsor, I got a problem." Her sponsor said, "What is it?" She said, "Well, it's this sex thing." She said, anything I've ever done in the sexual area, tried to attract a member of the opposite sex or anything, it's always been while drinking. And sober, I just don't know how to function. And her sponsor said, well, go home and get out your big book, read page 69, and you'll get the answer to all the questions you may have. The young lady went home, got out her big book, proceeded to read, but she got confused on page numbers. Instead of page 69, she read page 96. Just for the hell of it, let's go to 96 and see what she read.
Page 96. Do not be discouraged if your prospect does not respond at once. Search out another alcoholic and try again. You are sure to find someone desperate enough to accept with eagerness what you offer. We find it a waste of time to keep chasing a man who cannot or will not work with you.
It's one of the most appropriate things I've ever read. It just goes on and on and on. That's all we've got for this morning. We're running a little behind, but we'll make it up later on today, so everything will be okay. Thank you all for being here.
We've got a couple of announcements here just before we go to lunch.
Okay, everybody about ready to...
Lack of power.
Lack of power again. Everybody about ready to get started? Everybody having a good weekend? Everybody getting tired? We are too. If you feel like you need to take a little nap while we're talking, we'll go right ahead. That's not going to bother us at all.
I will.
We've learned how to do that with our eyes open, so from time to time, each one of us will take a nap too. So we're glad you're here this afternoon. We're going to start right into chapter 6, page 72, into action. We've taken our inventory. We've gathered up a lot of information in that inventory. We've had some positive results from it. We're beginning to get rid of those resentments. We're beginning to get rid of the fear that we had that blocked us off from God. We've taken a look at the people we've harmed, both through sexual means and by other ways also. And we began to see the character defects within our character that has really caused us to do all the things that's created all the problems. And now that we have looked at the facts and now that we're ready to face the facts, we're ready to start doing something about some of this stuff. So let's see what we're going to do now with the information that we gathered up in our fourth step, Joe.
This chapter called Into Action is not into thinking. Into action. Action is a magic word. Having made our personal inventory, well, what should you do about it? Well, we've been trying to get a new attitude. Remember, Dr. Jung told Roland, ideas, emotions, and attitude. We're trying to get a new attitude ourselves and a new relationship with our Creator. And back on page 45, it said the main object of this book was to enable me to find a power greater than myself, which would solve my problem. So I'm trying to get a new relationship with my Creator and discover some of the obstacles in my path. And what are some of those obstacles? Resentment, fear, harms done to other people. We have admitted certain defects, and what are those defects? Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate attitudes. And we've ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. This requires action on our part, which when completed will mean that we've admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the fifth step in the program of recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter.
Okay, once again, we need to stop now and just look at a couple of words. We know that step 5 says we admitted to God, to ourselves, and another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. But you'll notice here in the narrative, he said the exact nature of our defects. He used the word wrongs in the step, but in the narrative he used the word defects. And people used to ask Bill about this. They said, Bill, how come you used wrongs when you wrote the step, but in the narrative you used the words defect? And by the way, Bill, what's the difference anyhow between a wrong in 5, a defect in 6, and a shortcoming in 7? Now, we've known two ladies that worked with and for Bill for years, and they both tell us the same thing. People would ask him that question, and he would kind of rear back and smile. And he said, when I took English and writing courses in college, they told me not to use the same words over and over and over. That shows how dumb you really are. He said, there's no difference in these things. He said, in step 4, we're going to find those things that block us off from God and cause our problems with other human beings. In step 5, we're going to talk about those things to another human being. In step 6, we're going to become willing to turn them loose. And in step 7, we're going to ask God to take them away. And he said you can call them anything you want to. A wrong, a fault, a mistake, a defect, a shortcoming, a personality flaw, or whatever you wish to call them. And we're going to notice in the next couple of pages, that's exactly what he does, paying no attention to where these words fall. Followed him up into the 12 and 12. Not only does it in the 12 and 12 in the area of 4, 5, 6, and 7, he even does it worse in the 12 and 12. So we're convinced that in Bill's mind, these things are all the same. We found them in 4. We're going to discuss them in 5. We're going to be willing to turn them loose in 6. We're going to ask God to take them away in 7. And it really doesn't make any difference what we call them, Joe.
Goes on to say that this is perhaps difficult, especially discussing our defects.
He does it again right there.
With another person. We think we've done well enough in admitting these things to ourselves, but there's doubt about that. In actual practice, we usually find that a solitary self-appraisal is insufficient. We will be more reconciled to discussing ourselves with another person when we see good reason why we should do so, or the best reason first. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. Time after time, newcomers have tried to keep from themselves certain facts about their lives. Trying to avoid this humbling experience, they have turned to easier methods, and almost invariably they got drunk. A solitary self-appraisal is insufficient. I did the very best I could do with the knowledge, the limited knowledge that I had when I filled out these forms. Best I could do. But now I have to take them to another human being to help me see things that I can't see. And these forms really do become important now. Now we can sit down with another human being who understands what we're trying to do, and we can talk about these and discuss these things from left to right all we wish. We tell all our life story. This is where all of our life story comes in. We can discuss these columns one at a time all the way across and discuss them and talk about them all we wish to. And our sponsors or people who we're doing the 5th step with will ask us questions about these certain situations across here, and we can tell them all of our life story. A solitary self-appraisal is insufficient. To give you an example, as I look around this room here this afternoon, I can see several defective characters. And one right over there.
1 or 2 sitting right here on the front row.
It's real simple for me to see your defective character. If I had any, you could see mine. Because the reason I can see yours so plainly is because there's nothing between you and me except air. But between me and me is a lifetime of rationalization and justification, and I just can't see past that. I need another human being to help me see those things within me as a result of looking at these columns to help me see things that I can't see myself. A solitary self-appraisal is insufficient.
At the top of page 73, he says, having persevered with the rest of the program, they wondered why they failed. Well, we think the reason is that they never completed their house cleaning. They took inventory all right, but hung on to some of the worst items in stock. They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves, but they'd not learned enough of humility, fearlessness, and honesty in a sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all their life story. And that's a little statement that screwed us up for years when it came to step 4. We read that and we went back to step 4 and we began to write our life story. And as I talked before, today I realize that 95% of my life story really doesn't have anything to do with my alcoholism, period. The fact that I was born in 29 has nothing to do with it. The fact that I went to the service at age 17 has nothing to do with it. The fact that I was married at age 21 had nothing to do with it. But the 95% that had nothing to do with it very effectively covered up the 5% that did. So in the writing of my life story, I really didn't learn anything about my alcoholism, but I'll tell you what I've done. If I've taken this inventory the way the big book says to take it, I've shared all my life story resentment-wise. Those resentments didn't come in my head today. They've been popping in my head as far back as I can remember, back to the time I was a little kid. That's a part of my life story. I've shared all my life story fears-wise. Those fears didn't come in my head just today. They've been popping in there as far back as I can remember. I've shared all my life story fears-wise. The harms done to others, I didn't hurt people just today. I've been hurting people as far back as I can remember. My mother said to me one time, she said, "Charlie, you were the meanest kid I ever saw." She said, "I had a little trouble loving you myself." When Mama's got a little trouble loving you, you better look out. There's something going wrong here. I've shared all my life story harms-wise. And really, that's what my life story revolves around, my resentments and my fears and my harms done to others, etc. So if we've done the inventory the way the book says, then we don't have any quarrel with this statement of sharing all of our life story. We've done that in all those areas that actually count. Now, here's why we really need to take this with another human being. More than most people, the alcoholic leads a double life. He's very much the actor. To the outer world, he presents his stage character. This is the one he likes his fellows to see. He wants to enjoy a certain reputation, but knows in his heart he doesn't deserve it. The inconsistency is made worse by the things he does on his sprees. Coming to his senses, he's revolted at certain episodes he vaguely remembers. These memories are a nightmare. He trembles to think someone might have observed him. As fast as he can, he pushes his memories far inside himself. He hopes they'll never see the light of day. He is under constant fear and tension, and that makes for more drinking. Psychologists are inclined to agree with us. We spend thousands of dollars for examinations. We know but few instances where we've given these doctors a fair break. We have seldom told the whole truth, nor have we followed their advice. Unwilling to be honest with these sympathetic men, we were honest with no one else. It really doesn't make any sense. But we alcoholics will go to a psychiatrist, and we'll pay them whatever they charge, $75, $100, $150, $200 an hour, whatever they charge, and we'll lay down on that couch, and we'll lie to them for the whole damned hour. We're not about to tell them or anybody else the truth. We've got to face the fact that as practicing alcoholics, we have become the world's greatest con artist. You have to be. You can't exist without that. You've got to learn how to lie, how to cheat, how to steal, how to con, how to manipulate. We've got to become good at those things in order to survive as a practicing alcoholic. And I don't think you and I would be able to live with ourselves if we didn't have some way to rationalize and justify what we're doing. I just don't think we could exist out there unless we had the ability to con ourselves too. We saw what we did with resentments. We played them over and over and over in our head, gradually distorted the picture, and transferred all blame to others and made ourselves as pure as the driven snow, and then we could go on about our business and keep doing what we wanted to do. If you've been doing that for 10, 15, 20, 30, or 40 years, you come to AA, you take step 4, and you be just as honest with yourself as you can. But I think we must face the fact that it's impossible for us to be completely honest with ourselves. In fact, it's impossible for any human being to be completely honest with themselves. Rationalization and justification always sets in. So we need to take this inventory that we have just completed to another human being, and we need to go to a human being who's walked this walk before us, who understands 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, according to the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous, and have them help us see those things about ourselves we can't see. They're probably not going to change column 1 at all. Probably not going to change column 2 at all. Probably they're going to move some things around in column 3. I said many times this was caused by the sex instinct, and he said, "Oh, no. You're just trying to build your self-esteem here. He helped me see things I couldn't see. Probably not going to change much in column 4, but they'll probably change something in column 5. You know, and one I said this was caused by fear, and he said, oh no, this is plain damn dishonesty. That's all this is. He helped me see things about me I could not see. We're getting ready to go on a lifetime-changing process now so that we can have the best relationship that we can with God and the world and everybody in it. We need to be sure that we're going to be trying to change the right kind of things. That's what we really get from step 5, Bob.
This getting transparent with another person is just crucial. If there's a hell on earth, it must surely exist in the abyss that opens up between the person I want you to think I am and the guy I go home with and know that I really am. And it's no wonder that a lot of my life I walked with this anxiety and this fear of being found out, which followed me into Alcoholics Anonymous. And I was trying to be something I wasn't here for a long time. And then I would go to a discussion meeting and sound like a Hallmark card in a recovery bookstore and then go home and wish I were dead. Because of the inconsistency. And it's important to finally start getting transparent with another human being. It's essential. There's nothing that will push me up into my head and disconnect me more from you and more from God and more from my very values and center than that kind of inconsistency, the trying to be two different people. And integrity comes from a word meaning, like same word as integral, meaning one, is that the person you see is the person I am. And I have a friend of mine that says you can do anything in sobriety you want as long as you can talk about it openly at your home group. And if you can't talk about it openly in the home, at your home group and you got to keep a secret, that's where the danger comes.
Okay, on page 74 now, it tells us there how to pick somebody to take this step 5 with. Well, we got to remember now, back in 1937, 38, and 39, there were no sponsors out here in California. There were no sponsors down in Texas. There were no sponsors in Florida. And the first guy that got a hold of this book, it became difficult sometimes for him to find somebody to do step 5 with. That's what a page 74 is all about. But today, we've got plenty of good AA sponsors all over the country that understands 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, according to the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. I think that's who we should be taking our step 5 with. Now, if we belong to a religious denomination that requires confession, we probably should go ahead and do that also. But I still think we need to take our step 5 to somebody who really understands our program so they can help us see and find those things that we actually can't see in ourselves. Now, after we find somebody to take it with, let's go to page 75, and it'll tell us how to go about taking step 5.
Said when we decide who is to hear our story, we waste no time. There's that time factor again. We have a written inventory and are prepared for a long talk. We explain to our partner what we're about to do and why we have to do it. He should realize that we are engaged upon a life and death errand. Most people approached in this way will be glad to help. They will be honored by our competence. And of course, my sponsor, Franklin, was very much aware of this program, and I called him and asked him if I could come over and do my 5th step, and he said, sure, I've been waiting for you. And so I drove over there and sat down that Friday afternoon. I said, well, you know I'm here to do my 5th step. He said, yes, I know that. He said, but before we get started, let's you and I do the 3rd step prayer. He said, let's bring God into this process. And we did that. And we set about to do my 5th step. And I told him all my life story, told him everything I could think about these forms, and he asked me lots of questions, helped me see things that I couldn't see, and we spent most of the weekend doing that. Very illuminating process. Loved the fact that I did it. And after the thing was over with, I was going back home that afternoon and driving home, and I was thinking God from the bottom of my heart that I had this program, because I'd had lots of emotional and mental relief that I hadn't had before. I began to get that peace of mind that I wanted so desperately, and I could see forward from there to these other steps, how I could go about getting all those things squared away just one time. That's what I always wanted to do. Just get it squared away one time and I'd be okay. And I could see forward to the steps coming up that was going to be able to do that. Our book says we pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twisted character, every dark cranny of the past. Once having taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted.
Now here's some promises.
We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience.
We came to believe in step 2, but now we begin to have our spiritual experience. The personality change sufficient to recover is now beginning.
The feeling that the drink problem had disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we're on a broad highway walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. The times I went to that psychologist and the times I went to that preacher and they'd set me down and said, well, Joe, what seems to be your problem? I didn't know what my problem was. I hadn't done an inventory. So I told him what I thought it was, and it was her. And if you lived with her, you'd drink too, I told him. But see, I didn't know what the problem was. But now that I sit down with another human being who understands what we're trying to do, and he helps me see things that I can't see, and I begin to experience some of these promises here, then I know what the problem is. And the problem is not them, it's me. You see, once I finally got a chance to work on the real problem, which is me, and I did not know that, you see, until I went through the inventory process and the 5th step. I could see where all my problems were, and they were within me and my wrong reactions to life and to other people.
Now, if you've done step 4 and 5, according to the big book, you've done a lot of work, you're probably tired, and the big book's now going to give you a little rest stop. It says, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. It didn't say 72 days, did it? Or 3 months, it said 1 hour. Carefully reviewing what we've done. We thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. We don't know Him yet, but we know Him better. Taking this book down from our shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals or steps, he didn't want to repeat himself twice, we ask if we've omitted anything. For we're building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Have we skimped on the cement put into the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand? And here again, he's referring to that wonderfully effective spiritual structure through which we're going to pass to freedom. The personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism, the spiritual experience or spiritual awakening. Willingness was the foundation, step 1. Believing was the cornerstone, step 2. Decision was the keystone, step 3, and he told us it was an arch. Now we put 2 more stones in place, steps 4 and 5. And we ask ourselves these questions, and if we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6.
I've often sent a guy home for the hour and asked him to review what he just did. Thank God from the bottom of his heart that he knows Him better. Look over the first 5 steps and say the prayer where we ask if we omitted anything. And about 45 minutes later, the phone will ring.
Oh,
Bob?
Something I forgot.
Forgot to tell you about something, Bob. Oh, what's that? Well, I took a little money from work. Oh, really? How much? $450,000. Okay.
Yeah.
If we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have omitted or objectionable? Can He now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something we will not let go, it's perfectly all right. We ask God to help us be willing. There's nothing Alcoholics Anonymous asks me to do that I can't do. And I got to some of the... I think the story of step 6 is, and how a guy like me becomes entirely ready, is really the story of my sobriety, of the bottoms I've had to hit in sobriety and how I've become entirely ready. I found that I went to God with a lot of my stuff after my first and second, fifth step. And looking back, I realized that I was being phony. What I was doing is I was going to God, and I thought I was asking him to remove the defect, but what I was really asking him to do is remove the consequences. In Bill's story, he talks about 6 and 7, and he says it differently than he says it anywhere else. And he uses the term from the Oxford group, sins, but he says he asks his Creator to remove them, and then he says root and branch. And every defect of character has two parts. I want God to take away the branch because it's poking me in the eye, but I want to keep the root, the goodie, the payoff. And I've never had a defect of character that doesn't give me a false sense of validation or security or an illusion of some sort of value in my life. I don't hang on to stuff because I'm self-destructive. There's a payoff. Chuck C. used to talk about the process. This is a process of uncovering, discovering, and finally discarding. And I had to, as things started over the years, I found myself hitting bottoms with things and becoming entirely ready. I know that for years I wanted to be free of the anxiety of resentment and the sleeplessness. You know, when you're churning your head in the scenarios, you want to tell somebody and all that stuff, that awful feeling. But I wasn't quite ready to give up the pleasure of judgment. And you can't separate one without the other. And I had a lot of fear in step 6. I mean, what if I asked God to take away my greed and he really did? Would I still go to work? What if I asked him to take away my selfishness? Who would worry about me? Who would take care of me? What if I asked him to take away lust and he did? Oh my God. Would that be something like Viagra could overcome or what? I mean, you know. And I was afraid. And as the years went on, and my trust in God developed, got stronger, and I started to wear things out. It's very, in the 12 by 12, it equates it to the obsession to drink. I could not come to you and ultimately to God with my obsession to drink as long as there was still the illusion of fun in it. As long as I thought that it was still a party. You know, the truth was I could see that it was objectionable, but I'm not entirely ready to give it up yet. And sometimes I've had to do the same thing with my character defects. I'm the kind of guy that I will take something to the limit, wear it out. There's nothing left of it. There's no more value. It is a dead, smoldering carcass laying on the floor. And then I'll kick it 3 or 4 times, try to get it to get up and dance. And then when there's absolutely nothing left, I will come to an AA meeting and take credit for transcending this. You know, as if I've done something, right? And I got guys I sponsor, I ask them, how you doing? And they say, oh, I'm working on my character defects. I said, oh, man, don't work on your character. Stand away, move away from yourself, please. And I think that's why it says humbly. I try to fix me and I fail. I try to fix me and I fail.
This paragraph that Bob just read, let's look at it very closely. If we can answer our satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We've emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have admitted are objectionable? It doesn't say a word in here about defects of character. You see what he's done to us? Now surely when we looked out in that 5th column and we saw that old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate character that we had become, when we saw that those defects of character were what created all of our problems for us, then surely, they have become objectionable to us. Can he now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something and will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. Every step from 3 on has got prayer in it. Every step recognizes self cannot overcome self. Every step recognizes we're going to have God's help. Now, you would think when we see what those character defects are doing to us that we would be more than happy to get rid of them. But we human beings are funny, funny things. Sometimes we would rather sit in today's pain and suffering because we've learned how to kind of handle that. We'd rather sit in today's pain and suffering than take a chance on changing in the future because we don't know what change is going to bring. And fear keeps us sometimes sitting right in the midst of these defects of character. Just like Bob said a while ago, if I'm going to have to become unselfish, then how am I going to get what I want? If I'm going to have to become honest, how in the hell am I going to make a living? Christ, I don't know anything about honesty when I come to AA. If I'm going to have to get rid of my selfish, self-seeking, frightened character, where in the world am I ever going to get the courage to be able to operate? If I'm going to have to get rid of my inconsideration of others, then who's going to consider me and what I need and what I want? And it's scary as hell sometimes. And the book recognizes that and said if we're not ready, not willing, we ask God to help us be willing. And eventually, over a period of time, we may get rid of one at a time or 3 or 4, but eventually, over a period of time, we become willing to get rid of those things. And when we're willing to get rid of them, then we're through with step 6. Now, the next paragraph says, when ready, we say something like this. My Creator, I'm now ready. You should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character. Well, we're in step 7 now. And step 7 said shortcomings, but here he said defects of character. See what he's done to us? He really, really did screw us up for a while. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my useful to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We then completed step 7. Are you willing, ready to have God remove all your defects of character? If you are, you've already done step 6. Have you humbly asked Him to do so? If you have, you've already done step 7. But please don't make the mistake I did. I knew that God was all-powerful and God can do anything He wanted to do. And I knew that all I had to do to turn to God and say, okay, God, here I am, warts and all. Give me the $29.95 special. And I'd be as pure as the driven snow from that day on. Well, I found out it doesn't work that way at all. God will do for me what I cannot do for myself. He will not do for me what I can do for myself. God cannot remove a character defect from my mind and leave a blank spot in its place. It's going to have to be replaced with something else. And if I want God to take away my selfishness, then I'm going to have to start practicing unselfishness in every situation that comes up that I possibly can. And slowly, slowly, the old habit of selfishness begins to die, and it's replaced with a new habit of unselfishness. If I want Him to take away my dishonesty, then I'm going to have to gather all the strength I can and all the help I can get from God and start trying to practice honesty in every situation. And slowly, 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 the old idea dies, and a new idea begins to take its place. If I want Him to take away my self-seeking, frightened character, I'm going to have to start practicing courage and force myself to do things that I couldn't do before, and just as important, force myself to quit doing some of those things I thought I had to do. And I can't do that by myself. I need God's help to do that. But slowly, 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 the old selfish, frightened individual becomes one who now begins to act with a little bit of courage once in a while. If I want Him to take away inconsideration, then I must start considering other people and their needs and their wants ahead of my own. And slowly, 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 I become a more considerate human being. You see, when I got here, my mind was a set of mental habits developed in 40 years of living. Now, the way you change a habit is you must work against yourself. And slowly, 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 as with God's help, as I work against my old ideas, the new ideas take their place, and I develop a new set of mental habits. I'm not near as selfish as I was when I first came to AA. Now, I'm not 100% unselfish, but I'm not near as selfish as I was when I came to AA. I am probably more honest today than I've ever been in my entire lifetime. I have the courage today to do the things I was afraid to do and to quit doing the things I was afraid to quit. I am probably more considerate of other people than I've ever been in my lifetime. I have been reborn. I have been reborn in my mind. I'm not what I was when I came to AA. I think you and I are the luckiest people in the world. You know, most people out there are sick. Most of them are going to the grave not even knowing they're sick. We not only know we're sick, we know what's wrong with us. And we have the tools here to change that. And we become entirely different human beings. We have the opportunity to live 2 lifetimes in 1 lifetime. Most people never have that opportunity, Joe.
There's always a paradox in AA, isn't there? Paradox means everything's exactly opposite of what I thought it would be. For instance, have you ever, give you an idea about a paradox, have you ever called your sponsor so you could listen? Want to talk, right? That's the paradox. The paradox here is that 2 of the biggest steps in all of Alcoholics Anonymous is on 2 little paragraphs. We've had many, many pages to do. For instance, we have 3.5 pages to do step 3 and 8 pages to do step 4 and 4 pages to do step 5 and a whole chapter on working with others. But the paradox here is 2 of the biggest steps are on 2 little paragraphs, 6 and 7. If you're not careful, you look at them and just jump over them like I did the first time. But these are the tools of change. I mean, I could see what I had become through the 4th step and the 5th step. And I get here to 6 and 7, and then a little doubt begins to creep into my mind. It went like this. Can God really, really change me from what I have become to something? Really? A little doubt creeps in. Then I had to reaffirm what I read earlier. God either is or he isn't. God is everything or else he's nothing. I had to reaffirm that to me and believe that he is and that he could. And then I could do 6 and 7 haltingly. These are the tools of change, the tools of acceptance. We had a little movement here a few years ago talking about acceptance, like everybody was walking around just accepting everything. I can't do that. Acceptance is a process. It's not an event. We have to go through the process of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, basically. That's the process. And once we get through that, then we can accept what we've become, you see. And here's where we change from what we have become to that which God intends for us to do and to be. We make that change right there, like Charlie said, slowly, 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 we make the change. You know, there's a story in that other big book. This guy's name was Judas. Judas could not accept what he'd done. And what did he do? Killed himself, didn't he? That's the importance of acceptance. He had no process to go through so he could accept what he'd done. That's why we have this process, I believe. There was a story in that other big book, and this guy's name was Saul. And he was riding his ass on the way to Damascus, the way I read it.
That's what that book said.
That's what it said. Big bolt of lightning come down and knocked him off his ass on his ass, the way I read it. And he's standing there brushing himself off, and a big booming voice said, "Hey, Saul, can we talk?" Well, yeah, we can talk. Just got his attention, you see. He said, and alcoholism may have got our attention too. And he said, "Yeah, we can talk. What do you want to talk about?" He said, "Saul, you've been very, very angry, and you've been resentful, and you've been selfish and dishonest, and you've harmed a lot of other people, basically." And he said, "I want you to quit doing that." And he said, "Well, how do you quit doing that?" He said, "Do these things." 6 and 7, basically. And when you do these things, you'll change. And when you make the change, we'll call you Paul. And we all know that Paul was one of the greatest writers the world has ever known. And I think Paul was in a little town in Corinthians. They asked Paul a question that everybody wants to know. They said, "Paul, what is the secret to life?" And he said the secret to life is daily dying. The old Saul had to die so the new Paul could come alive. 6 and 7, two of the biggest steps in all of Alcoholics Anonymous. The tools of change, the tools of acceptance. And then we make the change, and that we'll start experiencing a lot of good things in our life as a result of 6 and 7.
As a result of saying this prayer and asking my Creator to remove every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to Him and my fellows, I began this process of movement from a life of self-centered to a life of other-centered, a life that always was so pitifully driven by fear to a life that's sometimes very motivated by love, a life owned by self-reliance to a life of God-reliance. And in that transition, what has happened to me is I started to awaken to the realization that there are people in Alcoholics Anonymous other than me. There are guys that I sponsor and newcomers that look to me, and I start to realize that I may be the only example of this way of life that they will ever see. And that all my actions in and out of these rooms is in essence my vote for them of how they should conduct their sobriety. And when I started to awaken to that, I'll tell you something, I started to really want to change. Because I tell you, if it was just me, I don't know. But I don't want to be a bad example to you. And the guys that I sponsor, I am the first example of recovery that maybe I'm not supposed to be, but take it or leave it. Whether I like it or not, I am the first example of sobriety they ever see as their sponsor. And I don't want to be a bad example. And when God started moving me, He started to remove the things that stand in the way of my usefulness. And that, I think that's what this is all about, so that I'll become a more credible lover of His kids. That's all.
You got to be real careful now with step 6 and 7. Because if you buy into what we're talking about here, if you buy into the idea we find out what's wrong with us in 4, talk about it to somebody else in 5, become willing to turn it loose in 6, and start making those changes in 7, then that means from this day on, you are responsible for what you are. You're responsible for how you feel. You're responsible for how you think. I no longer have the luxury of blaming this on mother and father. I can't blame it on God, and I can't blame it on society. If I stay selfish, self-seeking, dishonest, frightened, and inconsiderate, it must be because that's the way I want to be. You see, I don't have to be that way any longer because I have the tools here to uncover these things, to see the truth behind them, to see what they're doing to me, and to see how destructive they are, and to see how to get rid of these things and become an entirely different human being. No, this is nothing new. This has been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Here it's put in the book in such a manner that we alcoholics can accept it in our life. The tools of change, and through these tools we become entirely different people. And that's what we're talking about when the book says we are reborn. Not in our bodies, but in our mind. That's what Dr. Jung was talking about. When old ideas are cast aside and replaced with a new set of ideas, we become different human beings. And this is the way that casting aside is being done. This is the way the new ideas come in as we work these steps over and over and over and over throughout our entire lifetime. You know, we have another step later on, which is also going to be not only a continual working of 4 and 5, but it'll be a continual working of 6 and 7 for the rest of our lives. The change never stops. It can go on continually for the rest of our lives. Now, we got rid of the resentments up here in our head. That was replaced with love, patience, tolerance, compassion, and goodwill. We got rid of the fears. That was replaced with faith and courage. The storeroom back here in the back of our head that's filled with guilt and remorse, we looked at those people we've harmed, and we could definitely see where that guilt and remorse comes from. But we haven't done anything yet to get rid of that guilt and remorse. And if I want to be a whole, happy, complete human being, it looks like I'm going to have to do something about emptying that storeroom out, so God's thinking can enter into it too. Now, it's long been known throughout the entire history of humankind, if you want to get rid of the guilt and remorse associated with the things you've done in the past that hurt other people, the only way to do that is to make restitution for those things. This is nothing new. It's always been known. Bill and the original people didn't like the word restitution from the Oxford groups, so they made that into 2 steps. Made it into step 8, where we make the list, which we already have, and become willing to make amends to all of them on that list. And then step 9, where we actually begin to make the restitution, or they use the word making amends. Now, I don't know of anybody in AA that really wants to do steps 8 and 9. Nobody likes to ask forgiveness for things from the past. Nobody likes to take today's monies to pay back for things in the past. The only question really is, can we afford not to do these things? And it seems as though if we don't do something about that guilt and remorse, eventually it's going to back up in our mind, and we're going to start becoming selfish and self-centered again. And eventually that's going to back up and block us off from God, and that's going to back us up and cause us to get drunk all over again. I've never seen a newcomer come to AA, read the steps off of the wall, and say, man, that 8 and 9 looks like it's a lot of fun. I can hardly wait till I get to that. Now, the only question is, can we afford not to do so? Let's look at 8 and 9 for just a few minutes.
I don't know about you, but if you think about it, one of the main reason I wanted to quit drinking. Now, I've had lots of horrendous hangovers, and that was a contributing factor to me wanting to quit drinking. I have been extremely sick when I was drinking, throwing up blood from all kinds of things. I weighed about 135 pounds when I got sober. You can tell I've been somewhere for a while. But the thing that really caused me to want to quit drinking was the guilt, shame, and remorse that I had as a result of how I'd harmed other people. I mean, that just ate me up. And I always wanted to get even and get everything squared away just one time. Steps 8 and 9 are some of the most beneficial steps to people like me. Step 8 is a definite step. Generally, if you're in a step meeting, they're talking about step 8. It's not long till someone's talking about step 9. But step 8 is a definite step, and it needs to be done as a definite step. So it says now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of all the persons we've harmed and to whom we're willing to make amends. We take all those people off of column 1 who we've harmed, put them on one long list, and become willing to the list. We made it when we took inventory. We subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. We did that in the inventory process and also in step 5, a drastic self-appraisal. Now we're about to go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which has accumulated our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes, more prayer. Remember, it was agreed in the beginning that we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. So we make the list, and then we become willing to the list. And if we're not willing, we use more prayer. We simply ask God to help us to become willing. You know, I looked at my list of people that I'd harmed in those days, and I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. I don't think I was going to be able to make amends to those people, because a lot of those people harmed me a lot more than I harmed them. And thank God for sponsorship. And I think we need our sponsors more in 8 and 9 than we've ever needed them. And the first thing he said, well, Joe, those people that you can make, there's some people on that list that you can make amends to right now. Is that correct? I said, well, sure, there's some that I can make amends to right now. And so I was looking at those ones that I was never going to make amends to, and they was blocking me off for those that I could do right now. And he said, take those people off the list that you can do right now and go out and make amends to those people. And when you come back, we'll take another look. And sure enough, we went back. And he said, now, there's some people on that list that you're going to make amends to that's going to be done a little bit later. Is that correct? You're going to put that off to the right time? Is that right? He said, yeah. He said, well, just take those people off the list and name them a later list. And there's some people on there that maybe you're going to make amends to and maybe you're not. Right? Yeah. Well, take them off the list and write down maybe. Maybe I will and maybe I won't. Then when you get through, you're going to have all those nevers. And take all those people who you're never ever going to make amends to and put down never. Then you have your list. And then become willing to the list. And as you go through those lists, and these people will pop up into your lives, and God makes the wherever possible. I'll tell you about that later. And we make those amends. As I sit here today, right now at this moment, I have made a list and I have made amends to everyone that I've ever harmed, including those nevers. Now, I didn't run right out and do it the first week, but that has come to me over a period of time. And today, I can say that everybody has been made amends to. Thank God, and I'm free from that. I'm free. One was my daughter, which I'll tell you about. She saw us drink, harmed her emotionally in lots of ways. And finally, after about 15 years of being sober, she had three kids. And something happened to her sister-in-law, who died unexpectedly as a young woman, left 2 kids. And she called me up one day and she said, Papa said, if something would happen to me and Jim, her husband, would you take the kids and raise them? And I said, sure I would, honey. But you see, that's when I knew it was okay. Mumbling off a few words as, honey, I'm sorry, that won't cut it. It's the living sober for a period of time and being there for her when all those kids were born and supporting her in every way that I possibly could, and being a father finally for a change. She finally trusted and accepted me and said, would you take my kids if something happened? That's when I knew it was okay. It took a long time.
Step 8 is a very simple step. We made a list of all people we've harmed. We've already made it when we took step 4. And we become willing to make amends to them all. Nothing complicated, nothing hard to understand. And again, the book recognizes self cannot overcome self. It says if we're not willing to make amends to them all, we ask until it comes. And through God's help, the willingness will come sooner or later, eventually. So step 8 is very simple. Step 9 is the one that gives us the trouble. Step 9 is a very distinct 3-part step. It tells us first the kind of amends we need to make. Direct amends. It also tells us when to make them. Wherever possible. It doesn't say whenever possible. A lot of people read step 9 as whenever possible. You tell an alcoholic to do something whenever, just forget it. It's not going to get done. It says wherever possible. And then it tells us when not to make them, except when to do so would injure them or others. So Bill, in his normal way, for the next few pages, paragraph by paragraph, addresses all 3 of these issues. He addresses the direct amends. He addresses the wherever possible. And he addresses except when to do so would injure them or others. Let's look at a few of these things for just a few minutes. Bob?
Can I say one thing before we go on?
Yeah, sure.
In a sense, Alcoholics Anonymous was founded on step 8 and 9. In early May 1935, Bill Wilson 12-stepped, met Dr. Bob Smith, and Bob liked everything Bill said, was enthralled with the whole concept of alcoholism, helping others, God, the whole deal. But when it came to making the restitution, he just dug his feet in and he just wouldn't do it. And you all know the story. As a result of that, Bob Smith drank again in June. And on June 10th, Bob sobered up and he had a surgery to perform and he was shaken and he was like coming apart. And he was a proctologist, so we can just imagine what kind of surgery that was. And he was shaking, and Bill gave him his last drink, a couple beers, and sent him into the surgery. AA literature history, nobody knows what happened to the guy except that he lived. I'd like to know a little more details, like did he whistle when he walked or what? I mean, and Bob got out of that surgery and disappeared. And Ann and Bill were concerned that he might have went back to drinking, and they found out that he spent the whole rest of that morning and afternoon and evening searching out the people he owed amends to. And he never drank again until the day he died.
That's right.
I understand Bob's misgivings. When I was new and I looked at step 8 and 9, I was terrified. You know, I remember sitting in meetings and looking at the people in AA and thinking, well, that's a good step for them. I mean, you know, like you were nice-looking people, you know, you maybe got drunk and said something unkind to your wife. You should go apologize. Good for you. Build character. Maybe you padded your expense account. Good. Go pay it back. It'll give you integrity. Good for you. But I lived like an animal on the streets. There's a guy to this day I've hired private investigators to find. I've never found him. Who I opened up his chest with a knife about this big, and he would never be the same. There's people who went to prison as a result of my actions. There's people whose lives were really hurt. And then there was hundreds. When you live on the streets and you're just a thief and you just do whatever you can to survive, there were hundreds of people, nameless, faceless people, that I hurt that I couldn't imagine ever finding or facing. And my looking at step 8 and 9 as I came into Alcoholics Anonymous would be very similar to the experience of a kid in the 3rd grade if he sat down with the tests that he had to pass in order to graduate from high school. The kid's going to look at those tests and easily come to the conclusion that I might as well quit school. I will never be able to pass those tests. But a funny thing happens if he keeps showing up and he does the next right thing in the next assignment. By the time he gets to the end of the 12th grade, he will have what it takes to pass those tests. And that has been my experience with step 8 and 9. I had people pop up in my life at 17 years sober that I searched for in my first 5 years and could not find. And you know why they popped up then? Because God had to give me something in the meantime before I was ready to make that amends. And it was He provided the wherever. I just asked for the willingness, and when opportunity presented it, I've had sponsorship that would not let me dodge. They even made me put on like the drug dealers and stuff. I said, they're drug dealers. What are you talking about? He said, oh, so if you can find something morally objectionable to people you owe money, you don't have to pay them? Is that the deal? But they're drug dealers. Well, this is about you. And I had to pay back people that even told me I didn't have to pay them back because my sponsor told me that it's fine for them to say, but it's your integrity. And thank God, because I sold my self-esteem and my integrity a nickel and a dime at a time, and I think I've bought it back a nickel and a dime at a time. Till I can get to be the person that goes home at night as a result of this and put my head down on the pillow, and I like the guy that's laying in that bed, me.
On page 77, down in the middle of the page, it's going to talk about a type of direct amend. Eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one. And it really starts in that center paragraph. It said, we don't use this as an excuse for staying away from the subject of God. When it will serve any good purpose, we're willing to announce our convictions with fact and common sense. But now the amend starts.
So the question of how to approach the man we hated will arise. It may be he has done us more harm than we've done him. And though we may have acquired a better attitude toward him, we will not be too keen about admitting our faults. Nevertheless, with a person we dislike, we take the bit in our teeth. It's harder to go to an enemy than to a friend, but we find it much more beneficial to us. We go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feelings and expressing our regret. Under no condition do we criticize such a person or argue. Simply we tell him that we will never get over drinking until we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. We're there to sweep off our side of the street, realizing that nothing worthwhile can be accomplished until we do so. Never trying to tell him what he should do. His faults are not discussed. We stick to our own. Now, if our manner is calm, frank, and open, we'll be gratified with the results. In 9 cases out of 10, the unexpected happens. Sometimes the man we're calling upon admits his own fault. So feuds of years standing melt away in an hour. Rarely do we fail to make satisfactory progress. Our former enemies sometimes praise what we're doing and wish us well. Occasionally they will offer assistance. It should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We have made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. Every time I read that, I think about my cousin Gary. We were just exactly alike, grew up next door to each other. We couldn't stand each other. We fought with each other verbally, physically, and every other way you could possibly do all of our life. It became a point in our lives that it's best that we don't even see each other, because we would fight, fuss, or something would happen. And when I was in the area of this making amends, I was in this restaurant one day, and I'd never been in that restaurant before, and I've never been in that restaurant since. And come to find out later, Gary, it happened the same way. And I thought, well, is this odd or is this God? You know. And I motioned Gary over, and he came over reluctantly. He wasn't quite sure what I might do. And I asked him to sit down, and he did. And I said, Gary, I need to tell you, I've joined Alcoholics Anonymous, and I'm trying to straighten out my life, and I've harmed you so many different ways and so many different times. I want to ask you if you'll forgive me. He's kind of relaxed like that. I said, you know, Joe, I want to ask you to forgive me for the things I've done to you. All that stuff went away just that quick, you know. God makes the way wherever possible. The best thing about that little story is not only are we both free from it, Gary comes to Alcoholics Anonymous from time to time. He used to be a daily drinker, now he's a periodic. He's making progress. So he comes to the group that I attend, and we're able to talk a little bit about the program as much as he will allow. And he comes from time to time, and it's been going on now for 28 years. He still comes from time to time. Hopefully someday he'll get sober. I don't know. We'll see.
Eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one. The purpose of me making my amends is not to get you to like me. Hopefully you will when I'm through. But the purpose is to get rid of my fear, my guilt, and my remorse associated with that, whatever it might be. And if I write you a letter, I'm never quite sure how you received it. If I call you on the telephone, I'm still not quite sure how you've received it. And I'm still worried about what you're going to do and say the next time I run into you. But if I go sit down with you wherever you might be, your job, your home, or wherever, and I make my amends to you to the best of my ability, eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one, I'll never have to worry about it again, because you will have done the worst you're going to do to me right then and right there. And I'll know that I've done my utmost. That's one kind of direct amend. We're going to talk about one more direct amend, and then we're going to be through for the day. Another type of direct amend is in equal proportion. You know, some of us had a tendency to run up bills that we didn't pay. We had a tendency to borrow money that we never did give back. We had a tendency to write hot checks that we never did pick up. We had a tendency to tear up automobiles that we never did fix. We've hurt a lot of people in the material world also. And a direct amend to them would be in equal proportion. The next paragraph, he says, most alcoholics owe money. My God, that's the understatement of the year, isn't it? We do not dodge our creditors, telling them what we're trying to do. We make no bones about our drinking. They usually know it anyway, whether we think so or not. Nor are we afraid of disclosing our alcoholism on the theory that it may cause financial harm. Approaching this way, the most ruthless creditor will sometimes surprise us. Arranging the best deal we can, we let these people know we are sorry. Our drinking has made us slow to pay. We must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go. For we're liable to drink if we're afraid to face them. You know, as an alcoholic, what I would really like to do, those people I owe money to, I'd really rather wait till I get it all together in one lump sum, put it in a paper sack, and walk in there and slam it down on the desk and say, here's your damn money. But you know, I'm probably not going to be able to do that. But I tell you what I can do. I can do just what this book tells me to do. I can go to Bob and I can say, Bob, you and I both know I owe you $1,500. I don't have the money to pay you today. I wish I could. What I would like to do is start paying you $10 a week, whatever I think I can afford to pay. And as I start paying that $10 a week and the weeks go by, some morning I wake up and by golly, Bob's paid off. And I go to Joe and I say, Joe, now you know I owe you a couple $1,000s. I can't pay you today. I wish I could. But I'd like to start paying you about $20 a week. I'm probably making a little more money now. And as the weeks go by and I pay the $20, someday I wake up and by golly, that one's paid off too. And I go to the next one and I go to the next one and I go to the next one. And some morning I wake up and by golly, they're all paid. The fear and the guilt and the remorse associated with those things is now gone. I have made direct amends wherever that I possibly can. Now I hear somebody say, well, Charlie, yeah, but my God, that would take years. I know it would take years. We didn't get in that situation to start with. We're not going to get out of it overnight. Joe and I have a good friend. He was really a mentor for both of us named Dan. He moved from Tulsa out here to California, Bakersfield, a few years ago. Dan's dead now. If Dan was alive, he'd have
50 years.
50 years sobriety this
January.
year. Dan was 29 years sober. He said, Charlie, I paid the last one of them last week. And I said, Dan, how do you feel? And he said, I feel about 8 foot tall.
About that big.
Dan was a little bitty fellow, about 5'1". He said, this is the first time in my life that I can ever remember that I don't owe somebody something for what I've stolen from them in the past. You know, a lot of people say, well, yeah, that's okay for $2,000 or $3,000, but what if it's $100,000? What if it's $250,000? What if it's $500,000? Could we do that? Well, I don't see why we can't. If we're smart enough to steal it, we are probably smart enough to pay it back.
Yeah.
You know, I think we forget from step 3 on, God's with us. And if we are willing to do these things, God's going to make it possible for us to do so. And eventually we become clear and even with each one of these and get rid of that guilt and remorse and fear associated with those kind of things also. I tell you how great a con artist our friend Dan really was.
Yeah.
When he was in the oil business down in Texas when he was drinking. And he hooked them, and he hooked them big too. And one time while down there, his wife Sarah, who turned out to be a beautiful Al-Anon, Sarah took him to the state insane asylum in Big Spring, Texas, to have him committed for alcoholic insanity. That's what they used to do with people like us. And the head psychiatrist interviewed Sarah, and then he interviewed Dan. And after a while, Dan left, and Sarah was locked up.
That's a fact.
She stayed there for a year. They taught her to live better electrically and all that stuff that they do to people in those nut houses. Dan was a real con artist. But he paid them back. And Dan was free and happy and peaceful and free. One of the finest men I've ever met. You and I can do that too, if we have the willingness to do so. Now, when we come back in the morning, we'll talk about the wherever possible, and we'll talk a little bit about except when to do so would injure them or others, and then we'll talk about the promises, and then we'll finish up with the last 3 steps tomorrow morning. You guys want to say anything before we quit?
Nope. Use your sponsor when you're making amends. Check it out with them.
The book says we must be free of our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go. In early sobriety, I owed a lot of money, and I was making minimum wage, and I just started making the payments, and I used to whine to my sponsor about it. I'm living paycheck. I used to whine to him, and he said to me one day, he said, okay, look, they don't want your money. Really? Oh, thank God. He said, they just want theirs back. And I thought,
If you're going to make some financial amends, take some money with you.
yeah, and you know how if you have the willingness to make the amends? As you're pulling into their driveway.
Thank you all for being here this afternoon. We'll see you later.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic. And it's truly by God's grace, the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous and the program of Alcoholics Anonymous I found in a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm sober this morning, and for that I'm very, very thankful. And I've been sober since November 3rd, 1973, thank God. And this is the preamble of Alcoholics Anonymous. Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other, that they may solve their common problem to help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for AA membership. We're self-supporting through our own contributions. AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution, does not wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober and to help other alcoholics achieve sobriety. Thank you, Charlie.
Good morning, everybody.
Lack of power.
Lack of power, that's my dilemma. My name's Charlie Parmley. I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic.
Hi, Charlie.
Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and with the grace of the power that I found through the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 12,366 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. You guys look great this morning. You really do. You got rid of all your resentments. You got rid of all your fears. You got your sex life all straightened out now. Damn, you look great this morning. Sunday morning, most AA things is kind of the spiritual part of the program, and I always like to start with a little spiritual story here on Sunday morning. And this story is about a new young priest. And he was so nervous at his first Mass that he could barely speak. And before his second week in the pulpit, he asked the Monsignor what he could do to relax. And the Monsignor said, well, next week it might help if you put some vodka in the water pitcher, and after a few sips, everything would be fine. Well, the next Sunday, the new priest put the suggestion into practice, and he was able to talk up a storm, felt great, no embarrassment whatsoever. But upon returning to the rectory, he found a note from the Monsignor which said, number 1, next time sip from the water pitcher rather than gulp. Number 2, there are 10 commandments, not 12. Number 3, there are 12 disciples, not 10. Number 4, David slew Goliath. He didn't kick the shit out of him. Number 5, we do not refer to our Savior Jesus Christ and his apostles as JC and the boys. Number 6, next week there's a taffy pulling contest at St. Peter's, not a Peter pulling contest at St. Taffy's. Number 7, we do not refer to the cross as the big T. And number 8, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are not referred to as Big Daddy, Junior, and the Spook. That's probably about as spiritual as we're going to get this morning, Bob. Okay, when we finished up yesterday afternoon, we were right in the middle of step 9. We were running a little bit behind, and we'll be a little bit behind probably this morning. We'll probably run over about 30 minutes, which means Willie will probably run over about 30 minutes too. So we'll kind of warn you that before we even get started this morning. But in looking at step 9, we talked about it being a 3-part step, 3 distinct parts to it. It tells us kind of amends to make. We made direct amends. And it tells us when to make them, wherever possible. And it tells us when not to make them, except when to do so would injure them or others. So we talked about the direct amends pretty well. 2 types, face-to-face, one-on-one, eyeball to eyeball. And then we talked about a direct amend also being equal restitution. So today, let's look just a little bit further into step 9. Talk a little bit about some of the other areas that we have here, Joe.
And on page 78, it says, perhaps we've committed a criminal offense which might land us in jail if it were known to the authorities. We may be short in our accounts and not be able to make good. We've already admitted this incompetence to another person, but we're sure we'd be in prison or lose our job if it were known. Maybe it's only a petty offense such as padding the expense account. Most of us have done that sort of thing. Yes, I had those kind of problems in my life too, and I took care of them by the advice of my sponsor. He said, just think about how much of that money you took and add some to it and take it down to the Salvation Army and give it to somebody down there. That'll take care of that and it'll keep you out of jail. You make amends that way. And certainly I did that. I had some other criminal offenses, and he said it would probably be best that you didn't turn yourself in and go to prison. That wouldn't be too smart. So we didn't do any of those things about that. Besides that, I've always been thankful that I only did the time that I did. I don't ever want to do the time that I deserve, for sure. So we got over that pretty well. He said, maybe we are divorced and have remarried, but haven't kept up the alimony to number 1. She's indignant about that and has a warrant out for our arrest. That's a common form of trouble, too. It certainly is. This day and time, they'll come and get you for child support and alimony and things like that. We had a young fella in my area, and so did Charlie. It seemed like this is a common form of trouble. But he said he's not about to pay any child support or alimony. I said, they'll come get you. He said, oh, no, they won't come get me. So sure enough, about 3 months later, they arrested him one morning at work, took him to jail for past child support and alimony. He called me, wanted me to come down and get him out of jail. And I said, I'm not getting you out of jail. I told you 3 months ago what to do about that stuff, and you didn't do it. But they'll do that for you today. They'll come and get you, take you to jail for back child support and alimony, for wherever you are.
I think one of the important parts of this is in that next paragraph when it says all these reparations take innumerable forms. There are some general principles which we find guiding. Reminding ourselves that we've decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience. We ask that we be given strength and direction to do the right thing, no matter what the personal consequences may be. We may lose our position or reputation or face jail, but we are willing, we have to be, we must not shrink at anything. But then it says, usually, however, other people are involved. Therefore, we are not to be the hasty and foolish martyr who would needlessly sacrifice others to save himself from the alcoholic pit. A man we know had remarried. Because of resentment and drinking, he had not paid alimony to his first wife. She was furious. She went to court and got an order for his arrest. He had commenced our way of life, had secured a position, and was getting his head above water. It would have been impressive heroics if he had walked up to the judge and said, here I am. Well, we thought he ought to be willing to do that if necessary. But if he were in jail, he could provide nothing for either family. We suggested he write his first wife, admitting his faults and asking forgiveness. He did, and also sent a small amount of money. He told her what he would try to do in the future. He said he was perfectly willing to go to jail if she insisted. Of course, she did not, and the whole situation has long since been adjusted. Now, usually there's ways that we can work those things out. And certainly we have to think about other people too. You know, in our making of amends. If we hurt the person that we already owe an amend to even deeper, or just as importantly, if we hurt somebody else through the making of that amends, then we're going to have to turn right around and go back and make some more amends in the future. So we have to be very, very careful in this area. On page 80, he talks about where he went to the other people and got their permission to make the amends before he did so. At the bottom of page 80, he talks about domestic problems. Up into page 81, sex outside of marriage. What are we going to do about that kind of situation? You know, what we've really found is just about everything that comes up in the area of making amends. Bill has covered it almost completely here in the Big Book Alcoholics Anonymous. Very seldom do we see anything come up. that we really can't find the answer to here in the book. This is an area that we highly recommend that you don't do these amends until you speak with your sponsor about this kind of stuff. Because you see, when I'm into this program and I'm first starting, and in my enthusiasm to get everything cleared up and cleared away, I'm not really capable of determining, do I really owe this person an amend or not? Will making this amend hurt somebody else or not? I need somebody who has a little more common sense when it comes to this kind of stuff than I have when I'm first starting. And I went to my sponsor on one of them, and I said, I don't really think I owe this person an amend at all. And I'm not going to do it. And he said, well, yeah, you owe him one. And he said, sooner or later, you're going to have to make that amend. And he said, until you do so, it's just going to bug the hell out of you. And he was exactly right. I went to another one, and I said, I really do want to go make this amend. And he said, no, don't you do that now. Because he said, if you do, you're going to hurt some other people. He said, just put that one to the side and hold it until the time comes that you can make it without injuring them or some other people too. I just really didn't have enough common sense about me and what I had done to people to be able to make those decisions on myself. I think this is where we really, really do need the help of a sponsor. Bob?
I really want to reiterate what Charlie just said, the importance of the sponsorship. I sponsor a lot of guys that after they're about 30 days sober, it finally occurs to them they have this urgency to make amends to their ex. Self cannot repair the damage done by self. It can't do it. It's through God's grace and direction in this process. And I always tell them, don't do it. Because they're not really going to make amends. They're going to go over there and they're going to get laid. And they're going to try to get her to think better of them. And they're going to write checks they can't cash. That late. And the biggest thing with newcomers until they're partway through step 9 is to encourage them not to add to the list. You know what I mean? Let's not add to the list here. My experience is that through sponsorship and direction through the people, I've been pushed to make amends that I would not have made, and I've been discouraged from making ones that I just thought would be great to make. When I was new, that paragraph that was read on the top of 79 about we must be willing to face jail, losing our reputation, etc. In 1977, I'd been sentenced to 2 years in a state penitentiary by a judge for a felony DUI hit and run in a stolen car. And he cut me a break and he put me in a long-term treatment center that and he said, if you can stay here for a year and do everything you're supposed to do, we'll take a look at it at the end of the year. And I could not stay there. I had not the power to stay sober, even with the determination. I had lack of power. I went on my last drunk. I ended up in Las Vegas. I'm 30 days sober, and I am haunted by this knowledge that I'm going to prison for a couple years. And I went and told a guy in AA, under the illusion that if I talked, I didn't want to do anything about it. I just wanted to talk about it. Maybe I'd feel better, right? And this guy in AA who was sober a long time, he told me, he says, you have to contact your PO, offer to go back there at your own expense and do the 2 years and any tack-on time they want to give you. And I looked at him, I said, what? What are you talking? Wait a minute, I'm sober here. I'm going to meetings. That's good, isn't it? He said, no, you got to do that. I said, I can't do that. I don't jail well. He said, you got to do that. And what do you mean I got to do that? I can't do that. He says, listen to me. You want to die of alcoholism? Well, no. He said, you want to stay sober? Yeah. He said, how long do you think you're going to stay sober looking over your shoulder? How long are you going to stay sober without being able to use a Social Security number, or without being able to have a driver's license, without being able to work anywhere above the table? Every time a cop goes down the street, you'll seize up with anxiety. How long are you going to stay sober, kid, before you're going to have to take a drink or at least something to take the edge off of that? And I knew he was right. And he told me what to do. He said, I want you to do 2 things. I want you to write a letter to your PO, tell him where you are, give him the address. You want me to give him the address? Yeah, you give him the address. Tell him where you are, tell him you're in Alcoholics Anonymous, tell him you're newly sober, tell him you want to come back there and tell him you'll do anything they want you to do to make this right. and then give him 10 days. 10 days later, you call him up, tell him when you're going to call, what time of the day, etc., and send the letter off. I wrote the letter. I showed it to him. He said, good letter. I remember taking it to the mailbox, and as it left my fingertips, my hand tried to get in the slot to get it back. And when I did that, I tell you, my head exploded. My head went, oh, what have you done? Oh, my God, this is awful. You can't go for 2 years or maybe more. God, I can't do 2 years. I'll hang myself. Would I ever like being married to Bubba? Oh, my God. My head exploded. And I went back to him, and I'm thinking, what am I listening to this guy? This guy's never even been to prison. I'm an idiot. What am I doing here? I went back to the guy, and I said, I can't do this. I'm leaving town. I'm going to go down to California. They won't find me. And he says, you'll drink. He said, think about it. You'll drink. He started talking to me. I said, yeah, what do I do? He says, you just wait and you do what you said you're going to do in that letter. I said, I'll go to prison. He says, look, Bob. He says, in my experience, God's not going to have you do the 2 years unless there's somebody in there he wants you to help. And I thought, what kind of crap is that? I don't want to help anybody in there. Oh, my God. And it was the longest 10 days of my life. Made the phone call. A woman answered the phone, secretary. She says, he's expecting you. She put me right through. And what happened in the next 10 seconds blew my mind. He told me I didn't have to come back there. He said, but he gave me a list of things I had to do. I had to report to a guy in Nevada. I had to take these classes. I had to send them a check every week. I had to go get UAs. I had to do all that stuff. And he said to me, if you can do that, and I was more than willing to do it. He said, you don't have to. He said, we'll just put this to rest at the end of a year. And I walked away from that phone with a lightness of my spirit better than 5 drinks of Jack Daniels, I'm telling you. I walked away from that phone. It was like getting a postcard from God. Dear Bob, I got your back. Real quick. 5 years later, I'm in a detox. This guy comes up, 3-time federal loser. He'd been on parole and skipped, crossed state lines, gotten arrested again, went in this detox. He tells me he's on parole and he's facing 5 years. And I said to him the same thing that was said to me. And he's looking at me like I'm crazy, right? And I said to him, Eddie, look, I don't think God's going to have you do the 5 years unless there's somebody in there who wants you to help. And he's looking at me like I'm whacked. He did exactly what I said. I got this phone call one day from the treatment center that federal marshals came and took him away in handcuffs. You could hear the oops over the phone, right? But I'll tell you what happened. They had to take him in because he was in the system. But his PO was so impressed by that letter that he went to bat for him and unviolated him. And he's since then been a free man and got his record sealed. He now runs one of the largest car dealerships in Las Vegas. He just bought his second big home. And I get a little letter in the mail on my AA birthday most years from a little old lady in Memphis, Tennessee that thanks me for giving her a son back. And I don't know how to explain to her, I didn't give nothing. I just passed the baton in this cosmic relay race called Alcoholics Anonymous. And Eddie does the same thing. He goes into the black community and he helps guys that probably wouldn't listen to me because of the way I look. And he sponsors about 30 guys, and he does stuff in AA that makes me very proud that he's been in my life.
Made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Perfect example. Contrary to popular belief, judges, parole officers, and et cetera, they don't like to put us in prison. They're not going to put us in prison unless we force them into it. And 99 times out of 100, they're going to work with us in all these situations. And we're able to clear this stuff up and get it out of our mind. If we don't get it out of our mind, it's going to bug us and bug us and bug us and bug us, and maybe someday cause us to drink over it too. Very good suggestion. Let's go to page 83. Let's go down to the 3rd paragraph. There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. Some of these people are already dead. Some of these people, to make an amend to them, would injure them or others. And we can't fully right some of that stuff. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would write them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. There may be a valid reason for postponement in some cases, but we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone. And I think one of the mistakes we see people make in our zeal to be forgiven by everybody, we go to somebody to make an amends, and sometimes they won't accept it. And when they don't, then we're just crushed by that. And we tend to have a tendency to want to go back and go back and go back and literally beg those people to forgive us. No, we don't need to do that. If we make our amends to the best of our ability and they don't accept it, then there's really not anything we can do about that. We need to just go on about our business, hold ourselves in readiness to make the amend perhaps again at a later date if it becomes possible. But we really don't have to beg anybody. We don't have to scrape before anybody, period. We stand on our own 2 feet. You know, I had 2 or 3 people tell me, they said, Charlie, we didn't like you much when you're drinking, and we really don't care a hell of a lot about you now that you're sober. We'd just seen you'd get out of here and leave us alone. And I didn't like that. But the only thing I could do was just go on about my business. A couple of them later on, it did become possible to make the amends again, and everything worked out just fine, Joe.
After I had got divorced from that first wife, I started thinking real good. I was thinking good already, but I started thinking real good now. And I said, I'm going to drink. That's a given. This time, I'm going to find me a woman that drinks. I mean, those women that don't drink were mean and ugly. They throw your stuff out in the yard and divorce you. So I'm going to find me a woman that drinks.
Well, Rose didn't drink, did she?
No, she didn't drink. Threw my stuff out in the yard. You all know what I mean by stuff, don't you? Dirty T-shirts, dirty shorts. They never throw out anything clean. I don't know why that is. So I started looking around the bars, and I found the lady I'm married to today. Her name's Phyllis. Y'all know her. She's the lady that took up the jukebox money in the bar. You know, you guys know who she is.
Seen her in a million bars.
Yeah, seen her in a million bars, and this was Phyllis, the queen bee of the Zebra Lounge. And I'd been watching, and we were introduced finally. She said, you know, Joe, you look like my 3rd husband. And I said, my God, how many of you had? And she said, 2. I kind of like that, you know. So we started dating, and in Oklahoma, the beer bars closed at midnight, and then you had to go to those other private clubs, they call them then, and drink till wee hours of the morning, and eat breakfast early, and then go to work. That's what we did, and I liked that in Phyllis. Anyhow, after some time, we got married, and then we started trying to, and I had a list of things this long that she wasn't going to do, and she had a list of things this long that I wasn't going to do, and no way to deal with the list, so we started having trouble just right after we got married, trying to enforce our list on each other. It got real bad. We couldn't even drink together anymore. It was really that bad. So finally, out of sheer desperation, we had to split up the town. She took 41st Street in south, and I'm 41st Street in north. And we would go do our thing. I don't bother her, she don't bother me, and we meet at our home and visit from time to time. I told you about visiting, didn't I? Okay. And that's the way we made it. Well, on my side of town, up to the west, there was a lake called Lake Keystone. I like that lake, and I went up there and bought me a nice mobile home on the lake frontage. Really enjoyed it. And one night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, there's a bang on the door. And I get up and go in there and look out, and I kind of opened. Well, what she did was she just broke right in with her and our daughter. Our daughter embarrassed me in front of my girlfriend. Yeah. The next morning I woke up and all my stuff was laying out in the yard like it's supposed to be. And she took my car and went down to the bank and took what little money we had and went to the divorce lawyer and filed for divorce on me and restraining order all in one day. Boom. After all I'd done for her to treat me like that. After some time, I got sober, and then 2.5 years later, Phyllis got sober, and then 9 years after that, I'm at the back of the room one night at the group and greeting people, and I turn around, and here's the lady of the mobile home incident. I was not having a good time.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Caper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
And I became a very, very confused individual, not knowing I was alcoholic, not knowing I would never be able to recapture these things from alcohol. I spent the last 4, 5, 6 years of my drinking literally destroying myself and everybody around me with alcohol. I came to AA, and you handed me a book. And in that book, I found the first 9 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I applied those steps in my life to the absolute best of my ability. And one day I woke up to the fact that these first 9 steps are giving me all the good things that alcohol used to give me when alcohol was my friend. That's why I don't drink today. You see, if I hadn't have found these things here, I would have still been looking for them. I probably would have tried alcohol and various other things until I eventually died from alcoholism. But the reason I don't drink today is because I don't need to drink today. I found all the good things that alcohol ever gave me through these first 9 steps. And then one day it suddenly dawned on me that, hey, so far the first 9 steps have never turned against me like alcohol did. You see, I've never been placed in jail because of the first 9 steps. No woman has ever drugged me through a divorce court because of the first 9 steps. Nobody's ever beat the hell out of me because of the first 9 steps. 1 or 2 of them damn near did, but most of them. This is the real miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, surely, as Joe said, if we receive these things in our mind, then we have undergone a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. We've had a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening here at the end of the first 9 steps. Well, now, if that's true, then what's the purpose of the last 3 steps? 10, 11, and 12. And many people will tell you that 10, 11, and 12 are maintenance steps. And we will agree that they will help us stay sober. But the word maintenance itself is a misnomer. To maintain something means to keep it as is. And another natural law applies that says nothing in our universe ever stays as is. Everything in our universe is in a constant state of change. It's either growing, it's dying, it's progressing, or it's regressing. You go outside and you look at a beautiful tree, and it grows and grows and grows and grows and grows and becomes more beautiful until one day it quits growing. And the day it quits growing, it begins to die. And then sooner or later it reverts back to where it came from. The human body is one of the most miraculous things that God has ever put on this earth. And it grows and grows and grows until it gets to be about 18 years old. And then it quits growing. And the day it quits growing, it begins to die. And eventually it reverts back to where it came from also. Everything in our universe is in a constant state of change. If I tried to stop here and maintain these promises and not grow any further, then sooner or later I'm going to begin to regress, and I'm going to have to start having trouble with people. Next thing you know, that backs up, and I start having trouble in my mind with me. And next thing you know, that backs up and I'm blocked off from God. And next thing you know, I'm drunk all over again. How many of us have seen people regress in AA and go right back to where they originally came from? We believe the last 3 steps are growth steps, just like all these other action steps are. Twice in the big book, Bill talks about a 4th dimension of existence. Once in his story and once in chapter 2. We believe that there is a dimension of living far, far beyond the normal 3 that most people will never experience. You can't explain it. You can't describe it. You can only feel it. And only those who continue to grow in their relationship with God, themselves, and the rest of the people in this world are able to experience this 4th dimension of existence. Let's look at the last 3 steps now for just a little while, and let's see if we can't see the real growth factor rather than the maintenance factor in steps 10, 11, and 12. Joe?
There's one thing we did as a fellowship is we took the steps out of the book and put them on these little cards, put them on the wall. I like them in the cards. I like them on the wall. Only one thing wrong with it. Come into AA today and look on the wall and try to take your steps off the wall without the instructions. They left the instructions in the book. And if we begin to talk about step 10, it says continue to take personal inventory and when wrong, promptly admitted it. It looked like if you just continue to take a little inventory, and if you were wrong, you promptly admitted it, you would be doing the intent of step 10. And somehow or other, we got the idea that we did that at night. And I've discussed this many times with Charlie, and he agrees that I don't get in trouble at night in bed much anymore. I don't know about him.
I keep telling him to speak for himself. He don't need to.
I need a daytime walking around step. That's where I get in trouble, you know. And that nighttime portion's over in step 11 anyhow. So let's look at step 10 from the big book where the instructions are and see what it says. See if there's more to it than that. So this thought brings us to step 10, which suggests that we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commence this way of living as we cleaned up the past. We have entered the world of the Spirit.
We've had a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening.
Our next function is to grow.
Our next function is to grow, not maintain, not stay where we are, but to grow
In understanding and effectiveness. Now, this is not an overnight matter. It should continue for our lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear.
What step did we use to look at that in the first place? Anybody know?
4.
Step 4? Okay.
When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them.
And what steps did we use there?
6 and 7.
6 and 7, okay.
We discuss them with someone immediately.
And what step was that?
5.
5.
And make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone.
What steps did we use there? 8 and 9, okay.
Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Love and tolerance of others is our code.
Now, it looks to me like if we do step 10 the way the big book says to do it, then we're going to be working steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 every day for the rest of our life. I would defy anybody in this room to work steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 every day for the rest of your life and stay the way you are. You absolutely cannot do that. As we continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear, we learn more and more and more about ourselves. As these things crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. They become less and less. As we discuss them with another human being, immediately we learn more and more about ourselves. As we make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone, our relationship with the world and everybody in it becomes better and better and better and better. Now, used to, I would wait till I went to bed at night to do this. But in doing so, I found that I wasted a hell of a lot of days, too. If I get screwed up at 9 o'clock in the morning, if I don't do something about it, by 10 or 11 o'clock, I've cussed out 2 or 3 different people. By 1 or 2 o'clock, 4 or 5 people have cussed me out. By nighttime, I'm an absolute basket case, and I've wasted a whole day, which could have been a happy day with peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. What I have finally learned to do with this step 10 is if I get screwed up at 10 o'clock in the morning, is to stop right there, get off in the corner by myself, and say, okay, Charlie, who are you mad at this time? Now, I've got the little inventory sheets up here in my head. I can see them just as plain as day, and you can too. I say, who are you mad at? What did they do to you? Which part of self is affected? What did you do, if anything, to set it in motion? Which character defect has come back to the surface? I can't get upset with somebody unless one of those character defects have come back: selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate, and I can spot it immediately. And I can say, okay, God, you know I don't want to be this way. Please take this dishonesty away from me, or this selfishness, or whatever it is. Discuss it with another human being as soon as I can, preferably my sponsor. Make amends quickly if I've harmed anyone. And in a matter of a few minutes, that thing's gone. And the rest of the day is okay. I've wasted all the time that I want to waste in dishonesty and selfishness and resentment and fear and anger and all that kind of jazz. I love to feel good. And through step 10, not only can I continue to feel good, but I continue to grow in my relationship with God, with myself, and with other human beings. A very, very definite growth step. Now be careful, because step 10 is just like step 6 and 7. Now that you know these things, then that means you are responsible for the way you feel. You're responsible for the way you think. You're responsible for the things that you do. Because you see, if we don't want to get into that crap, we don't have to. And if we do get into it, we don't have to stay in it. So I can no longer blame it on mother and father. Can't blame it on God. Can't blame it on society. If I'm screwed up today, it's simply because I want to be. And once in a great while I want to be. There's times I love to be mad and angry, because I can romp and stomp, and it gives me a comfortable feeling of superiority over other people. Sometimes I like to be afraid, because I can use that to rationalize and justify doing things I shouldn't do and not doing things I should do. But when I do that any longer, I don't enjoy it like I used to. Somewhere I catch myself and I say, okay, idiot, you're doing it to yourself. I go back to step 10, I work it out, and the rest of the day is okay. Isn't it amazing? 3 of the great, most important steps in this book, 6 and 7 and 10, are really the changing steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's in 3 paragraphs. They were not there in the Oxford group program. Bill added them the night he wrote the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and he put it all in just 3 little paragraphs, 1 for 6, 1 for 7, and 1 for 10. Absolutely amazes me when I see this. Bob?
This next paragraph is what it could be considered the 10-step promises. AA groups all over the world have adopted the 9-step promises, and they read them in meetings. But I'll tell you, I came here for the 10-step promises. If they don't come true in my life, chances are I will die of alcoholism. And it says, we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. For by this time sanity will return. We will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it as from a hot flame. We react sanely and normally, and we will find that this has happened automatically. It is a result of these steps. We will see that our new attitude towards liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. One of the definitions of God's grace is an unmerited gift. It's just something that is given to us. We've, by this time, have opened a channel to that part that it talked about on page 55, and we should have enough grace in our life that we're good shape. It just comes. That is the miracle of it. We are not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel as though we'd been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We have not even been removed. We are neither cocky nor are we afraid. That is a tremendous promise. Down to a detox where something I lost to the room. And what I would say is that if you get involved in Alcoholics Anonymous and you work these steps, there will come a day where you could be alone in a room with an unlimited amount of alcohol and no one would ever know if you drank it or not, and it will mean no more to you than the furniture. And they look at me like I'm from Pluto. They could conceive not drinking if they're protected and they live in AA and maybe stay away from it, but they cannot conceive that type of freedom, a freedom that most of us, I think, have a tendency, at least I do, and I don't mean to take for granted sometimes. That I remember if I wasn't drinking, I was yearning for it. I remember the sickness of heart that always drove me back to where I remember getting to a place where I really couldn't imagine life without it. And to be free of that. And the book, later on in working with others, it says if you don't get to this place, you've missed it. It says an alcoholic who cannot meet these conditions of being around alcohol still has an alcoholic mind. There's something the matter with his spiritual status. And it goes on to say, in our belief, any scheme of combating alcoholism which proposes to shield the sick man from temptation is doomed to failure. It may work for a while, but it goes on to say he'll eventually have a bigger explosion than ever. And this is a freedom in this step that is, this is really what I came here for. And I don't even know that I knew I came here for this. That I could get that free. That I could be like those people in AA that seem to live in a world full of alcohol with a sense of ease and comfort. And they could be around it. And I used to see, I remember a noob seeing guys that tended bar that were alcoholics that were sober. How can you do that?
I have a good friend in AA who runs a liquor store. He's run it for years and years. He's sitting right here by the side of me. And he didn't find it necessary to drink running that liquor store. I've got another one back home that owns a liquor store. I know 2 or 3 good friends in AA who are bartenders. You know, this is the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. I know me better than anybody else in the world knows me. And if I had to fight that desire to drink every day like I used to have to do, I know exactly what I'd do. I'd go back to drinking again. There's no doubt about that at all. But you see, I don't have to fight it because it has been removed. Just think. Way, way back on page 45, it said the main object of this book is to enable you to find a power which will solve your problem. And we emphasize then from that day on, or that page on, we're looking for one thing and one thing only. For those of us who are powerless, which is all of us, how do you find the power? Well, somewhere between 45 and 85, I found the power. And the power has solved the problem. The desire to drink has just simply been removed. It does not exist anymore. That is the real miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous.
For about 10 years of my sobriety, in a service to my business, I started an organization called the Las Vegas Food and Wine Society. And I was president of that organization for 10 years and put on monthly wine tastings. And I would go there and I would facilitate these wine tastings. And I got to be friends with a lot of doctors and casino owners and lawyers that would attend this or were members of that. And you know, in that whole 10 years, no one even realized that I didn't drink. They never even paid attention. And I went in there with so much fear that they're going to start confronting me about, and they never even noticed. And occasionally a new guy will come up to me and say, "How can you do that? You must really be strong." And when they say that to me, I don't contradict them. I just know that they don't get it. That this isn't about, I don't have the power to do that. I have either accessed something that allows me to live in this world free from alcohol, or I haven't. And if I'm fighting it, I'm in the problem. And if I'm free, it's a symptom of the answer. And I am free today. I have alcohol in my home. For years, I had a wine cellar for investment purposes. I sold a few years ago. But I'll tell you something, without step 10 and 11 and 12, I think that I would start getting sick of spirit again. And I would start thinking that would start looking like medicine again to me for what was ailing me. So I believe, and I bet my life, that if I do certain things every day in my life to maintain this connection, that I can be around alcohol and I can be free.
Remember back on on step 1, it said we admitted we were powerless over alcohol and their lives had become unmanageable. That's the problem. In steps 4 through 9, the problem has been removed. And then it says in step 2, we came to believe that the power of God itself could restore us to sanity. Well, we get our sanity back on page 84. It says, for by this time, sanity will have returned. And I'm like these two guys, and probably most of you guys. I've been sober and working on the steps about 3 or 4 months. And I don't know about you, but whenever before AA, I had those enforced sobriety times. And I'm telling you how bad I was. I'd be sober, and I'd be thumbing through a magazine, and I'd see just a picture of alcohol in a bottle, and my mouth would water. Charlie said I slobbered a lot. Just looking at a picture. So I had a real obsession to drink. And I looked up that one day after 3 or 4 months of working these steps, and that had been removed. It was just gone. That's the miracle of it. It was just gone. See, I got my sanity back on page 84. And he says, now it's easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. You know, you can only coast downhill. Can't coast uphill very far. Remember old Jim, the automobile salesman? He did 1, 2, and 3, and good things began to happen for Jim. He got his family back, been to work with a company that he used to own. Good things began to happen for Jim, and he stayed sober on 1, 2, and 3. He rested on his laurels. And, of course, we know he got drunk a half a dozen times in rapid succession. So we're headed for trouble if we do. For alcohol is a subtle foe. And what I'm trying to say is if once you get sober and in this area, good things start happening. Probably you're back home. If we're really lucky, we're back in the bedroom instead of on the couch. You know what I mean? And maybe you're making extra money now that you're working regularly. Might even went out and put some furniture on credit or a house on credit. This program really works with that credit thing. What I'm trying to say is that if you're not careful, things begin to compete for your sobriety. And things will get your sobriety too, I guarantee you. I've seen that happen too many times. So we're headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol's a subtle foe. We're not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve and contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition.
Now there's the word maintenance, 1 day at a time, not forever, 1 day at a time.
Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It's the proper use of the will. We've been talking now for 3 days that willpower is of absolutely no avail. But God gave us willpower for a reason. He never gave us any willpower for any bad reason, but for a good reason. And we can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It's the proper use of the will. Thy will, not mine, be done. So you get your sanity back on page 84. You get your willpower back on page 85. And wouldn't it be awful to have your willpower and no sanity? But we get it in the right sequence. Sanity first, then our willpower. Listen, if you will, very closely to the description and comments on the next paragraph. Very important.
Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction, not suggestion, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. If we've carefully followed directions, not suggestions, we've begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we've become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense, but we must go further, and that means more action. And here Bill is referring to God consciousness as a vital sixth sense. You see, everything I know on a conscious level, I've learned from 5 senses of direction. I can see, I can hear, I can smell, I can taste, and I can touch. Those are the normal 5 senses of direction. And everything I know on a conscious level, I've learned from one of those senses of direction. But you could take everything I know And you could take everything Joe knows and everything Bob knows and everything all you guys know and everything that every human being on earth knows and add it all together. And it's just a tiny, tiny, tiny speck of knowledge compared to the knowledge of the universe. Now, if God has all knowledge, and I'm sure that He does, my book says so right here. And if God dwells within each of us, and I'm sure He does, my book says so, then that means you and I have within ourselves all the knowledge and all the power that we can ever need to handle any conceivable situation which might come up in the future, providing we know how to tap into that knowledge and that power, the sixth sense of direction. Now, it's long been known how you do this. It's long been known that you do this through prayer and meditation. And most of us, when we come to AA, we're completely bankrupt in those areas. You know, even raised in church, I knew very little about meditation and prayer. Meditation, I thought, was maybe you lie down and be quiet and try to clear your mind of all thought. I don't know about you, but I can't clear my mind of all thought. When I get up in the morning, that sucker turns on and it runs all day long. I've never been able to stop it. I thought maybe it was chanting certain words or listening to soft music and et cetera and et cetera. I knew nothing about meditation. And even raised in church, I knew very little about prayer. When I got to AA, I had two prayers that I used constantly. One went like this: now lay me down to sleep, will pray the Lord my soul to keep, and if I die before, I'm not into that anymore. I'm dealing with death. I'm not into that at all. The other one I used, and I'll bet some of you used it too, went like this: God, if you'll get me out of this damn mess, I swear I'll never do this again. And now it looks like I'm going to have to develop a life of prayer and meditation. And it would seem to be an impossible thing for a person like me to do so. Thank God Bill Wilson was a real alcoholic. Bill Wilson was faced with a real task right here: to teach people who were spiritually bankrupt how to pray and meditate when he didn't know anything about prayer and meditation either. And thank God he didn't. Because you see, most people that are knowledgeable in those areas, when they write and speak on prayer and meditation, they write and speak so far above my head that I don't understand what they say. But Bill couldn't do that because he didn't know anything about it either. But what he did do is give us some definite and valuable suggestions that if we will follow them, each one of us individually will develop our own life of prayer and meditation that nothing anywhere could possibly improve upon. He tells us what to do when we go to bed at night. That's where the nighttime thing is in step 11. He tells us what to do when we get up in the morning. He tells us what to do when we face indecision. He tells us what to do throughout the day when we're agitated or doubtful. He gives us all of these suggestions that if we will follow them, it covers the entire day, and we develop our own life of prayer and meditation. Let's look at it for just a few moments. Bob?
Top of page 86, first paragraph.
Now let's see if we can't see those steps 4 through 9 again, right here.
When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid?
There's step 4 again.
Do we owe an apology?
There's 8 and 9 again.
Have we kept something to ourselves which should have been discussed with another person at once?
There's step 5 again.
Were we kind and loving towards all? Sort of 12. What could we have done better? Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? I think that's a rhetorical question. Or were we thinking of what we could do for others or what we could pack into the stream of life? But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection, for that would diminish our usefulness to others. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken.
There's 6 and 7 again. So actually, we're doing the same steps. Those that gave us all the spiritual growth that we had from 4 through 9, we repeated them through step 10 throughout the day when we're in trouble. Here we repeat them again at night. I defy anybody to do this and stay the way you are. You just can't do that. Now, we made up a little inventory thing. You could use it or anything else you want to. This particular thing, what we did, we took all the character defects we could find in the big book, and then we went to the 12 and 12 and picked up all we could find there, and they're really the offshoots of those top 4. Put them on the left-hand side of the sheet, and we called it the personality characteristics of a self-willed human being. We determined the opposite and put it on the right side of the sheet and called it the personality characteristics of a God-willed human being. Now, all we're trying to do is get from the left-hand side of the sheet to the right-hand side of the sheet. And it only takes a few minutes to take this little sheet at night and go down through it, making the check marks and see where I've been that day. Now, never, never, never have I yet found myself on either side of the sheet. Those check marks are always changing places and locations. But what I have found over a period of years, I'm gradually checking more on the right-hand side than I am on the left-hand side. Because you see, this alerts me to what I continue to need to work on, what I continue to need to change. And slowly, slowly, as the changes are made with God's help, I move more and more toward the right-hand side of the sheet. I've learned one thing in AA. I am going to inventory. I'll repeat that again. I am going to inventory. I got one or two choices. I can wait until I'm so screwed up that I'm almost drunk and start digging myself out from under that mess. Or I can do it like this thing suggests and take just a little time each day to do it. And I'm in much less chance of getting drunk if I do it this way. I found out that it takes less energy to do it on a daily basis and less time than it does to wait until I'm almost drunk before I start inventorying. There's an old philosopher called Carl Sandburg. Carl made a statement which I think is so appropriate to people like us. He said, when a society fails, there's always one thing present. They forgot where they came from. And in forgetting where they came from, they forgot where they were going and they got lost out there somewhere. And that's the only thing that you and I will cause us to fail, is if we forget where we came from. Then we're going to forget where we're trying to go. And then we get lost out there also. Simple little daily inventory. Takes just a few minutes to do this at night. Joe, you want to say anything on that? Bob?
Two things that helped me to put this into my life. I had some, growing up in the 70s, I had some confusing ideas of meditation. With the robes and the chanting and the Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, all that crazy stuff. And I looked in a dictionary, and it didn't help, in a modern dictionary. And language changes. I went back and I found a dictionary from the early part of the 1900s where Bill Wilson was forming his language, and I read it. And the definition for meditation, it used the example, a man doth meditate a war. We carefully considered our plans for the day. It's setting the course of my life for that day in that short little span. And in the beginning, when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, I was forced by the hopelessness of my condition to make a desperate decision. The decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God. Because of a lack of alternatives. I was in a trap I could not spring. And I was hopeless. And by this time, what step 10 and 11 together is very similar to a sailor that would go down here to, say, to the harbor on the coast and rent a sailboat. And he rent the most expensive sailboat he can, went to the nautical library, did his homework, did every step in the preparation for a trip to Maui. But no matter how perfect he sets out from the port, and no matter how good the boat is rigged, and no matter how perfect the course, it is just going to come to pass that every day the currents, the winds, and the tides are going to blow him away from the decision that he made in step 3, or the decision of going to Maui, of making his life none of his business and helping God's kids. And every day, if he has to get out his instruments and take an inventory of his position, an honest inventory, he can't fool himself about the value of where he is. He's got to know. And then he does this to readjust his course back to the decision he made in step 3. And guys like me, if I don't do that on a regular basis, what happens is I'm starting to wonder why there's these chunks of ice with penguins going by my boat, and I think I'm going to Maui, right?
You know, communication is the beginning of all understanding. For instance, when we started here Thursday at noon, we didn't know you and you didn't know us. And we've been talking and listening to each other this weekend. We know each other a lot better today on Sunday than we started out on Thursday. Communication is the beginning of all understanding. Talking and listening to each other. If that would work with us, wouldn't that work with God? Talking and listening, praying and meditating, maybe doing more listening than talking. That would work with God too. We'd have a better understanding. See, we would teach ourselves about prayer and meditation through experience. And as Charlie said, no one could improve upon that, because we'd have a God of our own understanding, talking and listening.
Page 86, the first paragraph told us what to do at night. Now let's see what it says in the morning. On awakening. And I'm always interested in the words that are used in the book. He said on awakening. I think that means just as soon as we wake up. Not after we go to the bathroom or not after we've had breakfast, but as soon as we wake up. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. Before we begin, we ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking that it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. Under these conditions, we can employ our mental faculties with assurance, for after all, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. You know what most of us do when we awaken? We go to the bathroom. I had a guy tell me the first thing he did was go on his treadmill, and I said, man, you got a better bladder than I've got. I go to the bathroom. And we go to the bathroom and relieve ourselves, and then we go to the kitchen. And we get a little coffee or whatever we drink in the morning, and we get a little food, and we feed the body. And after we get through feeding the body, we go back into the bathroom, and you ladies begin to prepare your faces and your hair, and we men do whatever we do and take care of that part of our body. After we get our faces and head all straightened up, we go to the closet and we pick out the clothes we're going to wear that day.
Got to make sure they match.
Got to be sure they match. We spend a lot of time on picking out these clothes. We clothe the body and we get ready to leave the house. We feed the cat or the dog if we have one. We leave the house, we lock the doors. We want to be sure nobody steals our material junk while we're gone for the day. And we go out to the car and we walk around the car and look at the air and the tires, make sure they're all inflated. We get in the car and turn on the switch and we look at the fuel gauge, make sure we got fuel. And we fire that sucker up and we take off down the road. Now, we did all those things to take care of the body, to take care of the material things, to take care of the car, and etc. What did we do about our minds that morning? Our mind's going to run the whole show all day long. Did we take just a little bit of time to feed the mind? Did we take just a little bit of time to check the air level and the fuel level in the mind? You know, if you and I spent as much time on our minds as we did on our bodies, why, hell, there would be no limit to what we could actually be and what we could actually do. But we get in such a hurry to take care of all that other junk, we forget about God in the morning, and we take off for the day. And long about 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the morning, we think, my God, this is a screwed up damn day. Oh, yeah, I forgot to talk to God this morning. Almost invariably, a very definite, valuable suggestion. Let's start our day right. We've made a decision to let God direct our thinking. He can't direct it unless we're willing to stop and give Him an opportunity to do so. In thinking about our day, we may face indecision. We may not be able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God for inspiration, an intuitive thought, or a decision. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. We're often surprised how the right answer comes after we've tried this for a while. This is the only meditation in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous, is that one little paragraph I just read. This is a form of meditation. When we face indecision, rather than keep trying to run that thing through our head and make a decision, it says, don't do that. Let's stop. Let's ask God for the right thought or action, for the right decision. And then it says, relax and take it easy. And I don't think it means lay down on a couch and listen to soft music. I think it means get my mind off of that subject. Because as long as I'm struggling with it, then God can't give me an answer. Now, how do I get my mind off of that subject? Very simple. I go out and start mowing the grass. I go start working on the car. I go start doing the dishes. I go start doing something else that keeps my mind occupied with that rather than what I was struggling with. And it's absolutely amazing how often, after a while, my mind returns back to that subject. And there's information there I didn't have before. Maybe it says, why don't you call Joe and see what Joe thinks? Now, I didn't think about calling Joe before. And I called Joe, and by golly, he's got the answer just like that. And used to, I'd say, my, wasn't it lucky I thought about calling Joe?
If you want to know, call Joe.
It's amazing. It's amazing where these answers come from. Sometime I'm in a supermarket checkout line, two little ladies standing there in front of me talking, and by golly, they're talking about what I was struggling with yesterday. And they've got the answer for it right there. I have finally learned to listen to people. Used to, I never could listen to you because I'm so busy thinking about what I'm going to say just as soon as you shut up. I never could hear what you had to say. Today, I try my best to listen to people because that's where my answers come from. God has never spoken to me direct, but He speaks to me through various different people. And it's amazing who it might be. It doesn't have to be learned individuals. It can be any individuals that He uses to give me this information that I need. This is a form of meditation for busy people. And God knows we alcoholics are busy people. We don't have time to lay down on the couch and listen to soft music. Now that He tells us how to pray.
See, what used to be a hunch or occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it's not probable that we're going to be inspired at all times. We might pray for this presumption in all sorts of observed actions and ideas. Nevertheless, we find that our thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration. We come to rely on it. I was riding down the street one day, and I don't know how my radio got on this particular station, but this song was playing that I'd heard all my life. It was called "In the Garden." Y'all know that song? And it said, "In the garden in the mornings while the dew's still on the roses." What thought came to me? Well, that's a song about prayer and meditation. You do it in the morning. See, I didn't know that. Heard this song all my life. I began to be inspired about what these things, began to hear and listen differently, and I didn't even realize it happened automatically. See, he said we usually conclude this period of meditation with a prayer that we be shown all through the day what our next step is to be, that we be given whatever we need to take care of such problems. We ask especially for freedom from self-will, and we're careful to make no requests for ourselves only. We may ask for ourselves, however, if others will be helped. We are careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that. It doesn't work. You can easily see why. I think I told you yesterday that, well, yeah, I used to pray was God give me this and God give me that and God help me get more money and God help me get my wife back and God help me get a better job. And if I forgot to ask you for something, give me that also. Very selfish prayers. You can see why those don't work.
I believe he was raised in a Southern Baptist church also.
Raised up by the hair of the head. Anyhow, I've learned to pray differently, praying only for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry that out. I've been sober about 10 years, and it says here in the next paragraph, if circumstances warrant, we ask our wives to join us in morning meditation. One morning, about 10, 11 years sober, and Phyllis was 8 or 9 years sober, she was sitting over there in her little recliner, and I'm sitting on my recliner drinking coffee, and I was reading my meditation books, and she was reading hers, and she looked over at me and said, "Honey," you know how they are. I said, "I don't have time for that this morning, I'm busy." She said, "Oh, no, you old silly thing." She said, "What I want you to do is read this to me and tell me what it says." I said, "Well, I can do that." So I read that to her, and I told her what it said. A lot more than she wanted to know, I'll tell you that. And the next morning she said, "Well, read this to me and tell me what it says." And I did, and we talked about that a little bit. And the next morning she did the same thing, and that kind of created a little thing in our life that we pray and meditate together. We read these things together. And I've heard all my life, if those people that pray together stay together.
How long has it been since you and Phyllis have had a divorce?
It's been 27 years.
27 years.
Now, you girls will have to help us with that. Us guys don't think about things like that. But she did that, and those people that pray together stay together.
You know, Joe said the importance of the word only. For those of you that are selfish and self-centered like some of us get here, there's a loophole to that. On the middle of page 87, it says, "We may ask for ourselves, however, if others will be helped." In my first year of sobriety, before I hit a bottom with gambling, I remember sitting in the casino as I'm watching the last of my paycheck go away, saying to God, "If you let me hit the big one, I'll help some people." Right? And it goes on to talk about the futility of that. I think one of the most important words is that word "only." I'm not a biblical scholar, but in one of the commandments it says that thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. And I think most people think that means don't cuss. But from my perspective, isn't the vainest thing I could ever do would be to petition God for my will? As if I'm telling Him what's best, as if I'm God. Wouldn't that, to me, that would be the vainest thing I could ever do. I would undo the decision I made in step 3. Every time I would do that, I'm taking back the position. The first thing it says, we must quit playing God. It didn't work. And when I give Him a list of how I think He should run the universe, He's become my God. And the important thing is I want to become His guy. Right? I want to take that. He is the Father. I am the children.
They came to me and they said, pray only for knowledge of His will and power to carry that out. And I said, well, how in the hell is He going to know what I want? Because you see, I was taught to pray and tell Him what I wanted. And they said, he's not interested in what you want. He's interested in what you need. And they said, Charlie, he knows more about what you need than you've ever known, period. They said, all your life you've been trying to get what you want. And the end result is you've almost destroyed yourself. And they said, in God giving you what you need, there's no way that he can do a worse job of it than you did. That all you need is knowledge of his will and the power to carry that out. And if I had sat down at that time and made a list of the things that I thought I wanted, if I had said to God, give me these things and I'll never ask for anything else, I would have cheated myself. Because he's given me so much more than I ever thought possible in my life, period, that I would actually have cheated myself if I'd continued to try to bargain with him. He knows exactly what I need. And all I really need is the knowledge of his will for me and the power to carry that out. And this is nothing new. You know, God's always told the human race, you only got to do two things to be happy. And he said, put no other gods before me. And that's what we decided to do way back there in step 3. Now, and that doesn't mean just idols. It means money, power, prestige, sex, or anything else. He said, put no other gods before me. And then do what you can for your fellow man. And I'll see that you're happy. And I notice the people in AA that are doing this, that are putting God first and doing everything they can to help other alcoholics, their life seems to just straighten out miraculously. Hell, I've received more things, made more money accidentally in the last 10, 15, 20 years than I ever thought possible, and I don't know where in the hell it comes from. That's all we really need is knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. Now, down at the bottom of page 87, we got one more thing. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful and ask for the right thought or action. We constantly remind ourselves we are no longer running the show. Humbly saying to ourselves many times each day, thy will be done. We are then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. We become much more efficient. We do not tire so easily, for we're not burning up energy foolishly as we did when we're trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. And here's the shortest paragraph in the book. It works. It really does. That's a paragraph in its entirety. Now, we're going to talk just a little bit about step 12. Not going to try to go through this chapter working with others, but let's talk just a little bit about step 12. Step 12 is another one of those multiple part steps. 3 distinct parts in it. And the first part of step 12 is probably the greatest promise to be found anywhere in the big book. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. Not a result, not one result. The result, singular, of these steps. I think that's a promise to me that if I will apply the first 11 in my life to the best of my ability, I'm guaranteed that I'm going to have a spiritual awakening. Now, what is a spiritual awakening? A spiritual awakening is a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism. Bill tells us in the 12 and 12, there's as many spiritual awakenings as there are people in AA, but they've all got certain things in common. And that is we're able to feel, believe, and do things we could never do before on our own strength unaided. Now, if that's the criteria for a spiritual awakening, then I've had one. Because, you see, I feel things I've never felt before. I feel love, patience, tolerance, compassion, goodwill, and understanding for my fellow man. I never felt that before. Before I came to AA, I could have cared less about you. Oh, yeah, you could have some, but only after I extracted everything I wanted first. I don't feel that way anymore. I believe things that I've never believed before. I believe God is a kind and a loving God. I believe He stands ready to help any human being anywhere in the world the instant they're ready to give up on self-will and turn back to Him. I think He's a God of pure love, a God of pure mercy. I no longer think He's a God of justice. Thank God He isn't a God of justice. If he was, I wouldn't be here today. And I don't think Bob and Joe would be here either today if He was a God of justice. Pure, pure love. I believe that with all my heart. I can do things that I never could do before. By golly, I can stay sober. I never could do that before. And because of that sobriety, I've been allowed over a period of years to do many, 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 many things that I always wanted to do and never could do before. So if that's the criteria, then I've had some kind of spiritual awakening. But the old saying that you don't get something for nothing, that you have to pay back for what you receive, really holds true. Because if we've had this spiritual awakening, we're now charged with a responsibility. And the responsibility is we tried to carry this message. Not a message, not some message, not this message to other alcoholics. Now, what is this message? Very, very simple. You know, some people in AA get to thinking we're healers. Some of us get to thinking we're marital advisors and spiritual advisors and economic advisors. I don't know of anybody that screwed that up worse than we alcoholics did. No, we don't. I tell you what we do know, though. We know more about alcoholism than anybody alive because we're the only ones that have experienced it. We know more about recovery from alcoholism than anybody alive. We're the only ones that have done it. And our message is so simple. It goes like this: that if you've been going out there doing a little drinking, or if you've been thinking about doing a little drinking, or if you're in AA today and you're still not happy, we know exactly where you're coming from, because that's where we came from. And we came to AA and we found a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. And in that book, we found a little program of action, and we applied the first 11 steps in our lives to the best of our ability, and we've had a spiritual awakening, and we're not that way anymore. And if you don't want to be that way anymore, then you do what we did. And you'll have a spiritual awakening, and you'll not be that way anymore. Let me take you by the hand and walk with you as you progress through this program and help you understand these things so you can have your spiritual awakening too. Now, that's the only message that AA's got. You know, somewhere we can start getting into the psychology and all this other outside stuff. No. AA is designed for one thing and one thing only: to bring those who are powerless to the aid of a power greater than human power through a practical program of action that has been known to humankind for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. There's nothing new here at all. Bill rewrote it in such a manner that you and I could accept it in our lives. As I look at AA and I look at our history, I look at our traditions, I look at our program of recovery, I look at our service, I look at all of AA, I'm convinced today that God got tired of seeing people like us die back in the 1930s. I'm convinced that He used Bill and Bob, Abby Thatcher, Dr. Ewing, Roland Hazard, Dr. Silkworth, and all the first 100 to put this thing together so people like us could start living. And I'm convinced that He picked the ones that He wanted to use back in the 1930s. Now today, all those people are dead. They're all gone. Not a one of them are alive, period. If He picked people then, it stands to reason that He would still be picking people today. You know, there's not an alcoholic in this room that ought to be here. I'm going to say that again. There's not an alcoholic in this room that ought to be here. Every one of us ought to be dead. Some of us 2, 3, 4, and 5 times. And we used to say, my God, wasn't we lucky last night? I don't think luck had anything to do with it. I think God let you suffer your alcoholism so you would know what He wants you to know. And when He got ready to use you, He removed the obsession to drink. And I think the only reason for our being today is to do those things that God's always said to do. Put no other gods before God, and do what you can for your fellow man. He has given us the knowledge and the experience to avert death in countless thousands and thousands and thousands of people, providing we're willing to do what He wants us to do. And I see too many people in AA today that take our program and have the spiritual awakening, yet they don't want to give it back to other people. They stay so selfish, but they want to do things their way, and they don't have time to work with other alcoholics. And I think that's all we're here for, to work with other alcoholics. The final thing I have to do is to try to practice these principles in all my affairs. And what are the principles? Well, I hear lots of people arguing about it and saying the principle of 1's this and 2's that and 3's something else. And I really think Bill didn't want to use the word steps twice in step 12. He could have said, and practice these steps in all our affairs, but he had already used the word steps in step 12, so he called them principles. We see him do it all the way through the book. One place he calls them proposals. In the 12 and 12, he says the 12 steps are a set of principles, spiritual in nature. I think what he's really saying to me in step 12 is I need to practice these 12 steps in all my affairs. Now, it's easy for me to practice them in AA because I love you and you love me, and we're going to do our best not to hurt each other. But what do I do outside of AA? I'm only in AA an hour or two a day at the most. What do I do in my own home? Do I practice these principles with my spouse in my home? Do I realize how powerless I really am over that lady? Do I realize the insanity of trying to control her, knowing full well I can't? Can I make a decision to turn her will and her life over to the care of God as I understand Him? Can I inventory me and find those defects that keep me trying to control? Can I talk about that to another human being, be willing to have God take them away? Can I make amends to her quickly when I've harmed her? There's times I'm ashamed of me. There's times I treat absolute strangers on the street with more courtesy than I treat my own wife in my own home. Just think, if I could practice these principles with her and she with me, well, we might pick up 10, 12, 14 hours a day where we can be peaceful and happy and free. If we don't practice them, we don't stand a chance. We're at each other's throat continually. How about with my children? Can I practice them with my children? If I can, then what little time I have with my children will be good times. If I don't, I try to control, they resist, and we have no good times whatsoever. I might pick up another hour or two a day there. How about on the job? Can I practice these things with my co-workers on the job? If I can, I might pick up 8, 10, 12 hours a day there where I could be peaceful, happy, and free. Aren't we really saying that we have the tools to be peaceful, happy, and free 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, if we wish to? I don't know of anybody in the world that has the possibilities for the kind of life that we have. But make no mistake about this now. God's not going to do this for you. Other people are not going to do this for you. But you, with God's help and the help of others, can do it for yourself. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life, this program for living from Alcoholics Anonymous. Let's go to page 164, and we're going to close with the last 2 paragraphs.
My daughter, several years ago, she's very strong in her church and her husband and their family, and she was trying to press me on my religion, and I told her I really didn't have any. She didn't understand that. I said, well, if you must, I suppose that you could boil my religion down to the first 2 words of the Lord's Prayer, the Our Father. I said, what that does for me, it explains to me what my relationship to God is. He's the Father and we're the children. Most good ideas are simple. See, I almost missed that. It also explains to me my relationship to you. If He's the Father and we're the children, that means we're brothers and sisters in the Spirit, so to speak. And if I harm you, then I harm me. And I guess that must be my religion. And that's one reason why I don't chant before or after we're saying the Lord's Prayer. I have too much respect for it. But there was this fellow who was carrying this message and practicing these principles. He was in a little town called Cernan one time, and he was kind of carrying the message. And after the deal was over, they was all standing around smoking cigarettes and talking and drinking a little wine in those days. And everybody was a wino then. And someone told him of a fellow they had locked up in the cave on the side of the hill. And he said, well, I want to go up there and talk to that guy. And they said, oh, man, you don't want to go talk to him. Man, he's hurt a lot of people. He's very selfish and self-centered and dishonest, harmed an awful lot of people. We got him locked up there in the cave on the side of the hill to protect himself from himself and others. He said, no, I want to go up there and talk to him. Tell me what his name is. So his name is Legions, for he is many. Many defects of character, you see. But he went up there and talked to old Legions for a little bit and kind of cut him loose. Set him free from all of that resentment and anger and fear and turned him loose. Now, he wrote a step for us right here. All those other guys that he'd helped, he took them with him. There's 12 of them. But this time, Legion said to him, can I go with you and do what you do? And he said, no, Legions, I want you to stay here and just to tell people what happened to you. And I think Bill calls that pass it on. On page 164, it says, our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who's still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is a great fact for us. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God.
We did that in steps 1, 2, and 3.
Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows.
Did that in 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Clear away the records of your past.
We did that in 8 and 9.
Give freely what you find and join us.
We'll do that in 10, 11, and 12.
And we shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny.
May God bless you and keep you until then.
Thank you
all
very
for
much.
letting us be here this weekend.
Just in time, my bladder was running out.
Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.